Chapter 1. My name is Wu Li, and I am a bounty hunter. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, laughter echoed from within a pirate ship. The pirates reveled in the treasures they had just plundered, their merriment ringing out in boisterous guffaws. "Cheers!" they exclaimed, as they brought forth barrels of liquor and feasted under the sun. Each pirate, flushed with drink, engaged in raucous conversation. Indeed, leaving the South Blue for the Grand Line was the right decision here. We need not fear the deranged bounty hunters of the South Blue. Next time we encounter a merchant ship, we shall seize it as well. More jobs, more riches. I feel we should lay low for a while. Being too active might attract the attention of the Navy. Not far from them, a small boat resembling a dinghy drifted lazily. A young boy sat there, idly fishing with a rod. Peering through the water, he found the hook bare, devoid of bait. As he watched the approaching ship, he rubbed his hungry belly and instantly perked up. "Hey!" he cheerfully waved to the crew aboard the vessel. The lookout pirate noticed him, took a swig of his drink, and chose to ignore the boy. "Hello there. Could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in ages." Suddenly, a voice, unfamiliar and unexpected, emerged from behind the lookout. The lookout whipped around to find the boy speaking to his companions, oblivious to his presence. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he cursed, realizing this was the same boy who had just greeted him. How had he suddenly appeared on the ship? "Who are you?" slurred a burly man, clearly inebriated. "My name is Wu Li, merely a nameless bounty hunter," the boy replied with a smile. "HM, a bounty hunter?" The previously boisterous ship fell silent. The pirates, now mostly sober, grasped their weapons, their gazes piercingly fixated on him. "Do not be alarmed, I merely seek some sustenance." "A bounty hunter dares to ask us pirates for food? Do you think this is the South Blue? Here in the Grand Line, we do not fear a mere bounty hunter. Ha ha ha, you shall perish." With that, they charged at Wu Li, weapons drawn. "Pirates?" Wu Li gazed up, confirming the pirate flag fluttering above. Indeed, they were pirates. As the marauders rushed towards him, he broke into a sinister grin. Minutes later, all the pirates lay unconscious, bound securely nearby. Soon, energy orbs began to emanate from each pirate, merging into Wu Li's body. Wu Li opened the panel of the thief system, his heart soaring at the delightful chimes that accompanied his newfound powers. Sword Master, LV.1 name, Wu Li skills, Shiyu Canyan Flow 99 experience points, 80100 heroic spirit value, 34. Originally, he was a programmer, a devoted fan of the anime world. By mere chance, he stumbled upon a post on the dark web detailing the training of a sword god, complete with a QR code. Driven by curiosity, he scanned the code with his phone, only to be enveloped by a blinding light. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the anime world of One Piece. Simultaneously, a book appeared in his mind, revealing the current system panel. Through his research, he discovered that by upholding justice and vanquishing evil, he could earn experience points. In addition to apprehending criminals, he could also gain experience by completing randomly assigned tasks from the system. Once he met the experience requirements, he could level up like in a game, unlocking new skills and acquiring various magical artifacts and companions. This was precisely what he had longed for as a child. He had dreamt of becoming a hero in the world of One Piece, wielding extraordinary powers to uphold his sense of justice. Now that opportunity had finally arrived. From this day forth, he vowed to instill fear in all malevolent pirates, aspiring to dominate the realm of One Piece. Clapping his hands, Wu Li began to feast on the pirates' banquet. Before long, the pirates stirred awake, bewildered to find themselves bound and staring in terror at this sudden bounty hunter. Having satiated his hunger, Wu Li produced a hefty stack of pirate bounty posters from his pocket, burping contentedly. It seems you are not in here." The pirates exchanged anxious glances, their faces clouded with uncertainty, yet a flicker of relief crossed their features. Wu Li then picked up the topmost poster and pointed at it, asking, "Do you have any information about this person?" The pirates squinted at the image on the bounty poster. A red-haired man with a spiky hairstyle, donned in goggles, wore a sinister grin. The pirates gasped in unison, "Captain Kidd." Wu Li was not surprised by their reaction. After all, Captain Kidd's bounty surpassed that of the Straw Hat's Monkey D. Luffy. "Speak quickly." The pirates exchanged glances before one finally said, "There have been reports of him in Northlick Town. We feared he would go on a rampage, which is why we avoided that place. And then we ran into you," another pirate lamented, nearly in tears. "Is that place far from here?" Wu Li inquired pensively, resting his chin on his hand. "Yes." With the confirmation, Wu Li's excitement surged. He immediately turned the ship around, heading toward Northlick Town based on the pirates' information. The pirates aboard wore expressions of despair, realizing they would have to face that harbinger of death. Suddenly, One of the pirates shouted. Wu Li? Isn't that the bounty hunter who has become a nightmare for pirates in the South Blue? Wasn't he in the South Blue? How did he make it to the Grand Line? The pirates swallowed hard. Nameless my foot. The bounty hunter who sent the pirates of the South Blue fleeing for their lives can't possibly be nameless. The pirates grumbled within their minds. In the Grand Line, Northlick Town. At this moment, Eustace Kidd, with his flaming red hair, wreaked havoc in the town, using gravity to draw metal objects to form a colossal arm. Many pirates lay unconscious on the ground, having been battered by Eustace Kidd, while their captain lay battered and bruised on the verge of collapse. Captain Kidd, Navy warships are nearing the port. A creature resembling a zombie, with a stitched mouth and adorned with blue-purple, thorn-like tattoos, leaned toward Eustace Kidd, whispering in his ear. Kidd, just teach them a lesson and let's leave, urged Killer, a man with golden hair and a mask. I've told you, I will kill everyone who dares to mock me. Eustace Kidd snarled, his face dark with fury. With that, his enormous fist descended once more upon the pirate captain. Run for your lives. The townsfolk began to flee, but some were struck by falling debris, crying out in pain. Not far from Northlick Town, a colossal Navy warship sped through the waters. On board, a statuesque beauty with long pink hair, Tina, fumed, damn Eustace Kidd, wreaking havoc once more. Full speed ahead this time, we must apprehend them. Yes, the Navy personnel chorused in unison. Meanwhile, Wu Li's ship was also racing forward at full throttle. This time, the opponent was formidable. Undoubtedly, Eustace Kidd, the foremost figure of the worst generation, was immensely powerful. However, Wu Li was not without confidence ever since leaving the South Blue. He had been intent on confronting Eustace Kidd. Having witnessed Kidd's numerous heinous acts, Wu Li understood the destruction he had inflicted upon the lives of the South Blue citizens. It was disheartening to discover that even in the Grand Line, he continued his path of destruction. As time slowly passed, Wu Li and his crew soon arrived at Northlick Town. The town lay in ruins, with debris scattered everywhere and thick smoke billowing in the air. Doctors clad in white coats and nurses in pink attire hurriedly transported the injured, while some citizens lent a helping hand to those in need. Witnessing the aftermath of such calamity, Wu Li's heart tightened. Realizing he had arrived too late, he clenched his fists. Just then, the task panel illuminated before him. Task. How can one allow such a calamity to befall the people and let the culprit escape? Stop the Kidd pirates from leaving the port and await the Navy's arrival. Task reward. 100 experience points. Failure penalty. No experience gained for 6 months. Perfect timing. Wu Li took a deep breath, setting his sights on Eustace Kidd and his crew as they boarded their ship, sprinting towards them with unmatched speed. Eustace Kidd's subordinates had already boarded the ship, leaving only Captain Kidd, Eustace Kidd, the killing warrior Kira, and the zombie trio behind. Stop right there. Eustace Kidd and his companions turned to face a panting youth who bore a sword at his waist and fixed a steely gaze upon them. Eustace Kidd furrowed his brow in silence, while the killing warrior Kira inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a bounty hunter, Wu Li." "A bounty hunter?" Kira's eyes narrowed. He seemed to recall a rumor about someone fitting that description. Could it be him? "I have been searching for you for quite some time. You cannot hope to escape. There is no way out," Wu Li declared, drawing his sword and pointing it at them. "Come, let us battle." Eustace Kidd revealed a cruel smile as he activated his gravitational powers, causing nearby metallic objects to tremble and begin to levitate. Wu Li's sword also began to vibrate, as if a force sought to wrench it from his grasp. This must be the manifestation of Eustace Kidd's devil fruit abilities. Suddenly, the killing warrior Kira clapped a hand on Kidd's shoulder, dissipating the gravitational pull, and exchanged a knowing glance with the zombie. The zombie understood and lunged forward, its grotesquely gaping mouth unleashing a torrent of flames toward Wu Li. A portion of Wu Li's sleeve was singed, but he swiftly retreated, evading the blaze. His sword, enveloped in a fierce aura, prepared to unleash his techniques. In his heart, he murmured, Shiyu Sanyan Flow, attack style first form, Axle Rain. This skill was the first unlocked by the heroic system, inspired by Yamamoto Takashi from the anime Kateki Hitman Reborn. It was the very foundation of his courage to confront pirates. In the next moment, the surrounding seawater seemed to swirl under an unseen influence, coalescing around his sword, launching towards the flame-spewing adversary. Upon contact, the flames hissed violently as they were doused, their ferocity diminished significantly. Yet, before Wu Li could relish his success, he sensed a sudden threat and urgently recited in his mind, defense-style second form, reverse spiral rain. Wu Li twirled his blade, summoning the water to shield against Kira's sudden assault from behind. He curled his body, bracing against Kira's strike. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, with the duo trapping Wu Li in their grip. A flicker of astonishment crossed Eustace Kidd's eyes. He had not anticipated that even their combined might would struggle to defeat this bounty hunter. The naval warship was cutting through the waves, drawing ever closer. "Boss, the Navy is coming," Kira remarked, furrowing his brow, preparing to engage while retreating alongside the zombie. Wooly discerned Kira's intentions and scoffed. "You shall not escape." Shiut Sangyan Flow, attack style third form, retention rain. He kicked his sword towards Kira, who instinctively raised his cleaver to block. Unexpectedly, Wu Li's technique shifted rapidly. Kira barely managed to evade, a shallow gash appearing on his cheek. Kira distanced himself, wiping the blood from his face and readying for an attack. Meanwhile, Eustace Kidd, growing impatient, unleashed a violent tremor from the surrounding metallic objects. In an instant, the gravitational force gathered the metal in the air, forming a colossal fist. Bang! The three combatants, previously entangled in battle, hastily dispersed. "Have you decided to take matters into your own hands, Eustace Kidd?" Wu Li's eyes gleamed with determination. Chapter 2. Wu Li versus Eustace Kidd. As Eustace Kidd struck, an overwhelming force surged forth, a powerful aura sweeping toward Wu Li. The invisible pressure bore down on him, making his breath labored as he stared intently at his opponent. Dust and debris swirled, the sound of crashing waves echoing like the calm before storm. Eustace Kidd unleashed his massive fist toward Wu Li's position. Boom! The ground where Wu Li stood was instantly transformed into a deep crater, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Cough, cough, what tremendous destructive power! Wu Li coughed, shielding his face from the dust, secretly alarmed. With sheer strength overwhelming all, few can stand against him in direct confrontation. Before Wu Li could regain his composure, another fist followed swiftly in its wake. Unable to resist, he could only evade. Repeatedly, one solid blow would render him nothing more than a smear on the ground. "Are you not here to stop my departure? Wu Li, come and fight. Why are you hiding?" Eustace Kidd bellowed in fury. With each punch, the sound reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground. This commotion drew the attention of the townsfolk in North Flick, with some recognizing Eustace Kidd's silhouette. After all, he had wreaked havoc in the town just recently, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Little did they know that Kidd had not yet departed. Why was he still battling? The sailors on the naval warship were equally astonished, taken aback that the most wanted pirate, the supernova Eustace Kidd, was being held up by someone. Tina's eyes widened in surprise, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "This is fortuitous. They are detained, granting us precious time." Kira, witnessing the approaching naval warship, began to feel the pressure. Continuing to evade was not a viable strategy with that thought. Wu Li's form seemed to transform into a streak of light. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged toward Eustace Kidd. Eustace Kidd let out a cold snort, stepping forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His enormous fist erupted with tremendous force, crashing down upon Wu Li. May rain. Wu Li's sword transformed into a cascade of fine raindrops. A dozen beams of sword light intertwined, striking the massive fist, yet only managed to cleave through a portion of the metallic mass. The onslaught of the colossal fist remained undiminished. Suspended in midair, Wu Li had no avenue for escape and could only brace for impact. The sea churned, water flowed in reverse, drawn by an unseen force. Shiut Sangyan Flow, abundant drizzle. Wu Li gripped his sword in reverse. The sword energy summoned the water, spinning rapidly to form a formidable barrier of liquid defense. As the two forces collided, the overwhelming power distorted the very fabric of space, threatening to tear the surrounding void asunder. Kira and the zombie were forced back several meters from the sheer force of the clash. Energy surged, winds howled, and the tempest disheveled Wu Li's hair. Crack! Wu Li's water barrier shattered, and cracks began to spiderweb across his sword. The immense fist, imbued with the force of a torrential flood, bore down upon Wu Li, driving him into the ground. As the dust settled, Wu Li's body remained steadfastly anchored in the vast pit, akin to an iron stake firmly driven into the ground. Wu Li's rib was fractured, and his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact, resulting in severe injuries. Blood stained his garments, yet he remained resolute, sword drawn. Even though his right hand had lost its mobility, at that moment, his figure exuded an indomitable aura. A flicker of admiration passed through Eustace Kidd's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a malevolent air. He recognized Wu Li's formidable nature and, aware of the urgency of time, resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Metallic objects littered the ground, and even distant metallic remnants from nearby towns were drawn towards Kidd's devil fruit powers, as an enormous fist loomed larger in the sky. It seemed poised to envelop the heavens, casting a shadow that gradually enveloped Wooly. The nearby sea roiled under the weight of this force, generating colossal waves. Ships in the vicinity rocked violently, and even the warship occupied by Tina felt the tremors. The naval officers aboard the warship instinctively gasped at the sight of Eustace Kid's impending assault. Such might. Tina was equally astounded, recognizing that he truly deserved his reputation as the most bountifully rewarded in this era of notorious villains. Concern began to gnaw at her regarding Wooly's ability to withstand this forthcoming onslaught. The naval warship surged forward, cleaving through the waves at maximum speed towards the site of the conflict. The pirates aboard Kid's ship anxiously sweated for their captain. If the Navy's vessel arrived, escape would become exceedingly difficult. The naval warship had already begun firing from a distance, and the ship rocked violently amidst the rising waves. Wooly closed his eyes, summoning immense effort to awkwardly maneuver his right hand to sheath his sword. Yet, no one perceived him as resigned to his fate. His left hand moved purposefully to the hilt of his sword. As Wu Li's sword returned to its sheath, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly potent, evoking a profound sense of threat, even in the formidable Eustace Kid. Although it appeared that Wu Li had reached the limits of his strength, he prepared for a final strike. Let it be known that I, Eustace Kid, am unstoppable, he bellowed. Bounty hunter Wu Li, prepare to meet your demise. A colossal fist, forged from metal as massive as a warship, surged toward Wu Li with unparalleled might. Just as the attack was about to descend upon him, Wu Li's eyes flew open. With his left hand grasping the sword, he unsheathed it, unleashing a blinding arc of sword light. Shiyu Tsungyan, Lu Xiao to you. The radiant blade cleaved the massive fist in twain. With a fierce roar, Eustace Kid's fragmented warship-like fist continued its relentless advance toward Wu Li. Shiyu Tsungyan, special technique. Yan's beak. Wu Li swiftly unleashed a barrage of sword lights. The ferocious sword energy seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space, as the enormous fist fractured, splintering with a series of sharp cracks, and metallic shards cascaded down. Those witnessing this spectacle were left in stunned silence. Such a formidable assault had been thwarted. Yet, the sword in Wu Li's hand bore numerous cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. To withstand the onslaught of the notorious Captain Eustace Kid, who commanded a bounty of 315 million berries, raised the question, who exactly was this Wu Li? The sheer number of techniques he employed to counter Kid's attack underscored the latter's immense strength. Sweat beads adorned Wu Li's forehead as he endured the tumultuous surge of his blood, drawing in deep breaths. For him, it felt as though he had exerted nearly all of his strength. Eustace Kid, intent on continuing his assault, staggered and began to collapse towards the ground. The previous strike had drained him significantly, leaving him temporarily weakened. Kira swiftly supported Eustace Kid, hoisting him onto his back and hastening towards the ship of the Kid pirates, all the while shouting for the crew aboard to set sail immediately. As Wu Li attempted to pursue, his foot suddenly faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. A horde of zombies surged towards him, engulfed in a fierce inferno, akin to incendiary projectiles, instantly surrounding Wu Li. Wu Li, with great effort, attempted to wield his sword once more in a desperate bid to unleash a final strike. Yet, to his dismay, the blade shattered, disintegrating into fragments that fell into the flames. Nevertheless, the remnants of the sword's aura extinguished the fire. Although this presented the optimal opportunity to vanquish Wu Li, time was of the essence, for the naval fleet had already arrived. Kira and the others hastily returned to their vessel, which began to evade the cannon fire of the warships as it sought to escape. Wu Li murmured, I truly gave it my all. After uttering these words, he closed his eyes and collapsed. In a hazy moment, he felt a gentle body supporting him, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. There was no time for further contemplation. As his head tilted, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Wu Li's head rested perfectly upon Tina's ample bosom, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She initially contemplated delivering a slap, but upon realizing he was genuinely unconscious, she refrained. With her face still tinged with crimson, Tina summoned someone to tend to Wu Li while she directed the warship in pursuit of Kid and his gang. Meanwhile, a soft chime resonated within Wu Li's mind, indicating the completion of his mission, although he remained blissfully unaware in his stupor. Chapter 3, Mission, World Conscription. It has been 2 days since the battle at Norselek. Wu Li also awakened from his stupor, gazing at his form bound in white cloth. Wooly couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. Indeed, he was formidable, the highest bountied supernova in this era of extreme malevolence. However, Wooly did not belittle himself. Should they meet again, he was resolutely determined to subdue him. Wooly suddenly slapped his forehead. Have I completed the task? With this thought, he immediately went to check. Indeed, the task interface indicated that the mission was accomplished, and he received a reward of 82 experience points. Naturally, these experience points should be utilized to upgrade the heroic path system. In Wooly's mind, the data from the chivalry system transformed into Swordmaster, LV2, 42500, name, Wooly skills, time rain song yin flow, 99. Floating rain divine wind sword, 1, chivalric energy, 43. During the upgrade process within the chivalry system, Wooly sensed an immensely powerful sword intent concealed within his body, clearly indicative of a newly unlocked skill. This is the seed of sword intent. As Wooly's comprehension of the sword deepens, its potency will intensify. And under the nurturing of the sword intent, Wooly's strength and physical attributes will also flourish. The injuries that Wooly had previously sustained were miraculously healing at an astonishing pace. Now, equipped with 2 formidable sword techniques, he felt confident that he could defeat Eustace Kid should they cross paths again. Clenching his fist, Wooly smiled. At that moment, a naval lieutenant entered, and upon seeing Wooly awake and seemingly unscathed, he expressed his surprise, saying, "You appear to be quite well. Your recovery is remarkable. By the way, Major Tina wishes to see you." Major Tina? Wooly paused at the mention of her name. "I could use a breath of fresh air. I've been cooped up in here for days, and it's stifling." With that, he stood up and made his way toward the deck. The naval lieutenant watched Wooly's retreating figure, opening his mouth to caution him against overexerting himself due to his injuries, but seeing Wooly appear unharmed, he swallowed his words. He proceeded to report to Major Tina. As he gazed at the bustling naval base and inhaled the crisp air, it truly felt like a splendid day. Wooly's mood began to brighten. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, the sound of footsteps behind him grew increasingly distinct. Turning around, he beheld a strikingly attractive woman clad in a naval uniform, a cigarette perched between her lips, approaching him with graceful strides. Seeing Wooly haphazardly wandering about with bandages wrapped around him, Tina could not help but furrow her brow and admonish. "You ought to take proper care of your injuries and refrain from roaming around aimlessly." Wooly coughed a few times and said, "My injuries have nearly healed. I am grateful for your rescue. However, I am uncertain about Eustace Kid and the others." Before Wooly could finish his words, Tina gestured for him to stop, a hint of surprise crossing her face as she said, "It is our duty as the Navy to assist anyone injured by pirates, including you. That said, your recovery seems remarkably swift. Just yesterday, you were on the brink of death. As for Kid and his crew, we made every effort to pursue them, yet they managed to escape by sheer luck." A flicker of regret passed through Tina's eyes. Wooly felt a tinge of regret. However, considering his enhanced abilities, he resolved not to let them escape again. "You haven't told me your name yet," Tina remarked, gazing at Wooly. Her curiosity piqued regarding his origins. "Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself," Wooly replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I am Wooly, a bounty hunter." "A bounty hunter?" Tina's eyes glimmered with intrigue upon hearing the term. "With your prowess, you ought to be a notable figure. Why have I not heard of you before?" "Well, I was previously active in the South Sea and have only just arrived at the Grand Line," Wooly explained. "I witnessed your battle against Eustace Kid. Your strength is commendable, and you possess a sense of justice," Tina remarked, her gaze filled with admiration for Wooly. This praise left him somewhat bashful. Then, in a serious tone, Tina continued, "The Navy headquarters is currently conducting a global recruitment drive. I am Rear Admiral Tina, and I hope you will consider joining our ranks to aid in combating the pirate menace." Global recruitment? Wooly recalled the recent momentous event, the fierce battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford, which had far-reaching implications. This conflict made the Navy's upper echelons acutely aware of the insufficiency of their high-level forces and the scarcity of mid-level strength, thus initiating a worldwide enlistment campaign. With the rank of Rear Admiral, the higher the rank, the more recommendations one can make. An admiral has 2 recommendation slots. I initially had 2 recommendations, but I have already utilized them not long ago. As she spoke, Tina felt a bit awkward, yet she regained her confidence, asserting, "But rest assured, I will certainly secure a slot for you." The global recruitment had progressed substantially, Joining midway required the endorsement of an inspector. Ding. Simultaneously, a new task appeared on the interface of the chivalry system in Wu Li's mind. Task: participate in and pass the global recruitment. Objective: to stabilize the situation and uphold world peace. Choosing to join the Navy is only fitting. This aligns with the noble spirit of a chivalrous individual. And it is also an opportunity to witness the justice within the Navy. Become a sailor through the global recruitment. Task reward: 200 experience points. Task penalty: deduct 80 experience points. Skill blockade for 1 year. This penalty seemed rather severe. Thus, participating in the global recruitment became imperative, as the stakes were high. Chapter 4. Wu Li vs. CP6. Jelly Tina and her companions had been stationed at the Navy base near Norfolk Town for several days. Wu Li's injuries have largely healed. Tina summoned her naval soldiers, preparing to depart from the naval base. Just as she was about to board the warship, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Major General Tina, where are you planning to set sail? Wu Li turned to the source of the voice and saw a tall, slender figure adorned with glasses, revealing a sinister smile. He was not clad in a naval uniform, but rather donned a blue suit, with the emblem of the world government embroidered on the left side of his chest. Tina cast a cold glance at him and remarked, "Isn't this Lord Jerry from CP6? Previously, he influenced the base's Major General to reject my recommendation. What is his intention this time?" Reflecting on her frustration, Tina felt a surge of anger as she realized her recommendation quota had been squandered. Yet she had assured Wu Li that he would secure a spot for world conscription through this very individual. When the base's Major General had acquiesced, Jerry had clandestinely whispered a few words, persuading the official to change his mind. "You are about to set sail, so naturally, I have come to bid you farewell." Jerry adjusted his glasses and regarded Wu Li with a sly grin. "Is this the individual you wish to recommend?" "The bounty hunter Wu Li, who previously made quite a name for himself in my homeland, the South China Sea, renowned as the strongest sea region. He has dispatched numerous bountied pirates to the naval prison, instilling a sense of dread among pirates, becoming a nightmare they wish to evade." Upon hearing Jerry's words, Tina could not help but turn her gaze toward Wu Li, surprised to discover his remarkable notoriety in the South China Sea. Wu Li shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Tina, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Since you are aware, why do you oppose granting him the quota?" "The world conscription is overseen by the Clandestine Intelligence Agency, CP, which is directly affiliated with the global government." "Because of you," Jerry replied, casting a glance at Tina. "Because of me?" Just as confusion enveloped Tina, Jerry's subsequent remark caused her expression to shift to one of icy resolve. "How is your mentor faring?" Jerry, seemingly oblivious to the chill emanating from Tina's gaze, continued ominously, "Such heretical and unstable elements ought to be eliminated without delay. Would you not agree, Major Tina?" As his words faded, a formidable aura emanated from Tina, manifesting as metallic tendrils that lashed out toward Jerry. Swoosh. Crash. Jerry evaded Tina's assault with one of the Navy's 6 techniques, leaving a deep, iron-like mark on the ground. "Major Tina, unprovoked attacks against officials of the world government will result in accountability," Jerry remarked with a smile, showing no sign of fear in the face of Tina's aggression. The fury in Tina's eyes lingered as she prepared to strike again. However, someone faster than her intervened. Wu Li wielded the sheath of his sword as a weapon, launching an attack toward Jerry. Jerry narrowed his eyes, adopting a yoga stance while throwing a punch at Wu Li. Within mere breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the muddy ground beneath them riddled with cracks. The white bandages adorning Wu Li's body were faintly tinged with crimson. Nina gritted her teeth and said, "Wu Li, enough. Stop it." Jelly sneered, "It's too late." With a spiral flying kick, Jelly suddenly soared into the air, rotating gracefully. His feet enveloped in an overwhelming force as they struck towards Wu Li. The gust of his kick swept through, shearing away a layer of the ground as if it were mere tofu. The sword sheath in Wu Li's grasp was enveloped by a fierce sword aura, effectively blocking Jerry's assault. A resounding crash echoed, as if the very air were being compressed and spilling outward, causing Tina's hair to dance wildly. Meanwhile, alarms began to blare at the naval base, drawing attention toward the unfolding chaos. On the warship, Tina's subordinates began to express their concern for Wu Li's safety. Jerry, witnessing his attack thwarted by Wu Li, ascended once more into the air, his fists shrouded in a formidable armed hockey. With a flurry of rapid punches, the Aurora Flash strike unleashed a barrage of blows that dazzled the onlookers with its sheer speed. The ground trembled as if bombarded by artillery, splintering under the relentless assault. The surrounding spectators were taken aback by the sheer destructive power of the technique. Yet, within Tina's eyes, a glimmer of worry lingered. The strength necessary to contend with Kid was undoubtedly not inferior to Jerry's, but therein lay the dilemma. Wu Li's injuries had yet to fully heal, although his body was recuperating swiftly. At this moment, the bandages adorning his body were completely soaked in crimson, yet he exhibited no sign of retreat. Tina extended her arm, wielding a black iron rod, poised to intervene, only to be rendered speechless by the ensuing spectacle. Enveloped by the shadows of a fist, Wu Li remained unperturbed, gradually raising the scabbard of his sword, the essence of his blade surging forth. The first form of the floating feather divine wind sword style, swift. A fierce sword aura, akin to a tempest, swept through, obliterating Jelly's fist shadow as effortlessly as autumn winds scatter fallen leaves. Instinctively, Jelly activated one of the Marine's 6 styles, Iron Block. However, he was still akin to a kite severed from its string, sent crashing heavily to the ground, a fresh wound marking his chest. He glared at Wu Li, his eyes brimming with animosity, gritting his teeth. Do you realize the consequences of attacking a world government official? You are doomed. Tina's gaze sharpened at his words. As a rear admiral, attacking a world government official might merely result in a verbal reprimand from her superiors. Yet for a bounty hunter to do so, Jelly then turned to the Marines stationed at the base, bellowing in fury. Did you not witness this bounty hunter assaulting a world government official? What are you waiting for? Seize them at once. In the next instant, the base's cannons trained their sights on Wu Li, while armed Marines began to encircle him. What do you intend to do? Stand down at once, Tina shouted, her brow furrowed, addressing the Marines at the base. They exchanged glances between the fallen Jelly and Tina, clad in the Justice Marine uniform, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Just then, the base's commanding rear admiral approached, flanked by 2 individuals. One sported a pink, middle-parted hairstyle and wore iron rings on his fingers. The other donned heart-shaped glasses, holding a circular blade suspended by fine thread. Seeing the arrival of the base commander initially brought a glimmer of hope to Jelly's eyes, yet upon recognizing the 2 figures, his expression darkened. He was well aware of their identities. Iron Fist Fumbuti and Hypnotist Zango, both subordinates of Tina. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the rear admiral understood that such commotion would not go unnoticed. He gestured for the Marines to lower their weapons and stated, Wu Li and Rear Admiral Tina repelled Kid's crew a few days ago, thus assisting in the defense of my jurisdiction against pirates. This is a misunderstanding. Let us resolve it amicably. As he spoke, the admiral glanced at Tina, who nodded slightly. He then turned to Jelly, who, under the admiral's scrutiny, begrudgingly acquiesced. The prospect of amicable resolution was utterly unattainable. Thus, after bidding farewell to Tina and the admiral, Wu Li boarded the warship, all the while under Jelly's sullen gaze. The vessel set sail, gradually fading into the horizon. On board, Hypnotist Zango cast a disdainful glance at Wu Li before gazing adoringly at Tina. Where are we headed? Tina, without looking at him, remarked softly, we are going to find Master Zifa. Under the radiant sun, the sea appeared to be draped in a shimmering veil of silver, waves chasing one another playfully. The former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zifa? The crew aboard the ship expressed their astonishment, not anticipating that Tina was a pupil of Black Arm Zifa. Wherever Rear Admiral Tina goes, I shall follow unwaveringly until death, Hypnotist Zango declared, his hands clasped tightly, a look of adoration on his face. Tina cast a glance at Wu Li's bloodied bandages, an inexplicable emotion flickering within her, pondering what he was lost in thought about. Recalling Jelly's words from CP6, she began to frown, wondering if they were indeed planning to strike against Master Zifa. Unbeknownst to anyone, Wu Li was engrossed within the confines of his mind. Immersed in a heroic system. Swordmaster. Level 2, 42500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Tsangyin Style, 99. Floating Feather Divine Wind Style Sword, 12. Quest, participate in and pass the world recruitment. 200 experience points. Chapter 5. Borrowing money to buy a sword as Tina's warship gradually disappeared over the horizon. The commanding rear admiral of the base retracted his gaze and turned to Jelly, who had inexplicably produced a din-din mushi, frowning as he inquired, is it true that the world government intends to take action against Admiral Zifa? It is former Admiral Zifa, Jelly emphasized, recalling how previously he had been allowed to stir trouble without consequence, thanks to a certain admiral's vehement opposition to any punitive measures. he continued, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. Now that the marshal has changed, that admiral has also departed from the Marines. The rear admiral's eyes narrowed. Could it be? Indeed. It is he, Akiji Kazan. At that moment, Jelly's den mushy emitted a series of beeps, and he answered the call. Jelly? Came a muffled voice from the other end. Sir, it's me. How goes the list of individuals to monitor? Smoker and Tina should be considered high-priority surveillance targets. Furthermore, their meeting with Zifa here undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Continue monitoring. The call ended abruptly. Jelly, holding the den mushy, gazed at the direction in which Tina's warship had vanished, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Days later, Tina's warship arrived at a town. As she briefed her subordinates, Wooly wore a troubled expression, staring at his now-defunct scabbard. His sword had been destroyed in the previous battle with Kid, and now his scabbard lay in ruins after the confrontation with Jelly of CP6. Oh dear, I truly need to procure a new sword. Otherwise, I shall be utterly defenseless in battle. Wooly sighed. As a swordsman, his strength was intrinsically linked to his blade. A swordsman without a sword is akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. The notion of wielding his fingers as a substitute for a sword was beyond Wu Li's capabilities. The swords aboard the warship were standard issue and could not withstand the force of his sword aura. Thus, his immediate priority was to find a usable sword. Wu Li approached Tina, scratching his head in embarrassment as he spoke. Major Tina, could you lend me 100,000 berries for the time being? I promise to return it as soon as I can. Tina was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Wu Li to ask her for money. Aren't you a bounty hunter? How can you be short on cash? The hypnotist, Zhang Ao, eyed him skeptically, recalling the words of CP6 Jelly, who mentioned that Wu Li had nearly captured all the pirates in the South Sea, instilling fear among them. You must have made quite a fortune, he added. Well, it's not much, really. I just happened to spend it all, Wu Li chuckled. Zhang Ao and Finbudi continued to regard him with suspicion, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. They both pondered, could this person before them be an imposter? However, the intelligence from CP was undoubtedly reliable, and judging by his performance in battle that day, he indeed possessed such strength. Tina, however, did not dwell on these thoughts and calmly instructed Finbudi, just give it to him. Hesitantly, Finbudi handed over the 100,000 berries to Wu Li, who gratefully accepted the money. Tina then curiously inquired, what do you intend to do with the borrowed funds? I wish to purchase a sword. Wu Li replied. Observing the almost deformed sheath in his hand, Tina remarked, there likely aren't any good swords in this town. Once we return to the Navy headquarters, I can procure a better one for you. I would like to search for something usable first, Wu Li stated. Very well, Tina acquiesced. The hypnotist, feeling a tinge of jealousy at Tina's concern for Wu Li, cast a sidelong glance at him. I heard Smoker arrived before us. We should head over now, Tina commanded. The others should rest and stand by on the warship. Upon arriving in the town, Wu Li and Tina parted ways. After a considerable time, Wu Li finally came to his senses, gazing at the vanishing silhouettes of Tina and the others, and opened his mouth. I forgot to inquire where to find them later. Chapter 6. The Justdaski. Wu Li arrived at the bustling streets of the town, gazing at the myriad of goods and the throngs of people passing by. The vibrancy and clamor of the town, coupled with the rich scent of humanity, enveloped him in an almost otherworldly sensation. After a brief moment of reverie, Wu Li regained his composure and commenced his quest to acquire a sword. Wu Li casually strolled into a weapons shop. The owner, who had been languidly resting on the counter, suddenly brightened at the sight of him. Instantly invigorated, he hurried to Wu Li's side and, with a sycophantic demeanor, exclaimed, Esteemed guest, it is an honor to welcome your presence. Wu Li nodded slightly, remaining silent as he began to examine the samurai swords. Noticing Wu Li's actions, the proprietor chuckled and remarked, Our establishment has been a time-honored brand for over a century. The swords here are all of the finest quality. However, Wu Li paid little heed to the owner's boastfulness, feeling somewhat disheartened. The majority of the swords on display were inferior even to the standard naval sabers, with only one or two that could be considered marginally superior. Wu Li casually selected a slightly better katana from the shop and inquired, What is the price of this sword? 200,000 berry, came the response. At that moment, a girl passing by halted in her tracks upon hearing the shopkeeper's quote. Upon hearing the price quoted by his employer, Wu Li was momentarily taken aback. So expensive? The boss, observing Wu Li's reaction, wore an expression that suggested he felt he had suffered a significant loss, and remarked, "I shall sell it to you for a mere 150,000 berries." Wooly rummaged through his pockets and sighed, "But I only have 10 berries." "Then it's yours for 100,000 berries," replied the proprietor with a straightforward tone, which left Wooly feeling somewhat uneasy, though he couldn't quite articulate why. The katana he had selected was undoubtedly the finest in the establishment, perhaps even the prized possession of the shop, which justified such a price. His previous swords in the South Sea had been taken directly from pirates, leaving him utterly inexperienced in the market. "Very well, I shall take this sword." As Wooly began to retrieve the money, the proprietor felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a substantial catch. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out from the doorway, "Wait." Wooly paused in the act of retrieving his money, and the shopkeeper's countenance darkened as he turned to gaze at the newcomer at the door. The speaker was a girl adorned with spectacles, clad in a pink coat, her waist embellished with 2 gleaming blades. Wooly gazed at her, Dasky. Recalling what Tina had mentioned about Smog's arrival, Dasky's presence in this town came as no surprise. A merchant must possess a sense of integrity. Approaching the proprietor of the weapon shop, Dasky asserted, "This dagger is worth no more than 50,000 berries. How can one deliberately inflate the price to 100,000? She then turned to Wooly and remarked, "This blade is not worth such a sum." The proprietor of the weapon shop was initially quite irate, but upon noticing the word justice emblazoned on the back of Dashki, a cold sweat instantly broke out upon his forehead. The weapon shop owner stammered, seemingly preparing to utter something, when Dashki promptly pulled Wooly out of the store. Dashki then remarked, "There is a weapon shop in this town where the blades are superior to those here. Allow me to lead you there." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a resounding roar echoed from a nearby street. Simultaneously, shouts of anger and cries of distress could be heard, startling the passers-by. Darsky dashed toward the source of the thunderous sound beside Wooly. After a moment of contemplation, Wooly followed suit. In the middle of the street, a vehicle was being drawn, upon which rested a colossal statue. The beast pulling the cart was an enormous hippopotamus, seemingly driven into a frenzy by some unseen provocation. It galloped forward with reckless abandon, sending terrified pedestrians flying as they couldn't evade its path. A woman clutching her child watched in horror as the hippopotamus charged toward her, her face drained of color. The little girl in her arms began to weep. The onlookers, witnessing this alarming scene, were filled with anxiety. Those riding atop the hippopotamus appeared flustered, clearly unable to regain control. The massive feet of the creature descended toward the woman and her child. As she looked up at the shadow cast by the enormous foot, despair enveloped her heart. Suddenly, a flash of pink materialized before her. Darsky crouched low, her hands gripping her blade with great effort as she braced against the impending stomp of the hippopotamus. Sensing the obstruction to its advance, the beast's eyes glinted with a dismissive, almost human-like disdain. With a mighty roar, it pressed down harder, causing the ground to buckle beneath its weight. Darsky struggled to maintain her stance against the overwhelming force, her back bowing under the pressure. With a determined grit, she summoned an immense surge of strength, managing to lift the gigantic hippopotamus slightly. In that fleeting moment, as its foot hovered above the ground, a glimmer of steel flashed. Darsky's blade sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, leaving a deep, gaping wound on the hippopotamus's foot, blood gushing forth. In that instant, she whisked the mother and daughter away from the danger below. The hippopotamus let out a pained roar, its injured foot unable to support its weight, causing it to stagger unsteadily. The riders atop the beast were equally alarmed. With a resounding crash, the colossal creature collapsed onto the street, sending tremors through the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Thank you for saving us," the mother of the little girl uttered, relief washing over her. The child, having ceased her crying, gazed up at Darsky with her large, reddened eyes. Darsky offered a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. "It's all right now," she reassured softly. The individuals atop the hippopotamus appeared to have sustained only minor injuries, merely scrapes and bruises. Ugh! One of them spat out the dust in his mouth. "She injured the hippopotamus. What will Lord Monka say about this?" "Kill her," another growled, raising their weapon toward Darsky. In an instant, Darsky materialized before them, catching them off guard, and with a swift motion, sent them sprawling. Suddenly, a commotion erupted further down the street. "What is happening?" The crowd instinctively parted, allowing passage for the newcomers. Those caught off guard were swiftly felled by a single strike. "Ah, you've blocked my way." A towering man with a steel jaw and a massive axe strapped to his arm strode into view. The gathered spectators, seized by terror, scattered in every direction. Wooly was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see him. The fugitive Monka, Dasky exclaimed in surprise. It was over. Monka had made an appearance. That female swordsman had injured his pet and subordinates. Monka gazed at the fallen men around him and then at the colossal hippopotamus that lay defeated. Anger flickered in his eyes, but upon noticing the undamaged colossal statue on the vehicle, his heart eased slightly. Chapter 7. The enraged Monka at a dojo in the town. A detachment of Marines stood guard outside. Tina entered without hindrance, evidently having received prior instructions. The hypnotist Zango and Iron Fist Fumbuti followed closely behind her, their expressions grave, though they were puzzled as to why former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr and his new navy were present. Shortly after entering the dojo, they spotted Smoker. Clad in a long coat emblazoned with the word Justice on the back and wearing sunglasses, seated and puffing on smoke. Smoker, you arrived rather early, Tina remarked with a smile, taking a seat beside him. Zango and Fumbuti instinctively kept their distance, refraining from interrupting Tina's reunion. I just got here. Not much earlier than you. I still haven't seen Teacher Z. He went out and will return shortly, Smoker replied nonchalantly, cigarette in mouth. I heard you requested a transfer to the Navy's G5 branch in the New World. What prompted that decision? Tina inquired, unable to fathom why Smoker would want to leave the relative comfort of headquarters for the solitary outpost in the New World. I have my reasons. It brings me closer to my aspirations, Smoker responded, his gaze resolute as he thought of the Straw Hat crew that had already ventured into the New World. Observing Smoker's determined demeanor, Tina chose not to press further. Remembering rumors about the G5 branch, she warned, I've heard those in G5 are notorious for their ruthless behavior. Integrating with them might prove challenging. Not to worry, I can handle it, Smoker assured her. By the way, where's Dasky? Tina asked, aware that Dasky had also been reassigned alongside Smoker. She mentioned something about exploring the town. He replied. Meanwhile, on the town streets, Dasky confronted Monka, her expression serious. You have caused destruction to the townsfolk. I must apprehend you as a naval fugitive. Arrest me? Huh? You think you can take me down? You are sorely mistaken, Monka retorted with a derisive laugh. Unwavering, Dasky lunged forward, her blade aimed at him. The fierce clash of steel echoed as her sword met Monka's axe with a resounding strike. With a steady demeanor, Monka effortlessly parried her attack. Dasky unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, her blade slicing through the air like a razor. However, Monka's presence shifted. Having escaped under the watchful eye of Admiral Karp in recent years, his strength had significantly increased. To him, Dasky seemed merely a Na'vi girl. Monka, having been a colonel years prior due to the Straw Hat crew, felt his irritation grow as he recalled this. His attacks intensified, and Dasky narrowly avoided several of his deadly strikes. With a forceful swing, Monka's axe missed her, causing her to retreat against the statue. Yet, before she could catch her breath, Monka's assault resumed, his axe striking down with overwhelming force. Dasky's expression shifted as she swiftly dodged. The axe crashed against the vehicle bearing the statue, shattering the wheel with a loud crack. The towering sculpture began to wobble precariously. With a fierce expression, Monka watched as it succumbed to gravity, crashing to the ground and sending dust flying. As the dust settled, the ground lay cracked, and the statue's head lay severed. No. Monka's eyes bulged with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, a furious inferno igniting within him. You are truly cursed. That was a representation of my power. A grand symbol. You have destroyed it, and now I shall obliterate you. Chapter 8. Monka, I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon. Back at the dojo, Tina furrowed her brow. Hey, Smoker, do you know why Teacher Z asked us to assist in locating the map? Having received Z's favor in the past, I feel compelled to assist. Yet, I too am puzzled as to why he requires our help in finding a map, Smoker replied, his gaze distant. Tina fell silent for a moment. Ever since that incident, Teacher Z has undergone a significant transformation. Now, CP is closely monitoring him for reasons unknown. Smoker remained silent, his brow furrowed, smoke swirling around him obscuring his features. Suddenly, a Marine rushed in, breathless. General Smoker. Major Tina. Major Dasky is engaged in combat on the streets. Smoker's head snapped up, focusing on the messenger. His intimidating visage, combined with a scar, rendered the Marine speechless with fear. Apologies, I don't have all the details. The Marine stammered. Enough of that. We should investigate. We have nothing else to occupy our time, Tina said indifferently, with a nod from Smoker. They rose and headed toward the battle. Zango and Fumbuti exchanged glances and followed suit. In the shadows, several CP assassins in black suits observed the unfolding conflict with keen interest. One of them produced a miniature transponder snail, beginning to report to their superior. Report to Commander Jerry. Major Tina's ship recently arrived in this town. It appears Major Dasky is also present and currently engaged in combat with the fugitive former Major Monka. However, there is no sign of General Smoker, the cloaked figure reported, a hint of surprise in their tone. Since Dasky is here, Smoker should be nearby as well. Jerry paused. As for the fugitive Monka, he may be disregarded for now. Your current task is to investigate the simultaneous presence of Major Tina and General Smoker. Understood, Commander. Have you detected any trace of Zephyr? Jerry inquired. None so far. If the intelligence is accurate, he should also be in the area. Continue your surveillance and report back promptly, Jerry instructed. Yes, Commander. The CP assassin responded, tucking away the transponder snail. Glancing around the crowd, they felt an unsettling sensation, as if being watched. However, upon closer inspection, they found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a figment of their imagination. Woolley withdrew his gaze, pondering the persistent presence of the CP organization. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose to disregard them. For the battle between Dasky and Monka on the street had reached a fever pitch, poised on the brink of resolution. Dasky observed Monka's destruction of the entire thoroughfare, gritting her teeth as the lethality of her blade intensified with each strike. Following one of Monka's attacks, a flaw was revealed, igniting a spark of determination in Dasky's eyes as she seized the opportunity to launch her counterattack. With a hum, Dasky's blade, named Little Night Rain, was enveloped in a shroud of black hockey. Slash of the rain. She unleashed a blinding strike, the gleaming arc of her sword cascading towards Monka like a torrential downpour. Monka's eyes narrowed, his expression betraying a newfound gravity. Enhanced by hockey, Dasky's offensive prowess was formidable. Despite Monka's utmost efforts to withstand her onslaught, he was forced back several paces, numerous fine wounds marring his skin. Could that female naval officer truly triumph over the axe-wielding Monka? A pirate concealed among the crowd marveled. Slash of the rain? Intriguing, mused Wu Li from the sidelines. His interest piqued, though it was evident that victory was a daunting prospect for Dasky. Monka, unfazed by his bleeding wounds, shifted his stance. It appears you possess some strength, but such a level is insufficient. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Monka's gaze sharpened as he let out a low growl, unleashing a formidable aura that rippled outward. As he swung his axe, the very air fractured, a tempest howling in response. Dasky braced herself, attempting to counter Monka's assault with her blade. Thud! The force of Monka's might sent her staggering back several meters. Just as she lifted her head to retaliate, Monka was already upon her. The axe descended with terrifying ferocity, aimed directly at Dasky. With a sickening thud, Dasky was sent hurtling backwards, blood spilling from her lips. Just as she braced for impact with the ground, she felt someone catch her. Turning her head, she found herself face to face with the fool who had nearly spent a fortune on a sword. Another one rushing to their demise. Wu Li said to Dachi, "May I borrow your sword for a moment?" Wu Li deftly extracted the second blade, Huazhou, from Daki's waist, precisely parrying Monka's iron axe. Monka staggered back a few paces, while Wu Li, utilizing Monka's momentum, created a distance of several steps, gently setting Daki down. Wu Li pointed his sword towards Meng Ka, solemnly declaring, "Meng Ka, I shall eradicate you in the name of the moon." Dasky, initially filled with apprehension, found a spark of confidence ignited within her heart upon hearing Wu Li's words. Despite not fully grasping their meaning, Meng Ka, incensed, wore a grim expression, his eyes ablaze with fury, and a vein pulsated ominously at his temple. Was this newcomer, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, daring to belittle him? Such audacity was utterly unforgivable. In his fury, the axe wielder transformed into a colossal axe shadow, cleaving downwards from the heavens to the earth. Whirlwinds erupted in all directions, resonating with thunderous explosions, a cacophony of sound reverberating through the air. The immense axe, spanning dozens of meters, swept across the street with unparalleled momentum, a single blow that seemed capable of severing all in its path, heading directly towards Wu Li. Those observing could not help but hold their breath, instinctively retreating. The overwhelming aura was too formidable, causing their perception of the surrounding environment to lag. Had it begun to snow? Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, blanketing the streets and roofs in pristine white. Wu Li's blade was soon adorned with a layer of frost as Ming Ka's assault shattered the crystalline snowflakes. Initially small, the snow began to fall more heavily. The wind intensifying, and the snowflakes growing larger, weaving a white veil that obscured everything from view. Suddenly, a voice broke through the chaos, second form of the floating feather divine wind sword, blowing snow. As the blizzard gradually dissipated, the onlookers began to discern the figures within the swirling snow. Wu Li turned toward Dasky, and behind him, a spray of blood erupted from Manka, staining the white snow as he collapsed. Chapter 9. The Scroll of the Sword Path. What? Only a single strike? Manka was defeated with just one blow. The onlookers gazed in shock, as if they had witnessed a ghost, their expressions filled with disbelief at the figure before them. Dasky, equally astonished, lost his glasses in the commotion and hurriedly searched for them, eventually managing to pick them up and put them back on. A sense of admiration mixed with curiosity swelled within him. Such formidable strength, particularly in swordsmanship. How could he be an unknown individual? Who was he? In the crowd, Smog's eyes glimmered with surprise as he remarked, "Is this the Wu Li you mentioned who requires a quota?" Tina responded with a smile, "Indeed, that is him. Did I misjudge him?" Smog took a puff from his cigarette, acknowledging his strength is indeed sufficient. While the crowd remained astonished at Manka's swift defeat, Wu Li perceived something unseen by others. After Manka fell, numerous energy orbs erupted from his body and merged into Wu Li. Manka, having previously abused his military power as a colonel, had cast a shadow over the residents of Shell's town, accumulating numerous sins. Wu Li, who was initially approaching Dasky, halted as new information appeared in his mind's eye regarding the heroic path system. Swordmaster, LV2, 122500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyut Songyin Flow, 99. Fuyun Shinfeng Flow Sword, 24. Heroic Value, 53. Mission, participate in and pass the world recruitment, 200 ding. Heroic value has reached over 50. Please click to claim your reward. Wu Li observed a grand gift appearing on the system interface, piqued by curiosity. Previously, he had harbored some confusion, unable to comprehend the true utility of the so-called heroic spirit points. It now seemed that upon reaching a certain threshold of these points, the system would bestow a reward. What precisely this reward entailed remained a mystery. Wu Li opened the grand gift package within the system interface, and suddenly, an ancient-looking scroll materialized before him. Beneath it lay a description of the scroll. Swordsmanship Essence Scroll 1 Usage Instructions. If used on a sword technique that has reached level 99. The Swordsmanship Essence Scroll grants the ability to comprehend the essence of that technique. While Wu Li was immersed in his elation, a figure approached him, with a swift motion. A bronze-skinned man sporting a distinctive mustache appeared before Wu Li. Wu Li's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated, instinctively creating distance between himself and the approaching figure. However, the newcomer's reach exceeded his expectations, and Wu Li was struck squarely by a powerful punch. He was forcefully slammed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. As Wu Li rose to his feet, the visitor reappeared before him once more. The sixth form, Finger Spear. The tips of his 5 fingers gathered strength, and in the blink of an eye, they shot forth like bullets, piercing through the air towards Wu Li. The rain of the Songyin swallows, abundant rain blows. Wu Li's expression grew grave as he wielded the huazhou, summoning forth a swirling torrent of water that coalesced into a protective barrier. In an instant, he was enveloped by this fluid shield. Crack! Despite its liquid form, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the air as Wu Li's defensive barrier succumbed to the overwhelming force of the spear's strike, fracturing upon impact. A heavy sensation enveloped Wu Li's heart. This was his most formidable defensive skill, yet it had been so effortlessly shattered. He had no choice but to temporarily evade the onslaught in search of an opportunity. However, his speed was no match for his opponent, as he was swiftly pursued despite several attempts to dodge. Sixth form, Finger Gun. Just as he realized he could not escape, his adversary pointed a finger at him, rendering evasion impossible. Chapter 10. The Emergence of Black Wrist Zephyr. Suddenly, a swirl of white smoke materialized before Wu Li, transforming into a figure that shielded him from the impending assault. Wu Li focused his gaze, recognizing the white hunter smoker. Smoker? Shuzhua, step back. A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the air. With his bronze skin and unusually long arms, Shuzhua hesitated not for a moment before retreating to the side of a solitary figure. A group stood nearby, led by an individual with short purple hair, clad in black light armor, and adorned with a colossal iron arm crusher. The hidden CP assassins. upon glimpsing this person, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, nearly gasping aloud. One swiftly produced a miniature Din Mushi, ready to report to his superior, only to be interrupted by a series of unfamiliar yet haunting screams filled with dread. His complexion turned ashen, and he was about to curse at the foolishness of making such easily detectable sounds. Turning around, he was met with sheer horror as he realized his once familiar companions had transformed into youths. Among them stood an additional figure, a stunning beauty with flowing sea blue wavy hair and an X-shaped scar on her right leg. To him, the scene was nothing short of terrifying, as he witnessed his comrades vanish into thin air after mere touches from this enchanting lady. A name surfaced in his mind, and he cried out in panic, "Please, don't kill me." At that moment, the miniature Din Mushi in his hand emitted a series of frantic beeps, causing him to drop it in terror, not daring to glance at it again. Yet the beauty before him remained undisturbed, utilizing her fruit abilities to erase his existence entirely. Meanwhile, Tina, upon seeing that individual, exclaimed, "Teacher Z." This figure was none other than the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, known as Black Arm Zephyr, who had fought countless pirates throughout his life without ever taking a life, now the supreme commander of the Neo Navy. He was also the mentor to Tina, Smoker, and many other distinguished naval officers, including the three admirals. Zephyr laughed heartily, addressing Smoker and Tina. "It's been a long time. However, let us first resolve this matter." "Teacher Z, what is this?" Tina inquired, both she and Smoker perplexed as to why Shiozwa had attacked Wu Li. Shiozwa struck at this young man. "I am here to apologize on his behalf." Zephyr paused, directing his gaze at Wu Li. "But now that I understand the circumstances, I cannot simply allow Monka to be taken away like this. What say you, young lad? Shall we engage in battle?" It turned out that Monka had recently encountered Zephyr, who was wandering the world, leading him to consider joining the Neo Navy. Zephyr and his companions initially believed Monka had been wrongfully accused by the Navy, coerced into fleeing under the pressure of the world government. Upon hearing this, Zephyr consented to Monka's induction into their ranks, planning to establish a Neo Navy stronghold in this town under his leadership. Little did they know, upon returning, they would witness such a scene. Now fully aware of the unfolding events, Zephyr felt a twinge of dishonor. He cast aside his coat, signaling Wu Li to prepare for an attack. Wu Li felt somewhat speechless. This group of people was truly baffling. After defeating one, another wave arrived. It was always a battle, and who wouldn't grow weary of it? However, upon observing ZFA's determined demeanor, eager for a fight, Wu Li hesitated. He glanced at Tina, who covered her forehead with her hand, a clear sign that their teacher's old habits had resurfaced. Well, if a fight was inevitable, then let it be. Wu Li also wished to test the prowess of this former general, thus he commenced a duel with him. Chapter 11, Departure. ZFA raised the thundering crusher, the ground caving in, and hurled it towards Wu Li. Bang. Boom. Wu Li and Zephyr engaged in a fierce battle, the aftershocks of which rendered those with lesser abilities unable to open their eyes. Zephyr's strength surpassed that of Shiozwa, undoubtedly more formidable. Previously, Shiozwa's unexpected attack caught Wu Li off guard. Otherwise, although Wu Li may not have been able to defeat Shiozwa, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. In contrast, Wu Li's duel with Zephyr resembled a pedagogical sparring session, akin to the training of Smoker, Tina, and others in earlier years. This understanding dawned on Smoker and Tina as the battle commenced, evident in the smiles that played upon their lips. During the course of the fight, Wu Li also began to recognize this dynamic, seizing the opportunity to accumulate invaluable experience. After several rounds of combat, Wu Li ultimately faced defeat. Zephyr, breathing heavily and perspiring profusely, acknowledged the considerable exertion this instructive battle had demanded. He retrieved a few pills and remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth." Noticing Ein's worried expression, Zephyr gestured for her not to fret. He then proceeded to arrange for the removal of Monka, while others set about the task of reconstructing the damaged edifices. Wu Li and Tina, along with others, followed Zephyr back to the dojo where the Neo Navy temporarily resided. "Tina, Smoker, please come here for a moment," Zephyr said after a brief silence. "Yes, teacher," Tina replied earnestly. She then proceeded with Smoker into the dojo. "Have you found the maps I requested?" Zephyr inquired as he took a seat. "Here is the map you asked for, teacher." Tina presented an aged map that bore the marks of time. Zephyr took it, examining it carefully before nodding in approval. Smoker also produced a map, pristine and still faintly imbued with the scent of ink. "Why have you suddenly taken an interest in collecting these maps, teacher? What purpose do they serve?" Smoker asked. Tina looked up at her former mentor. who had aged slightly with time. Since the incident, he seemed transformed, having resigned from the Navy in disillusionment to establish the Neo Navy. It serves a purpose. One day, I will find it. I intend to eradicate those pirates who roam freely, Zephyr replied, his voice low yet filled with a flicker of hatred. Is he seeking revenge? Tina and Smoker fell silent, assuming he merely aimed to use the maps to locate and eliminate a particular warlord of the sea. During their days in the dojo, perhaps out of a desire to express some form of apology, Shiozua frequently sought Wu Li for sparring, more accurately described as acting as Wu Li's practice partner. Naturally, Wu Li also engaged in contests with Zephyr, Ein, and others. Throughout these days, his swordsmanship grew increasingly refined, and he utilized the scroll of swordsmanship bestowed by the system. Consequently, as Wu Li reviewed his system interface, he noticed some changes in his data. Swordmaster, LV2, 122500. Name, Wu Li Skills, Shiyu Sonyan Flow, Essence. Fuyu Shinfeng Flow Sword, 88, Heroic Value, 53 Task, Participate in and pass the World Conscription, 200, after 3 days. Smoker and Tashiji departed the dojo to assume their duties at the G5 branch in the New World. Before leaving, Tashiji made a point to bid farewell to Wu Li, cautioning him not to fall prey to the unscrupulous merchants at the weapon shop again, which left Wu Li bemused, and he could only nod in agreement. Shortly after Smoker and the others departed, Tina and Wu Li prepared to leave as well, heading towards the newly rebuilt Navy headquarters in the New World. The recruitment quota for the military in the world of Wu Li has been resolved, with Smoker having recommended him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was ablaze with a fiery orange twilight, and the sea shimmered in golden hues. After bidding farewell to Zephyr, Tina and her companions returned to their warship and set sail. Listening to the gentle lapping of the waves and feeling the refreshing sea breeze invigorated their spirits, leaving them utterly refreshed and elated. A more thrilling journey awaited them. Chapter 12. Advancing towards the naval headquarters days later, a group of peculiarly dressed individuals appeared at the location where several CP spies had been erased by Ein. Clad in white suits paired with dark ties, masks, and long white coats, they represented Ein's formidable abilities. One of them knelt on the ground, observing for a moment before stating, "Have we ascertained the reason for Smoker and Tina's meeting with Zephyr?" Another replied, "Yes, it has been determined that Smoker took the latest navigational maps, while Tina retrieved a much older map from the archives. Is there anything unusual about these two maps?" inquired a shorter individual who then stood up. The taller figure behind him, slightly looking down, remarked, "The older map was previously examined by Vegapunk at 3 pivotal points. Analyzing the routes taken by the Noe Navy along with these two maps suggests that Zephyr's target is likely Dyna Rock. Now that we are aware of Zephyr's intentions, let us relay this information to our superiors." These uniquely attired individuals were none other than members of Cypher Pol, Aegis Zero. Commonly known as CP0, the world government's highest secret intelligence agency. Their involvement underscored the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to Zephyr and his crew, they were under CP0's scrutiny. Even if they were aware, Zephyr would not abandon his goals, but rather hastened the execution of his plans. During this period, the Grand Line was exceptionally lively. Previously, encountering a Navy ship in the New World was rare, leading to rampant piracy and lawlessness. However, naval vessels began appearing with increasing frequency, and skirmishes between the Navy and pirates became commonplace. A merchant ship sailed the seas only to be intercepted by a band of pirates. "Brothers, seize everything of value from this ship," shouted a pirate, brandishing a gleaming knife, blood still dripping from its blade, with a few crew members from the merchant ship lying lifeless at their feet. "Aye, Captain," cheered the pirates. The remaining crew of the merchant vessel looked on in terror as the ruthless pirates ravaged their ship, claiming what rightfully belonged to them. "Kill them to prevent any leaks." Just as the pirate captain prepared to silence them, a naval vessel emerged from the misty sea, stunning the pirates. Several individuals, not clad in naval uniforms, leaped onto the merchant ship. The pirate captain was momentarily taken aback before glaring with fiery eyes and bellowing, "Kill." Dozens of pirates were swiftly subdued, rescuing the crew of the merchant vessel. Villages along the Grand Line, often troubled by pirate incursions, lived in constant fear. Villagers armed themselves, ready to confront the invading pirates. This time, the pirates were apprehended by a passing naval ship and escorted to Impel Down. Such scenes unfolded across various regions of the Grand Line centered around the New World Naval Headquarters, rekindling a glimmer of hope among the populace regarding the Navy. Under the command of Vice Admiral Bastille, with Fujitora and Green Bull escorting, along with Wu Li and the returning former Navy officer Dottie accompanying Tina, they all advanced towards the same destination. Strong individuals, harboring a sense of justice and not entirely disillusioned with the Navy, answered the call of world recruitment and headed towards the naval headquarters. Chapter 13. Recruitment Examination in the New World at the new naval headquarters. Nearly all high-ranking naval officials had gathered. Seated prominently, a Kainu, clad in a dark red suit and navy cap, with black leather gloves and a naval admiral's coat draped over his shoulders, gazed sharply. "What is the current status of the world recruitment?" he inquired. One naval officer responded, "Various strong individuals summoned by the world recruitment are en route to the naval headquarters. When can we expect Fujitora and Green Bull to arrive?" Akainu pressed, keenly aware that these two had been confirmed for immediate promotion to admiral. According to communications with Admiral Ishao, they should reach the designated islands within 2 days. The officer replied. Akainu nodded, recognizing that the decision to recruit had garnered unanimous approval from the naval hierarchy following the events of the Marineford War. This was the only instance during the tenure of Fleet Admiral Sengoku where there was no dissent, and the decision was tacitly endorsed. This world recruitment would undoubtedly reshape the global landscape. Absolute justice must be upheld. At last, Tina and Wu Li, along with their companions, arrived at the naval headquarters. Proceeding to the training grounds where a regiment of uniformed naval personnel stood in orderly formation, their coats emblazoned with the words justice. Opposite them stood a diverse group of individuals, lacking uniformity yet exuding formidable presence. These were the powerful figures summoned through the world recruitment, while high-ranking naval officials, including Akainu, Kizaru, and Vice Admiral Sengoku and Garp, observed from a raised platform. 2 individuals, not in uniform, stood among them. Wu Li caught a glimpse of their striking green and purple attire, though their faces remained obscured. Nevertheless, he harbored his own suspicions. Wu Li stood among the recruits summoned by the world recruitment, while Tina returned to her designated position. Those gathered here were all selected through a rigorous process of recommendations. Yet to truly become a part of the Navy and uphold justice, they must undergo a final recruitment assessment. Akainu declared with commanding authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, surprised by the announcement of yet another evaluation. Silence. He paused, surveying the faces around him, as if reading their thoughts, and bellowed, "What I require is for you to demonstrate your strength, proving your ability to vanquish the rampant pirates and uphold the Navy's justice. Your subsequent positions will hinge upon your performance in this assessment." Turning to Kizaru, he instructed, "Borsellino, you shall oversee the evaluation of Green Bull, assessing whether his combat prowess is worthy of the rank of admiral." "Oh dear, what a troublesome task you've assigned me," Kizaru lamented, his habitual complaints surfacing. However, upon witnessing Akainu's grim expression, he waved dismissively, saying, "Very well, rest assured, I will handle it. One must earn their wages, after all." With that, he executed a rather unorthodox salute, resembling the gestures of pirates more than naval officers. Akainu, his demeanor stern, refrained from further comment. He was well aware of Kizaru's nonchalant attitude, yet he also recognized that when it came to critical tasks, Kizaru executed them with unwavering precision. "Prepare the warship. I shall personally oversee the assessment of the new recruit, Fujitora," he declared. Finding suitable candidates for such a significant evaluation among the higher ranks was proving to be quite a challenge. Akiji, after his defeat in the contest for the position of Fleet Admiral, he had withdrawn from the Navy. Garp, while he possessed considerable strength, his bitter feelings stemming from the loss of his surrogate grandson, Portgas D. Ace, rendered him unreliable. Sengoku, having retired from the position of Fleet Admiral, he now enjoyed a life of leisure, and even if he could be persuaded to assist, his pride would not allow it. Not to mention the several elder statesmen who harbored grievances against him. Thus, he found himself compelled to personally evaluate the newcomer, Fujitora. Chapter 14. The meteor from the sky. 2 naval ships sailed in opposite directions, taking half a day to reach their destination, a nameless island. Akainu regarded Fujitora with a serious expression, stating, "I am responsible for your assessment, and I expect you to fight with all your might." so that I may believe in your capability to uphold justice in the Navy. The Navy's justice? No. I shall demonstrate through my strength that I possess the power to uphold the justice I believe in, Fujitora replied, his eyes firmly closed. Akainu's expression darkened upon hearing Fujitora's words, and he radiated a formidable aura. As he spoke, his right hand became enveloped in dark red magma, coalescing into a molten fist. The ground crackled as the searing magma flowed, eroding the earth beneath. With a fierce glare directed at Fujitora, Akainu lunged forward, swinging his magma-infused fist. Then allow me to witness your strength. Fujitora countered, raising his cane sword to block Akainu's attack. A resounding boom echoed across the island, startling the birds and beasts that inhabited it. An overwhelming shockwave rippled through the air, as if the very fabric of space was quaking. Since that is the case, I shall unleash my full power upon you, Fujitora declared, a dramatic shift in his aura evident. He drew his cane sword, swiftly retracting it, unleashing a purple gravitational wave that shot into the sky. Rumbling sounds followed, drawing Akainu's attention. Something appeared to be descending from the heavens, an immense pressure suddenly enveloping the island. As the force intensified, the winds howled with increasing ferocity, culminating in a cacophony of chaos. Finally, the object became visible, and Akainu's previously grim visage transformed into one of shock. A more potent aura erupted from him, as if he were facing a dire threat. What is this? A meteor? The sea surrounding the island churned violently, and the sailors aboard the naval vessels gasped in astonishment. What kind of ability is this, to summon meteors from the sky? Mused a serious-looking figure dressed in a light purple striped suit and deep blue shirt, his mohawk hairstyle accentuating his shock. One smile, truly formidable, murmured Bastille, a towering figure who lowered the long-handled chainsaw he had been carrying on his shoulder, visibly impressed. What left them even more astounded was Fujitora's continued manifestation of purple gravitational waves, causing meteors to plummet from the sky. Akainu, his expression grave, intoned, great eruption. He summoned a colossal magma fist to strike at the rapidly descending meteors. Thunderous explosions erupted as the meteors disintegrated upon impact, the molten fist bursting apart into countless fiery projectiles. The debris rained down, shattering other meteors in the sky, while the towering trees of the island fell, raising clouds of dust. The beasts trembled, cowering in fear, too terrified to make a move. As Akainu and Fujitora battled, the Navy headquarters had already commenced the recruitment assessment elsewhere. Two individuals approached Wu Li. Upon raising his gaze, he observed one with long golden hair, adorned with a mask-like eye covering, wielding twin blades. The other, with pink hair and a headband tied around his forehead, sported protective glasses. With a smile, he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Kirby, and this is Balumeb. He gestured toward Balumeb beside him, adding, we are responsible for your recruitment evaluation. Wooly smiled faintly and introduced himself. Greetings. I am Wooly. Chapter 15. Wooly versus Kirby and Balumeb. Kirby, shall I take the lead? Balumeb declared with fervor, to which Kirby nodded in agreement. Balumeb toyed with his dual Gurkha knives as he stepped forward, prompting Kirby to withdraw from the arena. I have heard that you defeated my father. Allow me to test your mettle and see if it truly requires both of us to confront you. No sooner had Balumeb spoken than the blades in his hands began to whirl, gradually increasing in speed, resembling a spinning wheel, with the edges gleaming ominously. In a swift motion, Balumeb lunged towards Wooly, his Gurkha knives angled menacingly, aiming for Wooly's vital points. The intensity of Balumeb's assault had evidently escalated, indicating significant progress in his training. Kirby, having undergone rigorous devil-style training under Karp alongside Balumeb, sensed the palpable difference in his companion's prowess as soon as he made his move. Though the Gurkha knives appeared aimed at Balumeb's heart, a chill crept over Wooly's forehead and heart, as if he were a potential target of Balumeb's onslaught. Uncertain of his opponent's tactics, Wooly could only afford a tentative probe into the situation. I wonder if Wooly truly possesses formidable strength. After all, the higher-ups entrusted us with the task of assessing him alone, which suggests he is no ordinary contender, Kirby mused as he stroked his chin. Balumeb wielded his Gurkha knives with astonishing ferocity, every strike a potential threat. Why do you hesitate to unleash your true power against me? Surely, defeating my father requires more than this, he bellowed in frustration as he continued his relentless assault. Or do you underestimate me? With another powerful strike, Balumeb forced Wooly back. Although he appeared to hold the upper hand, Balumeb recognized that Wooly had yet to reveal his full capabilities. Each time Balumeb's Gurkha knives clashed with Wooly's blade, Wooly was compelled to retreat. Wooly gradually became familiar with the attack patterns of Balumeb, even able to anticipate his next move. Wooly silently contemplated. Having discerned the opponent's tactics, it was time to attempt the profound secrets of the Shiyu Sanyan style. Previously, during his skirmish with the Inyo Navy, he had initiated the battle with a sword technique scroll. Yet, he had never fully grasped the essence of the Shiyu Sanyan. There was always a lingering sense of incompleteness. Now, that elusive feeling seemed within reach, prompting him to test its efficacy. Wooly's eyes sparkled with determination. The power emanating from Barumbor surged forth, as he prepared to unleash his most formidable strike to conclude the confrontation. As his attack loomed perilously close to Wooly, who showed no inclination to evade, a smirk crept across Barumbor's face, confident that his full-force assault would inflict grave harm upon his adversary. Meanwhile, KB, initially lamenting Wooly's apparent lack of strength, suddenly sensed something amiss through his observation hockey. Flames ignited amid the raindrops, causing Barumbor to freeze in place. His gaze fixed on Wooly as the blade in his hand lunged towards his chest, unimpeded by any defense. KB's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Not good, Barumbor. Retreat." In an instant, the ground beneath KB collapsed, and he reappeared behind Wooly. Fixating on Wooly's back, KB's eyes narrowed. His right fist clenched tightly as a formidable aura erupted from him, his justice uniform billowing in the wind. A flicker of surprise crossed Wooly's eyes as he pivoted and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Wooly and KB both took several steps back as they exchanged blows. At that moment, Barumabur regained his speed, seeking to capitalize on the opportunity to strike Wooly. Flames erupted once more, and KB, sensing danger, urgently exclaimed, "Retreat." Although Barumabur did not comprehend KB's warning, he chose to trust his comrade. Simultaneously, KB's assault was directed towards Wooly. Wooly curled his lips in dissatisfaction, remarking that the observation hockey was indeed troublesome. The flames enveloping his blade extinguished, and a glimmer of realization flickered in Kobe's eyes as he pondered swiftly. It is precisely as I suspected. It is the peculiarity of his flames that renders Barumabur's assaults increasingly sluggish. Yet, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Its weakness lies in the fact that when subjected to attacks from others, this technique loses its efficacy. Wooly, I regret to inform you that your chances of passing the conscription assessment appear bleak, Kobe lamented, as he and Barumabur executed their coordinated attacks with remarkable synergy. Wooly found himself unable to evade the combined assault of the two adversaries. Defending against one would inevitably expose him to an attack from the other. Suddenly, a flame erupted, blossoming in the air like a flower in full bloom. KB initially paid it no mind, for such a maneuver had proven ineffective against two opponents. However, to his astonishment, several flames appeared anew, hurtling towards both Barumabur and KB. As Wooly unleashed a kick that sent Barumabur flying, KB attempted to seize the moment to strike, only to find his movements hindered. After Wooly dispatched Barumabur, KB felt the force of Wooly's fist drawing near to his face. Thud! Barumabur and KB fell to the ground, one with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the other sporting a bruise on his face. You have won. Chapter 16, Kizuru vs. Green Bull. On a certain island, a languid voice declared, "You have won." At that moment, it seemed as though the heavens and the earth fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a cataclysmic attack surged towards the speaker, scattering him into countless photons. These myriad photons coalesced in another location, gradually forming a humanoid figure from feet to torso and finally to the head, which flickered with yellow light. The figure was tall and slender, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, with a justice cloak billowing around him. As his visage became clearer, it revealed a man with black curls, a neatly trimmed beard, and sunglasses, none other than Kizaru, one of the Navy's highest-ranking admirals. I've already said you won. You've passed the recruitment assessment. There's no need for us to continue this battle, is there? Kizaru lamented, I'm quite fatigued today. As he spoke, he removed his damaged sunglasses and replaced them with an identical pair. The island where Kizaru stood lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Half of the island had succumbed to the sea, trees lay shattered, and beasts sprawled lifelessly across the ground, transforming the once vibrant island into a desolate wasteland. Now, apart from the two of them, there was no sign of life. In the distance, a Navy warship was slowly sinking. Some sailors struggled in the water, while others clung to broken planks, fearfully gazing toward the island. The formidable war, clad in a red vest and wielding a giant axe, was orchestrating the rescue efforts from a lifeboat. When he glanced toward the island, the scarred girl beside him wore a look of shock. The battle between the two on the island was so extraordinary and terrifying that even from a safe distance, the warship felt the reverberations of their clash, leading to the current chaos. Impressive strength. Green Bull, the towering figure standing not far from Kizaru, grinned widely, his voice booming like thunder. He was the one battling Kizaru and had been appointed as an admiral by the Navy headquarters. This so-called recruitment assessment is merely a formality designed to intimidate those pirates. Green Bull stepped forward, his foot crashing into the ground, producing a deafening sound. The overwhelming aura radiating from him darkened the sky, creating an atmosphere of oppressive dread. He raised his fist, which seemed to stir the air with a howling wind. With a thunderous shout, he launched a punch that appeared capable of shattering the very fabric of reality, unleashing a torrent of power toward Kizaru. Kizaru's body tensed instinctively as he assumed a defensive stance, a resigned smile playing on his lips. "Oh dear, are you really going to come at me? I might miss dinner at this rate. It's quite troubling." His words carried a veneer of jest, yet his expression bore no trace of mirth, replaced instead by a rare seriousness. The man before him was formidable beyond measure, and there was no room for oversight. The Amaterasu blade, Kizaru gathered photons in his hand, forming a sword of light, the immense aura around him surging forth to cleave through Green Bull's onslaught. It seemed capable of rending the very space itself as the two immense powers collided, the sky appearing to tear apart, while the sea erupted in colossal waves. As the deities clashed, the mortals suffered. War and the other Navy personnel silently lamented their fate, only to be swiftly engulfed by the surging waters. Chapter 17. The lingering pain of grief. KB wiped his face, still feeling the lingering sting from Wu Li's recent punch as he slowly rose to his feet. "Barumabur, how can you conclude things so rapidly? We cannot possibly be defeated so easily." Determination ignited in KB's eyes. Having taken a blow, surrender was not an option. No matter how powerful the adversary, he refused to relinquish his fighting spirit. Once more, KB charged at Wu Li again, and Barumabur joined him in the assault. In a one-on-two scenario, both of them, trained by the legendary hero Karp, had transformed from mere novices into formidable warriors. KB and Barumabur took great pride in their relentless pursuit of strength, unwilling to tarnish Karp's reputation. The floating feather divine wind flowing sword, third style, falcon. The sword energy in Wu Li's hand coalesced into a razor-thin line, exuding a palpable sense of danger. Chafe. KB narrowly dodged as Barumabur closed in. His blade aimed at Wu Li, rain blown by the Tsang Yen flow. A wall of water formed to shield Wu Li, Barumabur's attack merely splashing harmlessly against the defensive barrier. The duel unfolding before Karp and Sengoku on the high platform elicited nods of approval from both. This young lad recommended by Tina and Smoker possesses commendable strength, and it seems he has yet to fully unleash his potential. "I wonder if your two subordinates can compel him to do so," Sengoku mused with interest, his white hair styled in a braided fashion. KB and Barumabur trained diligently, knowing that whether they won or lost, their growth hinged on recognizing their limitations. "It appears your reckless grandson will soon have a worthy opponent," Karp commented with a smile, savoring his rice cracker. "It's quite uplifting to think about." Sengoku's expression turned somewhat vindicated as he reflected on the years Karp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, had caused chaos across the seas, each escapade significantly damaging the Navy's reputation. Yet, among the new generation of the Navy, none could rival Luffy, each time. Sengoku could only vent his frustrations by scolding Karp, who remained unfazed, proudly proclaiming his grandson's prowess. Who would have thought that this time the world recruitment would gather such a multitude of talented individuals? "It seems there are still many masters scattered throughout the world," Karp remarked, offering Sengoku a rare moment of reassurance. Zhangwa shook his head thoughtfully and remarked, "While the rapid recruitment through world conscription has temporarily alleviated the shortage of mid-level naval strength, it is not without its drawbacks. These individuals have not undergone the systematic training of the Navy and cannot be deemed fully qualified naval personnel. They lack the traditional naval ethos and have attained their positions solely through raw power, which could lead to complications and challenges in management." Haha. "With great power comes great responsibility," Karp chuckled heartily. Zhangwa cast a contemptuous glance at him and replied coolly, back when you were capable. Why did you agree to be appointed as an admiral? Isn't it my love for freedom? Carp retorted. Zhangguo shook his head and spoke with an enigmatic tone. Now that I have relinquished the position of fleet admiral, I shall not burden myself with such concerns. It is Sakazuki's responsibility now. Upon hearing the name Sakazuki, Carp's once jovial expression darkened abruptly, his eyes flaring with anger. Zhangguo noted Carp's reaction and fell silent, silently sighing. It appeared that Carp had not yet come to terms with the death of Ace at the hands of Sakazuki during the Marineford War. Although he understood the emotional turmoil of his old comrade, Zhangguo did not believe Sakazuki had erred in killing Ace, as it was all in the name of upholding justice. Justice for the Navy and justice for the world. Since Carp was too sentimental to take action, it seemed that they must step in on his behalf. Observing the fierce battle waged by Wu Li, a flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes. The highest combat strength had been supplemented, bridging the gap between himself and the retired Akiji, indicating that the new generation would also be adequately fortified. Chapter 18. Tina and Crane. Tina emerged from Crane's office, her gaze fixed on the ongoing battle involving Wu Li. Wu Li also noticed Tina, waving to her while fending off KB and repelling Barumabur. This gesture greatly irked Barumabur. The fact that Wu Li could afford to greet someone amidst their attacks seemed to imply that they were indeed lacking in strength. With this thought, Barumabur unleashed a more ferocious assault, momentarily distracting Wu Li. Tina acknowledged Wu Li's greeting with a bittersweet smile, exhaling a puff of smoke before taking another deep drag. A flicker of sorrow glimmered in her eyes as her mind wandered back to her recent conversation with Admiral Crane. I heard you met with Zifa in a certain town along with Smoker, the tall, gray-haired, wrinkled face of Admiral Crane remarked without lifting his gaze from the documents before him. Tina's heart tightened. Ever since encountering CP6 Jelly, she had realized the world government, or rather, the Celestial Dragons, held her former Admiral Z teacher in high regard. Yet she hadn't anticipated that news would travel to the Navy headquarters so swiftly. Did Admiral Crane already know that I secretly handed a map to Z teacher? However, that map was hardly of great significance. I understand your gratitude towards Zifa for his teachings, but your actions will only place him in greater peril. Crane paused, resting his chin on his hands, deep in thought. Before looking at Tina, occupying a high position, he was privy to far more information than Tina could ever know. Although their intentions were noble, their actions were, in fact, derelictions of duty. By rights, both should face suspension, yet she refrained from taking such measures. Zifa was not only Tina and Smoker's mentor, but also a comrade with whom they shared bonds of camaraderie through training and hunting pirates together. Tina's gaze fell upon the green earrings adorning Crane's ears, then lowered again, her heart filled with confusion as she contemplated whether to inquire further. Crane continued. The Zifu of today is not the man he once was. While we lament his condition, it must be said that he now lives solely for vengeance. Living for hatred is one thing. It still signifies a will to live, but you have given him hope for revenge, leading him towards an extreme path. There were words left unspoken by Crane, the underlying truth being that should Zifa truly descend into extremism, the Navy might have no choice but to intervene, at which point sentimentality would be cast aside. Each had their own positions to uphold, and they could only hope that the day of conflict would never come. Observing the bewilderment in Tina's eyes, lost in her thoughts, Crane finally said, "All right, you may leave." With a wave of his hand, he returned to his paperwork. "What are you thinking about?" A familiar voice broke through Tina's reverie. She turned to see Wu Li, who had just concluded his battle. She had been so absorbed in her thoughts that she hadn't noticed when he finished fighting. "Did you pass?" Tina smiled, confident in Wu Li's abilities. "Yes. Come, let us go celebrate." She buried her worries and smiled brightly. Chapter 19. The frustrated duo, the hypnotist Zhang Yao and Iron Fist Fumbuti, stood aside, observing the recruitment assessments of others. Although they were spectators, their minds were far from the ongoing battles. These fellows are truly fortunate this time, seizing this tremendous opportunity to pass the assessment and secure positions directly, unlike us, who had to endure a lengthy training period. Fumbuti sighed, watching the skirmishes unfold. Adjusting his hat, Zhang Yao, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Especially like someone we know, others were selected to participate in the assessment." Yet he bypassed that process entirely and was directly recommended. Their gazes inadvertently drifted towards Wu Li, who had just finished his fight. To think he is genuinely strong. Even KB and Barumabur, two newcomers under Vice Admiral Carp, couldn't best him. Fumbuti exclaimed in astonishment. Although he only joined the world recruitment halfway, it was through our Major Tina-S connections that Vice Admiral Smoker granted him a spot to participate. Zhang Ao adjusted his glasses, retracting his gaze. Speaking with a reluctant tone of envy, he indeed possesses that strength, which explains Major Tina's favor towards him. The first time we encountered him, his battle with Kid was truly astonishing, but we all know Kid had fought 100 consecutive battles, decimating numerous pirate crews, clearly exhausted. Allowing him a fleeting chance to match Kid, Fumbuti suddenly straightened, staring at Wu Li. Zhang Ao, puzzled, glanced back to find Wu Li approaching the smoking Tina, engaged in cheerful conversation. Witnessing this scene, both Zhang Ao and Fumbuti felt a pang of jealousy. They had even downgraded to third-class soldiers to follow Major Tina. Yet now they saw this newcomer, having only known her briefly, enjoying such a close relationship with her. Fumbuti, begrudgingly, said, "It's unfortunate we are merely third-class soldiers. We could also elevate our ranks." Zhang Ao placed a comforting hand on Fumbuti's shoulder, saying, "We initially downgraded to follow Major Tina. This fellow may be favored by Lady Luck, but once he is assigned a definite position with responsibilities, he won't be able to stay by Major Tina's side. Instead, we will remain with her." After this exchange, both fell into silence. While this reasoning held some merit, their spirits plummeted again as they noticed Major Tina and Wu Li departing together, their destination unknown. Bang! Iron Fist Fumbuti angrily slammed his fist against the railing, the noise drawing the attention of surrounding sailors. "Have you forgotten our vow?" Zhang Ao suddenly asked. "Of course not. We are to follow Major Tina for life. We must never breach this oath. We must endure any hardship for this vow." Fumbuti's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. This realization calmed Fumbuti momentarily, yet soon after, he felt the urge to punch the railing again, his irritation mounting. He murmured, "I still can't accept it. I can't bear to watch this unfold. Are we just going to stand by as Major Tina runs off with someone? I cannot accept this. I will challenge him. Even if I cannot defeat him, I must fight." Though this was not a wise decision and seemed reckless, potentially tarnishing their image in Major Tina's eyes, Fumbuti could no longer contain himself. "Let us go," Zhang Ao declared, preparing to confront Wu Li, leaving Fumbuti surprised. It dawned on him as he glanced at the bent railing that his friend shared the same frustration and needed an outlet. Together, they resolved to ensure Wu Li would not have it easy. As Zhang Ao and Fumbuti departed from the railing, a voice called from behind them, "Hey, you two." Two individuals turned around, glancing left and right, only to discover a solitary naval chef clad in a white uniform standing before them. They prepared to leave, concluding that they were not being summoned, for they did not recognize this naval cook. "Hey, you two third-class privates," the chef called out, pointing directly at them. When they turned back, still bewildered, the chef continued, "Due to the recent conscription, the naval headquarters has seen a significant influx of personnel, leading to an increased demand for provisions. The kitchen is currently understaffed, and you two third-class privates are needed to assist with menial tasks." As they heard the designation third-class privates, a dark line of frustration appeared on their foreheads, especially at the prospect of being sent to the kitchen to perform menial duties. Zhang Ao and Fumbuti were about to refuse when they noticed the chef had already turned to leave, his voice echoing back, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness. This was the unfortunate reality of being third-class privates. Their gaze fell upon Wu Li and Tina, whose figures had vanished, leaving them uncertain of their whereabouts. Resigned, Zhang Ao and Fumbuti slumped their heads and followed the chef to the kitchen. Chapter 20. Reactions from all sides. The grand global conscription by the naval headquarters was a monumental event, capturing the attention of the world. Its impact rivaled that of the time when the then commander-in-chief of the warring states established the Seven Warlords system, perhaps even surpassing it. This world conscription shattered traditional recruitment methods, prompting Naval High Command to reconsider stability within their ranks. However, for pirates, this was undoubtedly ominous news. In a certain sea region of the Grand Line, a double-masted ship sliced through the waves, its striking red dragon figurehead drawing attention. The pirate flag emblazoned with a skull and crossed swords, adorned with two red stripes, fluttered in the wind. If anyone were to witness it, they would surely exclaim in astonishment, for this was the vessel of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. Ben Beckman perused a newspaper and turned to the red-haired captain, who was sipping on a drink. "I never anticipated the Navy would deviate from tradition and initiate a global conscription." Their strength will surpass that of any previous era, which warrants our vigilance. Haha. As long as you are concerned about this, we need not fret. We should simply enjoy our drinks. Besides, even if the Navy's overall strength is greater than before the Marineford War, we are not in a position to confront them directly just yet. The red-haired captain replied with a laugh. Ben Beckman chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. His captain was truly a source of consternation. He did not focus on the group arriving at the banquet, but instead appeared deep in thought, contemplating the implications of this event on the global landscape. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the New World, a figure radiating fearsome presence emerged. Tall and portly, with bold red lipstick and pale purple eyeshadow. Donning a pirate hat and an oversized pink dress, she was none other than one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom. At that moment, she delighted in devouring confections, surrounded by chaos from her earlier outburst over the unsatisfactory pastries. Perispero, Mama, the Navy's global conscription is nearing its conclusion. Should we not prepare for the impending changes? Inquired Charlotte's eldest son, Perispero, one of the 34 ministers. Delicious, such delightful pastries, Big Mom replied, seemingly oblivious to his question, lost in the ecstasy of the cake's flavor. Simultaneously, in another nation, a towering, robust figure with long black hair adorned with horns and a lengthy beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers, sporting a scaly tattoo on his left arm, made his presence known. Clad only in a purple garment draped around his waist and baggy green trousers, he exuded an aura akin to an ancient demonic god. Kaido, one of the four emperors, was filled with a mad fervor, his voice booming like thunder, scattering the clouds above. This world conscription is futile. No one can thwart our plans. Joker, let us commence. I can hardly contain my excitement. Rest assured, no one can thwart our agenda. Soon, we shall achieve our objectives, replied a golden-haired individual standing across from him. Sporting sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and cropped pants, he playfully kicked small stones, emitting a distinct laugh directed at Kaido. In another location, a red-haired figure, Kid, bloodied and imprisoned within Kaido's stronghold, remained expressionless in the face of the distant commotion. Wu Li followed Tina, but to his surprise, she led him to the Navy's dining hall, indicating that the celebration would take place here. The place was bustling with patrons, and they casually found a seat on the first floor. Wu Li then activated the system interface in his mind. Swordmaster, LV2, 122500, name, Wu Li skills, Shiyu Tsangyan Flow, Ultimate. Floating Rain Divine Wind Flow Sword, 99. Heroic Spirit Value, 53. Task, participate in and pass the world recruitment, 200. Wu Li was puzzled, for he had already passed the assessment, yet the world recruitment task, which required 200 experience points, remained incomplete in his system interface. What was going on? Wasn't it stated that participating in and passing the world recruitment would fulfill the task? Hadn't he already met the requirements? Almost there. Once the world recruitment concludes, the Navy headquarters should assign you a position, though I wonder what kind of role it will be, Tina remarked, looking at Wu Li. Wu Li suddenly realized that since the task demanded participation in passing the world recruitment, it evidently required a specific position, which would only be appointed after the recruitment ended. It seemed he had been a bit too impatient. Upon glancing up, he noticed Tina looking at him with a puzzled expression, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed, as his earlier exclamation had been instinctive. Ahem, what should we eat? Wu Li quickly changed the subject. Seeing Tina deep in thought after his question, he felt relieved, and the prospect of tasting the Navy's cuisine made him quite cheerful. Unknown to them, on the second floor, a pair of eyes were fixated on Tina. The hypnotist Zhang Yao and the Iron Fist Fin Beauty were seething with rage, glaring at Wu Li. If looks could kill, Wu Li would have perished countless times by now. How dare he come to a candlelit dinner? Chapter 21. Private Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty had just discarded their brooms, ready to give Wu Li a sound thrashing. Even if they couldn't beat him, they couldn't let him have the satisfaction. Hey, you two privates. The voice that had been troubling them suddenly came from behind, making both men shudder involuntarily. They immediately bent down to pick up their brooms with remarkable speed. After a moment of awkward glances between them, they realized how quickly they had complied. It was indeed the old head chef's harshness that had made them efficient at their menial tasks. Wait a minute. They suddenly remembered their intent to confront someone, yet upon seeing the person before them, they became obedient. This was too embarrassing, especially with Wu Li present. If he found out, it would be even more humiliating. Should we just ignore this old man and go after him? We're still in these shabby uniforms. It might not be appropriate to approach him directly. Not only would it make Wu Li laugh, but it would also embarrass our officer Tina, Fin Beauty whispered to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao assessed Fin Beauty's attire, then glanced at his own, both wearing the standard menial uniforms. He softly replied, I think so too. The old head chef glared at the two, frustrated that they were muttering among themselves, ignoring him completely. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up. The head chef's booming voice startled Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty, who quickly covered the chef's mouth and dragged him to a secluded corner. In the noisy dining hall, the head chef's loud voice stood out awkwardly. Let us hope Officer Tina and Wu Li didn't notice us, Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty prayed. Huh. Tina glanced toward the direction where Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty had vanished, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What's wrong? Wu Li followed her gaze, but saw nothing unusual. Nothing. I thought I saw Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty, but I might have been mistaken. Let's continue selecting our dishes. Tina shook her head. In the corner, Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty let out a sigh of relief, only to notice the old head chef, who had been inadvertently muffled, now red-faced and struggling to breathe, his eyes rolling back in distress. They quickly released him. Cough, cough, cough. The old chef coughed violently, finally able to breathe deeply, his whiskers trembling with anger. He pointed at the two, astonished and furious. You two privates. Fin Beauty rubbed his hands together sheepishly. Sorry, we didn't realize what the chef wanted from us. I just needed you two to go upstairs and clean the dishes. What were you thinking? The head chef, still seething, added, I will remember what you did today. You will pay for it later. With that, he stormed off, leaving the two men exchanging worried glances. What should we do? If he reports us to Officer Tina, we're in serious trouble, Fin Beauty said helplessly. Don't worry. Zhang Yao regained his composure after the initial panic. You have a plan? Fin Beauty inquired. Just make him forget what just happened. Zhang Yao adjusted his heart-shaped glasses, speaking casually. Oh, good idea. I almost forgot you had that skill. Fin Beauty's eyes lit up, realizing that his friend, known as the hypnotist, could easily handle such a minor issue. Then I'll go, Zhang Yao declared. Go ahead. I'll be waiting for good news. Fin Beauty watched as Zhang Yao disappeared around the corner with the old chef. Before long, he saw Zhang Yao returning, one hand adjusting his hat, the other on his hip, strutting like he was walking on the moon. Approaching Fin Beauty, he lifted his hat, and, meeting Fin Beauty's inquisitive gaze, snapped his fingers with a confident smile. All done. Fin Beauty sighed in relief and couldn't help but smile. The two linked arms and cheerfully made their way to the second floor to work. Chapter 22. A proposal to Tina on the second floor. At a corner table sat three individuals, one of whom had silvery hair and two swords at his back. He gazed longingly in Tina's direction, exclaiming, It seems I have come into my springtime. Grant, Burnham, I'm afraid I am falling in love, but don't worry, I will invite you to our wedding. Seppa, don't you say that about every beautiful woman, Grant retorted. Save it. She is Major Tina, not someone you can easily pursue. Besides, we are at Navy headquarters. Not during Admiral Akiji's time, when you could act recklessly. Moreover, there's a man sitting across from her. No, love knows no rank or status. Even if my position is not as high as hers, my heart belongs to her. Ah, my goddess, Zeppa declared, clearly unfazed by Grant's criticism. Grant and Burnham shook their heads at Zeppa's infatuated demeanor. He turned into a lovesick fool at the sight of a woman. I'm off to propose to my goddess. I won't be talking to you anymore, Zeppa said, rising joyfully. With that, he strolled down the staircase, gliding toward Tina. On the table before Wu Li and Tina lay an array of delectable dishes, particularly the enticingly golden, deep red beef, tender and succulent, which made Wu Li's mouth water in anticipation. Just as he was about to indulge, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he beheld a Marine with silver hair and twin swords strapped to his back, gracefully descending from the air. He landed in a half-squat before them, resting his left hand on his left knee while extending his right hand toward Tina. He appeared rather gentlemanly, but his words astonished Wu Li. Commander Tina, permit me to propose to you. Let us transcend the barriers of rank and unite in matrimony, my beloved, Zeppa declared with an air of infatuation. For a moment, Tina was taken aback, then quickly regained her composure, feeling that such audacity was truly outrageous. Didn't he realize the setting? Were all Marines so lacking in decorum these days? Wu Li also paused briefly before bursting into laughter. A proposal? It seems you have quite the number of admirers. Tina shot Wu Li a playful glare, then turned her attention back to the young man, stating coolly, Little boy, I have no time for such childish games, and this is the Navy headquarters. Do not overstep your bounds. Now leave me to my meal. No, how can you say that? My heart aches, so painfully that I can scarcely breathe. How can love be shackled by class? Zipa lamented, clutching his chest in a dramatic display, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, many aspiring Marines from around the world, unfamiliar with Zipa, gathered to witness the spectacle. They were taken aback, realizing that the Navy headquarters was not as rigid as they had imagined. Such amusing events could indeed unfold here. This revelation emboldened some, transforming their initial restraint into a raucous enthusiasm as they began to chant, "Marry him! Marry him!" Hearing the support of the crowd, Zipa laughed through his tears. However, Tina's expression shifted to one of displeasure, and Wooly furrowed his brow, sensing that the jest had crossed a line, especially within the confines of the Navy headquarters. "Silence! Return to your meals and cease this nonsense," Tina commanded. The previously boisterous restaurant fell silent, the patrons sensing the formidable aura emanating from her. They suddenly realized that the person before them was no ordinary individual, and that this was no ordinary setting. They were in the Navy headquarters. On the second floor, the hypnotists Zhang Yao and Fem Booty witnessed the unfolding drama, their expressions darkening with fury. With a sudden crack, they leaped onto the dining table, using it as leverage to propel themselves downward, shattering the table and scattering food everywhere. Guren and Burnham watched as their table was obliterated, Guren's mood plummeting further. Zhang Yao and Fem Booty positioned themselves protectively in front of Tina. Fem Booty addressed Zipa sternly. "Since Commander Tina has already asked you to leave, you must not linger any longer and disrupt her meal." "No, I shall not depart until she accepts my proposal. I will make her feel my sincerest love through my persistence," Zipa replied, shaking his head resolutely. Wooly rose to his feet, only to be pressed back down by Tina, who lit a cigarette and remarked nonchalantly, "We're here to celebrate your passing of the assessment. Do not take offense." Meanwhile, she cast a glance at Zifa, her eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. Who was this subordinate, and had decorum been completely disregarded? Had they grown complacent in their usual laxity? This was, after all, the Navy headquarters. Fem Booty donned his iron ring and aimed a punch at Zifa. Bang! The blow missed as Zifa deftly tilted his head aside when it came. "Are you trying to stop me?" Zifa said, his dissatisfaction evident as he regarded Fem Booty. "Where do you hail from? I have never seen you before. Since you have offended Officer Tina, I cannot let you off easily." Fem Booty's fist stirred up a gust of wind, but each strike was effortlessly evaded by Zifa, resulting in considerable damage to the restaurant's furniture instead. "Are you not a man? If you have the guts, stop dodging," Fem Booty shouted, launching another punch towards Zifa's face. This time, Zifa did not evade. His eyes narrowed slightly as he extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Fem Booty's fist with his palm. Fem Booty's expression shifted to disbelief, soon replaced by a fierce determination. With a surge of armed hockey enveloping his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow that sent Zifa flying, further destroying the tables and chairs. Tina rubbed her temples, realizing that matters were spiraling in an unforeseen direction. Chapter 23. The Admiral's assessment concludes. There are indeed those who dare to propose to Tina. Quite impressive. Indeed, a sign of promise. Carp munched on rice crackers, lifting a steaming cup of tea from the table and downing it in one go. A Marine stood at attention before him, face serious as he reported. It seemed that Akiji had been too lenient with his subordinates, allowing such chaos even at the Navy headquarters. Indeed, recalling them had proven to be a wise decision, remarked Sengoku, who cradled a bell-adorned goat that was surreptitiously nibbling on documents. "Do not mind these details. Youth should be brimming with vitality." Carp laughed heartily, envisioning the amusing sight of Tina being proposed to. "You are the most indulgent of your subordinates, and it is evident that Akiji has adopted your bad habits." Sengoku replied with a sigh. "You may leave. There is no need to concern yourself. Major Tina will manage it well." Carp gestured to the reporting Marine. "Yes, sir." The Marine saluted and exited the room. Speaking of which, the new admirals should be returning soon. Indeed, it won't be long now. A naval warship glided across the surface of the sea, where Admiral Momonosuke and his soaked crew gazed at two figures on the deck. Additionally, there were Navy reinforcements, including Colonel T-Bone, who appeared gaunt and ghostly, draped in a justice cloak, helmet atop his head, and a long sword strapped to his back. He watched in shock as the distant island, no longer deserving of the title island, slowly succumbed to the depths, disappearing from the waters, forever relegated to the maps. Could this be the result of the two admirals' battle? Such terrifying power. Truly, a formidable monster, Kizaru muttered under his breath, casting a sideways glance at the towering man with black curls beside him. Regardless, this should be good news for the Navy headquarters. For him, however, it was a different story. Meanwhile, Bastille and the Weasel observed from a distance the island, now resembling a hellish abyss. As the tumult of battle on the island gradually subsided, the two exchanged glances filled with mutual anticipation. The ground was riddled with bottomless pits, and molten lava flowed into these chasms, resembling cascading waterfalls of fire. Even the Navy, stationed far from the island to watch, could not withstand the oppressive heat. Drenched in sweat, their uniforms thoroughly soaked as they awaited. Then they saw the two combatants approaching the warship, prompting cheers among the Navy. Bastille and the Weasel immediately ordered the ship to set sail towards the island to provide support for Akainu and Fujitora. Zifa stood up, kicking aside the broken furniture before him, gently touching the bruised area struck by Finbuti's haki. Ouch! He winced, baring his teeth, looking at the smug, arrogant Finbuti. Zifa felt a surge of anger and slowly unsheathed his twin swords. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "You have embarrassed me before my goddess. Humph. Since you wish to fight, I shall accept your challenge." With a wink towards Tina, he added, "Let my goddess see my more dashing side." Wu Li couldn't help but chuckle, observing this earnest suitor of Tina. How could one become such a comical character? Truly, he was a brilliant oddity within the Navy. Thud. Ouch. Major Tina, why did you suddenly hit me? Wu Li exclaimed, looking plaintively at Tina, who merely rolled her eyes at him, her gaze shifting to the ongoing confrontation. What was wrong with this world? Had she lost her strength, or what? If her colleagues were to find out, it would be the source of endless laughter. Since you are still undeterred, allow me to teach you a lesson, so you understand that there are some whom you can never hope to contend with. Finbuti huffed disdainfully, once again launching his haki-imbued fist at Zifa. Bang! This time, Zifa did not get knocked back as he crossed his swords to firmly block Finbuti's haki-infused iron punch. The attack seemed ineffective. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Finbuti's eyes, yet he did not relent, continuing his assault and forcing Zifa to retreat. Zifa interrupted Finbuti's barrage, raising a sword as a formidable aura emanated from him, startling those present, who had not anticipated this jovial fellow to possess such strength. One sword style, Zifa proclaimed earnestly, his voice low. The sword radiated a sense of danger, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy towards Finbuti. The fierce gust from the blade swept through the onlookers, making them feel as though they had been grazed by a blade. Finbuti did not falter. He faced Zifa's sword energy head-on with his iron fist. Bang! To Finbuti's astonishment, Zifa's attack was momentarily overwhelming, causing him to grit his teeth as cracks appeared in his haki-encased iron ring. Nevertheless, he managed to withstand Zifa's onslaught, the sword energy striking the ground and leaving deep, cleaving marks. You are far stronger than I had imagined. Impressive, indeed. However, I suspect that the next attack will not be so easily endured. Zipa gazed at Finbuti with a hint of disdain in his eyes, igniting a fierce anger within Finbuti, who, nevertheless, had to concede the formidable strength of the man before him. With the dual-wielding technique, Zipa raised his twin blades, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy that soared skyward within the dining hall. This assault was even more potent than his previous single-blade strike. The intertwining sword energies were sharper than before, as if capable of obliterating anything that dared to stand in their path. Cold sweat broke out on Finbuti's forehead as he sensed the overwhelming aura, which alone imposed immense pressure upon him. Faced with the approaching sword energy, he suppressed his rising unease, letting out a fierce roar as he summoned his utmost strength to unleash a punch. Clearly, Finbuti intended to confront Zipa head-on, causing concern for Zhang, who watched anxiously from the side. Be careful, he warned. Chapter 24. The Navy's supernova Finbuti's iron fist did not entirely dissipate Zipa's sword energy. After all, he had only recently grasped the concept of armament haki, and his power was still insufficient. Just as it appeared he might be overwhelmed by Zipa's sword energy, Zhang cast an urgent glance toward Tina, wishing for her to intervene and aid Finbuti. However, he noticed that Tina remained unmoving, and the figure of Wu Li was nowhere to be seen. Before he could ponder further, a sudden chill brushed against his face. Upon inspection, he discovered droplets of water cascading onto him. Looking up, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, Raindrops had begun to fall within the dining hall, growing increasingly dense, yet not touching the ground. The onlookers in the restaurant were perplexed. After all, how could it rain indoors? Zipa's sword energy had not shattered this watery barrier, which gradually began to wane. Both Finn Beauty and Zipa were momentarily taken aback. Zipa was bewildered by the situation, while Finn Beauty's mind conjured the image of a familiar figure, having witnessed this technique numerous times before. Stormy rain, blue swallowing wind. The flow of water dissipated, unveiling Finn Beauty's form, whose gaze was complex as it fell upon Wooly, standing behind Zipa. In a remarkably brief span, the droplets coalesced into a stream encircling Finn Beauty, forming a protective barrier of water. On the second floor, Grante's eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed the scene below, his fighting spirit surging, and the peculiar device he held began to hum ominously. Zipa regarded the sword-wielding Wooly with newfound seriousness. As a swordsman himself, he could perceive the essence of pure sword intent embodied in this technique. "Who are you? I don't believe we have met before," Zipa inquired, a mix of wariness and exhilaration evident in his tone. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a swordsman of such exceptional skill. Previously, during the ambush of pirates, few had possessed such unadulterated sword intent. A swordsman must engage in constant battle to refine their intent. And the ideal sparring partner for honing one's craft is, of course, another practitioner of the sword. It was clear that this individual had emerged from the world recruitment selection, appearing quite formidable. Perhaps I underestimated the caliber of this world recruitment. The two figures descended from the second floor, gracefully alighting beside Zipa as they regarded Wooly with palpable excitement. Upon glancing at the individual who spoke, Wooly observed a figure adorned with a white scarf, clad in a black suit, and sporting a striking red rooster crest, draped in a Justice Navy cloak. The other was a robust man with deep blue hair, his visage framed by a circle of facial hair, similarly enveloped in a Justice Navy cloak. Notably, his long, sinewy arms evoked memories of someone dear to Wooly Shiozwa. Encountering another member of the long-armed lineage stirred within him a sense of lingering resentment from their previous encounter, where he had been bested by Shiozwa's formidable reach. Yet, the aura emanating from this new figure lacked the overwhelming power characteristic of Shiozwa. Both appeared youthful, their cloaks signifying a shared allegiance to the Justice Navy. In Wooly's heart, a certain conjecture began to take shape. This must be the new generation of the Navy, akin to KB and Barumabur. However, Wooly pondered, his gaze fixed on the red-haired naval officer. Among the trio, he exuded the most formidable aura, particularly as Wooly sensed a latent, formidable, and malevolent power within him. "Gulant, what is your intention? Do not attempt to usurp my opponent," Zipa urgently called out, observing Gulant's eager demeanor. "Gulant, I am assisting you. Allow me to engage him first, and then you may take your turn." "It has been quite some time since I have participated in a worthy battle," Gulant replied. He was undoubtedly a dreamer with aspirations. When it came to pirates, his ambitions extended beyond mere trifles, aiming instead for figures of great stature, akin to the four emperors. However, he was equally eager to relish the thrill of combat. "Gulant, Zipa?" Upon hearing these names, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Aren't they among the most powerful of the new generation of the Navy? If memory serves, they were once subordinates of former Admiral Akiji, previously pursuing pirates outside. Why have they suddenly returned to headquarters?" The spectators' expressions darkened as they realized that this world conscription event was undoubtedly linked to Admiral Akiji's abrupt departure from the Navy. Tina glanced at the trio, recalling that she had indeed seen them in the company of Admiral Akiji before. Gillen's aura radiated as he prepared for an exhilarating battle with Wooly, while Zipa stood by, poised to claim his opponent. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dining hall, drawing the attention of those present. Why has there been such a commotion? Has headquarters finally reacted and sent someone to reprimand us? Chapter 25. The battle. As KB entered the dining hall, he was met with a multitude of piercing gazes, leaving him momentarily stunned. He was jostled from behind by Barumabur, causing him to stumble forward, his head spinning as he awkwardly greeted, "Hello, everyone. KB, why did you suddenly stop? You made me bump into you," Barumabur complained, rubbing his head, only to notice the intense stares of the crowd directed at them, filling him with unease. "What is happening here?" "TCH, I thought it was someone important," Gulant scoffed, recognizing KB, though he secretly hoped someone would come to hold him accountable, preferably leading to his dismissal so that he could continue following Admiral Akiji. If he were to voluntarily leave the Navy, Admiral Akiji would not accept his allegiance. a realization he had come to after being by the Admiral's side for quite some time. He had yet to repay the kindness shown to him by Admiral Akiji. Goulant, what are you doing here? KB exclaimed, astonished. He was familiar with Goulant and held a deep respect for this fellow sailor who was not much older than himself. Yet he had been out pursuing pirates and had unexpectedly returned to headquarters. What? Do you have a problem with my return? Goulant retorted. No, that's not what I meant. KB quickly waved his hands, finally taking in the disarray of the dining hall. He gasped, stammering, what happened here? Clearly, it's a duel. Can't you see that? Goulant shrugged casually, then shifted his gaze back to Wu Li, beckoning him with a finger in a provocative manner. KB looked at Wu Li, who offered him a wry smile and a nod of acknowledgement, seemingly indifferent to Goulant's taunt. Yet, Wu Li felt a pang of bitterness. Who would have thought that a simple meal would lead to an encounter with a battle-obsessed maniac fixated solely on combat? It was utterly unreasonable. However, noticing that Tina did not intervene, he decided to ignore it for the time being. Two-sword style. Zeepa's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the fierce sword energy emanating from the dual blades in his hands. The crowd held their breath, sensing the immense power that filled the air, which suddenly grew tense. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared behind Zeepa, wrapping him in an embrace just as he was about to strike. Ah, Burnham, what are you doing? That hurts. Let go of me. Zeepa protested, trapped in the strong arms of Burnham from the Long-Arm tribe. The sheer strength of Burnham was astonishing, leaving Zeepa feeling as though his bones might shatter, making it nearly impossible to maintain his grip on his swords. Haha, well done. Burnham, don't let him steal my chance. Goulant laughed maliciously at Zeepa's struggle. And you, Goulant, stop causing trouble. Burnham shouted. Ignoring him, Goulant grinned at Wu Li. You are mine now. If this leads to my dismissal, so be it. The device on Goulant's left arm buzzed ominously, emitting white smoke as a tremendous power coalesced within his fist, causing the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically. Prepare yourself. Goulant's form surged forward as he launched a powerful punch at Wu Li, the air around them crackling with explosive energy. Wu Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he evaded the impending strike from Goulant just as the latter's fist was about to make contact, observing Wu Li's deft maneuver. The smile on Goulant's face remained undiminished. He abruptly halted, using his left foot as a pivot, and delivered a powerful kick towards Wu Li's head with his right leg. Wu Li felt a rush of wind at the back of his head and did not look back. He slightly tilted his head, narrowly evading an attack from Goulant. The two figures darted about, their exquisite exchange of blows leaving the onlookers mesmerized. Just as Wu Li thought he had escaped Goulant's assault, a more powerful punch came crashing toward his face, leaving him with little chance to evade. The katana in Wu Li's hand emanated a dazzling brilliance, slicing through the air with a fierce sword aura. It clashed violently with Goulant's attack, and the collision of these two formidable forces produced a thunderous sound that ravaged the entire restaurant, leaving it utterly unrecognizable. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, causing onlookers to instinctively retreat a few steps, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the duel between the two warriors. Even Zeepa momentarily forgot his struggles, and a look of surprise flickered in Burnham's eyes. Tina, smoking contemplatively, sighed inwardly, reflecting, Admiral Akiji, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. Prior to his departure from the Navy, Akiji had entrusted her with the care of his subordinates, and having promised to do so, she felt compelled to fulfill that obligation. It seemed that Akiji's absence had left Goulant and his companions feeling adrift, fostering a growing resentment towards the Navy. Furthermore, the recent summons from Navy headquarters clearly indicated a desire to prevent them from continuing their previous assignments. Observing the three new recruits engaged in battle with Wu Li, Tina refrained from intervening, recognizing that this confrontation would allow them to vent their inner frustrations, while also knowing that Wu Li would not be easily defeated. Chapter 26. The conclusion of world conscription. The confrontation between Wu Li and Goulant roused the old head chef from his slumber. Rubbing his temples, he pondered silently, wondering how he had dozed off so unexpectedly. A nagging sense of forgetting something plagued him, yet no matter how hard he strained to recall, nothing came to mind. As he heard a tremendous commotion emanating from the dining hall, he ventured inside, only to be met with the sight of utter devastation. Staring in disbelief at the chaos before him, he could barely form words, merely pointing a finger at the assembled crowd in a fit of exasperation. Taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, the aged chef finally managed to articulate his frustration. What have you done? How could you destroy this place? Do you have any idea where you are? This is a dining hall, not a battleground. I am responsible for the meals in this space, and now you've rendered it unrecognizable. How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? The sudden appearance of the old chef left everyone momentarily stunned, and his words cast a palpable awkwardness over the assembly. The combatants, Gulan Te and Wu Li, ceased their skirmish. Tina rose to her feet, offering her apologies to the head chef, then surveyed the wreckage with a steely gaze. Restore the restaurant to its former glory. Everything here must be returned to its original state. You may leave only once the task is completed. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Yet no one dared to protest, as they were, in a sense, complicit in the chaos. After delivering her directive, Tina turned to the old chef and inquired, "Will this approach suffice?" The head chef regarded her for a moment, then glanced at the earnest faces surrounding him. With a reluctant nod, he replied, "It is imperative that we restore this place swiftly. Did everyone hear that? Hurry up and get to work." Tina observed the crowd, some still in a daze, and urged them with a commanding tone. Wu Li touched his nose and replied to Gulan Te and the others, "Indeed." Gulan Te cast a reluctant glance at Wu Li and said, "The outcome is yet to be determined. Had I not been dismissed, I would have sought to challenge you again." With that, he took hold of Zipa, who was exclaiming, "It was indeed my fault." And they proceeded to work on the restoration of the restaurant. Wu Li sighed and, along with Zhang Gao and Fen Budi, commenced their reconstruction efforts on the other side. Gulant approached Kabi and Belu Meibois, exclaiming, "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry and join us." Kabi and Belu Meibois, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Shall we go as well? Why not?" Gulant then pulled them into the endeavor of rebuilding the restaurant. "Let us assist as well. We have been mere spectators during the recent battle, thus we too have a stake in this," a Marine suddenly suggested. "Indeed, let us all join in, for who knows when they will complete it otherwise," echoed another. Soon, every Marine present joined Gulant and the others in their reconstruction efforts, which stirred a sense of gratitude within Gulant and his companions. Through the collective labor, they successfully restored the restaurant to its former glory. The old head chef, seeing the exhausted faces of the crew, felt a wave of compassion and decided to prepare a sumptuous feast alongside the kitchen staff to reward everyone. It was at this moment that Wu Li began to feel a sense of belonging within the naval collective, while Gulant and the others found their aversion towards the Navy lessening, particularly after Akiji's departure. As the warships carrying Akainu Kizaru and other admirals returned to the Navy headquarters, the global recruitment drive was nearing its conclusion. The prospective Marines gathered at the Navy headquarters, standing in neat formation as they listened to the speech delivered by Admiral Akainu. "First, congratulations to each of you for successfully passing the selection process of the global recruitment drive, thereby earning the honor of becoming a member of the Navy. I expect you to uphold justice, obey orders, execute commands rigorously, and embody the principles of naval justice. Strive to become exemplary Marines and uphold the honor of the Navy." Akainu's deep and authoritative voice resonated throughout the square. "Next, I hereby announce the commencement of the appointment ceremony for 2 new admirals." As his words fell, the Marines' eyes collectively turned towards the platform where Fujitora and Green Bull, clad in yellow and white striped suits and wearing sunglasses, stood tall. Their fervent gaze was particularly intense when the 2 new admirals declared, "For justice." The Marines performed the most precise salute, expressing their utmost respect. After 2 years, the global recruitment drive finally came to a close, and renowned newspapers around the world frantically printed the news, disseminated far and wide by countless seagulls and imaging phone bugs. Wu Li also received information regarding his appointed position from Tina. With a soft chime, a new message appeared in his mind system. "Ding, the world conscription mission has been completed. Congratulations, you have gained 200 experience points. Swordmaster, LV2, 322500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Sanyan Flow, Essence. Fuyu Shinfeng Flow Sword, 99. Heroic Spirit Value, 50. Mission, participate in and pass the world conscription, 200. Completed." What puzzled Wu Li was the inexplicable decline in his heroic spirit value. Although he could not discern the reason, he acknowledged that he had accomplished the task. Now, he could embark on a new journey. Chapter 27. The meeting before departure. All naval officers of lieutenant rank and above, please assemble in the conference room immediately. The announcement from the naval headquarters echoed continuously. The ordinary sailors in training lifted their heads, observing the dignified officers in their justice uniforms heading toward the conference room. "All right, little ones, stop what you're doing and prepare for the meeting," Karp instructed, glancing at the 2 combatants. The swirling dust revealed Kobe, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Yet his expression radiated excitement. He was engaged in combat with Balumeb, and upon hearing Karp's words, he sheathed his two Gurkha knives, standing tall alongside Kobe, exclaiming, "Yes." Vice Admiral Karp. Tina, taking a drag from her cigarette, glanced at Wu Li after hearing the announcement. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "Let us go, Colonel Wu Li. It seems the higher-ups are ready to assign you tasks, and I have heard that each of you will also be paired with a partner." Wu Li donned a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, and it seemed as though his entire demeanor underwent a transformation. The Navy headquarters would undoubtedly engage in global recruitment. Yet it was improbable that all enlisted sailors would remain at the headquarters. Otherwise, the very essence of recruitment would be rendered meaningless. Thus, following the appointment to their positions, a redistribution of tasks would ensue, enabling the Navy to better uphold its righteous mission, combat the nefarious pirates, and maintain peace upon the seas. "Let us proceed," Wu Li proclaimed, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him regarding the nature of the task he would be assigned, especially with the mention of a partner. "Let us go," Tina replied, rising to accompany Wu Li to the conference room. The hypnotists Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty gazed enviously at the departing figures of Wu Li and Tina, their eyes brimming with unshed tears as they bit their lips, striving to stifle their cries. "Fin Beauty, do not forget our oath," Zhang Yao comforted, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I have not forgotten," Fin Beauty retorted, and in that moment, the two embraced, leaving the other sailors around them in astonished silence. It appeared they, too, yearned for advancement, though one might question the necessity of weeping so profusely. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and Fin Beauty grappled with a harsh truth. The infuriating Wu Li spent his days in the company of Tina, and this time, they could not even play the role of mere bystanders, which left them feeling profoundly disheartened. As Wu Li and Tina made their way to the conference room, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "Humph, I didn't expect to see you again," Grant remarked, his eyes glinting with fervor. "Shall we have another match?" The conference room was filled to capacity with naval officers of the rank of captain and above, representing a significant portion of the naval force. Any pirate who chanced upon such an imposing assembly, hundreds of sailors draped in the cloak of justice, would undoubtedly tremble in fear. Such a scene was a rarity. At the head of the conference room sat Akainu, flanked by Kizu, Green Bull, Fujitora, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, who conspicuously did not attend this meeting. The conference lasted a full day, concluding just as Wu Li's stomach audibly protested its emptiness. However, for those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above, additional discussions were scheduled, prompting Tina to allow Wu Li to depart early. Thus, he made his way alone to the dining hall. Chapter 28. A chance encounter with the Straw Hat crew in the dining hall. Kobe and Balumeb arrived and joined Wu Li. "Colonel Wu Li, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on your promotion yet. From now on, we will all be part of the Navy," Kobe said with curiosity. "I wonder who your partner will be for the upcoming missions." Balumeb's eyes also sparkled with intrigue, likely pondering how the newly summoned sailors would execute their tasks, prompting the higher-ups to arrange partners to assist in their swift acclimatization. "It's another colonel, Shuan, but I've heard he is currently out on a mission and hasn't returned," Wu Li replied. At that moment, 3 individuals entered the dining hall, prompting Kobe to wave enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Grant, Zappa, Burnham, over here." Seeing Kobe's warm demeanor, Grant and the others made their way over to join them, and Wu Li nodded with a smile. Although these individuals were known for their combative nature, they were not ill-natured, merely possessing an intense competitive spirit. After Grant took his seat, Kobe looked at him with curiosity, asking, "I heard you applied to be stationed at the base closest to Cake Island in the land of Wano. What made you want to go there?" Grant replied, "That base is primarily tasked with monitoring the movements of the Yonko Big Mom. One day, I will personally defeat her. That is my ambition. I firmly believe I will achieve this goal soon." "The Yonko? They are the emperors of the New World. Isn't aiming for such lofty figures a bit ambitious?" Balumeb interjected, unable to contain his thoughts. Such aspirations were beyond his imagination. His current focus was to train diligently under Garp and grow stronger. Far removed from such grand objectives, Kobe, recalling his own dream of becoming an admiral, nodded in agreement. "I believe you can achieve it. Let us strive together to realize our respective dreams." Perhaps it was the mention of dreams that ignited Kobe's enthusiasm. As he turned to the voraciously devouring Wu Li and inquired, "Colonel Wu Li, what is your dream? Do you have any goals you wish to achieve?" Wu Li paused, setting down his knife and fork, and mumbled, "Dreams? What are dreams? Can they be eaten? Upon hearing this, Kubai couldn't help but roll his eyes, while Gulant, however, found it hard to believe that he was a man without aspirations, as he had sensed Wu Li's unwavering determination during their previous battle. I wish to marry a beautiful woman and have many, many children, Zapa declared, clenching his fists, only to be cut down by Burnham beside him, who scornfully remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be the world's strongest swordsman? That was in the past. Forget about the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. At present, I can't even defeat Colonel Wu Li," Zapa lamented. Not long ago, they had engaged in a match, and he had lost, succumbing to pure swordsmanship. Particularly as Wu Li had not even employed haki. Little did he know that Wu Li had yet to master the armament haki. If he were aware, his despondency would have deepened, realizing that even without haki, Wu Li's prowess remained formidable. I hope that one day, when I bring down the 4 emperors, you will possess the strength to face me, Gulant proclaimed, pointing at Wu Li with arrogance. As a new generation of the Navy, there were few peers who could surpass him, which explained his audacity in making such a statement. Wu Li refrained from undermining his inflated confidence, for the disparity between them, including himself, and the 4 emperors was as vast as the heavens and the earth. After satisfying their hunger, they each departed, and within a few days, Gulante and his companions began their journey to monitor the base of Cake Island in the Land of Nations. Meanwhile, Kabi and Balumabur continued their training under the tutelage of Karp, as they had always done. In the midst of Wu Li's anxious waiting, his partner, Colonel Xiaoen, finally arrived at the naval headquarters. Wu Li gazed at his partner, Xiaoen, whose face was concealed beneath a white cloth, and remarked, "I am delighted to embark on this mission alongside you." "Indeed," Xiaoen replied. Observing Xiaoen's taciturn demeanor, Wu Li inwardly sighed, realizing he had encountered a rather reticent individual. Nevertheless, Wu Li held great optimism for the future of the seemingly enigmatic colonel. For Xiaoen's rust fruit was an exceptionally formidable ability. If harnessed appropriately, it would render him immensely powerful. On a fair and sunny morning, after bidding farewell to Tina, Wu Li set sail with Xiaoen, commencing his naval career. However, this day at sea brought with it the capricious weather of the New World. The once serene and beautiful ocean transformed into a tempestuous expanse, dark and wrathful, as storm clouds gathered overhead, unleashing tumultuous waves that roared like a stampede of wild horses. The sailors aboard the warship became frantic, some floundering in disarray. "Colonel Xiaoen, Colonel Wu Li, what should we do?" one sailor shouted. The vessel was perilously close to capsizing amidst the towering waves, yet Xiaoen, with an unwavering gaze fixed on a glimmer of light in the distant sky, resolutely declared, "Do not panic. Let us steer towards that illuminated patch of sky. The weather in the New World is notoriously unpredictable. While one side may be basked in sunshine, the other could be engulfed in a tempest." Wu Li, lacking understanding of such matters, entrusted the situation to Xiaoen. After an hour of battling against the storm, the weather gradually improved, the dark clouds began to dissipate, and sunlight once again bathed the warship in its warm embrace. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the crew. For navigating the seas entailed dangers beyond mere encounters with pirates. One must constantly contend with the wrath of nature. Suddenly, a sailor peered through a telescope and exclaimed, "Look, there's a pirate ship over there." Both Xiaoen and Wu Li were taken aback before swiftly grasping the telescopes from their comrades. "What is that?" Xiaoen pondered uncertainly. As they drew nearer, Xiaoen finally discerned the lion-shaped prow of the vessel and the pirate flag adorned with a skull and straw hat. "It's the Straw Hat cruise ship. After 2 years, we've encountered them once more," Xiaoen exclaimed, a rare excitement evident in his voice. "Accelerate. We must not let them escape this time." Wu Li was somewhat taken aback, having not anticipated encountering the most illustrious figure in this world so soon. The Sunny, a ship basked in sunlight, was manned by Usopp, who donned loose overalls and blue and white striped wristbands, a large crossbody tool bag, and a wide-brimmed white hat. He was joyfully playing with Chopper when he suddenly spotted a vessel approaching them. In his haste, he dropped his glasses and beheld a seagull clutching a scale. The emblem of the Navy, perched on the warship, prompting an exclamation, "It's the Navy. A Navy warship is coming towards us." Chopper and the others were equally startled by the sudden appearance. Zoro, who had been napping, immediately rose, squinting one eye to gradually discern the figure of Shun, remarking casually, "Ah, it's an old acquaintance." Chapter 29. Faces in our lifetime, the era of the Great Pirate Age revolves around the legendary treasure left behind by the Pirate King. Gold, Roger, One Piece. Countless pirates engage in fierce battles over it. Monkey D, Luffy, a boy who consumed the gum-gum fruit and transformed into a rubber man, set out to become the Pirate King, embarking on numerous adventures alongside his companions. Following the events at Enies Lobby, their notoriety soared, attracting the attention of even the world government. The Straw Hat Pirates, aiming for the New World, today sail the Grand Line. These familiar words suddenly resurfaced in Wu Li's mind, vividly manifesting before him. The Straw Hat Pirates were indeed the most celebrated pirate crew in this world. Led by the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, he was destined to become the Pirate King, with the rest of the crew poised to fulfill their dreams. However, now there was an unexpected variable. Wu Li, particularly as he found himself in opposition to them. The presence of a pirate amidst the Navy added an air of mystery to the future. On board the Thousand Sunny, the atmosphere remained as lively as ever. Usopp, the king of snipers, and the cotton candy-loving Chopper were scurrying about the deck like ants on a hot skillet upon spotting the Navy warship. Usopp cried out in a panic, "This is it. We just arrived in the New World, and now we encounter the Navy. Are there more Navy ships here than in other seas?" He abruptly halted, glancing at the figure sitting cross-legged at the lion-shaped bow, shouting, "Luffy, what should we do?" The person seated, with somewhat disheveled black hair and a scar beneath his left eye, wore a red vest, blue denim shorts, and straw sandals. Luffy sat cross-legged. And unlike Usopp and Chopper, he revealed a confident grin upon seeing the Navy ship. Chopper, scampering about, squeaked in a childlike voice, "We're doomed. The Navy is here. What do we do?" Their frantic voices created quite a ruckus aboard the Thousand Sunny, prompting Nami, unable to bear it any longer, to deliver a couple of swift punches to each of them. Usopp and Chopper's heads immediately swelled up, silencing their commotion. With tears streaming down their faces, they gazed at Nami with expressions of fear even greater than upon seeing the Navy. As the two quieted down, Nami let out a sigh of relief, thinking those two were too raucous. She then turned her gaze towards the Navy ship, frowning. "I didn't expect to encounter the Navy right after entering the New World. This could be troublesome." She picked up the map in her hand and examined it closely, then turned to the cyborg Frankie, asking, "Frankie, how many more times can Wind Blaster be used?" Frankie, a tall figure clad only in shorts, leaned to the right, striking a peculiar pose with his hands, and responded in a resonant voice, Super. Nami, we can only use Wind Blaster once more." Zoro, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, yawned lazily, fiddling with the three swords at his waist, and remarked, "Is it really that complicated? Let us just go over and cut them all down. Besides, I recognize one of those Navy guys. He rusted my snow walk at Enies Lobby. The other one is unfamiliar." Usopp echoed, recalling a victory from a previous skirmish. "Yes, I remember him quite well." Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and a figure appeared beside Robin and Nami, with golden hair and curly eyebrows. Adorned with a small mustache and a smile, Sanji ingratiated himself, saying, "Nami-chan, Robin-chan, how may I serve you?" Upon noticing the Navy ship, his expression darkened. "I'll go take them down." "Sanji, what about the dishes you're preparing in the kitchen?" reminded Brook, the skeletal musician. "Ah, I almost forgot. Then I'll leave this to you guys. I'm off to cook." Sanji slapped his forehead, recalling his culinary duties, and dashed away. Robin, with her voluptuous figure clad in black leather and a cowboy hat, set down her newspaper. Spotting Shun on the Navy ship, she guessed in surprise that Colonel Shun. He should be part of the Navy S Division. What is he doing here? Perhaps he has been reassigned to the Navy headquarters in the New World. There was a report in the newspaper about the relocation of the Navy headquarters from Marineford to the New World. Robin's gaze shifted to Wu Li, who, despite donning the Navy's Justice Cloak, wore casual attire that lacked the typical aura of a Navy officer when compared to Shun. A contemplative expression crossed her face. Just days prior, the newspaper reported that the world conscription had concluded. This unfamiliar face, dressed casually and devoid of the Navy's essence, was likely a newcomer from the world conscription. Chapter 30. Zoro's predicament with Luffy. As the distance between the Navy ship and the Thousand Sunny narrowed, the sailors aboard the warship braced themselves, their expressions tense. The notoriety of this pirate crew was immense, particularly that of their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, a notorious figure with a bounty of 400 million. "Colonel Wu Li, my upcoming request may be somewhat excessive," Shun remarked, glancing at Wu Li. Although they were partners, their time working together had been brief, especially since Shun was taciturn and had not engaged in much conversation. Thus, Shuan's proactive request piqued Wu Li's interest. What is it? Speak your mind, Wu Li inquired with curiosity. Though we are partners of equal rank, I hope to take full command from here on out, Shuan said, a hint of nervousness in his voice, recognizing the audacity of his request. The term partner was somewhat misleading. It was merely a formality. Most recruits from the world conscription were formidable, and the Navy's high command preferred not to directly assign high-ranking positions, opting instead for this transitional partnership. However, the current highest combat power rendered such transitions unnecessary, as the new admiral was exceptionally powerful. Thus, although they held equal ranks, the command authority rested with Wu Li, while Shuan was merely a subordinate. That's perfectly fine. I lack experience in these matters, so this will provide a valuable learning opportunity. Wu Li expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Colonel Wu Li. Upon hearing this, Shuan noticed that the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates was approaching the range of their cannons. He swiftly turned and commanded the artillerymen. As soon as the Straw Hat crew's ship enters firing range, open fire immediately. Understood. The sailors responded in unison. Wu Li silently sighed, contemplating the unforeseen necessity of engaging in battle with the Straw Hat crew. His desire for this confrontation was rather tepid. Although the Straw Hat crew were pirates and he was a member of the Navy, his initial intent in joining the world conscription was not merely to apprehend pirates indiscriminately. The absence of any mission prompts from the system indicated that the Straw Hat crew's infamy was not particularly significant. Monkey D., Luffy, after all, was a pivotal figure in the progression of the world, embodying its prevailing narrative. While he had no intention of capturing them, Wu Li felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Roronoa Zoro, the disciple of the world's greatest swordsman and a future master swordsman in his own right. He yearned to test the strength of this formidable opponent 2 years hence. Report. The enemy's pirate ship has entered attack range, a marine suddenly announced. Wu Li gazed into the distance, and indeed, he could clearly observe everything aboard the Thousand Sunny, along with those familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Fire, commanded Shuan resolutely. Dozens of cannonballs surged toward the Straw Hat Pirates' vessel. Upon witnessing the incoming barrage, Luffy and his crew remained remarkably unperturbed. The Straw Hat boy, Monkey D., Luffy, perched at the prow of the ship shaped like a lion, surveyed the rain of cannonballs. He rose to his feet and leaped into the air, inhaling deeply as his abdomen swelled rapidly, resembling a rubber balloon. Under Wu Li's watchful eyes, a portion of the cannonball struck Luffy's inflated belly, indenting it momentarily, only to be propelled back toward the naval warship by Luffy's powerful gut. Meanwhile, the remaining cannonballs were effortlessly cleaved in two by Roronoa Zoro, who leapt into actions, brandishing his sword. With a flash of steel, the projectiles were severed, resulting in a spectacular explosion midair. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Li observed with admiration as the Straw Hat crew dispatched the cannonballs with such ease. Their prowess was indeed formidable. As some cannonballs were sent hurtling back, the sailors on the warship were thrown into a panic. Just as Shuan prepared to retaliate, he witnessed Wu Li draw his sword and, with a casual sweep, summon a gust of wind that caused the airborne cannonballs to tremble and detonate. Bang, bang. Noticing that the naval vessel continued its bombardment, Luffy shouted. Gum gum, Wu Li observed as Luffy's arm elongated like ordinary rubber, stretching all the way to the Navy warship, where one hand grasped the railing while his body remained on the Thousand Sunny. Nami and the others, witnessing Luffy's chaotic antics once again, urgently called out, Luffy, what are you planning? We need to leave as soon as possible. Before she could finish her sentence, a whoosh sounded, and Zoro leaped onto Luffy's outstretched arm, using it as a bridge to dash toward the opposing Navy vessel. Zoro, Luffy exclaimed, somewhat displeased that this fellow dared to tread upon his limb. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up with inspiration, and his grin returned. Zoro, who had been busy slicing through the incoming cannonballs midair, shivered and glanced back at Luffy, sensing an ominous foreboding rise within him upon seeing Luffy's expression. Luffy, Zoro called out, a hint of unease in his voice. Hee Zoro, let us go? As Wu Li beheld, Luffy's body swiftly recoiled towards the naval warship, during which he also pulled Zoro along with him. With a resounding crash, the two landed on the deck of the naval vessel, creating a human-shaped crater upon impact. Luffy rose to his feet, dusting off his hands, and laughed heartily. Nothing happened at all. Emerging from the pit, Zoro, filled with ire, exclaimed, Luffy. In Chapter 31, Luffy and Zoro face off against the Navy. It's the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D., Luffy, and the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. They've boarded our warship. Do not fear them. Capture them. The deck of the naval ship erupted in shouts as the soldiers reacted to Luffy and Zoro's audacious arrival. Normally, pirates would seek to flee swiftly, rarely engaging the navy directly. The naval soldiers, weapons in hand, hesitated to attack and instead encircled the two pirates. Observing the encroaching navy, Luffy, feeling a pang of hunger, sniffed the air as if he could detect the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting from the Thousand Sunny's kitchen. He swallowed hard and urged, "Zoro, let us deal with them quickly so we can return to eat Sanji's cooking. I'm famished." Zoro stretched his limbs, exasperated. All right, I can't stand you. You ate so much this morning, and now you're hungry again?" He then cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding navy, casually stating, "It'll be quick. I won't keep you waiting long." Upon hearing Zoro's words, the naval soldiers felt a jolt of indignation. Despite their renown, such blatant disrespect was intolerable. Many prepared to launch their attack. A sense of dominance, pride, and regal contempt flashed in Wu Li's eyes. Indeed, these were truly popular figures. The thought of engaging in battle with them sent his heart racing, filled with nervous excitement. In stark contrast to Wu Li's exhilaration, the Navy perceived this as provocation and insult, igniting their fury. Consequently, many soldiers ceased their waiting. Some began firing at Luffy and Zoro, while others flanked them for an assault. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire echoed across the naval warship, a barrage of bullets hurtling toward the two pirates. In an instant, Luffy stepped forward, shielding Zoro, and the bullets struck him with little effect. To the astonishment of the naval soldiers, Luffy's body, akin to rubber, repelled the projectiles effortlessly. Is this the power of the Straw Hat Kid? Before the soldiers could comprehend, the bullets ricocheted off Luffy, returning to their originators. Some bullets struck the deck, leaving imprints, while others grazed the arms of the soldiers, eliciting cries of pain that reverberated across the ship. Meanwhile, Zoro wielded two swords, one clenched in his teeth, as he deftly knocked down the advancing soldiers with the backs of his blades, leaving them in disarray. Observing this scene, Shuin felt a heaviness in his heart and turned to Wu Li, murmuring, "Colonel Wu Li, let us join the fray." Upon hearing this, Wu Li set aside his inexplicable emotions towards the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D, Luffy, and the pirate Hunter Zoro. Observing the fallen marine soldiers, his expression grew somewhat solemn as he declared, "Very well, the pirate Hunter Zoro is entrusted to me." After a brief pause, Shio-in continued, "May I take on the task of confronting him? As for the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D, Luffy, I leave him in your capable hands. I wish to face him once more." Wu Li observed Shio-in's unwavering gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon receiving Wu Li's consent, Shio-in sprang into action, charging towards Zoro, who was momentarily distracted after felling several approaching marines. Sensing the shift in energy, Zoro turned to face Shio-in, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, it is you. Roronoa Zoro, we meet once more." Shio-in, eyes ablaze with fierce determination, replied, "Come, let us engage in battle." With that, his hands began to transform, appearing to be enveloped in a grayish hue as he launched his assault towards Zoro. Very well. The clash between Zoro and Shio-in commenced, a spectacle so intense that the ordinary marines dared not intervene, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Zoro, ever the valiant warrior, had never shied away from a fight, and his 2 years of rigorous training had rendered him remarkably formidable. Prior to entering the New World, he had yet to encounter an adversary who could compel him to unleash his full potential. However, Zoro remained cautious of Shio-in's hands, deliberately steering his blade clear of direct contact during their confrontation. The battle at Eni's lobby, marked by the rusted blade of a foe possessing a devil fruit ability, lingered vividly in his memory. He had no desire for his beloved sword to suffer further damage. As Zoro and Shio-in engaged in combat, Wu Li's attention shifted to Luffy, who skillfully navigated the hail of bullets without being struck again. Observation Haki, I see, Wu Li mused, fully aware of Luffy's mastery over this ability, along with his proficiency in 2 other forms of Haki. With his enhanced perception, Luffy could easily evade bullets if he chose to. The initial hits were intentional. With a shout, Luffy unleashed his rubber-like fists, sending the advancing marines sprawling. The lone remaining soldier, witnessing Luffy's fist drawing ever nearer, felt terror grip him as his pupils dilated. There was no escaping, no time to block. Bang! Without further contemplation, Wu Li swiftly moved to intercept Luffy's punch. Luffy's rubber-like arm recoiled rapidly. The marine soldier, witnessing the figure before him adorned in a cloak of justice, displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Colonel Wu Li." Wu Li nodded slightly and then addressed him, "You may step aside." The sailor, understanding the disparity in strength between himself and the two before him, retreated to the side. Curiosity flickered in his eyes, for he was uncertain of the true extent of Colonel Wu Li's power. The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the most notorious of this generation, wielder of the Gum Gum Fruit. Wu Li spoke, his tone imbued with an inexplicable emotion, causing Luffy to gaze at the naval officer before him in surprise. Rather than initiating combat, he was merely speaking to himself about information concerning Luffy. He was the grandson of the naval hero Garp and the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who was infamously dubbed the most wicked criminal in the world. Upon hearing the name Garp, Luffy bit his lip, his expression turning sour as memories of his childhood days, spent enduring beatings from his grandfather, flooded back. He had no recollections of his father, hailing from the East Blue and having grown up in Windmill Village. Luffy looked at Wu Li with surprise and exclaimed, "You know about Windmill Village? Have you been there?" "No, I have not," Wu Li replied. And Luffy's face fell in disappointment. Wu Li chuckled, "However, I am quite familiar with it. For instance, that straw hat atop your head was entrusted to you by the Yonko, red-haired Shanks." He pointed to Luffy's hanging straw hat, which elicited expressions of shock from both Luffy and the surrounding Marines. Even Zoro, who was locked in battle with Shuin, was taken aback, realizing that Wu Li was aware of such details. Yet, this information was not particularly obscure. Its revelation was not extraordinary. What astonished him, and left Shuin and the Marines on the ship in awe, was Wu Li's next statement. "It was red-haired Shanks who lost an arm to save you. For the 2 years following the Marineford War, you trained under the guidance of Pirate King's right-hand man, Dark King Rayleigh." The naval vessel fell into a profound silence, halting all ongoing battles, including Zoro and Shuin's confrontation. Far away on the Thousand Sunny, Usopp peered through his telescope, bewildered by the sudden stillness aboard the naval ship. What is going on? Why have Luffy, Zoro, and the Marines all stopped? Nami, equally surprised, took Usopp's telescope and gazed at the scene unfolding on the naval ship. "It's true. What has happened? They're all standing there in a daze. What is going on? Robin, come take a look," Nami urged. Robin accepted the telescope and scrutinized the expressions on the faces of the naval personnel, noting their astonishment. The naval colonel was moving his lips, seemingly articulating something profound. It appeared they had come to understand something incredibly shocking. Otherwise, they wouldn't all share such a uniform expression. The distance prevented Robin from hearing their words clearly, but she was certain of one thing. Her gaze fell upon Wu Li, and she asserted, "The reason lies with that unidentified naval officer." Nami and the others grew curious, left to wonder about the situation until Luffy and the others returned to explain what had transpired aboard the naval ship. Red-haired Shanks lost an arm? The legendary Dark King Rayleigh is actually the Straw Hat Kid's mentor? The weight of this information was staggering, leaving the Marines with mouths agape, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost, realizing the might of their background. Shuin was equally stunned, though a flicker of doubt crossed his features. He pondered the source of Wu Li's intelligence, and Zoro's demeanor suggested he was not fabricating tales. Zoro was initially surprised to learn that the Yonko red-haired Shanks had sacrificed an arm for Luffy. Yet, this was information that even they, the crew, were unaware of. How could this naval officer know? While the truth of this matter remained to be verified, it was indeed true that Luffy had trained under Rayleigh following the Marineford War. Observing Luffy's dazed expression, it was evident that the naval officer had struck a chord. Zoro, with a scar running down his left eye, cast a bloodthirsty glare at Wu Li, an intense killing intent surging forth. This individual understood his captain better than those who had been by his side day in and day out, especially given that this person was a Marine. Such an adversary posed a significant threat to his captain. As Luffy's crewmate and comrade, he felt compelled to eliminate this danger. Zoro emanated a formidable aura, his killing intent suffocating the Marines aboard the ship and imposing immense pressure on Shuin, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Shuin was taken aback, realizing that Zoro had not even utilized his full strength during their earlier skirmish. With Zoro poised to attack Wu Li, Shuin's vigilance peaked, his heart racing. If Zoro were to strike, he would have to intervene. Even though he doubted his ability to stop him, he would exert every effort to do so. Feeling Zoro's murderous intent, Wu Li suddenly came to his senses, hastily covering his mouth and stammering an apology. "I'm sorry. I got too carried away and inadvertently revealed other crucial information." Despite Wu Li's apparent agitation, Zoro's killing intent remained undiminished. Narrowing his right eye, he focused on Wu Li, prepared to strike. Luffy extended his arm, signaling Zoro to refrain from attacking. Zoro, akin to an arrow drawn taut, cast a glance at Luffy, remaining silent yet halting his advance. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, then lifted his head, his gaze serious as he regarded Wu Li. "How do you know all this? Who are you really?" Chapter 34. My name is Wu Li, and I am currently a naval colonel. A sound resonated, as if the heavens themselves had spoken. Dark clouds began to gather, obscuring the sun's rays, casting shadows upon the sea. As time trickled by, the shadows expanded, enveloping the ships and the faces of Luffy and the others, leaving only a few faint beams of light near the surface of the water. On the naval vessel, hundreds of eyes were fixed upon Wu Li, a mix of astonishment, curiosity, and murderous intent swirling among them as they awaited answers. In the distance, the crew aboard the Thousand Sunny also awaited clarity. Nami glanced at the sky and then at the eternal pointer on her wrist, her expression growing anxious. Though typically carefree and unconcerned, the gravity of the situation compelled her to pay attention. Having a naval officer so well acquainted with them was indeed unsettling. Luffy, contemplating these matters, wore a grave expression as he fixated on Wu Li. Some questions could only be answered by him, despite being fellow Colonel Shuin or ordinary Marines. Their astonishment at Wu Li's statements remained mixed with skepticism until they witnessed the reactions and inquiries of the pirate hunter Zoro and the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, which began to sway their belief in the veracity of these claims. Wu Li gently tapped his forehead, noticing the anxious expressions on Luffy and Zoro's faces. A sense of regret washed over him. Indeed, he should have refrained from speaking too much. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Li remarked, "I may understand you better than you understand yourself." Though this statement bordered on the exaggerated, it bore a semblance of truth. Luffy's pupils constricted. The response was vague and audacious. While he was skeptical of Wu Li's assertion, it nonetheless sent a jolt through him. It was rather absurd for a stranger to speak with such familiarity, claiming to know him entirely. Yet, some of Wu Li's observations were undeniably accurate. "Who exactly are you?" Luffy inquired once more. "I am Wu Li, currently a naval colonel," Wu Li replied. Luffy's brow furrowed even deeper. This was not the answer he had hoped for. Wu Li? Colonel? These titles were already known when this man blocked his fist and saved that Marine. "Who exactly are you?" The question pertained to Wu Li's connection to him, not merely his name or rank. Since he refused to speak, force would be the only means to extract the truth. Zoro's voice dripped with lethal intent as he spoke. After uttering these words, Zoro glanced at Luffy, only to find him deep in thought, offering no objection to his actions. Cheyenne tensed, his aura radiating unrestrained as he vigilantly watched Zoro, poised to intercept any attack directed at Wu Li. The air grew heavy, thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. Luffy remained silent, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Zoro moved, vanishing from his position in the blink of an eye, leaving only a swirling gust in his wake. The Marine's vision blurred as Cheyenne lunged forward, intercepting Zoro mid-charge. Zoro frowned, his voice low and dangerous. "I don't have time to waste on you. Step aside, or I won't hold back." Before the words fully left his mouth, Zoro raised his twin blades toward Cheyenne. The stakes were too high for distractions. Cheyenne spared a glance at Wu Li behind him, recalling their earlier conversation. His gaze hardened as he met Zoro's eyes. "I made a promise. You're my opponent. I won't move." Zoro clenched his sword between his teeth, unleashing a ferocious, bloodthirsty aura, like a beast ready to tear into its prey. Chapter 35. Wu Li versus Zoro. The two clashed once more, their overwhelming force sending Marines stumbling backward, unable to withstand the shockwaves. So such power. Cheyenne found himself immediately overpowered by Zoro's relentless assault, struggling to hold his ground. The difference was staggering. Unlike their battle at Eni's lobby, Zoro's strength now eclipsed all expectations. Gritting his teeth, Cheyenne focused solely on deflecting Zoro's strikes, refusing to let him pass. With Cheyenne's tenacious resistance, Zoro realized breaching his defense to reach Wu Li would be near impossible. His only option was to defeat Cheyenne first. With a fierce cry, Zoro unleashed his technique, Santoryu Tatsumaki. His aura surged like a dragon ascending to the heavens, the sheer force of his slash hurling Cheyenne skyward. The razor-edged whirlwind carved into Cheyenne's body, yet he clenched his jaw, stabilizing himself midair. Twisting, he gathered energy into his palm and thrust it downward toward Zoro's position. Sensing danger, Zoro swiftly evaded. Where he once stood, a corrosive vortex materialized, reducing the ground to dust in an instant. Zoro's eyes flickered with surprise, but he refused to remain on the defensive. Buzz, armament haki enveloped his blades. Crossing them behind his back, the sky darkened as if eclipsed. Only the gleam of his swords illuminated his formidable silhouette. Santoryu, Toro Nagashi. Before the words faded, an earth-splitting slash surged toward Cheyenne, its sheer magnitude rendering defense impossible. Luffy finally lifted his head, spotting a figure materializing beside Cheyenne. A massive whirlpool churned the sea, rocking the battleship violently. A towering wave, swift as a white serpent, coiled around Wu Li and Cheyenne, forming an immense water barrier. Shigure Son Ryu, Haney Isway. Zoro's eyes gleamed with exhilaration at Wu Li's sudden appearance. Finally, you show yourself. His power erupted, amplifying the force of his slash as it collided with Wu Li's watery shield. Crack! Wu Li's expression shifted. His barrier lasted mere seconds before shattering under Zoro's blade, the attack continuing unabated toward them. As expected of a man who aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. Truly formidable, but with a grave expression. Wu Li unleashed a chilling aura that radiated from his being. The sword in his hand became encrusted with frost, and soon the ground beneath him was swiftly enveloped in ice. A sudden influx of frigid air filled the sky, causing snowflakes to swirl about, transforming the atmosphere for those aboard the warship from the sweltering heat of summer to the biting cold of winter, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. The ethereal floating feather divine wind sword conjured a wall of snowflakes before Wu Li, standing resolutely against Zoro's sword energy once more. A tremendous impact sent the snow swirling violently in all directions, quickly cloaking the naval vessel in a shroud of wintry precipitation. The sailors found their hair and faces dusted with white frost, exhaling in astonishment as they beheld the landscape transformed into a winter wonderland. Chapter 36. Anxious Nami. To her surprise, Colonel Wu Li proved to be exceedingly potent. This technique appeared overwhelmingly formidable. Surely, even Roronoa Zoro's assault could be thwarted, exclaimed one astounded sailor. Yet, Shuin shook his head, sighing inwardly. I fear it may not suffice. Did you truly believe you could withstand my strike? If that is your conviction, you underestimate my tiger hunt. Zoro proclaimed with authority. Could it truly be insufficient? The observing sailors gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening as an almost imperceptible crack resonated in Wu Li's ears, akin to the roar of thunder. Suddenly, they witnessed the snowflake barrier before Wu Li bearing stripes reminiscent of a tiger, cleaved by Zoro's swordlight. With a final, resounding crash, the snowflake defense shattered, scattering its remnants across the surroundings. Fragments of the barrier fell onto the deck, piercing through and revealing the formidable nature of its icy fortifications. Even as the power of the strike lingered, it surged toward Wu Li with relentless force. Wu Li, unfazed by the remnants of the sword's light, raised his weapon with resolute determination and delivered a powerful slash. The fifth form of the floating feather divine wind sword, Nagi, unleashed a formidable gust that met Zoro's blade head-on. Before the captivated eyes of the onlookers, Zoro's sword light shattered into fragments, gradually dissipating into the air. Surprised by the interruption of his strike, Zoro felt a flicker of astonishment. He had aimed for a swift victory, employing the haki he had cultivated over 2 years of rigorous training. Although the tiger hunt was not his most potent move, the enhancement of haki rendered it a force that few could withstand. A newfound respect for Wu Li began to blossom within him, marking a shift from his previous indifference to an acknowledgement of Wu Li's prowess. As Zoro prepared to unleash another formidable technique, a voice suddenly echoed from the distant Thousand Sunny. Zoro, Luffy, hurry back to the ship. Nami's urgent shout grew fainter as it reached the naval vessel, leaving Zoro momentarily perplexed. Huh, what are you saying? Zoro tilted his head, annoyance creeping onto his face. Zoro, Luffy, Nami says an extreme weather phenomenon is imminent. You must return to the ship at once. Usopp yelled, straining his voice. Yes, it could be a superstorm. Chopper chimed in, though his voice barely carried over the distance. What are you all talking about? Zoro's irritation deepened. It was truly vexing to be disturbed at such a critical moment of battle. Turning to Wooly, he declared, "Let us continue." Wooly withdrew his gaze from the Thousand Sunny, sensing an inexplicable unease at the anxious demeanor of his companions. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, concentrating intently on the impending assault from Zoro. It seemed too distant. They likely had not heard him. Observing Zoro prepare for battle, Robin remarked, "Zoro, that fool." Nami seethed. Her teeth clenched in frustration. He had disregarded their pleas to return swiftly. Her instincts warned her of the impending shift in weather, a certainty she could not dismiss. If Luffy and Zoro did not hasten their return to the ship, they might find it exceedingly difficult to evade the approaching turmoil, for she had witnessed the rising sea in the distance. "Nami-chan," Sanji noted her agitation and urgency. "Do not worry. I shall fetch Luffy and that insufferable mosshead at once." Chapter 37. Extreme Tiger Hunt vs. Shiyu no Hi. The words of his comrades aboard the Thousand Sunny were lost on him. It was best to disregard them for the moment. Their anxious expressions were evident. Thus he resolved to conclude the battle before him swiftly. Zoro gripped his swords tightly, enveloped in the aura of Haki, raising them once more behind his back. A formidable presence erupted from him, more potent than before, causing the very air around him to become chaotic. The immense pressure of the wind rendered the Marines aboard the warship unable to gaze upward in awe. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The space seemed to cleave under the might of his radiant sword light, creating a vast rift in the turbulent air, imparting a sense of invincibility. A fierce gale roared, and the spectators were overwhelmed by the blinding brilliance of the sword's power, leaving them paralyzed with fear, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The dazzling sword light in Wu Li's pupils drew ever closer, his expression growing increasingly grave. Generally, once Zoro had locked onto an opponent's aura, evasion became a futile endeavor. Either they would be slain before they could even react, or they would be forced to endure the blow. Thus, a faint smile curved upon Zoro's lips. This maneuver was an enhanced version of his previous technique. It was easy to anticipate the outcome should one attempt to counter it in the same manner as before. So, what would one do? How would one receive this strike? Curiosity gleamed in Zoro's eyes. In an instant, the sword light had reached Wu Li. The overwhelming power it emanated casting a tremendous pressure upon him. In the next moment, a rain of fire erupted before Wu Li, as the sword light seemed to momentarily hesitate. Shiyu Tsangyan's profound art, Fire of Shiyu. This, of course, was merely a prelude, a desperate bid to buy himself a fleeting moment. The two seeds of sword intent within Wu Li erupted, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that resonated ominously through his weapon, which seemed on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. A fierce wind howled around him, heralding the seventh style of the floating feather divine wind-flowing sword, the tornado. The deck beneath the swirling tempest was instantly ravaged, causing the naval vessel to tremble violently, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to maintain their footing, as if it could capsize at any moment. The intense vortex ensnared Zoro's formidable, slashing sword light, drawing it skyward. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Zoro's powerful strike was pulled heavenward by Wu Li, creating a brilliant, vast aperture in the darkened sky, revealing a glimpse of the azure heavens beyond. Zoro, perplexed, wondered why his slash had faltered, granting Wu Li the opportunity to draw it into the sky. As flames rained down around him, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. His body began to sway, seemingly slowed by Wu Li's time-rain fire. Yet the movement became increasingly rapid, ultimately surpassing the effects of Wu Li's flames. Like a specter, Zoro's swift motions instilled a sense of dread, and in an instant, Wu Li's vision blurred as Zoro's three blades approached with alarming speed. Boom! In a moment nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, Zoro launched a devastating assault upon Wu Li, akin to the explosive force of a bomb. The power surged into the blade wielded by Wu Li, effectively countering Zoro's strike, as a formidable shockwave radiated outward from their clash. Sanji, who had been leaping through the air, felt the intensity of this force and couldn't help but be slightly astonished. It was rare to encounter an opponent capable of engaging Zoro to such an extent, particularly in such a fierce battle. One must remember that since their return 2 years later, prior to venturing into the New World, the adversaries they faced were not even a match for Zoro. As someone who frequently competed with Zoro, Sanji was acutely aware of the significant growth in Zoro's strength over the past 2 years, to the extent that he could hardly gauge its magnitude. Thus, the astonishment in his gaze towards Wu Li was palpable. Was this truly the prowess of a naval colonel? Chapter 38. Black-Leg Sanji, the warship suffered considerable damage due to the impact of Wu Li and Zoro's confrontation. Yet, the sailors merely stood in awe, swallowing hard as they witnessed the overwhelming strength displayed by the two combatants. Zoro cast a glance at the increasingly absent Luffy before preparing to launch another assault on Wu Li. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps resonated from above, shattering the tense atmosphere with an unexpected interruption. The sailors on the warship turned their attention skyward, spotting an individual descending towards the vessel. This was not particularly remarkable, as the Navy's 6 powers, specifically the moonwalk, could achieve similar feats. However, it was evident that this individual originated from the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates ship. As the figure landed on the warship, the sailors recognized him and could not help but exclaim, "Black-Leg Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. What should we do?" With Luffy currently inactive, only the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro remained, and Colonel Wu Li was already finding the battle arduous. The arrival of another pirate worsened the situation. Indeed, the circumstances were increasingly dire. The sailors began to feel anxious, and even Colonel Shu, prepared for battle, vigilantly watching Sanji. Dressed in a suit and exuding an air of sophistication, Sanji lit a cigarette, surveying the situation on the warship. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the cigarette, his gaze fell upon the absent Luffy before shifting to Zoro. He exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked casually, "Green Algae Head, what's happening? It's taken you so long. Have you not resolved this yet? Could it be that you are unable to defeat your opponent and are waiting for my assistance?" Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro turned to him, veins throbbing on his forehead, and retorted angrily, "Humph? You rotten cook. Do you take me for someone who waits for others to rescue me? Do not compare yourself to me. You cannot match my strength." He then glanced at Wu Li, his expression turning serious. "I'll finish this quickly. By the way, what was all that noise earlier from Nami and the others? It distracted me during the fight." Sanji, observing Zoro's earnest demeanor, cast a curious glance at Wu Li before stating, "I came here for that very reason. There's no time for you to continue battling." "Huh?" Zoro replied, puzzled. "Nami mentioned an imminent extreme weather event, one far worse than anything we've encountered before. The situation is dire, and if you and Luffy do not return to the ship soon, we may not be able to evade it in time." Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro certainly believed him, for it was Nami, their navigator, who had conveyed the warning. Her perceptive abilities in navigation were unmatched, and she had never been wrong. It was due to her that they had repeatedly emerged unscathed from the clutches of nature during their journeys at sea. Wu Li gazed at the emerging Sanji, quietly exclaiming, "Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Another familiar face. I wonder how exquisite his culinary creations are. I long to savor them." However, Zoro turned his attention to Wu Li, tightening his grip on his sword. The current situation demanded vigilance, and Zoro found himself in a quandary. It seemed they could not depart just yet. They must first subdue him. Suddenly, Zoro spoke up. "Why aren't we leaving? Everyone is still waiting for us to return." Sanji inquired, puzzled. What was the matter with this fellow? His behavior was rather peculiar, and even Luffy's silence seemed unusual. Chapter 39. The Extraordinary Waterfall at Sea. Zoro pointed his sword at Wu Li, but fell momentarily speechless, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He finally stated, "I cannot explain it all right now. I will clarify later. For now." At that moment, the warship began to tremble violently and tilt. Wu Li and Zoro struggled to maintain their balance. "What is happening? Why do I feel as though the ship is rising?" The sailors on the warship cried out in alarm, and some peered over the edge to find the sea level rising beneath them. As Zoro was about to voice his confusion, he, like Sanji, was taken aback by the sight of the distant ocean rising. A colossal column of water resembled an inverted waterfall, its power reminiscent of the currents they had encountered on their journey to Skypiea. On the Thousand Sunny, Nami furrowed her brow in concern, her face etched with anxiety. Why haven't Zoro and the others returned yet? If they don't come back soon, the situation will worsen and we may not escape. Usopp and the others shared her apprehension, staring anxiously in the direction of the naval vessel. Suddenly, enormous water columns, akin to inverted waterfalls, erupted from the sea, surging skyward as if connecting heaven and earth. The sea grew increasingly tumultuous, with these immense waterfalls seemingly threatening to engulf the entire area. If this continued, they would be drawn into it, and the destruction of the ship and loss of life would be no exaggeration. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Sanji rushed to Luffy's side and urged him, "We must leave. Otherwise, we truly won't be able to escape." Zoro remained silent, and Sanji, gritting his teeth, impulsively seized Zoro by the collar and propelled them both towards the Thousand Sunny, defying gravity. "Hey, you insufferable chef. What are you doing? Put me down," Zoro exclaimed, irritated, as he watched Wu Li drift farther away without having clarified his questions regarding the naval colonel. "Silence, you green-haired fool. Can't you see the gravity of the situation? Though I am uncertain why you are so fixated on that naval officer. If we continue like this, we will only endanger ourselves further," Sanji chided, exasperated. Zoro fell silent, casting a glance at the mute Luffy, letting out a sigh in his heart, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to wait for another opportunity to question the naval colonel. Seeing Zoro as taciturn demeanor, Sanji finally relaxed, deftly dodging the sudden onslaught of inverted waterfalls, albeit with effort, as he guided the two of them back to the Thousand Sunny. Nami and the others sighed in relief upon seeing Sanji and the others returning. However, the crew aboard the naval vessel could not share in this relief. Having just escaped one peril, they now faced an even greater crisis. "Colonel Wu Li, what should we do now?" Shuin inquired, with the sailors looking to Wu Li, awaiting his command. After witnessing the battle between Wu Li and Zoro, Shuin and the sailors had come to recognize Wu Li's formidable strength, instinctively deferring to him as their leader. "Fortunately, we are situated at the periphery of the waterfall's eruption. We must turn around immediately and vacate this maritime area," Wu Li ordered decisively. "Understood, Colonel Wu Li." Wu Li's gaze was drawn to the epicenter of the colossal sea water column rising near the Straw Hat pirate ship. Before long, another cascade obscured Wu Li's view. It remained uncertain whether they could navigate this perilous challenge or if we could escape safely. "Frankie, are you ready?" "Ready." Wind blast. Chapter 40. The concerns of the Straw Hat crew. The following day dawned clear and bright, with the sun casting golden rays upon the ocean's surface. A ship approached, its bow sending up sprays of water that, from a distance, resembled clusters of white plum blossoms, gently falling like a light drizzle upon the sea. On board the Thousand Sunny, the entire Straw Hat crew lay exhausted on the deck, the warmth of the sun intensifying their fatigue. Scattered remnants of the bizarre weather lingered on the ship, with many oranges and their leaves still adorned with droplets, the sunlight failing to fully dry the moisture on deck. Nami struggled to remove the orange leaves from her head, her weariness causing her to glance sympathetically at the battered orange trees, inching closer to right them. Her alluring figure moved gracefully across the deck, reminiscent of a mermaid, captivating Sanji, who gazed in awe, blood rushing from his nose, mingling with the puddles on the deck. "I feel utterly drained, my hands and feet are useless." "And I lack strength," remarked Brook, the skeletal gentleman with an extravagant hairstyle, who lay sprawled. Yet, he suddenly chuckled, "Even without limbs, ho ho ho. Luffy, Zoro, why are you taking so long to attack the Navy? There are 2 Navy colonels on that ship, after all." Robin, shielding her eyes from the sunlight with one hand, inquired. Logically, with their captain Luffy and combatant Zoro involved, even a Commodore should pose little challenge. Yet, the prolonged delay was unexpected. "Indeed, Zoro, if you had returned even a little later, we might not have made it out," Usopp added, his voice tinged with lingering fear. The situation had been perilously close, and their wind blast nearly failed to propel them to safety. Had the Thousand Sunny not been constructed from atom wood, a lesser vessel would surely have been destroyed, sinking into the depths. Hearing this, Sanji turned to the slumbering Luffy and asked, "Green-haired wonder, you mentioned wanting to defeat that Navy colonel. What's your reason?" As Sanji's questions piled up, Nami ceased her movements, and Zoro exchanged a glance with Luffy. After a thoughtful silence, he replied, "You might not believe it, but that man knows Luffy better than any of us. Perhaps he has known Luffy for a long time, which explains his understanding of him," Sanji mused, lighting a cigarette. "But Luffy met him for the first time, yet he spoke with such familiarity, knowing him better than any of us." The crew was taken aback. How could a stranger from the Navy understand their captain so well? Suddenly, Robin interjected, "He is from the Navy, with access to extensive intelligence resources. He may have been gathering information on Luffy all along. If one wishes to target someone, amassing comprehensive intel is certainly achievable." She understood this well, having lived a life shaped by similar experiences, thus finding nothing surprising in the notion. "It seems there are no reports indicating that one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, has lost an arm," Zoro remarked, frowning. While he typically did not read newspapers and might not recognize the characters, even he could not overlook such significant news. "What?" Sanji and the others gasped in astonishment. The news was utterly shocking. After all, what kind of person could inflict such harm upon one of the four emperors? Yet, the sea remained eerily calm, devoid of any information regarding this matter. The most recent news concerning Shanks had emerged 2 years prior during the Marineford War, and nothing had followed. Absolutely nothing, Robin affirmed with certainty. The news of Shanks, Luffy's benefactor, losing an arm raised questions about its credibility and whether they should inform Luffy. Robin gestured toward the snoring captain. He must know, she speculated. Robin and the others stared at Luffy in disbelief. Given his character, one would expect him to react explosively to such news, yet he remained disturbingly calm. The four Emperor Shanks lost his arm saving him. That must have happened quite some time ago, Zoro noted. No wonder Luffy regarded Shanks as his benefactor. It all made sense now. Usopp, having sat up and stroked his chin in contemplation, remarked, "Is all of this information from that Navy colonel? And it's remarkably accurate." Sanji also sat up, reigniting his extinguished cigarette. If the information is precise, just how much does he know? Where did he obtain this knowledge? Such a person was indeed formidable, particularly as a Navy officer. Regardless of how much he knew about Luffy or them, it posed a significant disadvantage. Robin frowned, fully aware of the importance and dangers of intelligence from her time with CP. If targeted specifically, such information could become the sharpest and most lethal of weapons. "Do you know the name of that Navy officer?" Sanji inquired. "His name is Wu Li," Zoro replied, his tone tinged with regret. "We can only hope to encounter him again to unravel some of our questions, such as where he acquired his information and how much he truly knows. If much of the intel originates from within the Navy, then we're in serious trouble," Robin warned. "I have a strong feeling we will cross paths with him again." "He is not one of those inconsequential figures," Zoro asserted. The crew fell into contemplation, pondering when they might next encounter this Navy colonel. On the tranquil sea, devoid of winds or waves, a warship bearing the Navy flag sailed forth. Achoo! Wu Li suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose and gazing into the distant sky, murmuring, "Who is thinking of me?" Images of Tina flickered in his mind, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought as impossible. Chapter 41. The Doldrums. Colonel Wu Li. "Are you feeling unwell? Shall I fetch you a clean garment?" A sailor offered, noticing the dripping justice cloak adorning Wu Li. Colonel Wu Li waved his hand, intending to decline, when suddenly, he heard the voice of a sailor beside him. "Colonel Wu Li, Colonel Xiuan." In the distance, there appears to be a vessel that does not bear the pirate flag. It seems to be an ordinary civilian ship, and the individuals aboard appear to be common citizens. The ship is under attack by a sea king and is rapidly sinking. "The situation is dire. Should we proceed immediately to render assistance?" The sailor, peering through his binoculars, reported to Wu Li and Xiuan. "Ordinary ship? Ordinary citizens?" Wu Li and Xiuan exchanged glances, both perceiving the other's bewilderment. They found themselves in the doldrums. After encountering that extraordinarily severe maritime weather, the naval ship had strayed from its original course and ended up in this perilous zone. The doldrums were notoriously treacherous. Why would ordinary vessels navigate through here? Was it not akin to courting disaster? Despite their confusion, Wu Li promptly commanded, "Immediately proceed to rescue the distressed souls." The warship's sides opened several hatches, releasing large wooden oars. The sailors formed 2 lines, vigorously propelling the oars to steer the naval vessel towards the stranded ship. In the distance, a colossal sea creature, towering several dozen meters high, fixated its gaze upon the tiny vessel. Slobber dripped from its maw, though these humans were hardly substantial enough to be worth its while. A change of palate could be intriguing. After all, these foolish and feeble humans dared to encroach upon its territorial waters. What misfortune had befallen them? At that moment, the occupants of the ship stared in terror at the monstrous sea creature, their eyes reflecting despair. Had they just fled the horrors of war only to become prey for a sea beast? Their hearts were heavy with sorrow, having risked everything to escape the doldrums. Yet it seemed they could not evade death. The doldrums were infamous for their dangers along the Grand Route, and the notion of being rescued felt like a dream too far-fetched to grasp. Water seeped into the hull. Was the ship destined to sink? Perhaps sinking would be the best outcome. At least it would spare them from being devoured, allowing them to remain whole. As if impatience had taken over, the sea creature opened its cavernous maw, lunging towards the vessel below. Its sheer size stirred a tempest, bending low as it moved, generating a fierce wind. The once tranquil sea began to ripple, transforming into tumultuous waves, rocking the ship violently, preventing the occupants from lifting their heads against the gale. Were they truly to perish here? A young boy cried out in despair, while a woman beside him echoed his fear. I do not wish to die. Someone, save us. Cease your cries. There are no true deities in this world. Your prayers are in vain. A burly man interjected, resigned to the inevitability of their demise. Embrace death in silence. Perhaps there is a paradise beyond. A shadow loomed over the vessel as the pressure of wind bore down, creaking the ship ominously. Their voices were scarcely audible over the palpable scent of death closing in. Just as the towering sea creature prepared to engulf the ship, a distant sound of cannon fire pierced the air. Bang, bang, bang. Projectiles surged towards the sea creature, exploding upon impact with a thunderous roar. The bombardment caused the creature to recoil, enraged as it bellowed towards the source of the artillery. The ship's occupants, awakened by the cacophony, opened their eyes to witness a naval vessel approaching them, igniting a spark of hope and tears of joy. It is the Navy. They have come to save us. We shall not perish. A chime resonated within Wu Li's mind, the long-lost voice of the system. Overcome with emotion, he felt tears welling in his eyes. The sailors aboard the naval ship, including Colonel Xiaoan, could not help but admire Wu Li. Who would have thought he could be so fervent in the face of rescue, embodying true justice and concern for the safety of the populace? Chapter 42. Battle Ding. A new mission appeared on the interface of Wu Li's chivalrous system. Task: save the individuals before you. Objective: to save a life is worth more than erecting a 7-story pagoda. Now is the time to uphold your chivalric duty and assist those facing the specter of death. Reward: 180 experience points. Punishment: none. Wu Li was momentarily taken aback by the absence of punishment for this mission. Would there truly be no repercussions? Or was it simply a future trend? The previous penalties had weighed heavily upon him, instilling immense pressure. Now, with the burden lifted, he secretly sighed in relief. However, this did not diminish his resolve to rescue those in peril. He would exert every effort, free from the constraints of punishment. Roaring in fury, the sea creature turned its gaze towards the naval vessel that had dared to attack it, its eyes ablaze with wrath as it unleashed a thunderous roar. The piercing sound was agonizing to the eardrums, prompting the sailors to cover their ears. Alarmingly, the mere roar conjured a fierce wind and tumultuous waves. Those aboard the sinking vessel began to harbor doubts. Could these sailors truly defeat such a colossal beast? Though the naval bombardment had momentarily halted the creature's assault, upon closer inspection, the explosions left no lasting marks on its formidable body. Not a single wound was visible, only a plume of smoke dissipating into the air. If one were to argue that the cannon fire had any effect, it would be that a projectile had struck the creature's enormous eye, the most vulnerable point. Yet, even this blow merely reddened one of its eyes slightly. Despite their previously unfavorable view of the Navy, they had been saved once before. Now, teetering on the brink of death, they could only place their hopes in this naval force. This was their lifeline. And they fervently prayed for the sailors to drive the sea creature away. However, as they glanced at the patched-up warship, concern gnawed at their hearts. Continue firing. The creature's defenses are too robust. Aim for its weak points, the eyes and throat. Boom, boom. The ship's cannons targeted the sea creature, each round soaring through the air, generating clouds of mist upon impact. The sea creature could no longer tolerate the annoyance of the puny humans tickling it with their projectiles. It resolved to devour them in retribution for its indignation. As it moved, the previously calm surface of the sea erupted into chaos, causing the warship to sway perilously. The sailors aboard displayed signs of anxiety. Despite enduring multiple attacks, the creature remained unscathed. A daunting reality dawned upon the sailors. Could they truly repel this beast and save those in peril, or would they too fall victim to the creature's hunger? As the thought crossed their minds, the Marines turned their gazes towards Colonel Wu Li, their commanding officer, who had become the steadfast pillar of this warship. With his presence, they believed that any challenge, even one posed by a colossal sea creature, could be surmounted. Not only did Wu Li notice the Marines' anxious expressions, but Xuan also perceived them, albeit with a similar look directed at Wu Li, for he had to concede that the formidable sea beast before them was beyond his own capacity to confront. What should we do now, Colonel Wu Li? Xuan inquired, observing the approaching sea creature that loomed ever closer to the naval vessel. Upon hearing Xuan's question, the Marines adopted a somber demeanor, awaiting Wu Li's directive. As the turbulence of the sea intensified, causing the warship to sway more violently, Wu Li addressed the Marines. Xuan, You are responsible for rescuing those aboard the ordinary vessel. I shall deal with this sea creature." Seemingly sensing the indifference of the naval ship towards its presence, the sea monster let out a furious roar, then violently swung its massive head towards the warship. Its head, comparable in size to several naval vessels, and its towering body, akin to a multi-story building, launched a fierce assault. The overwhelming force of the wind generated by its movement pushed the naval ship backward, toppling most of the Marines onto the deck. Fear etched across their faces. They wondered if Colonel Wu Li could truly withstand such a monstrous attack. Their eyes were fixed on Wu Li, who, along with Xuan, remained steadfastly anchored in place despite the relentless pressure of the wind. The valiant Wu Li donned a cloak emblazoned with the emblem of justice, which billowed majestically in the wind, elevating his stature in the hearts of the Navy. Meanwhile, the vessel that was already succumbing to the depths found itself in dire straits under the force of the gale. The monstrous waves summoned by the hurricane capsized it with brutal swiftness. The passengers were cast into the tumultuous waters, their faces betraying sheer terror, their hearts laden with despair. Initially, they had harbored a flicker of hope, believing that the Navy might rescue them from their plight, yet upon witnessing the monstrous sea creature, that hope faded into an abyss of uncertainty. Wu Li caught a glimpse of the ship being overturned and the individuals aboard plummeting into the water, causing a tightening sensation in his chest. Fortunately, those who could swim managed to grasp onto some floating debris, preventing immediate drowning. Yet, there was no time for Wu Li to dwell on these thoughts, as the colossal head of the sea creature was fast approaching, rivaling several naval vessels in size. The Marines aboard the warship and the floundering individuals instinctively felt that the ship would be obliterated by the creature's formidable head. The sea creature's eyes gleamed with a distinctly human-like pride as its head drew near the naval ship. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from all directions, enveloping the warship in a swirling barrier of water. Thud! The Marines aboard felt the ship sway violently, yet it remained intact. Contrary to their expectations of being crushed by the creature's head, for the water barrier had shielded them. The creature struck the barrier multiple times with considerable force, causing it to tremble, yet it remained unbroken. Thud! Thud! The creature seemed incensed, emitting furious roars, its enormous eyes, resembling the sun and moon, suddenly turning a deep crimson. The attacks intensified, and the vibrations of the water barrier surrounding the warship grew stronger, as if it were on the verge of shattering. "Colonel Xuan, I will now dismantle this defensive barrier. The individuals in the water will be entrusted to you," Wu Li declared, observing the struggling figures resembling floating weeds. "Rest assured, Colonel Wu Li. However, this sea creature appears formidable. Exercise caution," Xuan replied with a nod. "Very well, let us commence." Wu Li brandished his sword, which shimmered with dazzling light, and with a sweeping motion, he witnessed the protective barrier around the naval ship dissipate, transforming back into ordinary ocean currents. The sea creature, poised to attack, momentarily appeared taken aback by the vanishing barrier. Wu Li took a deep breath. This technique, Fan Yuchui, was meant to defend against battleships, which was quite exhausting for him, leaving his face pale. However, he remained spirited, pushing off with great force and leaping into the air, causing the battleship to tremble momentarily. Wu Li ascended gracefully, heading toward the Sea King. Seeing Wu Li engage the Sea King, Xiao swiftly turned to command the bewildered sailors, who had been transfixed by Wu Li's airborne figure, to begin maneuvering the battleship toward the location of those who had fallen into the water. The sailors, roused from their stupor, began to row the ship, gradually distancing themselves from the Sea King. Enraged by the retreat of the naval vessel, the Sea King let out a furious roar, preparing to attack the defenseless humans. Suddenly, its enormous eye shifted, catching sight of a figure soaring toward it. Unfortunately, before it could close its eye, a katana had already plunged mercilessly into its eyeball. The Sea King howled in agony, thrashing violently as the ocean churned and the wind surged. The naval vessel, taking advantage of the wind and currents, glided effortlessly toward the stranded individuals in the water. The fallen were initially stunned, witnessing Wu Li courageously confronting the Sea King, leaving them in utter shock. Wu Li's attack unexpectedly inflicted injury upon the Sea King, whose wounded eye oozed forth a cascade of crimson blood. It is noteworthy that previous cannonades had failed to harm this formidable creature, yet now, it was struck by a single blow from the Navy, cloaked in the mantle of justice, revealing a glimmer of hope. Renewed optimism surged within their hearts as they were astonished to witness the Navy's warship approaching them. This sight stirred their excitement, prompting them to wave their arms vigorously and shout, "We are here." The naval vessels swiftly navigated the currents, reaching their side in no time, with Shun and the sailors rescuing each of the stranded individuals. Grateful for the timely assistance from the Navy, the rescued cast their eyes once more towards Wu Li, who was valiantly engaged in combat with the Sea King. The sword of Wu Li left numerous scars upon the body of the Sea King. Yet these wounds were superficial and not fatal. After sustaining injuries, the Sea King engaged in combat, which rendered Wu Li somewhat fatigued. With no solid ground to stand upon, he had no choice but to use the massive form of the Sea King as a support for each of his aerial maneuvers. The roars of the Sea King echoed thunderously in the windless expanse, as it glared at Wu Li with a fury that seemed to yearn to crush this human into oblivion or devour him whole, savoring every morsel of his frail body. Chapter 43. The Guilt of Xiaoan. Wu Li had not anticipated that the battle against the Sea King would prove to be so arduous. As one capable of clashing with the likes of Captain Eustace Kidd among the notorious supernovas and the pirate hunter Rorno Azaro, he found himself struggling against a single Sea King in the Calm Belt. The immense creature not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited an extraordinary level of defense. Despite Wu Li employing numerous sword techniques, he merely managed to graze the Sea King's thick hide, which only served to further provoke the beast rather than inflict any substantial damage. This encounter starkly illuminated Wu Li's vulnerabilities, specifically his insufficient offensive power. Against such a colossal entity, mere swordsmanship devoid of true strength proved inadequate for overcoming the Sea King. Had he mastered Haki, the enhancement to his attacking power would have been exponentially greater. This realization had struck him during his battles with individuals proficient in Haki at the Navy headquarters. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp its essence, which weighed heavily on his mind. With a sudden burst of agility, he narrowly evaded the Sea King's onslaught, momentarily standing atop its massive head to gain leverage. However, a shockwave from the creature's roar disrupted his balance, causing him to falter slightly. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he sensed a formidable presence looming behind him. The Sea King had opened its cavernous maw, bearing down upon him. Its blood-red eyes glinted with a frenzied hunger, and saliva flowed uncontrollably from its jaws, cascading like a torrential downpour and stirring insignificant ripples upon the tumultuous sea. Wu Li narrowed his eyes, deftly grasping his sword and spinning in place, summoning the sea water to rise and form a formidable barrier of defense. As the rain poured down like a flowing stream, the onlookers aboard the naval vessel felt a tightening in their chests, anxiously observing Wu Li in the sky. The silhouette, engaged in a solitary battle against the Sea King, appeared somewhat fragile, causing them to break into a sweat as Wu Li faced one peril after another. Colonel Shun. The current situation is rather dire for Colonel Wu Li. Should we extend our support? A sailor inquired. Their lack of confidence in Wu Li was not the issue. Rather, the Sea King was overwhelmingly powerful, and Wu Li's ability to withstand its assaults for so long was commendable. No, we must trust Colonel Wu Li. Our presence would only create chaos and distract him, Shun replied in a grave tone. His emotions were more intricate than those of the sailors. As a fellow naval colonel, his strength paled in comparison to Wu Li's. Indeed, Wu Li's prowess was significantly superior to that of the average colonel. Yet, this was no justification for his own inadequacy. As Wu Li's partner, he felt profound discomfort in merely standing by and watching Wu Li fight alone. This marked the second occasion he felt an overwhelming sense of shame regarding his own weakness, the first being during the battle against the Straw Hat crew at Judicial Island. 2 years had passed, and while the Straw Hat crew had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, his own progress felt negligible, insufficient for even standing in the same arena as them. Clenching his fists, Shun resolved that if they survived this crisis, he would earnestly strive to enhance his abilities, at least to the point of fighting alongside Wu Li. As Shun's gaze wandered and his thoughts drifted elsewhere, a thunderous crash jolted him back to reality. Boom! A figure crashed heavily onto the warship, creating a human-shaped dent in the deck. Wu Li, emerging from the impact, did not remain prone. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he seized the opportunity to rise and leap once more towards the Sea King, poised for another assault. Chapter 44. The flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Sea King, whose previously injured eye had been bleeding profusely, was now suffering greatly from impaired vision. Thus, when Wu Li reappeared at the creature's wounded left eye, its reaction was sluggish, merely perceiving a small black dot approaching amidst the haze. Sensing impending danger, the Sea King attempted to evade, But how could its massive form escape? Roar! The sword of Wu Li once again struck its left eyeball, eliciting a mournful cry from the Sea King, which began to descend into madness. Its colossal form, towering over a dozen stories, unleashed a tempest of chaos as it flailed wildly in its frenzy, summoning fierce winds and towering waves. Evading the tempestuous and frenzied assault of the Sea Kings, Wu Li held his sword, energy coalescing within, a palpable force radiating from it. A beam of sword light cleaved through the air, his aim fixed upon the Sea King's previously wounded left eye. As the radiant arc hurtled towards it, a primal dread flickered within the Leviathan's eyes. Orbs that mirrored the sun and moon. Even before the blow landed, it could sense an intensifying agony in its left eye. The sword light found its mark upon the creature's eye, eliciting not only unbearable terror and pain from the beast, but also astonishment from the naval officers observing from their warship. A lengthy gash materialized across the surface of the eyeball. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a torrential downpour, staining the once azure sea crimson. The Sea King, plunged into the depths of suffering, writhed in the ocean, its cries piercing the air. Seemingly fearing another assault from Wu Li, the colossal creature submerged into the abyss, accelerating its escape from the swordsman. Wu Li's figure returned to the naval vessel, his vigilance directed towards the crimson depths of the sea where the Sea King had previously submerged. The bloodied waters were significantly deeper than the surrounding expanse, leaving uncertainty as to whether the creature had truly fled or was merely concealing itself to launch another assault. However, the crew aboard the ship were oblivious to such complexities. They observed the gradually calming surface of the sea, and the immense silhouette of the Sea King had vanished from sight, prompting an eruption of cheers among them. The Sea King has fled. We are safe now. Xiao, initially relieved to see the Sea King submerge and retreat, felt a chill upon noticing Wu Li's lingering wariness. His gaze shifted to the stained waters, and he too began to harbor concerns about a potential resurgence of the creature's attack. Suddenly, a colossal head emerged from the ocean's surface, mere hundreds of meters from the naval vessel. The gaping wound above its left eye continued to bleed, yet one could sense the seething rage emanating from it. It was indeed the Sea King. The crew on the ship was struck with terror. Could it be that the creature was still unwilling to relent, intent on launching yet another offensive against them? Wu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at the boastful sea creature, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It was merely a Sea King, yet it dared to echo the bravado of humans after suffering defeat. He then sheathed his sword, choosing to disregard the Sea King entirely. Witnessing Wu Li's actions, the crew aboard the warship displayed anxious expressions, eager to caution him against becoming complacent. Meanwhile, Xiaowen's gaze discerned massive dark shadows traversing the depths, heading towards the injured Sea King, lost in contemplation. The Sea King, realizing Wu Li had chosen to ignore it, let out a furious roar before submerging into the ocean, leaving a faint trail of crimson in its wake, drifting further from the naval vessel. Ding! The crew aboard the warship suddenly exhaled in relief, while the civilians promptly sank to the deck, gulping down the slightly briny air, incredulous at their salvation. What piqued Wu Li's interest was a young boy who, upon sitting down, revealed a bundle of black cloth in his arms, resembling a pirate flag. This sight left Wu Li perplexed, plunging him into silence. Following Wu Li's gaze, Xiaowen noted the suspicious piece of fabric, a serious expression dawning upon his face. "What is that you are holding?" he inquired, his tone grave as he regarded the boy. "Ah." The boy, startled, hastily tucked the pirate flag deeper into his embrace, clasping it tightly with both hands. His face awash with panic as he stammered, "In nothing. If I am not mistaken, that appears to be a pirate flag. Are you pirates? Attempting to deceive us by concealing it?" Xiaowen pressed, asserting that if they were indeed pirates, they should be apprehended, despite their outward appearance suggesting otherwise. Upon hearing this, the sailors aboard the warship were taken aback, casting unfriendly glances at the individuals they suspected of masquerading as ordinary civilians, astonished that Colonel Wu Li had risked his life to save pirates. Under the scrutiny of Xiaowen's inquiries and the sailors' watchful gazes, the boy became increasingly flustered. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward to shield the boy, alleviating some of the latter's trepidation. "Show it to us," the man commanded. The boy, momentarily taken aback by the request, soon grew anxious, fear flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, under the man's steady gaze, he retrieved the flag from his bosom. "This is indeed a pirate flag, yet we are not pirates," The burly man muttered softly, an expression of resignation mingled with a hint of sorrow reflected in his eyes. Wu Li and his companion's gaze fell upon the somewhat tattered pirate flag, and they were struck with astonishment. A skull adorned with a crescent-shaped mustache. Could it be? Is this not the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors? Wu Li gazed at the individuals before him, a contemplative expression gracing his features. These individuals were not pirates. How could they possibly possess the Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard had long since perished in the Battle of Marineford, meeting his fate against Port Gas D. Ace, the son of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. It seemed that only remnants of the Whitebeard pirates could still lay claim to such a flag. It was precisely this reason that compelled us to brave the dangers of the Calm Belt. Our island was once under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. But following his demise 2 years ago, our home has grown increasingly perilous. Many pirates, upon learning that our island enjoyed the guardianship of the Whitebeard pirates, began to invade us. This threat extended beyond our island, affecting others in the vicinity that still displayed the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Wu Li understood that as one of the four emperors, Whitebeard undoubtedly had his own territory, and the islands inhabited by these individuals had yet to be usurped by Blackbeard. The elder continued, "Our homes have been ravaged by that band of pirates, and many of our kin have been slaughtered. Driven by desperation, we sought refuge in the Calm Belt, only to discover that fortune was not on our side. Shortly after entering, we encountered Sea Kings, and subsequently crossed paths with you." After a moment, the elder recalled something and interjected, "I had heard previously that those pirates were attempting to force the survivors of the Whitebeard pirates to reveal themselves. I wonder if there is any truth to that." A tremor coursed through Wu Li and the others. Chapter 45, System Upgrade. The naval warship glided slowly through the windless zone, with sailors lined up on either side, rhythmically swinging their massive oars in unison. Veins bulged, sweat drenched their bodies, and each sailor exerted themselves with utmost seriousness, as if they had discovered a profound sense of purpose. The refugees, witnessing the sailors' earnestness, felt a twinge of embarrassment and wished to lend a hand, but were gently rebuffed by the naval personnel. Nonetheless, they could sense the goodwill behind the sailors' actions. Earlier, upon seeing the Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard pirates, Wu Li had heard the chime, but had not turned to assess the task's completion. Wu Li still vividly recalls the previous data. Swordmaster, LV2, 322500. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyut Songyan Flow, Ultimate. Fuyusha Feng Flow Sword, 99. Chivalry Value, 50. Having successfully completed the task of rescuing the populace from the onslaught of the Sea King, he stands to gain a substantial 180 experience points. With these 180 points, combined with the existing 322 points, the system is poised for yet another upgrade, granting him a new sword technique that will enhance his prowess. With excitement bubbling within him, Wu Li eagerly accessed the system interface. The data displayed had transformed. Not only had the system upgraded, but it also rewarded him with an additional sword technique. To his astonishment, new elements had emerged that were previously absent. Firstly, a pet section appeared on the interface, showcasing 3 eggs, each gleaming like silver and roughly the size of a watermelon. Beside them lay a wooden mallet, resembling those used in auctions or courtrooms, albeit larger. The system prompted, "Swordmaster, you have 2 opportunities to select a pet egg. Among the 3, one is a dragon egg, one is a random surprise egg, and the last is a dud, which contains nothing but a decorative ribbon with writing." Gazing at the trio of silver pet eggs, Wu Li began to ponder. The optimal outcome would undoubtedly be selecting the dragon egg. A dragon would be a formidable ally, capable of traversing the Grand Line with ease once matured. The second best option would be the random surprise egg, reliant solely on chance. The least desirable choice, the dud, evoked little anticipation, yet what purpose did the ribbon serve? Could it possess effects akin to the previous sword technique scrolls? Visually, the 3 pet eggs bore no discernible differences, making selection a matter of luck alone. With a mere flicker of thought, Wu Li struck the central pet's silver egg with the hammer. Clang! The silver egg shattered, and in an instant, a brilliant flash of light erupted. As the radiance gradually subsided, Wu Li beheld the contents of the pet egg, a colorful ribbon inscribed with words. As he discerned the text, a faint twitch graced the corners of his mouth, and his heart raced with a tumult of emotions. "Ding, congratulations! You have successfully struck the ultimate prize, earning the ribbon of perseverance. May it serve as a source of motivation for you. You have one final chance remaining." Wu Li is at a loss for words. He initially believed it to be akin to a scroll of swordsmanship secrets. Yet, it turns out to be a bottle cap? It appears that his expectations for the system were excessively lofty, leaving him with but one final opportunity. Wu Li felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Hoping to strike the dragon's egg successfully, Wu Li's hammer swayed erratically, hesitating as it wavered in internal conflict for an extended period. Finally, it struck the right side of the silver pet egg. With a resounding crash, the silver egg shattered, revealing a swirling mass of colorful mist. Shadows of various extraordinary beasts flitted past, ultimately settling upon the luminous silhouette of a bird. Wu Li felt a twinge of anticipation. Could it be a phoenix? An immortal bird? His gaze then fell upon the creature's foot, and doubts began to creep in. Ding, congratulations. You have cracked open a surprise egg and obtained a divine beast pet, the merchant sheep. Subsequently, the other pet eggs and the hammer vanished, revealing a fledgling bird in the pet compartment, busily pecking at its eggshell. The merchant sheep? Could it be the legendary divine beast from ancient mythology? Wu Li gazed at the fledgling bird, confirming that it indeed possessed only one leg. There was no doubt about it. Having acquired the pet egg, Wu Li proceeded to examine the sword technique bestowed by the recent system upgrade, the Wind's Lament. This technique, reminiscent of Inuyasha's moves, boasted formidable offensive power, perfectly compensating for Wu Li's previous shortcomings in attack. To Wu Li's astonishment, this new sword technique exhibited variations compared to the previous set, evolving into what could be described as a singular sword move. Moreover, subsequent techniques could be purchased with experience points in addition to the rewards from the upgrade. At this moment, after completing his level up, Wu Li scrutinized the data on the system interface, noting significant changes. Chapter 46. Criticism, yet enjoyment. Swordmaster. LV3-22800. Name. Wu Li skills. Shiyut Songyan Flow. Ultimate. Fuyu Shifeng Flow Sword. 99. Wind's Lament. Heroic value. 48. Pet. Unnamed. Merchant Goat. Wu Li was taken aback by the staggering amount of experience points required for the next level up. Previously, it had merely been 500, but now the demand had skyrocketed significantly. Subsequently, Wu Li also noticed a decline in his heroic value, which had previously dropped during his time at the Navy headquarters. Now, despite completing a task, it had further diminished, leaving him perplexed. Master Sword, please let me out. It is quite barren in here and utterly unenjoyable. A thought resonated in Wu Li's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wu Li suddenly glanced at the pet space in the enclosure, where the little chick had finished devouring its eggshell and emitted a sound akin to a satisfied burp, flapping its tiny wings in eager attempts. Are you speaking to me? Wu Li instinctively exclaimed, hardly able to believe that this pet could communicate with him in such a brief span of time, which filled him with astonishment. Truly, it was a divine beast, and its growth was remarkably swift. However, the next utterance from the bird caused Wu Li's expression to darken slightly, as a tender voice resonated in his mind. What a foolish human. Oh, no, esteemed swordmaster, you can communicate with me directly through your thoughts. Wu Li glanced around and indeed noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him from the people aboard the warship, their expressions betraying their confusion over his mutterings. Observing the adorable creature within the pet space, the merchant sheep, Meng Meng, exhibited a mischievous glint in its eyes, instilling in Wu Li a premonition that this little being would not be easily tamed in the future. Nonetheless, he released the charming little bird with his thoughts, and it flapped its tiny wings, soaring momentarily before tumbling down, ultimately wobbling its way onto Wu Li's shoulder. Soon, someone on the warship exclaimed upon noticing the bird perched on Wu Li's shoulder. Look at the beautiful little bird on Colonel Wu Li's shoulder. However, they were perplexed as to why the bird had only one leg, admitting to never having seen such a creature before. As others turned to gaze at the diminutive bird, which was palm-sized with softly hued feathers, their astonishment deepened upon realizing it had but a single limb. I am not a mere bird. I am a divine beast. The merchant sheep, the creature on Wu Li's shoulder, fumed silently, enraged by the ignorance of the humans pointing and whispering. Yet, only Wu Li could comprehend its sentiments. To others, it merely emitted a melodious sound, its continuous stream of invectives transformed into a delightful tune, reminiscent of a whimsical and melodic composition. Much to the enjoyment of those aboard the warship, Wu Li stared in astonishment, unable to help but glance at Shang Yang several more times. How could it have evolved so quickly? Were the ancient divine beasts truly this extraordinary, capable of cursing without any guidance? Shang Yang observed the foolish humans aboard the naval vessel, still reveling in their enjoyment, relishing the opportunity to unleash its verbal barrage. It had been a long time since it had experienced such exhilarating cursing, especially when its targets appeared to take pleasure in it. Raising its proud little head, Xiangyang suddenly noticed Wu Li's gaze fixed upon it, causing a twinge of unease. Realizing it needed to maintain a lower profile upon its emergence, it timidly lowered its head. Observing Xiangyang's demeanor, Wu Li was somewhat at a loss for words. Just as he was about to impart wisdom about the inappropriateness of indiscriminate cursing, Xiangyang seemed to sense something, promptly lifting its little head once more. It began to dance lightly upon Wu Li's shoulder and remarked, "Master of the sword, a strong wind approaches, and rain is imminent." Upon hearing this, Wu Li felt a sense of perplexity. After all, this was the doldrums, a region devoid of winds. However, a voice soon emerged to dispel his confusion. "Colonel Wu Li, after several days of sailing, we are about to depart from the doldrums and venture into the waters once ruled by the formidable Whitebeard of the Four Emperors." Wu Li finally realized that they had been sailing in the doldrums for quite some time, and the encounters with the Sea Kings were becoming increasingly scarce. The Marines aboard the warship felt a surge of excitement, for navigating through this windless zone had been exhausting, compounded by the numerous Sea Kings. Exiting this region marked the onset of genuine sailing. In contrast, the rescued civilians harbored a more complex array of emotions, tinged with fear. They had ventured into the doldrums to evade the ravages of war, only to find themselves back in this precarious situation. Although they held a deep affection for their homeland, they were loath to endure once more the calamities wrought by pirates. Wu Li and Xiaowen were not in a light-hearted mood, for they were about to enter the dominion of the Four Emperors, a region where the Navy's prestige was at its nadir, plagued by rampant pirates. These marauders were notorious for their exorbitant bounties, fierce and unruly, often launching preemptive strikes against the Navy. Had Whitebeard still been alive, the Navy would have dared not tread into this perilous territory, as it pertained directly to the equilibrium of the world order. Currently, the area was a cauldron of chaos, with Blackbeard manipulating the restless pirates stirred by Whitebeard's demise, aiming to flush out the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. Hence, they were likely to encounter both the remnants of Whitebeard's crew and the notorious Blackbeard's faction. Chapter 47. Naval Bombardment. The sky darkened. Ominous clouds billowing forth as if the sea itself were surging. A fierce wind whipped across the ocean's surface, the sails of the Navy's ships flapping wildly. Upon exiting the windless zone, the warships braved the tumultuous waves, steering towards the hometown of several rescued civilians. Soon, sporadic raindrops began to cascade down, splashing upon the deck and creating little bursts of spray. On the ocean, they stirred ripples across the water's surface. As the military vessel drew ever closer to their homeland, the rescued individuals felt a blend of joy and trepidation. Recalling how they had been forced to flee their homes due to the pirates' rampage, they glanced at the surrounding sailors, and their anxiety eased somewhat. Previously powerless to resist, they now found solace in the protection offered by the Navy's warship. As the ship advanced, they were not far from their homeland. Through the curtain of rain, a few vessels could be discerned near a solitary island ahead, and soon the distinctive markings of those ships would become evident. The crew aboard the military vessel was filled with astonishment, while the sailors displayed palpable excitement. To Wu Li's surprise, the first encounter was not with the remnants of Whitebeard's crew nor with Blackbeard's faction, but rather with the Navy itself. Was it possible that the recent chaos on these islands had reached the Navy's ears, prompting them to dispatch forces for suppression? Wu Li pondered, aware that even at the fringes of the Four Emperors' domain, a confrontation was still conceivable. "You Navy personnel are rather commendable. We had misjudged you before. Who would have thought that the very Navy we despised would first save our lives, and then seek to protect our homeland?" remarked a middle-aged man, visibly moved, as he reflected on his drastically altered perception of the Navy, especially upon witnessing several Navy warships arriving together. Yet why do they merely linger here? It is still several hours' journey to the island ravaged by pirates, Xiaowen inquired, his confusion evident. Xiaowen's observation rang true. However, such uncertainties could only be resolved upon joining forces with the Navy. On the warship beside the island, the sailors were scanning the northern horizon when one of them spotted an approaching vessel, exclaiming, "Report. A ship is heading toward us." Lock onto the target. Upon entering attack range, fire at will, commanded a tall man clad in a cloak of justice, his gaze unwavering as he issued the order. The sailor, initially prepared to comply, hesitated upon recognizing the Navy's insignia. The imposing figure, adorned with an ancient helm, a small dragon perched atop, and a long crimson plume, was none other than Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. "That appears to be a Navy warship," he exclaimed. Upon hearing the report, the tall man turned, revealing a cold visage, his eyes narrowing not on the sailor, but rather on the approaching Navy vessel. "The order remains. Engage as soon as they enter attack range." Ghost Spider reiterated. "Is that truly a Navy warship?" The sailor questioned, uncertainty creeping in. "This is a particularly sensitive area. I have not received any orders from headquarters regarding a naval presence here. It is highly likely that pirates are using a Navy vessel as a ruse to deceive us. We cannot afford to be so easily fooled." Ghost Spider's eyes glinted with menace, his aura instilling fear in the sailor. "What if it genuinely is our Navy comrades on board? Attacking could endanger them," the sailor voiced weakly. "Silence. We cannot allow their mere possibility to excuse inaction. Until we ascertain their true identity, the attack order stands. They are to blame for appearing in an area where they should not," Ghost Spider declared coldly, resolute in his mission to strike down evil. Given the current circumstances, he had ample reason to believe that the approaching ship was a pirate deception, and that sufficed for him. The sailor trembled at Ghost Spider's chilling words. As the Navy vessel neared the attack range, under Ghost Spider's steely gaze, he relayed the command. The cannons on the warship shifted ominously, aimed at Wu Li and his companions. As they crossed into the designated range, the order to fire was issued. Shells soared through the rain, whistling through the air as they hurtled toward Wu Li and the others. Chapter 48, Assembly of Whitebeard's Remnants in the Demon-Slaying Order. On the naval vessel where Wu Li was stationed, the excitement of the Marines and the smiles of the rescued populace had not yet faded when they suddenly spotted numerous dark shapes approaching from the distance. A sense of bewilderment enveloped the crew as the ominous forms drew nearer. Wu Li and Xiaowen squinted, while the others gaped in alarm, their faces reflecting sheer panic as they exclaimed, "It's artillery!" No one had anticipated that the approaching warships would launch an assault against them, leaving them utterly astounded. As the first few shells hurtled toward them, Xiaowen leaped into action, deftly deflecting the projectiles, which blazed a vivid crimson upon impact. Some shells detonated in midair, while others splashed into the sea, erupting in a brilliant display of fire and thick smoke. Boom, boom, boom. A grave expression clouded Xiaowen's features, his mind swirling with confusion. He could not fathom the reason behind the naval attack. Yet, the barrage was far from over. A relentless stream of shells continued to rain down, instilling dread among the Marines aboard the vessel. At that moment, another figure surged forward, and Wu Li unsheathed his sword once more. Whoosh, whoosh. He flickered through the air, and before anyone could grasp the unfolding chaos, they witnessed the artillery shells illuminated by a flash of sword light, splitting cleanly in two before erupting. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of artillery, Wu Li and his companions found themselves less than 100 meters from the three colossal warships and 6 vessels of similar size to the one they occupied, positioned near the isolated island. As the bombardment ceased, the ship carrying Wu Li came to a halt, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the scene. Wu Li gazed at the figures aboard the imposing warship, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. 3 middle generals had personally arrived here, indicating that the Navy held this matter in high regard. Although Wu Li refrained from voicing his thoughts, Xiaowen's eyes brimmed with indignation as he regarded the tall man at the center, clad in a double-breasted gray suit beneath the Navy's justice cloak. He wore a deep green shirt adorned with a silver tie, and a golden hoop earring dangled from his left ear. Xiaowen recognized this middle general, Ghost Spider, notorious for disregarding his comrades in a previous assault on the pirates at Judicial Island. Once again, he found himself the target of a reckless attack. "General Ghost Spider, why do you assault us?" Xiaowen managed to suppress his fury as he spoke. Ghost Spider turned his gaze towards Wu Li, registering no familiarity, before shifting his attention back to Xiaowen, whose face bore a hint of recognition from their encounter during the Judicial Island incident. Coldly, he replied, "We received no notification of your arrival here, Colonel Xiaowen. Pray tell, how did you come to be in this vicinity?" Xiaowen struggled to contain his mounting anger but answered, "We inadvertently entered this area while pursuing the Straw Hat crew. Yet, we did not anticipate being fired upon by the Navy." "Colonel, do you comprehend to whom you are speaking?" "Mind your tone," interjected Mozambia, clad in a sword and navy coat, his demeanor icy, prompting Xiaowen to lower his head, suppressing his ire. The remaining middle general, attired in a deep brown suit with a black tie and a shirt adorned with red polka dots, chewed on a cigar, a smile gracing his face. "Colonel Xiaowen, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Your unexpected arrival in these waters without prior approval from headquarters led General Ghost Spider to mistakenly perceive you as pirate imposters. Hence the assault. The three warships dwarfed Wu Li's vessel, and the initial bombardment that targeted them had originated solely from Ghost Spider's flagship. Consequently, he and General Mozambia had come aboard Ghost Spider's ship, remaining vigilant against pirate threats. Upon hearing this explanation, those aboard the warship began to comprehend the situation. They had been mistaken for disguised pirates. However, even if they had not reported to headquarters, such an attack seemed rather hasty. Nonetheless, considering the sensitivity of this region, the excuse concerning Fire Mountain was somewhat understandable. Upon the meeting of the warship that Wu Li commanded with the naval fleet, a distant island town was visible, ablaze with flames illuminating the night sky. Wu Li furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why they had halted here instead of pursuing the pirates. The Fire Mountain Vice Admiral, he remarked. It appears that the pirates are wreaking havoc there. Should we not proceed immediately to offer assistance? Who might you be? Inquired the Fire Mountain Vice Admiral, squinting with a smile, as he realized he had no recollection of the individual before him. The other two Vice Admirals turned their attention as well. He is Colonel Wu Li, summoned through the global conscription. Shuan responded on Wu Li's behalf. Ah, Colonel Wu Li. We are currently tasked with a mission that precludes us from immediate action. The specifics of this mission cannot be disclosed at present, however. It is confirmed that remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, particularly captain-level figures, are engaged in combat with the pirates of the New World within that town. We must await the arrival of the other two Vice Admirals before we can proceed, the Fire Mountain Vice Admiral explained with a gentle smile. Fire Mountain Vice Admiral, you are divulging too much, interjected the Ghost Spider, furrowing his brow. Missions are not to be disclosed lightly, let alone to two colonels. Even a vice admiral must refrain from revealing such information. Admirals, if you do not act soon, our compatriots may fall victim to those pirates, Wu Li exclaimed, as the civilians aboard his vessel struggled to comprehend why the Navy was not rushing to rescue their homeland. And who are they? Ghost Spider inquired. We encountered them in the doldrums. They are the civilians from that town, Shuan elucidated. Remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? Pirates of the New World? Wu Li fell into deep contemplation. It appears that Blackbeard has indeed achieved his objective, forcing out a captain hidden by Whitebeard. However, why must he wait for the arrival of two admirals before taking action? With the two admirals and the three present, that would amount to 5 vice admiral level naval officers. Is it only with 5 vice admirals that action can be taken? Wu Li's pupils constricted as a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, The Demon Slaughter Order. Chapter 49. The faith shattered by the reenacted tragedy in the town of the island. War raged. Pirates of the New World brandished their weapons. Their faces twisted into sinister grins, eyes ablaze with madness, as they wreaked havoc upon every facet of the town. They sought the remnants of Whitebeard's crew hiding within, driven by a desire to vent the fear that had long been instilled by the Whitebeard pirates, particularly those pirates who had harbored grudges against Whitebeard, who had once been too intimidated to even contemplate vengeance, now felt emboldened. With Whitebeard's death 2 years prior and the subsequent devastating clash with the new emperor, Blackbeard, the once mighty Whitebeard pirates had become a shadow of their former selves, their prestige plummeting in the eyes of other pirates, akin to a sickly cat bereft of its claws. Those who had previously held animosity towards Whitebeard, or were driven by ambition, began to stir, their eyes fixated on the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, joining forces to eradicate them. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard is dead, and the Whitebeard pirates have been decimated by Blackbeard. Now, brothers, let us repay the past grievances inflicted upon us by the Whitebeard pirates, doublefold. One pirate captain sneered, viciously trampling the Whitebeard flag beneath his feet, once a symbol of dread, now trampled without consequence. Repay double, kill, kill, kill. The voices of the pirates echoed through the sky, against the backdrop of flames. Their silhouettes etched themselves into the hearts of the terrified civilians, resembling embodiments of demons, heralding disaster upon the world. Whitebeard is gone. Where are the Whitebeard pirates? Where is our revered guardian whom we admired and respected? Why do they not come to our aid and drive away these demons? The townsfolk cried out, their eyes filled with terror. Those days of tranquility, once safeguarded under the aegis of the Whitebeard pirates, had been shattered, mirroring the fate of other towns under their protection, though they were merely a little later to suffer the same fate. Ha! Do you expect the Whitebeard pirates to come to your rescue? Do not dream. They are now but a group of cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. Unable to protect themselves, the pirates not only ravaged the homes of the townsfolk, inflicted bodily harm, but most cruelly, they systematically dismantled their once unshakable faith. "Oh, Whitebeard!" Some civilians wailed in sorrow, only to be met with the piercing laughter of pirates and the grim approach of bloodied blades. Such tragedies had unfolded 2 years prior. This was merely a reenactment of countless horrors. In a concealed part of the town, a tall figure lay prostrate, connected to various forge rips, surrounded by pirates adorned with the skull emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. As they gazed upon the town engulfed in flames and blood, their grips tightened around their weapons. A fierce desire to rush out and confront those who dared to insult the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates surged within them. Yet, glancing at the figure in the bed, worry clouded their eyes. They needed to protect their captain, for everyone else had already ventured out to battle the invading pirates. Suddenly, the man on the bed broke into a cold sweat, his face contorted with anguish as if plagued by a nightmare. Under their anxious gazes, he abruptly opened his eyes. "Captain Jaws!" they exclaimed in surprise, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they felt a renewed sense of hope. Upon awakening, Jaws was immediately engulfed by the thunderous cries from outside. He sat up, his imposing figure causing the bed to creak ominously beneath him. "How long have I been unconscious? What has transpired outside?" Jaws inquired, aware that something monumental was unfolding. "It has been a week since you led our squad to confront the former Admiral Akiji and shield the others' escape. You fell into a coma 4 days after evading Akiji's pursuit." One pirate hastily explained the recent events. "The former Admiral Akiji has allied with Blackbeard and joined in the hunt against us. Our squad stayed behind to cover your retreat. But you were gravely injured during the battle. Fortunately, Akiji left abruptly due to some urgent matter. Otherwise, we would have faced annihilation." In response to Jaws' second question, he seethed. "Blackbeard has incited over a dozen pirate crews harboring grudges against us to assault all the towns we once safeguarded. 2 days ago, our town came under attack. But thankfully, Captain White Pay came to our aid and fought valiantly against those pirates. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jaws' face darkened with fury. To the astonishment of his crew, he ripped out his forge rip and thundered, "Let us go and remind those cowardly pirates of the terror of the Whitebeard pirates." Upon hearing this, a wave of concern washed over the crew. "But your body has yet to fully recover. I will not disgrace our father. I would rather risk my life than do so," Jaws declared solemnly, though still somewhat weak. An air of determination radiated from him. "Yes, in the name of our father," they replied without hesitation, their murderous intent surging forth as they prepared for battle. Chapter 50, marching towards the flames not far from the town, in the waters where the Navy ships resided. The mention of the demon slaughter order elicited varied expressions among the crew. The Marines were shaken, their faces etched with disbelief. Lieutenant General Huashan was taken aback, astonished that Wu Li could deduce the demon slaughter order so swiftly, suggesting that this Marine colonel from the conscription might possess significant knowledge of it. Meanwhile, Vice Admirals Guizhou and Mozambia regarded Wu Li with cold gazes. The rescued civilians were in a state of anxiety. Utterly puzzled by Wu Li's reference to the demon slaughter order, they turned their desperate eyes towards the town, engulfed in smoke and flames, pleading, "What is the demon slaughter order? Navy officials, can you save our town? We kneel before you, hoping for your assistance to rescue our homeland." Upon uttering this, a group of civilians knelt down, imploring the Navy to intervene. The eyes of the other Marines reflected sympathy, yet they likely did not comprehend that the demon slaughter order signified the annihilation of the very place they wished to save. But how exactly was the demon slaughter order issued? It entailed indiscriminate, destructive attacks on the designated areas, aimed at completely eradicating anything and anyone that posed a threat to the governance of the world government. At this moment, Wu Li was perplexed about which high-ranking Navy official had granted such authority and who had pressed the golden telephone bug in that town. "We shall not intervene," remarked the indifferent General Ghost Spider, displaying no emotional fluctuation towards the kneeling civilians, regardless of who had bestowed the authority or who had activated the golden telephone bug. Since the silver telephone bug in his possession had received orders, there was nothing to do but execute them resolutely. That meant annihilating the town. Why? How can this be? How can one stand by while others perish? The kneeling civilians exclaimed, their hearts sinking into despair as they could only watch helplessly as their homeland descended into flames of war. They instinctively turned to Wu Li, the naval officer who had once saved their lives, their last glimmer of hope. "Colonel Wu Li, can you not save us once more?" We shall never forget your kindness. A chime echoed in Wuli's mind, and a new task appeared on the system interface. Task: save the residents of the town. Objective: witnessing civilians suffering the ravages of war. How could one stand idly by? Now is the time for someone to step forward, embodying the chivalrous spirit, as a true man should. Task reward: 500 experience points. Task penalty: none. In truth, regardless of the existence of this task, Wuli had already resolved to go to their aid, for he could not bear to watch the townsfolk perish by the swords of pirates or the cannons of the navy. Thus, Wuli looked toward Generals Ghost Spider, Fire Burning Mountain, and Mozangbia, and under their scrutiny, he declared solemnly, "I shall go to the town to save its people." With that, he walked toward the kneeling civilians. "You may rise. There is no need to kneel." "Colonel Wuli, do you understand what you are saying? Such actions cannot be permitted," admonished General Mozangbia. General Ghost Spider's expression darkened. If Wuli truly intended to go, he would have to apprehend him. "You must comprehend the meaning and power of the demon-slaying order. Are you not afraid of its repercussions?" General Fire Burning Mountain inquired, observing Wu Li's figure. "I am merely going to rescue those civilians. Since I have chosen to go, I shall bear all consequences." With that, Wu Li helped the burly man kneeling before him to his feet, and others rose as well. Looking at Wu Li with gratitude and concern, astonished that he would defy the order of the generals merely to assist them, Wu Li gazed at his marine subordinates and inquired, "Who among you will accompany me? It is perilous, so ponder your decision carefully." "I shall join," Shoen replied calmly. As concerns about danger were entirely absent from his mind, he did not wish to simply await the issuance of the demon-slaying order. He aimed to save as many lives as possible. "Count us in as well," the Marines asserted resolutely. "Regardless of the risks, we shall follow Colonel Wu Li alongside you." Wu Li nodded and turned to the civilians, addressing the burly man at the forefront. "You shall remain here on this isolated island, awaiting our return." The man, understanding their departure would only hinder progress, nodded gravely. "Colonel Wu Li, exercise caution. Are you truly intending to rebel?" Major General Mozangbia's voice was laced with fury as he and Major General Ghost Spider drew their swords, poised to confront Wu Li. The tension in the air was palpable, causing unease among the Marines and civilians alike. Yet Wu Li wore an expression of calm indifference. Even the two generals instilled no fear in him as he resolved to proceed with their plans. "Let him go," Major General Huashishin suddenly interjected. "Pardon? Major General Huashishin? What do you mean?" Both Ghost Spider and Mozangbia were taken aback, unable to comprehend Huashishin's acquiescence. With a rare display of openness, Major General Huashishin explained, "If we do not return by the time the demon-slaying order is fully assembled, it will still be activated, ensuring our mission is not delayed." They have already come to terms with this reality. With this assertion, Ghost Spider and Mozangbia found themselves momentarily speechless, watching as Wu Li boarded the warship alongside the civilians, setting sail for the island where the town's lights burned ever brighter. Chapter 51: Diamond Jaws of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division. As Diamond Jaws and his crew emerged, they were greeted by the sight of the town engulfed in flames, chaos reigning as residents cried out and fled. Some who were slower were mercilessly struck down by the invading pirates, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. A few courageous residents brandished weapons, attempting to defend themselves against the marauding pirates, but their lack of combat experience rendered them easily overwhelmed. Engaging the attackers were the Ice Witch, Snow White Pei, and her subordinates, whose timely arrival thwarted the pirates' onslaught. However, facing off against multiple pirate crews proved taxing, even for those under the Whitebeard banner. Each member bore varying degrees of injury, caught in a desperate struggle to retreat while fighting back. Witnessing this scene filled Diamond Jaws with a seething rage, akin to a mine on the brink of detonation, as he never expected such inferior pirates to invade and wreak havoc here. With a thunderous roar, his fury erupted like a volcanic explosion as he clenched his massive fist, charging at the nearest invaders. The pirates felt a sudden rush of wind, and before they could react, they were sent flying meters away, blood spewing forth as they crashed to the ground, unconscious. "Who is that?" The invading pirates glanced cautiously at the figure emerging from the depths of the flames. A towering figure, dark-skinned and muscular, clad in armor, appeared before them. Terror etched across their faces as recognition dawned. "It's Diamond Jaws, the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Initially focused on overwhelming the Ice Witch's crew, the invaders were now gripped by disbelief and fear. Though they had come to confront the Whitebeard Pirates, Facing a captain of such renown instilled a sudden respect and trepidation within them. Swallowing hard, they began to retreat, quickly creating a wide space as they backed away. The Ice Witch and her subordinate seized the moment to catch their breath, glancing at the imposing figure of Jaws, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten as they were reinvigorated. Approaching Jaws, the Ice Witch expressed concern. "Captain, why have you come? We can handle this. It is but a trivial matter." Jaws observed the pale and weary visage of the Ice Witch and her struggling crew, his voice steady as he replied, "You have fought valiantly. Now it is our turn. We shall show these scoundrels the consequences of challenging the Whitebeard pirates." Worry flickered across the Ice Witch's face as she protested, "But your health. Do not fret. My previous battle with Qingji exacerbated long-standing injuries, which is why I rested. It is time to move again," Jaws asserted, casting a disdainful glance at the terrified pirates. Besides, these rabble posed no significant threat. Though his strength had waned, he viewed the current adversaries with contempt. "Since you insist on fighting, let us stand united," the Ice Witch declared resolutely. Jaws nodded in agreement, acknowledging her determination. The captains of the invading pirate crews felt humiliated by Jaws' words, their anger flaring in response. Their pride surged, overshadowing their fear of him. One captain, glancing at Jaws' empty right arm, scoffed. "Oh, Diamond Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What a grand presence. Unable to save your comrades, you lost an arm in the process. How disgraceful." Seemingly unsatisfied, the captain continued, "Awaken. The era of the Whitebeard pirates has long since passed. Without Whitebeard, you are but homeless mutts, hunted down by the traitor Blackbeard. How pitiable." The Ice Witch's expression hardened, ready to retaliate, but Jaws intercepted her, his rage palpable as he declared, "As long as we stand, our fathers shall not fade. The glory of the Whitebeard pirates shall endure, and we shall eradicate scum like you." With that, a shimmering layer of diamond enveloped Jaws' left arm, his aura intensifying as he coalesced a tremendous force within his left fist, the brilliance of the diamond blinding as a powerful wave surged towards the group of pirate captains. Feeling the might of Jaws, their faces paled as they hastily prepared to defend themselves. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 52. A complicated situation. The taunting pirate captain attempted to resist, but was sent flying several meters away, his right hand hanging limply, severed. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he gazed at Jaws in horror, realizing the terrifying strength he wielded. Had he not mitigated the force, he would have been utterly obliterated. The other pirate captains looked on, tension etched across their faces. They had heard Jaws was injured. How could he possess such power? Yet, driven by ambition and courage to confront the once mighty Whitebeard pirates, they would not retreat at the sight of a captain. Exchanging glances, the 13 captain-level pirates steeled themselves and charged towards Diamond Jaws. Bang! Diamond Jaws and his 13 comrades engaged in fierce combat, with clouds of dust billowing around them, while the terrifying shockwaves deterred other pirates from approaching. Initially intimidated by Jaws' formidable power, they soon realized, through their encounters, that he appeared quite weakened. With their numbers exceeding a dozen, their confidence surged. The Ice Sorceress, Snow White Pay, sought to assist Diamond Jaws. Yet, midway through her sprint, she suddenly sensed a force approaching from the flank. With a swift movement, she evaded the attack, leaving a deep crater in her wake. Before her stood a figure, the captain of the pirate crew previously sent flying by Jaws, whose eyes glinted with menace. "Are you intent on aiding Diamond Jaws? We shall not allow you to pass." As his words fell, 2 more figures emerged around her. These were the last 2 pirate captains from the 16 crew assault team. The 3 encircled the Ice Sorceress Snow White Pay. "Shall I first vanquish you before proceeding?" Snow White Pay retorted coldly. "Such audacity! Your Whitebeard pirates are insufferably arrogant, evoking nothing but disgust. Come, let us see you try." The expressions of the pirate captains darkened further, their eyes ablaze with fury, a vein throbbing at their temples, as they unleashed their formidable auras and charged at the Ice Sorceress. Meanwhile, Diamond Jaws fiercely battled against 13 of the pirate captains from the invading 16 crew coalition, while Snow White Pay contended with 3 of their captains, igniting chaos throughout the town. The townsfolk, initially fleeing in terror, glanced back at the sight of combatants clashing with the marauding pirates. Their fleeting relief was quickly overshadowed by the realization of even more pirates storming into the town. Given that the assault was a combined effort of numerous pirate crews, they held a significant numerical advantage. A naval warship cut through the waves towards the town, and Wooly, standing on the deck, noticed the 16 pirate vessels, each adorned with different flags, moored in the harbor, along with a familiar icebreaker. The sounds of battle emanating from the town raised Wooley's anxiety. As a member of the Navy, he was acutely aware that all pirates harbored animosity towards the Navy, making it a daunting task to safely evacuate the townsfolk amid such turmoil. Moreover, once 5 naval vice-admirals gathered, indiscriminate destruction would ensue. How lively it is. 19 ships have suddenly appeared in this town, and with ours, that makes 20. What an alluring place, exclaimed the curious Shanong, fluttering onto Wooley's shoulder. Have you practiced your counting? Arithmetic is not as intuitive as cursing. One must have a teacher to learn it properly, Wooley replied, shaking his head. The northern port has 17 ships docked, and with our own, that totals only 18. How can it be 20? Humph. Such a simple matter cannot stump me. It is your lack of vision that prevents you from seeing the hidden vessels. Shanong spread its wings, gesturing towards the fog-shrouded western and eastern ports further away from the town, each harboring a ship. Those mists cannot obscure my keen sight. Wooley was taken aback, immediately using his telescope to scan the surroundings, but the thick fog obscured his vision. He could faintly discern the outline of a ship. Could there be other unknown forces at play? Chapter 53. The Black Sheep of the Whitebeard Crew nearby. Some pirates at the harbor noticed the naval warships approaching and gasped in disbelief, cold sweat trickling down their brows. They hurried towards the town, shouting loudly, "The Navy is coming! The Navy is coming!" However, amidst the chaos of battle, his voice seemed feeble, barely reaching the ears of those engrossed in the fray. Yet as the warning echoed closer to the battlefield, it eventually captured the attention of other pirates, who paused momentarily in their combat, bewildered by the news of the Navy. The message reached the heart of the town's battlefield, where Diamond Jozu had just repelled several captains of rival pirate crews. Breathing heavily and with beads of sweat dotting his forehead, he felt he was pushing his body too hard. Upon hearing of the Navy's arrival, though only a single warship had been sighted, a sense of dread loomed over him. Had the goods not been moved in time? Were they discovered? In stark contrast to Diamond Jozu's composure, the dozen or so pirate captains he faced appeared disheveled, their faces caked with dirt, some bearing the telltale imprints of diamonds from previous encounters. They too had heard the news about the Navy, initially surprised. They soon wore expressions of derision upon learning it was merely a single vessel. What could such a small Navy ship possibly achieve in this tumultuous scenario? They found themselves begrudgingly admiring the Navy's audacity to wade into such turbulent waters. The Ice Witch, White Pei, deftly evaded the attacks of 3 foes and steadied herself. Frowning as she called out to Diamond Jozu, "Captain, we must end this swiftly and retreat. The arrival of the Navy signifies that the headquarters has acquired intelligence about our presence here. More warships may soon follow." Although her knowledge was limited, she understood that this town harbored significant secrets of the Whitebeard pirates. In these tumultuous times, they needed to swiftly vanquish the invading Navy and divert their attention elsewhere. Diamond Jozu nodded, casting a cold glance at the captains before him. He was well aware of the secrets that this town held. Sensing his gaze, the opposing captains grew anxious, watching him with trepidation, wary of any sudden movements that might spell their doom. Observing White Pei's evident urgency, a captain who had previously lost an arm to Diamond Jozu erupted into maniacal laughter, deriding, Hearing you fret over the Navy is utterly amusing. A mere captain of the Whitebeard pirates, a leader under Whitebeard, reduced to this after the war 2 years ago. Have you truly become cowards?" His tone shifted abruptly to one of rage, directing his ire at the two. "Is this the state to which the Whitebeard pirates have fallen? You all might as well perish, for then you could at least preserve the glory that once shone like the blazing sun, the glory that belonged to Whitebeard." The onlookers were taken aback by his words. What was this performance? Had he not come to challenge the Whitebeard pirates? Why this sudden display of disappointment? Only the one-armed captain understood his own feelings. He harbored a deep-seated reverence for the legends left by the Whitebeard pirates in these waters. Yet, he was also consumed by ambition, his greedy gaze fixed upon the throne of the 4 emperors. He had previously challenged the Whitebeard pirates and failed, but he was undeterred. When he heard of Whitebeard's demise at Marineford, followed by the defeat of the remnants of the Whitebeard crew at the hands of Blackbeard, he could not accept that his ultimate rival had faced so many failures. Thus, he sought to personally bury the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, preserving the unparalleled glory of Whitebeard. Is this fellow unhinged? Wooley remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the suddenly deranged figure with the sheep on his shoulder. Wooley remained silent, quietly observing from the sidelines, while outside, Colonel Shuan was entrusted with the task of escorting the townspeople onto the warship. Shouldn't such a character have been unable to survive beyond a single frame? Shang Yang held a deep disdain for those who, under the guise of goodwill, proclaimed, "My hatred for you is but a twisted form of love." Just as Shang Yang was about to voice his contempt, he suddenly witnessed that individual plummeting from the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. He could swear by the 4 invaluable feathers of divine beasts that he was no raven, had no ill omens. Nor had he ever been blessed by a monk. The demise of that individual had nothing to do with him. Bang! A deep pit several meters wide appeared where the one-armed pirate captain had stood, dust and debris swirling into the air. All eyes were fixated on the cloud of dust, where a towering figure gradually emerged. Chapter 54. The arrival of Captain Blackbeard's first mate. The blaze continued to rage, reducing much of the town to ruins. Colonel Shuan, leading his troops, vanquished several pirates while guiding the civilians onto the ship, occasionally casting glances towards the center. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers discerned the newcomer's appearance, a burly man with long purple hair and a matching beard, adorned with a championship belt and donning a wrestling mask, leapt from the pit he had created. Thud! A cloud of dust erupted as cracks spread across the ground, startling those nearby back to their senses. The invading pirates, witnessing this, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mix of awe and trepidation. Their gazes shifted towards Diamond Jaws, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Jaws' face darkened as he and the Ice Witch, White Pei, along with her subordinates, glared at the newcomer with eyes filled with hatred and fury. "Master Swordsman, who is this giant? He seems incredibly formidable," Shang Yang remarked, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure from the imposing presence, causing several of his feathers to fall. "Master Swordsman?" Wu Li was slightly taken aback. It had been ages since this little creature had addressed him with such respect. Clearly, this unexpected visitor instilled a sense of threat. Wu Li, regarding the towering figure with increased solemnity, replied, "The champion, Zasasi Bashasi, captain of Blackbeard's first ship. He is a person of immense strength. But why is he here? Could it be that the ship you mentioned, hidden in the mist, belongs to Blackbeard's crew? And the remaining concealed vessel is the one that activated the demon-slaying order?" Wu Li felt a surge of shock. What secrets did this town harbor to attract such attention? Was it merely because of Diamond Jaws, the 3rd captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Jaws fixed his gaze on champion Zasasi Bashasi and asked in a deep voice, "Bashasi, what brings you here?" With a boisterous grin, Bashasi surveyed the surroundings, momentarily glancing over the faces of the pirate captains they had coerced, before his gaze landed on Wu Li, a distance of several hundred meters away. He paused for a few seconds before looking away. When Bashasi's eyes met Wu Li's, Wu Li felt as though he was being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Despite the jovial demeanor, the coldness of his gaze sent chills down Wu Li's spine. Fortunately, the gaze shifted away, and little Shang Yang, perched on Wu Li's shoulder, trembled slightly, feathers continuing to fall. Subsequently, Bashasi turned his attention to the Ice Witch, White Pei, disregarding the palpable hostility emanating from her as his gaze finally settled back on Diamond Jaws. With an air of bravado, he exclaimed, "The pitiful soul I just crushed, oh no. Perhaps it was 2 kicks, had some truths, though some were rather misguided. For instance, you lot are indeed but the wretched dogs of despair, clinging to life." Fury ignited on White Pei's face as she contemplated disregarding everything and eliminating this man. But Jaws restrained her, urging her to hold back her wrath. "Did you come alone? Or has the entire Blackbeard crew arrived?" Jaws looked intently into Bashasi's eyes, asking the second question, while White Pei felt a jolt of alarm. If Blackbeard's entire crew was mobilized, they would be in dire peril. Bashasi merely smirked, showing no intention of responding to Jaws, instead smiling at White Pei. However, he was wrong about one thing. It's not just these naval forces present here. He gestured towards Wu Li. The crowd turned their unfriendly gazes towards Wu Li, causing Shang Yang to drop a few more feathers in fright. Not far from this town, 3 naval vice-admirals were lying in wait. At this revelation, the expressions of those present soured significantly. The notion of 3 vice-admirals nearby left the invading pirates in disbelief, prompting them to glance at Jaws. Was it merely the presence of Diamond Jaws that attracted them here? Jaws' pupils constricted as a bad premonition surged within him. Had the secrets buried within this town been uncovered by both the Navy and Blackbeard's crew? Moreover, someone had already activated the demon-slaying order. Have you heard of the Navy's demon-slaying order? Ha ha ha. Soon this place will be erased from existence. We just had a falling out with the Navy headquarters. So, Whitebeard's 3rd captain, Jaws, quickly tell me where that precious item is hidden. Chapter 55. The secrets hidden within the town. In the western port of the town, A thick fog enveloped the area, where a massive bamboo raft began to materialize, carrying numerous colossal figures. A boisterous laugh echoed through the mist. Haha. I initially intended to trade the captured jewelry Bonnie with the Navy for a warship. Who knew that Akainu himself would come aboard? Now is not the time to fight him, so I had to let Bonnie slip away. But fortune smiled upon me as I drifted to this island with the town. Sitting atop the vast bamboo raft was a rugged middle-aged man, bare-chested, with black skin and hair, the latter tousled and tied with a bandana. His mouth, marred by a few missing teeth, was currently aglow with laughter. Holding a large wooden goblet in one hand and a din-din mushy beside him, he casually lifted the goblet to his lips, taking a hearty swig, allowing some of the liquid to spill down his chin, yet he paid it no mind. A gleam of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he continued to laugh. This town not only boasts fine spirits, but also the legendary Poneglyph. What incredible luck! I can acquire a Poneglyph without having to contend with Kaido or Big Mom. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he laughed maniacally. But how could the Navy have discovered this? And someone has activated the demon-slaying order. While those vice-admirals may not be a match for us, Akainu is a stubborn one, and if Bashasi doesn't hurry, that Poneglyph will be beyond our grasp. In the vast bamboo raft, others remained silent, absorbed in their drinks. Only a tall man, adorned with a hat and a pilot's cap, puffing on a cigar, exhibited a contemplative expression. If Wooly were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim. These individuals were none other than the masterminds behind the Summit War, notorious for hunting power users, the formidable Blackbeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Yet, they remained shrouded in mist, their presence unnoticed. Simultaneously, concealed within the fog at the eastern port of the town, another warship lay hidden. This vessel bore a colossal emblem of the world government, with a figure clad in a black suit, draped in an imposing cloak, and adorned with a tall black hat. A dove perched upon his shoulder. His arm, marked with tattoos resembling the flag of the world government, reached out to grasp a golden transponder snail, handed to him by a long-nosed individual also cloaked. Rob Lucci, the very same individual who had fought tenaciously against Monkey D. Luffy on Enies Lobby, ultimately suffering defeat. Upon hearing a furious roar from the other end of the transponder, Rob Lucci smirked and replied nonchalantly, Admiral Akainu, to what do I owe this call? I have already consulted with the other admirals, who granted you the authority to issue the demon-slaying order. Were you not wanted by the world government? How is it that you possess a golden transponder snail? Akainu seethed, his voice low and furious. That authority was bestowed by former Admiral Sengoku. Although he is retired, the order remains in effect. Yet, how can a fugitive, wanted by the world government, wield such a symbol of Navy justice and authority? You are woefully misinformed. Are you unaware that I have been absolved by the world government due to possessing critical intelligence, and have even ascended to CP0? As for the demon-slaying order, you should know who granted it to me, Rob Lucci replied coolly. His tone carried no respect for the admiral, inciting further ire from Akainu. Is the town you mentioned truly deserving of the demon-slaying order? And should you not have consulted me, the admiral, before initiating such an order? Do you not regard me? Akainu's voice thundered, his authority being blatantly disregarded, infuriating him. Admiral Akainu, I am directly under the world government's CP0 and not subject to your command. I perceive the threats concealed within this town as significant enough to warrant the demon-slaying order. You would have acted similarly had you been in my position, Rob Lucci asserted. A long cylindrical object strapped to his back, its contents unknown. What is it? Akainu furrowed his brow, his anger toward Rob Lucci momentarily overshadowed by curiosity regarding the object. The Poneglyph, Lucci stated. Akainu fell silent. The implications of such a discovery were unmistakable. An item that even the 4 emperors sought must be eradicated without hesitation. Chapter 57. Diamond Jozu vs. Champion Basis, the Demon-Slaying Order? Although the pirates had not witnessed its power firsthand, rumors had circulated, instilling a sense of dread among them. Consequently, the invading pirates began to panic, realizing they might soon face the Navy's onslaught. However, they observed that neither Jozu nor Basis appeared fazed by the impending threat. Jozu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, uncertain of how the Navy had obtained such intelligence. As one of the earliest followers of Whitebeard in the New World, Jozu was privy to secrets unknown to others. The Whitebeard pirates had once passed through this town, discovering it ablaze with conflict. The original population of 200,000 had been reduced to mere thousands due to the relentless slaughter by pirates. Unlike the present invaders who sought to seize territory from the Whitebeard pirates, those who had attacked the town had flocked to the legends of the Poneglyph. which remained undiscovered by the world. Following their invasion, they explored relentlessly, torturing and killing, painting the town red with blood until the skies themselves turned crimson. Just as despair enveloped the inhabitants, a figure almost divine appeared, Whitebeard. Whitebeard eradicated the invading pirates, though a few managed to escape into the sea, never to be seen again. From that moment, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates flew over the town, and no pirate dared to challenge its sovereignty. The poneglyph remained, untouched, until now. Basis, who gave you the confidence to think I would reveal what you desire? Jozu coldly stared at Basis. Do you not see the state of your own body? In the past, I might have feared you, but now? Basis suddenly erupted into laughter, then looked at Jozu with disdain. You currently lack the power to refuse me. You must show me respect, or perhaps I might show mercy. Enough with the bravado. Come at me if you can. Jozu's aura surged, his body enveloped in shimmering diamond, transforming him into a formidable warrior, his power compelling those around him to retreat. Suddenly, Jozu charged. He unleashed a powerful punch directed at Basis, the force of which sent shockwaves through the area, causing nearby structures to crumble. As Basis faced this overwhelming attack, he showed no intent to evade, instead meeting Jozu's diamond fist with his own outstretched arm. Wave, elbow strike, he shouted, unleashing a massive shockwave from the elbow of his armored arm, colliding with Jozu. The ensuing impact shook the ground, obliterating the pristine buildings nearby. Witnessing the ferocity of their battle, the captains of the invading pirate crew felt a surge of trepidation and began to retreat, no longer willing to remain amidst the chaos. With the looming threat of the demon-slaying order's bombardment, they realized that staying could lead to their demise. Jozu observed the retreating pirates, a serious expression crossing his face. These marauders had wrought considerable havoc upon the town, and he would not let them escape easily. With a fierce clash, the two figures continued their intense struggle. After another exchange of blows, they separated, creating a distance of several meters between them. What has happened to you, Diamond Jozu, 3rd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Have you grown so weak? Oh, losing an arm during the summit war must have diminished your strength. Yet, a year ago, battling you and your ragtag crew, I found you far from feeble. It was rather dull. Zasash's Bosches scoffed. The Ice Witch, Snow White, looked at Jaws with concern, although Jaws' momentum remained unchanged. The power he had unleashed was gradually waning. Is that so? Jaws wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to gather strength once more, his aura seemingly growing more formidable. What further troubled Zasash's Bosches was that Jaws' presence was still on the rise. A hum resonated as his haki enveloped his entire being. Yet beneath the dazzling sheen of diamond, the essence of his haki remained concealed, indicating that Jaws had seamlessly fused his haki with the diamond form. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred around Jaws, causing the sand and stones on the ground to roll lightly. Zasash's Bosches' pupils constricted as an incredibly fierce wind swept in, carrying dust and debris. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Jaws, he no longer dared to be complacent. His expression grew increasingly wary. Chapter 57. The 5 Vice Admirals assemble suddenly. The atmosphere thickened, becoming oppressively heavy, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The pirates present, though retreating, halted in their tracks, holding their breath as they observed the unfolding scene. Crack! The energy accumulating within Jaws intensified. His presence became overwhelmingly potent, even causing the ground beneath him to crack and splinter under the strain. Across from him, despite Zasash's Bosches' beaming smile, his body tensed in preparation, mentally bracing himself for Jaws' impending assault. After all, his opponent was the 3rd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Any arrogance could lead to his demise. Suddenly, Jaws' diamond-coated form seemed to shimmer, and in an instant, the ground where he stood shattered, sending a multitude of fragments flying in every direction. His figure vanished from sight, transforming into an indomitable diamond form as he charged fiercely towards Zasash's Bosches. The impact was akin to that of a powerful ancient mammoth, carrying an overwhelming force. Even before he arrived, the fierce wind pressure surged forward. Ha! Such power is precisely what befits the name of the 3rd Division Commander of Whitebeard. Zasash's Bosches laughed heartily, though a serious expression flickered in his eyes. If he were to confront that unassailable diamond body with his flesh alone, the outcome was all too predictable. Thus, it was essential for him to make his own body equally impervious to withstand the oncoming assault. In an instant, the aura surrounding Zasash's Bosches underwent a dramatic transformation. His body sank slightly, his feet embedding into the ground. A hum reverberated as the arm of Zasash's Bashes became enveloped in armament hockey, rendering his own body unyielding. This was the power of hockey enhancement. Armament hockey hardening. Prepare yourself. Let us see whose strength prevails. Shazash's Bashes proclaimed loudly, as he thrust his arm forward, unleashing a formidable shockwave towards Jaws. The undaunted fleet. Elbow strike. The moment this shockwave manifested, it eclipsed the very heavens, seemingly capable of shattering anything that dared to stand in its path. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the entire town to tremble. Two immense forces ascended like columns of vapor into the sky. The remaining structures in the vicinity crumbled and collapsed under the sheer might of the shockwave, and the ground within 100 meters of their epicenter was ravaged and sunk. This town suffered over half of its devastation from the clash of their powers. Onlookers nearby felt an overwhelming blast of energy rush towards them. Some ordinary pirates displayed expressions of sheer terror, unable to withstand the immense pressure, and were sent reeling, blood spurting from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The bodies of the dozen or so attacking pirate captains were thrust backwards by the force, retreating over 10 meters, their expressions filled with trepidation, leaving deep gouges in the earth where their feet had been. Hundreds of meters away, Wooly felt the overwhelming aura of the two combatants, his pupils constricting. Is this the caliber of strength possessed by captains under the Four Emperors? Contemplating the might of the Four Emperors themselves, he realized just how unfathomable their power must be. For the first time, Wooly began to regard the strength of this world with earnestness, particularly feeling the oppressive weight carried by the title of the Four Emperors. The Sea Emperors. No wonder ordinary pirates dare not provoke them in the slightest. The commotion of the battle between Jaws and Shazash's Bashes was felt not only by the spectators in the town, but even the naval forces at the western and eastern ports far out at sea sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes towards the town. The civilians previously rescued by Wooly watched the town with anxious expressions, uncertain of its current state amidst such a terrifying conflict. Was Colonel Wooly able to evacuate the civilians successfully? Suddenly, they spotted two Navy warships converging towards the town, their confusion evident as they observed the additional vessels. Soon after, they noticed the Navy ships alongside them commencing their own advance towards the town. The sound of the buru-buru transponder snails echoed from different locations, and Shuabai, having received a call from the observing pirates outside the town, abruptly changed countenance after hearing the report, casting an urgent glance at Jaws, who was still engaged in battle with Shazash's Bashes. Wooly answered the phone bug, which imitated the squinting expression of Hua Xiaoshan with some flair. Yet the mirth in its eyes was tinged with gravity. Upon hearing the voice from the other end, Wu Li's heart sank. Colonel Wu Li, 10 warships and 5 vice admirals have assembled and are about to launch the Demon Slayer order. You have 20 minutes. You must act swiftly. Chapter 58. The 20 minutes before the Demon Slayer order at the eastern port of the town, there remained merely 20 minutes until the warships reached their designated positions. Once all was in place, the Demon Slayer order could be initiated. Cloaked and with a long nose, Kaku stood beside Rob Lucci, gazing toward the town. Rob Lucci, no longer looking in that direction, remarked without turning, "Our objective has been achieved. It is time for us to depart." Kaku glanced at the cylindrical device bound to Rob Lucci's back and chuckled. "Indeed, we must hasten to leave the attack zone. Otherwise, we could easily become embroiled in the chaos. Remember, the Demon Slayer order is an indiscriminate assault, akin to our previous encounter at Eni's Lobby." Following that battle at Eni's Lobby, they had indeed experienced a version of the Demon Slayer order, a memory that still lingered vividly in Kaku's mind. After that incident, they were pursued and blamed by the world government. However, this time would be different, for they would not only evade blame, but also gain immense credit. Let us also destroy those pirate ships, allowing them to experience the taste of the Demon Slayer order, he added. Meanwhile, at the western port of the town, Blackbeard's crew appeared remarkably at ease, awaiting the outcome of the battle involving Jishas Bashas. They seemed unconcerned about the impending Demon Slayer order. Within the town, upon hearing news of the naval ships approaching, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, as if a heavy stone was pressing upon their chests. The pirates grew increasingly anxious, casting worried glances toward their captains, awaiting their decisions. The dozen or so pirate captains exchanged glances, acutely aware of the pressure and the urgency of time. With 5 vice admirals in pursuit, if they did not depart soon, escape would become impossible. They ceased to observe the ongoing battle and began to flee toward their anchored pirate vessels. The ice witch, Shui Bai Ji Pei, too felt the urgency of the moment. A conflicted expression crossed her face. She understood that failing to leave before being encircled by the naval forces would yield dire consequences, yet she could not abandon her comrade, Jozu, who was still engaged in battle. Her gaze fell upon her subordinates, witnessing their fearless resolve, reminiscent of when they had rallied to heed Whitebeard's call to Marineford. Shui Bai Ji Pei, Jozu shouted amidst the fray, "You all should leave. If the Navy encircles you, escape will be nearly impossible. But what of you? How can we abandon you and flee?" Tears glimmered in Shui Bai Ji Pei's eyes, filled with concern. "Rest assured, I will catch up with you once I defeat this foe." "You must set sail now," Jozu replied, touched by his comrade's concern, but resolute in ensuring they did not share his fate. "Ha ha ha, Jozu, you are truly remarkable, even amidst battle. You divert your attention to chat with your comrades. Is this not an affront to me?" Jishas Ba Shas surged forward, delivering a devastating punch that forced Jozu to spit blood, yet he steadfastly withstood the assault. Only 20 minutes remain. Upon receiving the news from the burning mountain, Wu Li ceased to occupy himself with the battle between Qiao Zi and Jisha Si Ba Sha Si. The pirate captains, numbering over a dozen, had already begun preparations for their retreat. Thus, Wu Li joined forces with Xiaoan as more than 6,000 civilians gathered at the port, ready for evacuation. A pressing issue arose. The naval vessel they were aboard could not accommodate such a multitude. However, Xiaoan swiftly resolved this predicament by apprehending the docked pirates and facilitating the civilians' boarding onto the commandeered pirate ships. As the pirates hastened towards the port, skirmishes ensued between them and the Marines, yet, due to the demon-slaying order, neither side engaged in prolonged conflict. The pirates, infuriated at losing their ships, attempted to reclaim them, but were swiftly vanquished before Wu Li and Xiaoan. "Colonel Xiaoan, we must ensure the safe evacuation of the civilians from this town to avoid the repercussions of the demon-slaying order," Wu Li asserted. "Indeed," Xiaoan nodded. Their principal objective was to escort these civilians to safety before the order was enacted. Time was of the essence, with only 14 minutes remaining. The pirate captains and their chief officers had gathered at the port, observing the pirate ships brimming with civilians, their brows furrowed in concern. "Let us not concern ourselves with them. Those ships do not belong to us. We must set sail immediately to avoid being encircled by naval warships," one captain declared. The others nodded in agreement, hastening back to their respective vessels, much to Wu Li and Xiaoan's relief, as they feared the pirates might misinterpret the situation and hinder their escape. The demon-slaying order was indiscriminate, meaning that both Marines and pirates would be targeted if they lingered. The pirates' decision not to engage was fortuitous, as Wu Li and his companions prioritized the safety of the civilians. Suddenly, a barrage of cannon fire struck the pirate ships at the port, one after another succumbing to the onslaught. Our pirate ships are under attack. Has the demon-slaying order commenced?" In the distance, 10 naval warships formed a half-circle formation. Yet they were still some distance from the town, indicating that the initial assault did not originate from them. Soon, a warship emerged from the east, and to Wu Li's astonishment, it bore the insignia of the world government. The appearance of this vessel clarified the earlier mystery. It was they who had instigated the demon-slaying order. This was not without precedent. The last time the order was invoked, it had been initiated by Spandam, the chief of the CP9 intelligence agency of the world government. The relentless cannon fire from the warship continued, igniting a mixture of fury and fear among the pirates, whose vessels were being ravaged, leaving them desperate to evade the Navy's pursuit. The pirates, driven by a frenzied desire, resolved to commandeer the world government ship. "They seem to have set their sights on our vessels. They are indeed bold," Kaku remarked with a faint smile. "Pay them no heed. Our priority is to ensure their ship remains damaged. The rest is up to the Navy. We must retreat," Rob Lucci advised, casting a glance at Wu Li. In times past, Lucci would have personally judged these pirates, but he had since learned to conserve his energy for matters of greater significance. As the pirates brandished their weapons, intent on seizing the world government ship, they were met with disappointment as the vessel altered its course after bombarding the pirate ships, sailing away into the distance. "The world government ship seems to fear engaging us and is fleeing. What do we do now?" a pirate shouted in despair. On board the departing ship, Kaku, standing on the deck, appeared to hear the pirates' cries and smiled, not out of fear, but disdain. The pirates, oblivious to Lucci and Kaku's indifference, faced a life-or-death moment. Only 10 minutes remained before the demon-slaying order was enacted. With the naval warships now clearly visible, Their formation taking shape, the impending threat loomed large. Faced with the failure of their plan to commandeer the world government vessel, the pirates' anxiety escalated. Under the immense pressure of imminent death, their eyes reddened with fury. Fixating on the 3 vessels, 2 carrying civilians and 1 belonging to the Navy. Engaging the Navy was indeed a last resort, yet the pirates found themselves bereft of choices. In the face of death or freedom, they would seize any opportunity. This is bad. Those pirates have set their sights on our ship. Xiao-En's expression shifted as he observed the frenzied gazes of the pirates. The situation was dire, as nearly 1,000 pirates surged towards the Marines. Their eyes gleaming with madness, the Marines felt a surge of tension. The civilians, pale with fear, noted that the Marines numbered merely a couple of hundred. It appears we cannot avoid this battle for our ships, Wu Li murmured, while Xiao-En and the Marines turned to him, awaiting his command. Marines, heed my orders. Wu Li bellowed. Here, prepare for battle. Yes. The Marines' voices resonated powerfully, their spirit undeterred despite the overwhelming numbers of the pirates, momentarily shaking the latter's resolve. Why fear? The Navy is but a handful. We outnumber them significantly. A pirate captain roared, rallying his men. The pirates quickly regained their composure, emboldened by their numbers. And ready for the fight ahead. Colonel Xiao-En, Wu Li called, our primary objective is to delay the pirates, allowing those 2 ships with civilians to depart safely. I understand. Xiao-En nodded, affirming that those on the 2 vessels had been briefed on their roles. Hearing Xiao-En's assurance, Wu Li exhaled slightly, relieved that the civilians' safe evacuation would alleviate much pressure. At that moment, more civilians continued to board, one ship already hoisting its anchor, preparing to leave. This provoked the pirates further, as throngs of them surged towards the vessels under the captain's commands. Armed pirates charged ahead, while others boarded damaged ships to reposition their remaining usable cannons, aiming at the departing vessel. Seeing this, Wu Li inhaled deeply, his demeanor shifting to one of fierce determination as he declared, very well. Let us engage in battle. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Wu Li's figure flickered and instantaneously materialized before the armed pirate crew. The pirates, clutching their firearms, stared at the suddenly appearing Wu Li, momentarily taken aback for a few seconds. Yet, they swiftly regained their composure, hundreds of guns now aimed squarely at him. However, before they could pull the triggers, Wu Li's presence vanished from sight. His sword, pulsating with sword energy, flickered amidst the throng as he deftly exchanged positions, unleashing a barrage of sword light upon the gun-wielding pirates. Shiyu Sangyan, flowing May rain. The sword light transformed into a gentle rain, akin to a soft, persistent drizzle in May, scattering through the ranks of the pirates. In the blink of an eye, Wu Li's silhouette reappeared behind the armed marauders, who remained in a daze, gazing at the sudden downpour of sword light. The fine rain fell upon the pirates, and in an instant, blood erupted forth, leaving sword marks that resembled falling raindrops. Hundreds collapsed to the ground in an instant, raising clouds of dust around them. Without glancing back, Wu Li remained resolute. With a clear objective, to capture the leader before dealing with the rest, his sword aimed directly at the center of the group, those dozen or so pirate captains. In Chapter 60, the chivalrous for the people, resentful of evil. As hundreds of pirates fell beneath Wu Li's blade, the morale of the Navy surged. The pirates, however, were taken aback, and the expressions of the pirate captains revealed their astonishment as they regarded Wu Li with grave seriousness. Observing his trajectory, one pirate captain remarked, "Is he targeting us?" Wu Li advanced like a sword piercing through the heart of the pirate faction, forging ahead with unwavering determination. While he engaged other pirates along the way, it was evident that his primary focus was on them. Indeed, it was true. Previously, when we banded together, we scarcely prevailed against the third captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jozu. How could we possibly underestimate an unknown naval officer? Although the pirate captains were astonished by Wu Li's prowess, they acknowledged that none of them stood a chance against him individually. Yet now, they had formed a temporary coalition, united in their purpose. As Wu Li traversed the ranks of the pirate alliance, a path was forged before him. The pirates seemed acutely aware of their inferiority, parting ways and refraining from obstructing his advance. After all, ahead lay their own captains, the pinnacle of this temporary coalition, poised to confront the formidable naval forces. Though I harbor a profound disdain for you ruthless marauders who trample upon human life, rest assured that one day, I shall see you scoundrels cast into and impelled down. Yet today, I offer you an opportunity to depart. Do you not grasp the value of such a chance? Wu Li approached the assembly of over a dozen pirate captains, expressing his contempt. Were it not for the pressing circumstances of the day, he would have denied them even this opportunity. Chivalry for the people. A vehement hatred for wickedness, that is the essence of his swordsmanship. Perhaps not all pirates are inherently malevolent, yet it is undeniable that among their ranks, one will find evildoers. Just as within the Navy, the difference lies merely in the proportion of such individuals. It was evident that these pirates, who had mercilessly ravaged the townsfolk, belonged to the category of villains, killers, butchers. Ha ha ha, detestable Navy. Do you even know who we are? You dare to utter such words? Enough. We have dispatched many like you into the depths of the sea to feed the fish, and now it is your turn, sneered a fearsome pirate captain. The others joined in his laughter, for if they could slaughter innocent civilians, what concern would they have for the Navy? Then do you know who I am? Woolley retorted. With scoundrels like you, I have long since lost count of how many I have incarcerated in the South Sea. The pirates paused, momentarily taken aback. They were unaware of Woolley's identity and were curious to discern which naval figure stood before them. I am Colonel Woolley of the Navy, and I shall become your future nightmare. Woolley? Never heard of that name. And to think you hold only the rank of colonel in the Navy, the pirates scoffed, their disdain evident in their eyes. Although they were astonished by Woolley's earlier display of prowess, they believed a colonel could hardly be formidable, thereby underestimating his potential. Have you noticed he seems to be stalling for time? Suddenly remarked one of the pirate captains. A Navy officer who detested them so deeply should have launched an immediate assault, not engaged in conversation. The others were equally startled and turned their gaze towards the harbor, where a ship was slowly departing, laden with terrified civilians. Meanwhile, the pirate alliance was desperately held at bay by the naval troops, unable to break through the blockade. As pirates, they were not to be trifled with. One captain revealed a brutal and frenzied gleam in his eyes as he addressed his fellow marauders. If we cannot seize that ship, then let us destroy it. Aim the cannons at the departing vessel. The pirates who had boarded their ship hastily loaded their cannons, preparing to fire, while the civilians on the departing ship were gripped by terror. Little did they anticipate that these pirates had discovered their plight. Should cannon fire rain down upon the ship, it would not only risk sinking but also claim the lives of countless innocents aboard. As Woolley's figure shifted, he sought to render assistance, only to be obstructed by several figures that suddenly appeared before him. His gaze sharpened. These pirate captains intended to detain him. Bang! A cannonball hurtled towards the vessel laden with civilians, inciting panic among the passengers, their eyes filled with despair. Woolley, too, plunged into battle, unable to extricate himself in that moment. Chapter 61. The unleashing of Woolley's several cannonballs, accompanied by a piercing whistle, soared towards the ship filled with civilians. Just as the onlookers braced themselves for the inevitable impact, a figure suddenly leaped from the harbor onto the deck, gazing at the swiftly approaching projectiles. The figure ascended into the air. In an instant, he deflected the cannonballs, which exploded mid-flight, unleashing a conflagration of flames and a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his silhouette. We are saved. The civilians aboard exhaled in relief, their eyes brimming with gratitude as they beheld their savior. What transpired? Who is it? The pirates aboard their ship were momentarily bewildered, peering into the haze. After a brief pause, they clenched their teeth, a fierce glint illuminating their eyes as they resolved to resume their bombardment. The cannon's muzzle glowed faintly red. Yet before the projectiles could be unleashed, they froze in astonishment as a figure emerged from the smoke, a cloak of justice billowing in the air, swiftly landing at the cannon's mouth. In the very moment the cannonball was about to be fired, he touched the muzzle with a single hand. It appeared as if a peculiar energy enveloped it, visibly corroding the metal until the cannon was rendered utterly useless. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, and a plume of black smoke billowed from the cannon's mouth. The pirates stood agape as the figure reappeared at another cannon aimed at the civilian-laden ship, employing the same method to incapacitate it. It was Colonel Shioan. The sailors marveled at his presence, and his display reinvigorated their morale, compelling them to re-engage in the fight. Well done, Colonel Shioan, Woolley remarked, his gaze shifting to the various expressions of the pirate captains before him. It seemed their plans had faltered, and now he could concentrate fully on their elimination. Do not presume this is the end. As long as we can intercept the last ship, victory shall still be ours, one pirate captain declared with a grim countenance. Woolley refrained from uttering further words. Instead, he unleashed a brilliant arc of swordlight, serving as his retort. The battle raged on. Nearly 200 individuals still remained ashore. In the distance, the naval warships had a clear view of the conflict unfolding at the port. Major General Guai Jiju frowned slightly. Though granting Woolley a bit more time would likely prove sufficient, he could not afford that luxury. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. In 5 minutes, Irrespective of whether Wu Li and his companions could evacuate the town, they would commence their assault. Meanwhile, on another naval vessel, Major General Hu Xiaoshan squinted. A hint of concern etched on his visage. 5 minutes remained. Time was of the essence. Observing the naval warship taking position, the distant sounds of cannon turrets swiveling became palpable, tightening the hearts of civilians, sailors, and pirates alike. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the clash between the naval forces and the pirate alliance intensified. The pirates understood all too well that failure to act swiftly could result in their demise beneath the naval cannons. As the pirates' assaults escalated, the sailors struggled to maintain their defensive formation, which was on the brink of collapse. They too felt a sense of urgency. Not only were they contending with the pirates, but the naval warships were poised to attack them as well. However, the paramount concern remained the evacuation of the civilians. "Hurry! Move faster! It would soon be too late!" shouted several sailors tasked with facilitating the civilians' boarding. The civilians sensed the suffocating tension in the air, though somewhat flustered. They managed to board the ships in a relatively orderly fashion. In the race against time, the last elderly woman, leaning on a cane, was finally assisted aboard, and all civilians were safely on the vessel. Clang, clang, clang. A few burly civilians aboard strained to pull the iron chain connected to the ship's anchor. Their faces flushed and veins bulging as the chain was drawn up in sync with their racing hearts. Soon, the anchor emerged above the water's surface. They could not allow the pirates to depart unimpeded. "You hold that naval colonel at bay. I shall intercept the ship," bellowed a pirate captain, clad in a black eye patch. With that, he broke away from the fray surrounding Wu Li, sprinting toward the vessel that was raising anchor. Meanwhile, the other pirate captains launched an even more ferocious onslaught against Wu Li, intent on exhausting him with their relentless attacks, hoping to divert his attention from intercepting their comrade. Wu Li could have evaded those attacks, but extricating himself from the battle in such a manner was not feasible. Thus, he braced himself and resolutely withstood the onslaught. The one-eyed captain, observing Wu Li's inaction, felt a flicker of triumph in his gaze, realizing that had he acted sooner, the clash would likely have concluded swiftly. The naval soldiers posed no obstacle to him, allowing him to accelerate further. He gazed at the ship, now fully unmoored and gradually departing, and secretly rejoiced. Contemplating the moment he would board, intending to cast all the civilians aboard into the sea before making his escape. However, just as he was nearing his destination, he abruptly halted, his expression darkening as he beheld the naval colonel, Xiao, who had previously damaged the rusted cannon platform. Seeing the one-eyed captain thwarted by Xiao, the other captains wore grim faces. This naval officer persistently interfered. "As before, we must detain this colonel while 2 of us make our way out." No sooner had the words left their lips than 2 figures shot forth, racing towards the vessel that was slowly departing the harbor. Simultaneously, the remaining pirate captains unleashed their formidable assaults, preventing Wu Li from breaking away to intercept. Truly, this was a repetition of events. Wu Li's anger began to simmer. These individuals had finally ignited his wrath. As he witnessed the multitude of forces surging towards him, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Flames danced along the blade, coalescing into an overwhelming aura. Shiyu Songgen's profound essence, the fire of Shiyu. The pirate captains, witnessing the flames before them, widened their eyes in terror, realizing with dread that their attack seemed to freeze in mid-air, the wind itself having stilled, allowing them to observe each speck of dust suspended in the atmosphere. Whoosh! In an instant, Wu Li's figure materialized before them. The pirate captains felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, their minds racing, yet they found themselves rendered motionless, unable to utter a sound without considerable effort. A glimmer of sword light flickered in their eyes, cleaving the suspended sand and stone asunder, while the weapons clutched in their hands were severed with precision. The blade pierced through flesh, and a droplet of blood trickled down. In that fleeting moment, a deep gash was etched upon their bodies, blood gushing forth. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. Wu Li did not glance back at them. Instead, he abruptly halted and pursued the 2 pirate captains. Chapter 62, Wu Li's Showtime. The 2 pirate captains, swiftly navigating their vessels, were startled by the anguished cries emanating from behind. Turning back, they beheld their allies from the alliance. Faces contorted with rage and horror, clutching their wounds from which blood continued to seep. A sudden flash of movement caught their eye, and they barely glimpsed Wu Li as he advanced towards them, stopping in their tracks. They had yet to regain their balance when a chilling aura of sword energy enveloped the air around them, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. It was as if snowflakes began to dance in a surreal illusion, each flake, beautiful and crystalline, only served to send a shiver down their spines, as an overwhelming murderous intent lurked within the frosty descent. The frosty wind, sword of floating feather, and divine breeze. Instantly, their bodies tensed, the biting cold of the snowflakes seemingly freezing their very blood, rendering their movements sluggish and stiff. This, however, was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instilled fear was the realization that the seemingly erratic flurry of snowflakes had coalesced into a lethal formation, encircling them with an unrelenting sword light. Snow fell gracefully. As the blade of frost chilled the air, struck in their terror, they felt the sting of the attack. White frost crystallized over their wounds, devoid of blood. As an icy sword energy ravaged their insides, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? It's as if he is transformed into another being. At that moment, they found themselves unable to move, their pallid faces reflecting disbelief. In one strike, they were vanquished. The pirate captains of the invading alliance were nearly all annihilated in an instant by Wu Li's overwhelming prowess. A look of confusion spread among the pirates, while the soldiers rejoiced. The one-eyed pirate captain, battling Shun, could scarcely believe his eyes. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, and in his moment of distraction, Shun seized the opportunity to corrode the weapon from his grasp. Fortunately, the one-eyed pirate captain quickly regained his composure. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver than merely losing his weapon. Wu Li surveyed the naval vessels that had taken their positions, then turned his gaze towards the Navy personnel engaged in battle with the pirates. His eyes narrowed as he commanded in a low voice, "All sailors, heed my orders." Yes. The sailors responded to Wu Li's call. Some swiftly dispatched the pirates before them, while others rescued comrades on the brink of being struck down. Those entangled in combat with the pirates all executed a unified maneuver. They distanced themselves from the adversaries. In no time, they formed a formidable formation, their morale soaring, which momentarily deterred the pirate alliance from launching an attack. Wu Li gazed at the last vessel, laden with civilians, departing from the harbor, and commanded everyone, swiftly board the warship and prepare for retreat. Upon hearing the order, the Marines did not hesitate. They promptly withdrew towards the location of the warship. On the opposing side, hundreds, if not thousands, of pirates were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting towards the injured captains who could no longer fight. "We cannot allow them to escape. We must kill them," bellowed the one-eyed pirate captain, his voice laced with frustration as he battled Shun. In that moment of distraction, Shun seized the opportunity and landed a powerful punch squarely on the captain's face, causing him to stagger back several steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cast a dark glare at Shun. The allied pirates, having received their orders, brandished their weapons and shouted as they charged towards the Navy. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, prompting the Marines to continue their charge towards the naval warship. Suddenly, a vortex of energy enveloped Wu Li, as his sword emanated a formidable sword aura. With a powerful swing, he unleashed an overwhelming blast of sword energy. The floating feather divine windflow sword twister sent a fierce and potent tempest surging towards the multitude of Pirate Alliance troops, their faces etched with terror as they were swept into the air. Chapter 63. The demon-slaying order activated. The tornado raged on, casting the airborne pirates down like scattered leaves, their heads spinning as they fell, disoriented. In an instant, the combat effectiveness of the Pirate Alliance had crumbled. Engaged in battle with the one-eyed dragon pirate captain, Shun sought to disengage. After repelling the captain's assault, he retreated a few meters. The one-eyed dragon captain, reluctant to let him escape, prepared to pursue when a sudden sound filled the air. Boom! The first cannonball struck the harbor, exploding in flames and spewing black smoke, creating a deep crater. All eyes turned towards the source of the artillery this time. It was not the world government's ships, but the Navy vessels that had taken position offshore. The demon-slaying order activated. The naval soldiers and pirates at the harbor gazed up at the multitude of black cannonballs raining down, a rare and awe-inspiring sight that left them shaken. Amidst their astonishment, a grim realization dawned upon them. They were within the attack range. They needed to flee. The Navy's demon-slaying order was in effect. This place would soon be obliterated. The pirates swallowed hard, panic setting in. They would quickly become cannon fodder under such bombardment. Set sail. Retreat. Wu Li shot towards the Navy ships, his presence announced before he arrived. The helmsman aboard the vessel, upon hearing his command, began to turn the wheel, slowly guiding the ship away from the harbor. They had no doubt that the two colonels would be unable to catch up. They simply needed to obey orders. Shun also began his retreat, his opponent, the one-eyed dragon captain, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he decided against further obstruction, recognizing the dire situation. and turned to flee in a different direction from Shun. Quickly, board those pirate ships. The one-eyed dragon captain shouted urgently. But many of those ships had already suffered damage. Some pirates hesitated. What time is it now? The two undamaged ships have already departed, and we cannot stop that Navy vessel. What other choice do we have? The captain bellowed in frustration. Regardless of the previous damage to those pirate ships, we must board them all now. Whether we can escape the Navy's bombardment and pursuit is a matter of fate. With that, the one-eyed dragon captain led his crew onto his pirate ship. With his leadership, other pirates rushed to carry their injured captain and comrades back to their respective vessels, while those commandeered by the Navy were hastily filled with pirates. In a moment, the harbor erupted into chaos, the pirates resembling a swarm of ants, gripped by fear as they faced the Navy's cannon fire. They scrambled aboard their ships, hoisting anchor and setting sail, the unsteady vessels gradually pulling away from the harbor. Yet some of the pirate ships had sustained severe damage from Rob Lucci's bombardment and were no longer seaworthy. Some began to sink as the pirates crowded aboard. The air was filled with cries of urgency, screams, and weeping, all drowned out by the thunderous roar of the incoming cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannonballs struck, creating shockwaves that sent towering waves surging across the sea. The sailing ships rocked violently, on the verge of capsizing. Some cannonballs landed directly on the incapacitated pirate vessels, their massive masts snapping and crashing down with a resounding thud. The cries and wails of the pirates echoed amidst the chaos. As the cannon fire spread and black smoke billowed forth. Chapter 64. The emergence of the Blackbeard pirates. A new round of bombardment commenced. Cannonballs sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the streets and sending dirt and debris soaring high into the sky. Buildings crumbled under the impact. The streets choked with dust, and bodies lay strewn about. In mere minutes, the town had descended into a raging inferno. Within the town, a tremendous collision resounded as Jaws and Shisasabashes exchanged blows, shattering the ground and dissipating the surrounding smoke with the force of their impact. They quickly separated, cannonballs raining down between them, exploding upon contact. Boom, boom. The cannonade continued, thick clouds of smoke billowing. Had the demon-slaying order been activated? Had White Peony and her companions evacuated to the secret harbor? Jaws and Shisasabashes exchanged a brief, troubled glance before resuming their fierce battle. Clearly, even with the demon-slaying order in effect, their conflict could not be halted. One bore deep-seated hatred, while the other harbored grand ambitions, under the flickering flames. Their profound obsessions illuminated the night. At the western harbor of the town, a massive bamboo raft bobbed amidst the turbulent waves. This area, too, lay within the attack range. And cannonballs began to strike, the resulting shockwaves dispersing the fog. Amidst the haze, the silhouettes of large figures became faintly visible. It seems the Navy's demon-slaying order has been activated. We are within the attack range. Should we remain here, waiting for Shisasabashes to return? Cackled the sinister Shiryu, donning a flight cap and puffing on a cigar. The smoke curled upwards, his pupils reflecting the toothless grin of a man laughing heartily. He pondered the man's thoughts. Despite his speculations since joining, he had yet to decipher this individual. The notion of the demon-slaying order evoked no fear within him. Alone, he might face challenges. But aboard this bamboo raft, who among them was not a madman? Including himself, Blackbeard exaggerated his expressions and spoke in an overly dramatic tone. The activation of the demon-slaying order is indeed troublesome. What if those blind cannonballs destroy my bamboo raft? I would plunge into the sea, finished. I'm a devil fruit user, a landlubber. How terrifying. Yet a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes as a plan formed in his mind. He suddenly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Right. We're in need of ships, and there are plenty of Navy vessels here. Previously, we had a Kainu to contend with. But now there's no one to impede us. I refuse to believe a Kainu would return to thwart us again." Ha! As his words fell, some eyes glimmered with interest, while others remained indifferent. However, with Blackbeard's resolve, they naturally refrained from opposition. The enormous bamboo raft slowly departed from the western harbor, sunlight gradually illuminating the massive shadow. As Blackbeard and his crew emerged once more from the mists, after Wu Li and his companions evacuated the port, they encountered very few artillery attacks. Even when one or two stray shells fell, Wu Li effortlessly deflected them, causing them to explode in midair. Although the demon-slaying order was indiscriminate in its assault, Wu Li and his allies were, after all, naval personnel, and having distanced themselves from the range of attack, they were not subjected to targeted strikes from the naval warships. Wu Li gazed upon the two pirate ships laden with civilians, relieved to see they were spared from the onslaught of naval warships. Earlier, he had delivered a succinct report to Rear Admiral Huishan, achieving the desired outcome. In stark contrast, the pirates were far less fortunate. Subjected to a relentless barrage of cannon fire, compounded by prior damage to their vessels, rendering them mere targets. Soon, several pirate ships were left in ruins, their hulls ablaze. Thick black smoke causing the pirates to cough violently as seawater began to flood into numerous sections of their ships. Despite their frantic efforts to repair the damage, it proved futile. Another round of cannon fire ultimately sent their ships to the depths. As they witnessed several of their comrades' vessels sink, despair gripped the remaining pirates, who realized their own ships were equally at risk. Suddenly, a marine with a telescope spotted a bamboo raft emerging from the eastern port. His curiosity piqued. Unlike the fleeing civilians, this raft was advancing toward them, and it was evident that its occupants were not innocents. A pirate flag fluttered above it. Upon recognizing the emblem, the marine's pupils dilated in horror, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he gasped. The Blackbeard pirates. The marines aboard the warship were momentarily taken aback, and Rear Admiral Gui Spider squinted into the distance, straining to make out the figures on the raft. Other admirals soon noted the presence of these notorious marauders. Huashan narrowed his eyes at the sight, his expression grave as beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead. Surely, this cannot be a jest. Not only is Shichibukai basis here, but the entirety of the Emperor Blackbeard's crew has also arrived. This is truly. Wooly had previously received word of Captain Base's sighting in the town, and had it been merely him, the Navy would have had little to fear. However, due to the demon-slaying order, a thorough search of the surrounding waters had not been conducted, and now they faced the full might of the Blackbeard pirates. As the pirates, once engulfed in despair, beheld the arrival of Blackbeard's ship, astonishment quickly morphed into exhilaration. The enemy of their enemy was indeed a friend, although they lacked the strength to be called allies. The shared adversary of the Navy was undeniable. Chapter 65. The resplendence of Van Oka. The sight of the fluttering pirate flag on the makeshift bamboo raft exuded an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Upon realizing the approach of the Blackbeard pirates, the Marines grew tense, the incessant cannon fire gradually subsiding, for they were now confronted by a formidable foe, the newly ascended Emperor Blackbeard and his crew. Sensing the shift in morale among the Marines, Rear Admiral Gui Spider inhaled deeply, determination etching his features as he commanded, "All warships, direct your fire at Blackbeard's crew. Concentrate your assault." With the order given, the Marines suppressed their anxiety, expertly loading cannonballs as 10 Navy warships aimed at the Blackbeard crew. At Gui Spider's command, they unleashed their barrage. The sky was soon filled with a multitude of cannonballs, streaking through the air toward the massive bamboo raft, followed by a cacophony of explosions. The area was shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring vision and rendering the atmosphere eerily silent as all eyes fixated on the billowing clouds. The sound of swallowed breaths echoing in the air, uncertain of the outcome of the cannonade. Some Marines naively pondered whether the concentrated fire would be sufficient to vanquish Blackbeard and his crew. Gui Spider and the other admirals, however, were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This concentrated assault from 10 warships was their sole recourse, and any impact it might have would be advantageous. As time elapsed, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the silhouette of the immense bamboo raft. The figures upon it gradually came into focus, beginning with a wide grin on one face. To their astonishment, there were no signs of damage from the cannon fire. The barrage had only generated smoke and a deafening roar, leaving their adversaries unscathed. How could this be? What means did they employ? Shock reverberated through the ranks, leaving everyone, including Wu Li and the 5 Navy admirals, astounded at the apparent invulnerability of Blackbeard's crew. The Marines, gripped by trepidation, could hardly fathom how they emerged unscathed from such a bombardment, while the pirates, amidst their astonishment, felt a renewed sense of hope. Buoyed by the prowess of the 4 emperors, continue the assault. Gui Spider commanded once more, resolute in his belief that relentless fire would eventually inflict damage upon the enemy, regardless of their enigmatic defenses. The air crackled as another wave of cannonballs surged toward the bamboo raft, aimed at Blackbeard's crew. Ha 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 ha. Navy, we shan't stand idly by for your attacks. Blackbeard guffawed, his prominent front teeth lending him a rather ridiculous appearance, yet no one dared to mock him. Before he could finish, a tall, slender figure beside him, donning a peculiar hat, a black cloak, and an eye patch over his right eye, coldly leveled a long gun at the incoming cannonballs with deft precision, swiftly returning the weapon to his shoulder without betraying a flicker of emotion. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could comprehend, the cannonballs detonated in the sky, a thunderous roar echoing as smoke filled the air, starkly contrasting the calm demeanor of Blackbeard's crew. Witnesses were left in disbelief. They had not even heard a gunshot, as the cannonballs had detonated midair. What remarkable marksmanship! Who was this formidable figure? Shanyang flitted before Wu Li, flapping his tiny wings earnestly. My lord, your enemies are astonishingly powerful. I suggest we retreat while we still can. Wu Li waved his hand gently to dismiss Shanyang, who had obscured his view. Preserve the mountains, and there will be no lack of firewood, the creature exclaimed. However, Wu Li appeared unperturbed by the suggestion, prompting Shanyang to return to his shoulder, gazing at the figure wielding the gun. The figure wore a large black hat, protruding on either side, and his left lens was a standard rectangular eyepiece while the right was circular, seemingly housing an interwoven strand of hair. His light brown hair cascaded to his neck, draped in a long black cloak over a pale purple shirt, the buttons undone. With loose sleeves and simple black trousers adorned with a hint of chestnut at the cuff, Wu Li gazed at the figure before him, murmuring, "The sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates, Inuevenoka." His attention then shifted to the long gun resting on the shoulder of the man. Recognizing it as the formidable weapon known as the Maxim, Inuevenoka, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju merely fixed his gaze on that silhouette, his voice low and grave. Chapter 66. Navy versus Blackbeard Pirates. A colossal bamboo raft swiftly approached, soon closing in to less than 20 meters from the nearest naval vessel. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the naval officers holding their breath in anxious anticipation. "Ha ha ha, Navy, if you hand over a ship, we shall depart," Blackbeard proclaimed with a grin. "Marshal D. Teach, do you truly believe I would entertain such a proposition?" Vice Admiral Gue Jiju retorted vehemently, the mirth in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a solemn demeanor. Blackbeard's offer was a direct affront to their pride as naval officers. Despite facing an adversary of great might, they harbored no intention of retreat. "Ha ha ha. So there's nothing to discuss then?" Blackbeard chuckled, his expression darkening suddenly. "Oh, right. It appears there are only you mid-ranking admirals present, with no higher-ranking officers among you. In that case, my previous proposal seems rather inappropriate. Allow me to revise it. I shall take this naval ship." The pupils of Vice Admiral Gue Jiju narrowed slightly. Without the presence of an admiral, it would indeed be formidable to thwart Blackbeard and his crew. Their most pressing need was to await reinforcements. The admirals were engaged in missions elsewhere, yet figures rivaling the strength of 3 admirals were en route. If they could endure until then, victory would be within reach. Blackbeard cast a sidelong glance at the silent Gue Jiju, chuckling softly. "It seems we must resort to violence." A woman's laughter echoed from the bamboo raft. "Let me go. I find them quite intriguing, especially their spirited sense of justice." Upon hearing her words, Blackbeard turned to the only female member aboard the raft, grinning. "Ha ha, Katerina Devon. Since you were so keen, you may take the lead." With his consent, Katerina Devon's tall figure suddenly moved, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared on the warship where Vice Admiral Gue Jiju stood. The naval officers gasped in shock as Gue Jiju gripped his sword, observing the heavily made-up female pirate. She wore a striped garment with a V-neck, draped in a large crimson shawl, adorned with a blue pearl necklace, and cinched at the waist with a purple belt, complemented by lavender trousers and black shoes. This woman, marked by wrinkles, a slanted forehead, a witch-like nose, and a devilish grin, was once the most notorious female inmate imprisoned in the depths of the undersea prison, the Moonlight Hunter, Katerina Devon. Although the naval officers felt a surge of fear, they still rallied, brandishing their weapons and shouting as they charged towards the Moonlight Hunter, Katerina Devon. The cries of agony rang out incessantly. These sailors were evidently too weak. As a mere flick of Katerina Devon's hand fell the multitude of them. Within mere minutes, the majority of the naval officers lay defeated, while some retreated in terror, their forces crumbling before her like brittle straw. Seeing their sea tactics falter, Vice Admiral Gue Jiju hesitated no longer. He grasped his katana with both hands, extending 6 spider-like limbs from his body, each wielding a katana, coldly regarding Katerina Devon, emanating an overwhelming aura. He surged forward, launching himself at Katerina Devon. Boom! The Moonlight Hunter effortlessly dispatched several naval officers, sensing the Vice Admiral's assault and swiftly pivoting to block the lethal strikes from his 8 blades. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Gue Jiju's eyes. Katerina Devon had effortlessly parried his attacks. As he pressed harder with his katana, he found her unwavering, sweat trickling down his fierce visage, realizing his strength was inferior to that of this female pirate. Whoosh! No longer engaging in a battle of strength, Gue Jiju retreated at distance, moving with remarkable speed, his form shifting continuously while launching counterattacks. In mere breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows. the force of their combat creating a gale that kept the naval officers at bay. Boom. Amidst the fierce clash, one figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ship's mast, which creaked ominously, splintering under the impact. Vice Admiral Gue Jiju. The sailors gasped in concern, without uttering a word. Gue Jiju wiped the blood from his lips, warily eyeing Katarina Devon, unwilling to let his guard down. Fire Mountain and the other 3 vice admirals, noticing Gue Jiju at a disadvantage while observing the relaxed demeanor of Blackbeard's crew, exchanged glances before launching toward him in unison. Ha ha ha, Navy. Your tactics are hardly fair. Shiryu. Chapter 67. Navy Colonel Woolley joins the fray indeed. You Navy officers lack gentlemanly decorum. 5 of your esteemed vice admirals besieging me. Do you not feel you disgrace the Navy? Katarina Devon barely managed to fend off Gue Jiju's relentless attacks when she noticed Fire Mountain's strike approaching. With a swift motion she dodged. This is a battle. Fairness holds no relevance here. In the face of evil, should we not unite against it? We are not so antiquated as to be bound by the perceptions of the world. Vice Admiral Gue Jiju retorted coldly, his strikes intensifying without pause. He would sacrifice his own soldiers to vanquish the enemy, let alone converge upon a notorious female fugitive. Leading the charge, the 5 vice admirals attacked Katarina Devon simultaneously, with the Navy regaining the upper hand. Though Katarina Devon was formidable, facing 5 vice admirals alone was a daunting challenge, leaving her struggling to defend herself with no opportunity for a counterattack. Witnessing Katarina Devon on the brink of defeat under the collective assault of the 5 vice admirals, Blackbeard remained composed, his smile unwavering despite the precarious situation. In a bid to save time, he summoned Shiryu of the Rain to alleviate the pressure on Katarina Devon. Shiryu remained silent for a few seconds before rising to his feet, casting a cold gaze towards the struggling Katarina aboard the naval warship. He lightly leapt to the edge of the vessel, causing a stir among the likes of Ghost Spider and others. As the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu's formidable strength was indisputable. His involvement in the battle commanded their attention, diverting a significant portion of focus away from Katarina's assault. This momentary distraction allowed Katarina to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with a flicker of jealousy as she regarded Shiryu's imposing figure. Ah, Shiryu, as expected. Your entrance draws such attention, Blackbeard chuckled, amused by the presence of such a powerful ally. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shiryu unsheathed his long blade, channeling immense power into it, seemingly unwilling to prolong the conflict any further. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent arc of sword light, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter towards the 6 adversaries engaged in battle, causing their hearts to race. Faced with such an assault, the 5 admirals, including Ghost Spider, opted not to meet the attack head-on but instead chose to evade its deadly path. Katarina cursed Shiryu for his inability to distinguish friend from foe. Yet she too was compelled to sidestep the lethal blade. The fierce sword light cleaved through the mast of the naval warship without losing any of its ferocity, slicing through everything in its wake. Suddenly, Fire Mountain jolted, realizing the impending danger, and opened his eyes to the trajectory of the sword light. There, in its path, was a ship laden with people, who gazed in terror at the approaching arc of death, as if the sky itself had darkened. The mere presence of that formidable sword light suffocated the souls aboard, causing blood to seep from their orifices. Regret washed over Fire Mountain as he watched the powerful sword light. He should not have evaded Shiryu's attack without considering the civilian vessel behind them. Blackbeard and his crew chuckled at how Shiryu's initial strike had dramatically shifted the battlefield's dynamics, his swordsmanship as extraordinary as ever. As the civilians braced for despair, believing the ship would be easily cleaved in 2 by Shiryu's merciless blade, tumultuous waves roared around them. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air, and a figure materialized on the deck of the ship. He faced the oncoming sword light, undaunted, his justice cloak billowing defiantly in the wind as he wielded his sword, releasing a potent force that summoned a fierce whirlwind to counter Shiryu's lethal strike. With a resounding clash, the sword light began to dim under the onslaught of the whirlwind. But the figure, a man with a solemn expression, unleashed several more beams of sword light. The 2 forces clashed, annihilating one another, while violent gusts of air surged forth, conjuring towering waves upon the sea. The civilians beheld the figure before them, exclaiming with relief, "It's Colonel Woolley. He has come to save us." Their gratitude surged as the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shiryu's blade vanished, as if a divine savior had descended from the heavens. Woolley had single-handedly absorbed the might of Shiryu's attack. Woolley's crew, witnessing his courageous stance, were filled with exhilaration in a moment of dire peril. Even the admirals found themselves unable to intervene, Yet Colonel Woolley stepped forward, blocking the fearsome attack. Xiaowen observed Woolley with a faint sigh, acknowledging that he consistently rose to the occasion during critical moments. However, he could not shake the fear that this time, the enemy was far too formidable, leaving him uncertain of Woolley's ability to withstand the onslaught. Noticing that a Navy officer had managed to withstand his sword light, Shiria furrowed his brow. His cigar clenched between his teeth as he addressed Woolley. A Navy officer? Quite impressive to block my strike. I find myself intrigued. What is your name? In response, Woolley offered no pretense, meeting Shiryu's gaze with a steely resolve. I am Major Woolley of the Navy. Chapter 68. The imminent battle. Observing Woolley successfully deflect Shiryu's sword light and protect the civilians, Fire Mountain exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Though he was simultaneously awestruck by Woolley's prowess, a sentiment echoed by the other admirals. Ghost Spider recalled the prior engagement with Woolley's ship, realizing that had Fire Mountain not intervened, the battle against Woolley would have been far from easy. A Navy officer? Shiryu mused, surprised by Woolley's strength. He knew full well the might of his own attack. It was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Even a slightly weaker admiral would have sustained severe injuries, let alone a mere major, and yet Woolley stood unharmed. Excellent. Truly excellent. You are fortunate to become my quarry. A sinister smile crept across Shiryu's face. For Woolley had piqued his interest. Those whom Shiryu deemed his prey often met a gruesome fate. It was the lack of suitable targets at Impel Down that had driven him to slaughter criminals and guards alike in search of entertainment. This was far more thrilling than mere slaughter. He disregarded Katarina completely, allowing her to continue being besieged by the 5 admirals, further deepening her resentment as she fought to resist. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He had not anticipated a mere major could withstand Shiryu's blade, but he dismissed it as a fleeting curiosity, for such minor figures held little significance in his eyes. His gaze finally settled upon Katarina, who was ensnared in a fierce struggle, and he refrained from chastising Shiryu. Only the strongest could remain in his crew, and it was natural for powerful individuals to have their own quirks. Yet, he found himself uncertain about who to send next. He could not deploy everyone, as this was not a confrontation against Whitebeard. 5 admirals were hardly formidable opponents, and while he was willing to employ any means to achieve his goals, he also had to maintain a semblance of dignity. Seemingly perceiving Blackbeard's hesitation, a tall, slender figure approached, his complexion unnaturally pale, lips a striking red, and a somewhat unsettling smile gracing his face. He addressed Blackbeard. Allow me to go. We wouldn't want to provoke a Kainu and risk losing everything we've worked for. Clad in a white long-sleeve shirt adorned with feathered collars, yellow cross patterns, and navy attire, he wore a white cloak. His most striking accessory was a typical black top hat and a red wooden cane, complemented by gold earrings. Devil Sheriff Lafitte, captain of the 5th ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Ah, Lafitte, don't frighten me. Blackbeard laughed. Sometimes, when luck is against you, anything can happen. Such is the fickleness of fate, Lafitte replied, half smiling, half serious. You still believe in luck? Very well, Lafitte, go assist Devon. Otherwise, we may face a catastrophic defeat, Blackbeard remarked, eyeing Katarina, who appeared on the brink of collapse. Leave it to me. As Raphite's arms began to transform into wings, he soared toward the warship with remarkable speed, quickly ascending to the sky above the vessel. At such a height and in such a conspicuous position, it was impossible not to attract attention. The naval officers below couldn't help but look up, and Raphite's smile deepened in response. The 5 vice-admirals, including Ghost Spider, took notice of Raphite's arrival. And in that moment of distraction, Katarina Depan managed to break free from their encirclement, creating some distance between herself and the vice-admirals. She glanced sideways at Raphite and said, Raphite, stop showing off up there and come help me deal with these naval vice-admirals. We can't afford to waste any more time. Raphite, unfazed by Katarina Depan's words, looked at her with a grin and replied, all right, I'm on my way. Go Spider. Observing his audacious demeanor, let out a cold snort. Raphite. Before he could finish his sentence, he dove down with a whoosh, the sound of air bursting around him, aiming directly for Ghost Spider, the strongest among them, who wielded 8 blades. The 2 naval vice-admirals closest to Ghost Spider joined forces to attack Raphite, but after a single strike, Raphite vanished once again, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Ghost Spider frowned, realizing that even his recent attack had only struck at the illusion of Raphite, indicating that he was not an easy opponent to confront. Fire Mountain and another vice-admiral attempted to advance, but suddenly a tall figure blocked their path. It was Katarina Depan. I can handle the two of you just fine, she stated coldly. The standoff intensified, the atmosphere becoming heavy with tension, as everyone understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Chapter 69, Wu Li vs. Rangy Lu. The standoff between the Navy and the Blackbeard pirates did not last long, with Rangy Lu being the first to make a move. He seemed impatient, his figure shifting as if teleporting from the front of the warship to its rear, intent on hunting down Wu Li on the civilian vessel, just as he steadied himself. Before he could reach Wu Li's pirate ship, a piercing whistle echoed through the air. Wu Li, with his sword imbued with concentrated energy, thrust it directly toward Rangy Lu. Rangy Lu glanced up at the imposing Wu Li and chuckled. Your reflexes are quite impressive, but such awareness and response are far from sufficient. Rangy Lu's speed was formidable, far surpassing Wu Li's, prompting Wu Li to immediately rush toward the empty rear of the warship to launch his attack. In the next moment, Rangy Lu appeared right there, and Wu Li seized the opportunity perfectly. Not going to dodge? With his long sword poised, Wu Li unleashed a fierce blast of sword energy, aiming directly at Rangy Lu's face. However, Rangy Lu displayed little reaction. Has he underestimated me? Wu Li pondered silently. Wu Li remained skeptical about Yuji Shilio being so careless. However, since he showed no signs of action, Wu Li chose not to dwell on it further. If such an assault could indeed land, then the outcome would naturally be most favorable. Colonel Shuen, do you believe Colonel Wu Li can contend with Yuji Shilio? The Marines, filled with apprehension, turned to Shuen, who had accompanied Wu Li throughout their journey. They were well aware of Wu Li's formidable strength and yearned for his victory. Yet the formidable reputation of Yuji Shilio cast a shadow of doubt over their confidence in Wu Li's upcoming battle. This will be a challenging confrontation. If Wu Li can hold off Yuji Shilio, it cannot be deemed a defeat, Shuen stated earnestly. Indeed, it could not be considered a defeat. For a colonel to engage in combat with a fierce warrior under one of the four emperors was already a remarkable feat. The Marines fell into a contemplative silence. Realizing this implied the likelihood of success was minimal, their gazes shifted to Wu Li, and their concern deepened. Just when Wu Li believed Yuji Shilio could not evade his strike, he suddenly tilted his head with astonishing speed, allowing Wu Li's sword to graze past his face effortlessly. In the fleeting moment of evasion, Wu Li saw Yuji Shilio casually raise his own longsword and slash towards him. Clang! Wu Li immediately raised his sword to block the terrifying force unleashed by Yuji Shilio's long blade, a weight so formidable it felt akin to a mountain, causing his hands to tremble and his body to lean slightly downward. As he struggled to maintain his ground, he was struck by the sheer power emanating from Yuji Shilio. Their gazes met, and Wu Li noticed a slight smirk tugging at the corners of Yuji Shilio's mouth. Suddenly, Wu Li's expression shifted dramatically as an even more potent force bore down upon him, compelling his previously stable form to crash heavily onto the deck. With a resounding thud, splinters of wood erupted from the deck, catching the attention of Hua Xiaoshan, who was engaged in battle with Dai Peng. Yuji Shilio was overwhelmingly powerful. Even he could not endure for long. Should Wu Li succumb to defeat, the pressure on them would intensify, diminishing their chances of holding out for reinforcements. Colonel Wu Li, Xiao and the Marines called out in concern, having witnessed Yuji Shilio's casual swing that sent Wu Li plummeting to the deck, their view obstructed, leaving them in uncertainty about Wu Li's fate. Indeed, Yuji Shilio was too strong. Even one as formidable as Wu Li seemed unable to withstand such might. Coughing, Wu Li rose, neglecting to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth or to marvel at Yuji Shilio's strength, for time was of the essence. Another attack from Yuji Shilio was already upon him. With a swift motion, Wu Li evaded the incoming blade's light, the sheer force creating a thunderous roar in the air, and a long crack appeared on the deck. Chapter 70, Wu Li vs. Yuji Shilio. Hurry! Hurry! The relentless barrage of attacks from Yuji Shilio came with such rapidity that Wu Li found himself solely occupied with evasion and defense, devoid of even a moment to catch his breath or contemplate a counter-strategy. Nonetheless, he was continuously struck, crashing heavily across the battleship, accumulating numerous sword marks upon his body. Yuji Shilio's assault was undeniably oppressive. Observing Wu Li, battered and drenched in sweat, struggling to hold on, a wave of boredom washed over Yuji Shilio. How did this differ from the slaughter of the weak he had previously engaged in? Initially, he had harbored some expectations for Wu Li, but the latter's performance had left him profoundly disappointed. Wu Li, was it? You have disappointed me somewhat. Merely evading lacks any flair. You previously demonstrated commendable strength when you thwarted the attacks directed at that ship. Yuji Shilio suddenly halted, a contemplative expression crossing his features as he cruelly mused. Or is it that, as a member of the Navy, you hold the lives of the weak in high regard, and only by striking at them can you unleash a greater portion of your strength? Wu Li's pupils slightly constricted, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart as he gazed at Yuji Shilio. Yuji Shilio, your opponent is me. Do not involve the innocent. The urgency in Wu Li's voice only deepened Yuji Shilio's smile, causing Wu Li to inwardly lament his predicament. Indeed, he watched as Yuji Shilio abruptly turned to face the pirate ship carrying civilians, and with a sudden flourish, his long blade erupted with formidable energy, executing 3 consecutive slashes in the blink of an eye. 3 beams of sword light, imbued with terrifying might, surged toward the civilians. And should that fierce sword aura truly strike the vessel, destruction would be inevitable, leaving its occupants in grave peril. Witnessing the overwhelming force, the civilians were engulfed in fear, bewildered by Yuji Shilio's sudden assault. Though Wu Li surmised Yuji Shilio's intentions and rushed with all his might to intercept, it was already too late. He could not possibly avert this impending attack. Letting some of those you wish to protect perish shall serve to invigorate you. Let us engage in battle. Yuji Shilio mused, casting his gaze toward another ship laden with innocents. Do not worry, is there not yet another vessel? I hope you can thwart my strike against it. Yuji Shilio's words suggested he regarded the lives of the 2 ships' passengers as mere trifles, igniting a flicker of anger in Wu Li's eyes. The long sword in his hand flickered with a flame's radiance, exuding a powerful aura. I shall not allow you to achieve your desires, Wu Li declared, launching a fiery strike toward Yuji Shilio. In a fleeting moment, Yuji Shilio observed Wu Li's final struggle and smirked with derision. Too late. Rainfire suspended, time solidified. The ultimate technique of the rainstorm's swift swallow, rainfire. Suddenly, Yuji Shilio was taken aback. The 3 beams of sword light aimed at the civilian ship slowed to a crawl, and even his own movements and thoughts felt sluggish beneath that eerie flame. He was astonished, pondering the nature of this technique that could seemingly decelerate time. While Wu Li endeavored to intercept the sword light, Yuji Shilio's aura surged, rendering the impact of Wu Li's rainfire increasingly negligible. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Only such battles can awaken one's interest. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yuji Shilio intensified aboard the warship, causing a momentary halt in the combat of others. Chapter 71. A dire situation, who will reinforce? Yuji Shilio suddenly gripped his long blade tightly, the sword intent swirling around him as he swung with force, unleashing a vast wave of sword might toward Wu Li. In response to Yuji Shilio's onslaught, Wu Li's sword emanated a subtle sword intent, and under its influence, a vortex began to swirl around the warship. Before Wu Li, a wall of fiery rain emerged, seemingly a form of defense. Yuji Shilio scoffed in disdain. Was he returning to his previous defensive stance? In an instant, the attack cleaved through the fiery rain barrier, and suddenly a sword aura coalesced into a rain swallow, hurtling towards Yuji Shilio. Upon collision, the air erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Observing his attack thwarted, Yuji Shilio broke into a smile. Was he beginning to engage in offense? He unleashed a series of more ferocious assaults. Yet Wu Li deflected each one with ease. Yuji Shilio's fighting spirit surged, and the sword intent surrounding his longsword gradually became more distinct. The battle between Wu Li and Yuji Shilio was fervent, and the skirmishes of others were equally intense. Fireburn Mountain and the other vice admirals were somewhat breathless as the 3 Navy vice admirals united in their assault against Dai Peng, achieving no significant advantage. Their strengths were evenly matched. After enduring continuous combat, their stamina was beginning to wane. Meanwhile, the situation for the vice admirals facing Lafitte, such as Ghost Spider, was not promising. Lafitte's ghostly speed rendered their efforts increasingly strenuous, and their physical endurance began to falter. Sensing Blackbeard's growing impatience, Lafitte's attacks became more ferocious. Ghost Spider glanced towards the vast southern sea, his heart sinking. The situation was dire. Was reinforcement still not on the way? To the south, on a solitary island not far from the town, amidst the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, the civilians anxiously awaited, witnessing their town being consumed by flames. The towering inferno instilled great worry in them, as they wondered if Colonel Wu Li had managed to rescue their comrades. Just 20 minutes prior, the naval warships that had docked there had surged towards the town, yet they could not fathom why the explosions had intensified after their departure. After the recent explosions, a sudden silence fell, leading them to question, could it be that the pirates had been driven away, hence the lack of activity? Look, Another naval warship is arriving. Someone suddenly shouted, prompting all eyes to the south, where indeed, a naval vessel was approaching them. Soon the warship drew near, and the civilians beheld a figure standing at the bow, clad in a dark red suit, a naval cap atop his head, black leather gloves upon his hands, and a naval coat billowing behind him. He cast a commanding glance at them without uttering a word, continuing his course. Suddenly, another warship emerged from the north, adorned with an emblem that seemed familiar but distinct from the previous naval insignia. It appeared to bear the mark of the world government. The two warships gradually closed the distance, with Admiral Akina Sakazuki observing the figure of Rob Lucci, who donned a tall black hat and a cloak, notably with a cylindrical object bound behind him. "Why is Admiral Akina here?" exclaimed Kaku, his long nose twitching in surprise. Rob Lucci frowned slightly, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. He too was perplexed by Akainu's presence. Chapter 72. Venoka joins the battle upon the vast bamboo raft. Blackbeard took another hearty swig of liquor, a contemplative expression crossing his visage as the supply dwindled. To him, the battle had dragged on for too long, whether it was the ship-snatching skirmish with Lafitte and his companions or the conflict at the town of Bosch's. Neither had reached a conclusion. This prolonged uncertainty gnawed at him. Initially, he had approached the conflict with a playful demeanor, yet that sentiment had evaporated, replaced by an impatient urge to conclude the fray. "Venoka, observing that they cannot resolve this anytime soon, would you lend them assistance? I have been waiting for quite a while now, and I sense that further delay could spell trouble," Blackbeard murmured to the impassive Venoka beside him. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Venoka shifted his gaze to the fierce combat aboard the warships. Both Lafitte and Katerina Devon were launching relentless assaults, while the Navy vice admirals primarily focused on defense. A spark of insight flickered in his eyes as he suddenly remarked, "These Navy vice admirals are not engaging Lafitte head-on, even when they reveal vulnerabilities. They refrain from launching counterattacks. It appears the Navy is merely stalling for time." Stalling for time? Blackbeard paused momentarily before realization dawned upon him. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the unfolding battle. After a few breaths, he discerned something amiss in the Navy vice admiral's strategies. For instance, Ghost Spider, known for his combat prowess, was adopting a defensive stance, merely blocking Lafitte's onslaught. Even with Lafitte's remarkable speed, Ghost Spider seemed reluctant to seize the initiative. Cunning. The Navy truly is insidious. I wonder what scheme they are concocting, Blackbeard chuckled coldly, recognizing that this delay signified they awaited reinforcements. "We cannot allow this to continue." "Understood," Venoka replied, shouldering his spear and taking aim at the moving Ghost Spider, who was vigilantly parrying Lafitte's attacks. Just then, Lafitte's figure materialized from behind him, launching an assault. Ghost Spider pivoted, wielding dual blades to intercept Lafitte's armed kick. With a resounding clash, a powerful force erupted in the air, creating ripples that spread outward. At that moment, as Ghost Spider turned to block Lafitte's strike, Venoka, who had been targeting him, pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, undeterred by the turbulent winds, hurtling straight toward Ghost Spider. Sensing imminent danger from behind, Ghost Spider realized too late that the timing of his adversary was impeccable, unable to mount a defense in time. The bullet struck, and droplets of blood fell from him as he desperately attempted to evade, but not entirely unscathed. Venoka noted that his shot had not delivered a fatal blow to Ghost Spider, who was renowned among the Navy vice admirals for his extensive combat experience. Managing to evade in such a precarious moment, a crimson line marred Ghost Spider's fierce visage, the wound streaming blood, yet he made no attempt to wipe it away. Instead, he cast a cold glance towards the bamboo raft where Venoka stood, recognizing that such a silent marksman could only be him. The involvement of such a dangerous individual in the battle posed a significant challenge. One shot had not sufficed, and Venoka did not expect to eliminate a Navy vice admiral with a single bullet. However, he aimed to create disturbances, providing opportunities for his comrades. He continued to fire several more shots at Ghost Spider, yet the bullets were deflected by the sword behind him, producing a sharp clamor. As Venoka fired his first shot, Lafitte sensed the support, knowing that he was aiding him. Without dwelling on why Venoka had acted, he seized the opportunity as Ghost Spider revealed an opening. Lafitte concentrated a surge of immense power into his right leg and delivered a powerful kick toward Ghost Spider. Caught off guard, Ghost Spider was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the deck. Only one rear admiral remained to confront him, yet in mere moments, he found himself retreating under relentless pressure. Venoka, with his long spear, set his sights on the embattled Fire Mountain and his companions, pulling the trigger repeatedly as silent bullets surged towards them. Caught off guard, Fire Mountain and his allies narrowly evaded the onslaught, managing to create a diversion. More crucially, a sniper loomed nearby, amplifying their psychological burden, compelling them to remain vigilant against additional threats amidst the fray. Chapter 73. The tide turns in just a few shots. The dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically, plunging the Navy into dire straits. Oka then trained his aim on Wu Li, squeezing the trigger. In comparison to the other two factions, he felt less assured of a fatal strike. After all, the other targets were rear admirals, capable of evasion. However, against a mere Navy colonel, he had never missed. The bullet shot forth silently, causing Wu Li to momentarily falter as he sensed an ominous presence. Just before the bullet could reach him, it was deflected away by Yu Zhixio's sword, leaving Wu Li puzzled. There is no need to concern yourself with them, Yu Zhixio stated. You are my quarry, destined to perish by my hand alone. No one shall lay claim to you. Wu Li dismissed the notion of being prey. His thoughts instead clouded by the precarious situation at hand. If matters continued in this fashion, it seemed inevitable that the Navy would soon face true defeat. On his massive bamboo raft, Oka observed as Yu Zhixio thwarted his assault. Having spent considerable time together, he had come to understand Yu Zhixio to some extent, and thus ceased his attacks on Wu Li. With Oka's intervention, Rafit and Katarina Doping were emboldened. Swiftly breaking free from the rear admiral's siege, Katarina Doping's spear gathered formidable energy, sweeping toward a rear admiral with tremendous force. Taken by surprise, the adversary was sent flying. With one rear admiral defeated, the remaining admirals faltered soon after, falling one by one. Among the Navy still engaged in battle, only 3 remained: Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, and Colonel Wu Li. Even Blackbeard was astonished, noting that a colonel could withstand Yu Zhixio's assault for so long. Despite Yu Zhixio not exerting his full strength, such resilience warranted respect. Basis has returned, Oka suddenly announced, gesturing toward the direction of the town. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard turned to see a small sailboat drifting toward them, bearing a figure. It was Basis, who had been battling Jaws. Ah, how splendid. His return at this moment is fortuitous. Blackbeard chuckled, his earlier worries dissipating in an instant. With the conflict on one front nearing conclusion and Basis returning from his own skirmish, a sense of joy enveloped him. Upon hearing the news from Admiral Akaina, Wu Li ceased focusing on the battle between Jozu and Jesus Burgess. Moreover, the dozen or so invading pirate captains had already begun preparing their retreat. Thus, Wu Li and Xuan now converged, with over 6,000 civilians gathered at the harbor, ready for evacuation. A problem had arisen earlier. The naval warship they were sailing could not accommodate so many people. However, Xuan swiftly resolved the issue by apprehending the docked pirates and commandeering 2 of their ships for the civilians. Nodding in satisfaction, Xuan remarked that their primary mission was to ensure the safe evacuation of these civilians. The captains and key officers of the pirate crews had gathered at the harbor, frowning at the sight of their ships now packed with civilians. Let us not concern ourselves with them, those aren't our ships anyway. We should set sail immediately before the naval fleet surrounds us, one pirate captain suggested. The others nodded in agreement, hastening back to their respective vessels. Wu Li and Xuan exhaled in quiet relief, grateful that the pirates had the sense not to obstruct them. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a barrage of cannon fire rained upon the pirate ships at the harbor. One after another, the vessels were torn apart under the relentless bombardment. Our ships are under attack. To the south, on a solitary island not far from the town, amidst the deafening explosions, the civilians watched in horror as their beloved town was engulfed in flames. The towering inferno filled them with dread, uncertain whether Colonel Wu Li had managed to rescue their comrades. 20 minutes prior, the naval warships that had been anchored nearby had all departed toward the town. Yet, to their bewilderment, the cannon fire had only intensified shortly after. Then, after a final thunderous explosion, silence. The abrupt cessation of noise left them puzzled. Had the pirates been driven away? Look, another naval ship approaches, someone shouted. All eyes turned southward, where indeed, a naval vessel sailed toward them. As it drew near, the civilians spotted a figure standing at the bow clad in a deep red suit. A naval cap upon his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a billowing navy coat draped over his shoulders. His commanding presence swept over them with a single, silent glance before the ship continued onward. Then, from the north, another warship appeared, this one bearing a familiar yet distinct emblem, unmistakably that of the world government. The 2 vessels closed in on each other. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, standing at the prow, locked eyes with Rob Lucci, who wore a black top hat and a flowing cape. What caught Sakazuki's attention was the cylindrical object strapped to Lucci's back. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki? What brings him here? Kaku, the long-nosed agent, muttered in surprise. Rob Lucci's brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion in his gaze. Even he could not fathom why Sakazuki had appeared. Chapter 74. Is the battle already lost? As if sensing that the other battles had concluded, Shiryu of the Rain intensified his assault. Razor-sharp sword slashes carved deep gashes across the warship's deck as he pressed Wu Li relentlessly. With a powerful downward strike, Shiryu paused, a glint of admiration in his eyes. I must admit, I didn't expect you to last this long under my blade, he remarked coolly. For a mere captain, your strength is exceptional, perhaps the strongest I've encountered among your rank. You might even surpass some rear admirals. And yet, you dare face me head-on. Impressive courage. He smirked. The world military draft was indeed a wise decision by the Navy. Having once been imprisoned and impelled down and later joining the Blackbeard pirates and hunting powerful devil fruit users, Shiryu had clashed with the Navy countless times across the Grand Line, even assaulting their bases directly. Yet the so-called captains he had faced before were pathetically weak, falling in droves with a single strike. Even some rear admirals had been disappointingly feeble. But this draft had undeniably bolstered the Navy's strength. Here stood a captain who could withstand his onslaught and remain unshaken even under the weight of his bloodlust. Wu Li remarked, I cannot claim the title of the strongest captain. Your ambition to become the pirate king is of no concern to me. However, should you wish to harm the innocent, the sword in my hand shall not permit it. Wu Li is largely indifferent to the identities of pirates, navy, or revolutionary army. His sense of chivalry compels him to protect the people. He cannot tolerate witnessing the suffering of innocents before him, and should he encounter injustice, he will undoubtedly draw his sword to assist. Euxixilia chuckled softly and remarked, the strong reign supreme, while the weak lack even the right to choose survival. They exist under the oppressive yoke of the world government. Death might even be a form of liberation. He tightened his grip on the sword, gazing intently at Wu Li. As for you, can you truly save them? Do you know how many prisoners are confined and impelled down each year? With only a few exceptions, every pirate's hands are stained with blood. And this world is teeming with pirates. You possess some strength, but it is far from sufficient. Countless pirates roam this realm. And the allure of the Pirate King Roger's great treasure, or rather, the call of freedom and adventure, is irresistible. Bloodshed unfolds across the globe. And impelled down is but one solitary prison. To the best of one's ability, some tasks cannot simply be dismissed as unattainable. Wu Li spoke solemnly. Wu Li exerted great effort to block the long sword of Rain Shirlu, the immense force causing the katana in his hand to tremble slightly, while the deck beneath his feet had already become riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The creaking of the wood suggested that with just a little more pressure, it might collapse entirely. Ha ha ha. It's rare to see a Navy officer with a sense of justice, but alas, you are about to perish beneath my blade. I truly feel disappointed for the Navy. Losing such a promising recruit. Those feeble civilians will also lose a swordsman capable of delivering justice for them. This only fuels my desire to kill you, Rain Shirlu remarked, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Many have sought to kill me, yet most have failed. Those like you, mere murderers, have yet to return to impel down. How could I possibly allow myself to die so easily? Wu Li retorted coldly. Your life is as good as mine. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth from Rain Shirlu's long sword, enveloping the surrounding space with its formidable might. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar, the oppressive aura rendering it nearly suffocating. Blackbeard let out a boisterous laugh, displaying a gap-toothed grin as he exclaimed, Ah, it seems Rain Shirlu wishes to end this battle without delay. This Navy colonel possesses surprising strength. Were it not for the current circumstances, I might have considered inviting him to join our Blackbeard crew. Yet, it appears fate has deemed him incompatible with us. Van Augur, wielding his long spear, cast a sidelong glance at Wu Li, speaking in a measured tone. On the other side, Cheyenne observed the shift in Rain Shirlu's aggression, the air thick with murderous intent, palpable even to the onlookers. The Navy soldiers grew increasingly anxious, their hearts heavy with concern for Wu Li. Is this the end of the battle, Colonel Wu Li? You must hold on, they urged. Rain Shirlu's assault was indeed fierce, and with other vice admirals having succumbed to Blackbeard's crew, the question loomed. Was this the inevitable downfall of the Navy? Chapter 75. Wu Li's eruption of demon energy as the situation became increasingly dire. Hope began to fade from the hearts of the Navy soldiers, the bleakness of their predicament unmistakable. The vice admirals engaged in battle, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider, appeared overwhelmed, their prospects dimming further, especially for Colonel Wu Li. Suddenly, a figure crashed heavily beside Wu Li, shattering the deck. After a significant pause, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain struggled to regain his feet, his appearance disheveled and breathing labored. His narrowed eyes reflected grave concern, as if he could weep. The Blackbeard pirates have truly reached the level of the Four Emperors. My opponent, the Moon Hunter Katarina Devon, is formidable. It's no wonder she was imprisoned in the 6th level of Impelled Down. What havoc will ensue now that such a vicious criminal has escaped? Facing Katarina alone was a daunting task, with little hope of victory. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, he too would falter. His gaze drifted toward Wu Li. Astonished that this recruit from the world recruitment could withstand the onslaught of the terrifying Rain Shirlu for so long. Admiral, have you reached your limit? Why not concede early? There's no shame in admitting defeat. Your navy's fate is sealed, Katarina mocked, her icy spear in hand, laughter tinged with derision. Not yet. The outcome is far from certain. Fire Mountain replied solemnly. Observing Katarina's cessation of attack, he seized the moment to steady his breath, preparing to endure as long as possible against her. However, he was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to continue fighting. Feeling the overwhelming aura of Rain Shirlu, Fire Mountain understood the battle was nearing its conclusion. Among the remaining Navy forces, only Ghost Spider and Colonel Wu Li were still engaged. Bang! Boom! As Fire Mountain pondered, a sudden loud crash drew his attention, causing him to grimace. The usually optimistic Fire Mountain was now filled with despair. It appears the Navy is truly on the verge of defeat. Ghost Spider, struck by Lafitte and hurled against the mast of the warship, felt a searing pain in his back. Yet, he displayed no sign of suffering. His 8 blades poised for action, eyes fixed with intensity upon Lafitte. Compared to before, his complexion had grown even paler, his grip on the blades trembling slightly. Even Ghost Spider had to concede that the Navy was succumbing to the Blackbeard pirates, yet he chose to fight to the bitter end, a testament to his pride. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Lafitte also detected 2 powerful forces coalescing, causing significant alterations in their environment. Boom. Whoosh. After Wu Li successfully parried a slicing attack, Rain Shirlu's aura erupted once more, enveloped in a faint blood-red glow. A crimson light gathered on the long sword in his hand, emanating an aura of slaughter as if a deity of death had descended upon the earth. A terrifying pressure and scent of blood overwhelming the surroundings. Some civilians, unable to withstand the oppressive force, fainted, while others, overwhelmed by the stench of blood, felt their stomachs churn, some even vomiting. All present could sense the dread emanating from him, fear creeping into their hearts. Yet, across from him, Wu Li's expression was grave, yet devoid of fear. Ha ha, it seems these Navy officers are destined to fall before the Blackbeard pirates. What Navy? What demon-slaying edict? Instead of exterminating the demons, they are on the brink of being devoured by them, the pirates fleeing from the encroaching town remarked, suppressing their own fears. Look at that Navy colonel, standing there motionless. Has Rain Shirlu's crew frightened him into submission? One pirate sneered, while others speculated about Wu Li's apparent inaction. Colonel Cheyenne, why isn't Colonel Wu Li fleeing? How can anyone stand against such a monster? Cheyenne remained silent, equally perplexed by Wu Li's stillness. Was he daunted by Rain Shirlu's aura? Yet, he seemed unperturbed, his eyes betraying no fear. Although Cheyenne admired Wu Li's composure under such pressure, he wished fervently for Wu Li to escape. Otherwise, death seemed inevitable. Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider were equally concerned, uncertain of Wu Li's next move, as they too sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Rain Shirlu. Suddenly, a potent energy erupted from Wu Li, eliciting astonishment from Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider, while Rain Shirlu's expression shifted slightly. As if influenced by Wu Li's burgeoning aura, the sky darkened ominously, causing unease among the spectators, who felt an unprecedented, eerie force altering their very wills. What is this? Yuji Shiryu furrowed his brows, sensing a familiar yet formidable aura. Was it a cursed blade? A malevolent presence? Chapter 76, Sword Techniques, The Lament of the Wind. A cursed sword. As a swordsman, he was at least somewhat acquainted with the legends surrounding cursed blades. Every bearer of such a sword met a tragic fate, as if cursed, evoking fear in those who heard the tales. Yuji Shiryu dismissed the sensational stories, yet he had indeed encountered what was referred to as a cursed sword. The blade emanated a distinctly eerie aura, faint yet palpable, dwarfed by the potent energy radiating from Wu Li. How intriguing it was. That you possess such power while retaining your sanity. My curiosity about you grows ever deeper. A peculiar glint flickered in Yuji Shilio's eyes. Let me witness the true strength of this malevolent energy. Suddenly, Yuji Shilio's own aura surged dramatically as he swung his blood-red blade towards Wooly. A powerful scarlet sword energy surged forth, rushing toward Wooly, causing the sky to glow crimson. The entire space seemed saturated with an overwhelming murderous intent, the terrifying force rendering the onlookers breathless. As Yuji Shilio's blood-red sword energy advanced, Wooly gathered malevolent energy upon his own blade. The ominous energy in the sky churned, and a fierce gale rushed toward them. Wooly unleashed a sword light imbued with sinister energy, charging towards the blood-red sword aura of Yuji Shilio. A thunderous clash erupted as the two forces collided, releasing a formidable might that stirred the skies into a vortex of turbulent air. The atmosphere roared incessantly, conjuring fierce winds and monstrous waves that caused the surrounding ships to sway violently. The warship, the battleground for the two combatants, creaked ominously under the strain of their powers, threatening to shatter at any moment. All present felt the overwhelming force emanating from the two, their astonishment palpable as they fixated on the unfolding scene aboard the warship. It appeared that Yuji Shilio was indeed earnest in his intentions. That powerful aura from Yuji Shilio is no trifling matter, Blackbeard remarked, observing the intensity of the confrontation. The naval colonel's sword aura cannot withstand Yuji Shilio's onslaught. Defeat seems inevitable. Xiao-In watched anxiously as Wu Li's sinister energy was gradually consumed by Yuji Shilio's blood-red sword aura. Hua Xiaoshan and Gue Zhizhu furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. If this continued, Wu Li would surely falter. In the next moment, Wu Li struck again, releasing a wave of demonic energy that met Yuji Shilio's blood aura in a fierce clash, the two energies intertwining and matching one another's strength. Impressive indeed. Yuji Shilio scoffed, but all things must come to an end. Prepare for your final blow. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed a surge of bloodlight, channeling an even greater power than before. The long blade of Yuji Shilio radiated with an overwhelming bloodlight, sending forth a sword aura magnitude stronger than its predecessor, bearing down upon Wu Li with an oppressive force that was nearly unbearable. Wu Li suddenly felt the weight of this pressure. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he struggled to maintain his footing. It was over. Colonel Wu Li could not withstand such strength. No one believed he could resist any longer. Even Hua Xiaoshan and Gue Zhizhu felt the gravity of the situation and did not dare to presume they could emerge unscathed. The specter of death loomed perilously close, and under the immense pressure, Wu Li's countenance darkened. Yet, through sheer determination, he gritted his teeth and slowly straightened his slightly bent form, concentrating all his power into his sword. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Wind of sorrow." With all his might, Wu Li unleashed a myriad of sword energies, charging through the narrow gap between the two streams of aura. These sword energies erupted with a potency 100-fold greater amidst the demonic miasma, casting a pall over the sky, which darkened ominously, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Wu Li's sword energies, imbued with the power to vanquish even deities, struck directly at Yuji Shilio. Bang! As Wu Li's formidable assault resonated, Yuji Shilio's countenance shifted slightly upon witnessing his own strike effortlessly extinguished. No longer daring to hold back, he sensed a perilous aura emanating from Wu Li's sword energies. Do not resist. Embrace death. Yuji Shilio roared, channeling his utmost strength into a single, concentrated blow with his longsword, colliding with Wu Li's wind of sorrow. The ensuing shockwave surged outward, engulfing the surroundings. The ocean erupted into a tsunami, transforming the sea into a tempest. The onlookers recoiled in shock, witnessing the chaos wrought by the clash of the two titans. Chapter 77. Wu Li disappears. Akainu comes to aid. Time passed, and droplets of water continued to fall from the sky as it gradually cleared. Yet the crowd's spirits remained unsettled. The terrifying might of the earlier confrontation was waning, and the waves began to subside. Many had been swept into the sea by the colossal waves. The pirate ships, already somewhat damaged, were affected despite the distance, with two vessels capsizing under the onslaught. Fortunately, the civilian boats remained intact, with some passengers clinging to their belongings, gazing in astonishment at the aftermath of the battle. The sheer magnitude of the power displayed by the two combatants was utterly unexpected. Blackbeard's smile faltered as he stood upon a massive bamboo raft, drenched by the waves, his hair dripping as he peered towards the direction where Wu Li and the others had been. The naval warship had vanished. The naval warship, where Wu Li battled against Rain's Shirei, had been utterly shattered, its wreckage adrift upon the sea, with all those who had been aboard now submerged in the water. The vice admirals and marines found themselves in the depths, while Katerina Devon, who had been engaged with the ghost spider, was taken aback. Perceiving the intensity of the duel between the two combatants is somewhat exaggerated. Above, the winged Lafitte hovered in the air. After the fallen sailors boarded other vessels, Fire Mountain searched desperately for Wu Li's figure, only to be met with disappointment as he found no trace of him. Soon, Xuan also realized that Wu Li had vanished, his heart racing with anxiety. Could he have been swept away by the tsunami? With the surrounding ships scattered, it was not implausible for Wu Li to have been carried off by the currents. Meanwhile, upon a colossal bamboo raft, a figure suddenly leapt onto the massive structure occupied by Blackbeard and his crew. They turned to see the drenched Shirey, his long blade dripping with water, his expression somewhat grim. It seems even our Rain Shirey has had his moments of disarray, Blackbeard jeered, eliciting laughter from his comrades. Shirey merely snorted in response, his gaze scanning for Wu Li, yet finding nothing. You have all failed. It appears we truly need to intervene now. The Navy's ships are rather impressive. They sustained no damage amidst such a tempest, Blackbeard remarked, eyeing the frayed ropes binding the enormous bamboo raft, his ambition now leaning towards seizing the naval vessels. He resolved against attacking one by one, deciding that a full-scale assault was in order, having caught sight of ships approaching from the south. Still not resigned to defeat? It seems an attack is imminent, the ghost spider mused, tightening with concern. The aftermath of Wu Li and Shirey's battle had intensified their desire to commandeer the naval ships. With Blackbeard's crew, their chances of victory now seemed non-existent, and the crisis had yet to reach its peak, rendering them powerless. Look over there. Our reinforcements have arrived. A voice of surprise rang out as the Marines spotted a naval warship cutting through the waves. As it drew nearer, the figure standing at the bow filled them with renewed hope. It was Admiral Akainu. Both the Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain exhaled in relief upon sighting Akainu. Grateful for Wu Li, without him, they would not have lasted until reinforcements arrived. Having detected Blackbeard's crew, the Ghost Spider had reported to the Marine headquarters. And upon realizing that the pursuit had been fruitless, Akainu had immediately ordered a course correction to continue the chase. Although the distance was not vast, it would still require time to reach the area. The hope that the Marines could endure Blackbeard's assaults until then was bleak. However, it seemed that the gathered Navy, united by the demonization order, had managed to buy some time for Akainu's arrival. He nodded in satisfaction. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation would have suffered greatly had their fleet been decimated by pirates, an outcome unacceptable to Akainu as an admiral. Admiral, should we still attempt to seize Blackbeard's ships? Katerina Devon inquired. Blackbeard, observing Akainu's approach, lost his smile, stating, Akainu is truly relentless, no matter how we try. We cannot shake him off. Now is not the time to confront him. If we seize the Navy's ships in his presence, he and the three admirals will pursue us unceasingly. We must retreat. Blackbeard gestured, and the enormous bamboo raft began to depart the region, opting for avoidance rather than confrontation. Admiral, Blackbeard's crew has escaped, a Marine reported. Akainu, intent on pursuing Blackbeard, felt compelled to accelerate towards them. He nodded, his voice somber. Let them go. The Marines aboard the ship were taken aback, uncertain why Akainu chose not to continue the chase. Akainu's expression darkened, though he had spotted Blackbeard's crew. He refrained from issuing a pursuit order. They were still some distance away, and chasing them could lead to losing track entirely, requiring considerable time and resources. Additionally, pressing matters awaited his attention, forcing him to temporarily abandon the pursuit of Blackbeard's pirates. Half an hour later, Akainu's ship finally arrived. He turned to the Ghost Spider and said, in the face of Blackbeard's crew, our combat strength was disproportionate. You all performed admirably in holding them off. Upon hearing this, Akainu noticed the subtle expressions on the faces of the 5 vice admirals, piquing his curiosity. This atmosphere felt peculiar. Akainu looked at the Ghost Spider, who remained silent, then shifted his gaze to Fire Mountain. Reluctantly, Fire Mountain spoke. The arrival of reinforcements was primarily due to the efforts of a certain colonel. Akainu's curiosity deepened. A colonel had been the key? He faced Rain Shirey, who had withstood this formidable foe. Otherwise, the Navy would have long since faced defeat. Rain Shirey? Akainu's attention sharpened. He was well aware of Shirey's prowess, yet the notion that a mere colonel could rival him was astonishing. Where's this colonel? Chapter 78. Major incident missing? Akainu had initially intended to meet this colonel, only to be informed by Fire Mountain and the others that he had vanished, with no trace of him to be found. possibly swept away by the currents. The exceptional performance of this colonel, drafted from the world military, served as a testament to the success of this initiative. Though it was regrettable that he was now unaccounted for, perhaps even perished. Admiral, why not continue pursuing Blackbeard's crew, allowing them to escape unchallenged? The ghost spider questioned, his confusion evident. With reinforcements now present, they had the strength to stand against Blackbeard's pirates, presenting a significant opportunity to weaken or even obliterate them. Fire Mountain and the others shared similar sentiments, puzzled by Akainu's decision to let the pirates slip away, which was uncharacteristic of him. At this, Akainu's gaze darkened slightly. The mention of this matter stirred a sense of frustration within him, causing him to momentarily neglect thoughts of Wu Li's fate. He had chosen to spare Blackbeard's crew due to a significant incident that had arisen, which demanded his immediate attention. As he spoke of this, his expression soured. For he had just received this distressing news, prompting his decision to abandon the pursuit of Blackbeard and return to headquarters, only to receive a call for help from the ghost spider and the others on the way back. What major incident? The vice-admirals were taken aback, curious as to what event had transpired to warrant such seriousness from Akainu. His face grew tense, a vein throbbing on his forehead, as he struggled to contain his rising anger. Recently, Zephyr led his subordinates in a surprise attack on Period Island, seizing the explosive rock. Just yesterday, he appeared at Endpoint Island, initiating his campaign to annihilate the world. Although Kizaru arrived in time, Zephyr still managed to detonate the explosive rock, obliterating the first Endpoint Island. The ghost spider and his companions were utterly astonished. The gravity of the situation was immense. If left unchecked, it could lead to the annihilation of the world. I have dispatched all of our main forces to pursue the new navy. You must join us. We must put an end to his reckless actions and also protect the remaining 2 Endpoint islands, the Red Dog said solemnly. Understood. Upon hearing the Red Dog's words, the ghost spider and his companions wore expressions of utmost seriousness. They sensed the urgency of the situation and began to direct the naval ships away from the sea area to intercept Zephyr. Suddenly, a marine rushed onto the ship where the Red Dog was stationed, his expression frantic and breathless. Jojo, Ellie, and Bonnie are missing. What? The Red Dog exclaimed in fury, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, causing the reporting marine to collapse in fear, drenched in cold sweat. I don't know how she escaped the handcuffs, overpowered the guards, and fled. The marine stammered nervously, his words fragmented. How could she have escaped right under my nose? The Red Dog's face darkened, his fists turning to magma, dripping molten rock that corroded the deck, the scorching waves of heat washing over them. The remaining pirates who had not managed to flee were captured, and Shuin was tasked with escorting these pirates to impel down. Although Shuin and his companions wished to stay and search for Wu Li, the urgency of the situation and lack of manpower compelled them to enlist the help of civilians in the rescue efforts. On a massive bamboo raft, the Blackbeard pirates were departing. Then Oka, using his monocular, observed from a distance that the Navy ships were not in pursuit and were heading in the opposite direction. He slightly turned to Blackbeard and said, "The Navy is no longer pursuing us. They're leaving the sea area." The crew on the raft reacted with surprise. Traditionally, they would evade the Navy's pursuit for a time before shaking them off. But this time the Navy was not continuing their chase, which was uncharacteristic of the Red Dog. Blackbeard chuckled, "Huh? Former Admiral Zephyr seeks to destroy the world, while the Navy is preoccupied with saving it. They have neither the time nor the manpower to trouble us." As he spoke, Blackbeard turned to the newly arrived Shee's basis on the raft, offering him a drink and inquiring, "Basis, did you not retrieve the road poneglyph?" Everyone turned their gaze toward him. The significance of the road poneglyph was self-evident, and they could surmise his empty-handed return. Shee's basis took the drink, gulped it down, and replied, "No. I encountered Jaws, the third captain of the Whitebeard pirates, in the town. Although Jaws had lost an arm and was significantly weakened, he was no pushover. Not long into the fight, the Demon Slayer order was initiated. While I defeated Jaws, his comrades took advantage of the Navy's cannon fire to rescue him. This was my oversight." Basis, do not dwell on it. The road poneglyph in that town was likely a fake. I merely sent you on a whim. And since you did not acquire it, let it be, Blackbeard replied, completely devoid of any blame toward Shee's basis. The enormous bamboo raft drifted further with the current, gradually vanishing over the horizon. On a solitary island, a petite young woman struggled to carry a person much larger than herself onto the shore. Once ashore, she unceremoniously dropped the individual onto the ground. Thud. The person fell heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man, unconscious. Had Shuin seen him, he would have recognized him as Wu Li, who had gone missing in the tsunami, though his naval cape was absent. The standing woman glared at the unconscious man, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "I escape only to encounter a deadweight. What was I thinking saving him? It's exhausting. Hey, wake up." Seeing Wu Li still unresponsive, she rudely prodded him with her foot, but he remained inert. "Sleeping again, huh? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to get you ashore?" The woman resolved to forcibly rouse the unconscious burden, repeatedly kicking Wu Li. But to no avail. She even stepped on his face, yet he still did not respond. After exhausting various methods without success, she was about to give up when she noticed the unconscious man's fingers twitch. She immediately leaned in closer, slapping his face with force, leaving clear shoe prints and palm marks on his skin. Cough, cough. Wu Li expelled seawater, coughing as he gradually opened his eyes, only to find a pink-haired girl staring wide-eyed at him. "You're awake." Wu Li blinked, pondering why he was not engaged in battle with Yu Zhishi Lu. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman. Had he perished? Suddenly, with a sharp slap, the irritation surged within him as he felt the sting of her palm imprinting itself on his face. The woman, visibly enraged, demanded, "Why are you blinking? Answer me at once. Who are you?" The fiery pain radiating from his cheek convinced Wu Li of his continued existence. Yet, he wondered why a single slap could inflict such agony, leaving his face feeling as though it were swelling. Wu Li reluctantly propped herself up, gazing at the woman standing before her, whose expression was decidedly unfavorable. The woman possessed long, straight hair of a delicate pink hue, adorned in denim overalls that barely reached her thighs, complemented by a white short-sleeved shirt and brown knee-high boots with modest heels. Her lips were painted with heart-shaped lipstick, adding a whimsical touch to her appearance. Wu Li couldn't help but recall a certain individual, exclaiming, "The gluttonous woman, Jewelry Bonnie. Do you know me?" A flicker of surprise passed through Jewelry Bonnie's eyes. Chapter 79. Bonnie and Wu Li. The momentary astonishment in Jewelry Bonnie's gaze quickly faded. After all, she was a notorious supernova. It wasn't entirely unexpected that this individual might have seen her pirate bounty poster and could call her by name. Soon, her expression shifted back to one of impatience as she retorted, "Indeed, I am Jewelry Bonnie. Now, if you don't answer my question, be wary, I might just give you another beating and toss you back into the sea." Wu Li gradually regained his senses, a faint throbbing in his head. He recalled how, after forcibly harnessing the power of the sword Daosi to unleash the sword technique Wind's Lament, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Jewelry Bonnie, he might have met a tragic fate, drowning in the sea. When he heard her inquire about his name, he instinctively responded, "The Navy." "The Navy?" Wu Li's voice was barely audible, leaving Jewelry Bonnie unsure but seemingly catching the mention of the Navy. The very mention of it filled her with loathing, especially since she had just escaped from their clutches. Cough, cough. A pirate, a pirate. Wu Li quickly corrected himself, eager to dispel any doubts she might harbor. Revealing his true identity as a Navy officer could lead to dire consequences, so he opted for caution. "A pirate?" Jewelry Bonnie regarded him with skepticism, noting that his tone did not entirely match that of a typical pirate. Finding the situation too cumbersome to ponder, she nonetheless scrutinized Wu Li further. "Are you truly a pirate? You don't seem to fit the mold. Which pirate crew do you belong to? You haven't even disclosed your name. Is there something to hide?" "There is nothing to hide. I am Wu Li," he replied. Yet he could see the suspicion deepening in her gaze. Anxiety gnawed at him as he thought, "Oh no, does she know I'm with the Navy? Ah ha ha. In truth, we both hail from the South Sea, so we are fellow countrymen, right?" Wu Li attempted to lighten the mood. South Sea? Upon hearing her place of origin, Jewelry Bonnie suddenly recalled something significant. "South Sea? Wu Li." She fixated on him, incredulous. "You're a pirate? You claim to be a pirate. Yet you are clearly the nemesis of pirates." Wu Li averted his gaze, forcing a smile as dread filled his heart. It seemed she had unearthed the truth. "This is it. I am done for." The bounty hunter, Wu Li, had turned the South Sea upside down, causing many pirates to flee in terror. No wonder the name Wu Li sounded familiar. He was indeed that infamous bounty hunter. Though Jewelry Bonnie, hailing from the South Sea, did not actively seek news from her homeland, she remained notably attentive to any tidings related to the South Sea during her adventures on the Grand Line. Wu Li. Many pirates from the South Sea, once fearful and hesitant to venture into the Grand Line, found themselves deterred by this individual. They refrained from hoisting their pirate flags, wary of attracting Wu Li's attention. It was only upon leaving the South Sea that they dared to set sail anew, a testament to Wu Li's formidable reputation. "Oh, How delightful to discover that you are aware of my existence. It is indeed an honor. Yes, I was previously a bounty hunter. Upon seeing Jewelry Bonnie, unaware of her naval origins, Wooly exhaled in relief. Honor? Why did you conceal your identity as a bounty hunter? Were you plotting to capture me to claim a bounty? Jewelry Bonnie inquired pointedly. No, no, that could never be. You have just saved my life. How could I repay kindness with malice? Wooly responded earnestly. Regardless of whether she is a naval officer or a bounty hunter, he could never act in gratitude. Humph. Satisfied with his reply, Jewelry Bonnie let out a cold snort. To Wooly's astonishment, she transformed into the appearance of a child. What are you? Wooly stared at Jewelry Bonnie at a loss for words. What do you mean? What? Jewelry Bonnie pouted, her eyes shimmering with a hint of sadness. I sustained some injuries earlier, which have caused my body to falter. I can no longer maintain this form for long. Now you understand the extent of my effort in saving you, don't you? It is now my turn to protect you, Wooly declared without hesitation. We shall see if you possess the capability. Do not let yourself be easily slain, Jewelry Bonnie scoffed. Ding! A familiar sound resonated, eliciting a flicker of joy within Wooly. Could it be that a system task has been completed? What rewards might accompany this experience? Chapter 80. The system's grand gift. Previously, due to time constraints, Wooly had not had the opportunity to examine the task's completion status. But now he could investigate any changes. Immersing himself in thought, he began to review. Swordmaster, LV3, 502-2800. Name, Wooly. Skills, Shiyut Song Instream, Ultimate. Floating Rain Divine Wind Blade, 99. Wind's Lament Chivalry Value, 85 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Sheep. Task Reward. Grand gift. Upon glimpsing the chivalry system interface, Wooly felt a stir within his heart at the displayed data. While the experience points remained inconsequential, it was the acquisition of the grand gift that commanded his attention. Notably, his chivalry value had increased from 48 to 85, a remarkable gain of 37 points. Aside from the task's 500 experience points, he had received no additional experience. Wooly had previously pondered the purpose of the energy orbs emitted by the defeated invading pirates. It now appeared they contributed to his chivalry value. As for the grand gift, Wooly felt a sense of anticipation, pondering what treasures the large gift package might contain. The last time, he had obtained the scroll of swordsmanship from it, although he was still somewhat unclear about the various rules of the chivalry system. The rewards he received were always precisely what he needed. Well, except for that peculiar beast, the merchant sheep, which resembled a bird. He had yet to discover its utility. Was it merely for comic relief? Suddenly, the merchant sheep, which had been resting in the pet space, dashed out, indignant. You ungrateful Wooly! How dare you think I am of no use? Do you not realize that possessing me is a fortune you have cultivated over many years? Ahem. Wooly felt a bit embarrassed, having inadvertently transmitted his thoughts to the merchant sheep. He was also astonished that the merchant sheep could now freely exit the space. When Wooly had previously sent it back to the pet space to block the radiant sword light of Yujishilio, it had now matured. Resembling a seagull in size, its feathers glistening in the sunlight, exuding both adorability and nobility. Ahem, I was mistaken. You are indeed useful, Wooly stammered. Gazing at the resplendent merchant sheep, the merchant sheep huffed in response. Humph. You think I am useless? I was merely newly hatched and somewhat weak. Give me time. And you, combined with 10 others, would be no match for me. Furthermore, by denying my worth, you have angered me, and I shall not be easily appeased. Despite its bravado, its gaze remained fixed on Wooly, waiting for him to placate it and offer an apology, vowing not to forgive him otherwise. Suddenly, a pair of hands seized it, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not break free. How adorable! Such a charming little bird, and it can talk too. Joelle Bonnie exclaimed as she grasped the merchant sheep, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and intrigue. Could it be that the now childlike Joelle Bonnie had developed a fondness for such delightful creatures? Wooly couldn't help but wonder. Nonsense. What do you mean fond? What about the drool trickling from the corner of her mouth? The merchant sheep struggled fiercely, internally shouting. Just now, she licked her lips. What does she take me for? Stay still. Move again, and I shall eat you. Joelle Bonnie threatened, furrowing her brows upon sensing the merchant sheep's struggles. Indeed, the merchant sheep stiffened, ceasing its resistance, casting a pitiful glance at Wooly. Though it had gained the ability to speak, Joelle Bonnie, momentarily oblivious, could not allow her to actually devour the merchant sheep, for it was a divine beast. Bonnie, it is my pet. You cannot eat it, Wooly interjected. Your pet? Cannot eat. Joelle Bonnie regarded Wooly with suspicion, recalling how the peculiar little bird had indeed spoken to him. What a pity it cannot be consumed. The merchant sheep was on the verge of tears, having narrowly escaped becoming a meal. It truly couldn't comprehend how this little girl thought. Shouldn't one express care and affection for adorable creatures rather than envisioning them as food? Unbeknownst to the merchant sheep, Wooly was well aware that Joel Bonny was known as the gluttonous pirate, a true foodie who viewed everything edible as mere ingredients. Seeing that Joel Bonny had temporarily abandoned her intentions of devouring the merchant sheep, Wooly even began to suspect whether she intended to fatten it up first before eating. At least for now, the merchant sheep was safe from immediate peril. Now, it was time to unveil the large gift package and discover what treasures lay within. With a hopeful heart, Wooly opened the gift, and a brilliant light enveloped him, revealing 3 items: a scroll, a pristine white bottle, and another object. Chapter 81. Acquiring the Swordsmanship Scroll. Again, Swordsmanship Scroll: 1 true intent water, 1 heroic hat. One among these 3 rewards from the gift package. Wooly was already familiar with the first. Swordsmanship Scroll. This scroll can be used on a sword technique that has been cultivated to level 99, allowing one to comprehend the essence of that technique. Previously, during his encounter with the Rainy Tsunyan Flow, he had utilized the Swordsmanship Scroll to grasp its profundity. With this new scroll, he could now comprehend the essence of the floating feather divine wind sword, thereby enhancing his combat prowess further. True Intent Water. Instructions for use. A bottle of True Intent Water can awaken 1 sword seed. Awakening a sword seed? Within Wooly's body, there currently reside 3 seeds of the sword path, yet only a single vial of True Intent Water is available, allowing for the awakening of only 1 seed. What transformation shall ensue post-awakening remains shrouded in ambiguity, as the system offers no further elucidation. As for the third item, the Hero's Hat, it possesses the ability to conceal one's aura, although its utility appears limited, coupled with a temporal restriction of merely 30 seconds and a cooldown period of 1 hour. Wooly attempted to utilize the Scroll of Swordsmanship's profound principles, only to discover that he was unable to do so due to the severity of his injuries. He needed to recover to a certain extent before he could comprehend the essence of those principles. For a period thereafter, Wooly remained largely immobile due to his grievous wounds. Likewise, Chiao Ali Bonny was also severely injured, leaving them reliant on the merchant goat to procure sustenance. Humph. These 2 are utterly useless, requiring a majestic divine beast like me to hunt for their food, the merchant goat grumbled inwardly. Yet it dutifully plunged into the sea to catch fish. The mere thought of Chiao Ali Bonny's ravenous gaze when she was starving sent shivers down the merchant goat's spine, compelling it to be quite diligent in its fishing endeavors. Each day, it would catch over 100 fish. Its diminutive size limited it to smaller catches. Wooly was satisfied with just a few fish at each meal, while Chiao Ali Bonny, despite her diminished stature, retained a hearty appetite. Often, after finishing the remaining fish, she would still feel unsated, exhausting the merchant goat in the process. Having languished on this desolate island for half a month, no ship had yet passed by. Wooly grew nauseated at the sight of fish, and even the gluttonous Chiao Ali Bonny began to tire of them, as the merchant goat consistently brought back the same few varieties. Turning her gaze towards Wooly, who was practicing his swordplay, she inquired, "Have your injuries healed?" Upon hearing her words, Wooly paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied, "I have made some progress in my recovery." In Wooly's hand was not a sword, but rather a mere branch. His sword had shattered during his previous battle with Yujishi Lu after employing the Wind of Sorrow, unable to withstand the strain. Upon hearing Wooly mention that he had nearly recuperated, Chiao Ali Bonny's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Then you should venture to the island and fetch us some food. We shall remain here and watch for any passing ships." Chiao Ali Bonny, still resembling a young girl and showing no signs of recovery, was unaware of the nature of her injuries. Her abilities were quite peculiar, suggesting that something was amiss. "Very well, I shall seek out some provisions. I no longer wish for wild fruits. I crave meat." Chiao Ali Bonny pouted, exuding an unexpectedly adorable charm. "I will do my utmost," Wooly replied. Though some of his injuries had healed, his strength had yet to return. He had only just regained the ability to move, making the hunt for fierce beasts a considerable challenge. Suddenly, the jubilant voice of Shang Yang rang out, "A ship." Shang Yang swooped back onto Wooly's shoulder, pointing his wings towards the sea. They all turned to gaze, spotting a lone vessel sailing towards them, casting a long shadow upon the water as the setting sun illuminated its path. As the ship drew near, Wooly and the others discerned bloodstains upon the sails, and the vessel appeared eerily vacant, shrouded in the dim twilight, resembling a ghost ship. Chapter 82. Departure. Night fell. It seems there is no one aboard. Xiangyang flapped his wings, circling above as he addressed Wu Li and Xiao Ai Li Bo and I. Wu Li thoroughly searched the vessel, but found no one aboard. The ship bore traces of blood, hinting at some horrific event that had transpired. Perhaps the crew had fled in terror, or perhaps they had perished. Nonetheless, the absence of others felt fortuitous. This ship had arrived precisely when we needed it most. Luck! Exclaimed Joelle Bonnie, her spirit buoyant as she leaped with joy. Under the pale moonlight, Xiangyang observed the vessel, feeling a chill of foreboding. Are we truly going to board this ship? It appears to be a ghost ship. Nonsense. What ship hasn't witnessed death? Joelle Bonnie retorted as she ventured into the cabin, discovering provisions and indulging in them without a hint of hesitation. Wu Li glanced at the merchant sheep perched upon his shoulder and jested. Could it be that even divine beasts harbor fears? The creature flapped its wings in indignation, retorting, Fear? No, I am merely concerned for your well-being, worrying about your safety. With no alternative at hand, Wu Li conceded, For now, we must rely on this vessel. However, a sudden thought struck him. It appears we are lacking a navigator. Bonnie, do you possess the knowledge? Joelle Bonnie paused her actions, her mouth full of food, and mumbled indistinctly, I do not understand. This was always handled by my subordinates. Wu Li and Xiao Ai Li Bo and I exchanged glances, signifying that with a ship now available, they could only drift along with the ocean currents. Observing their despondent expressions, Xiangyang suddenly coughed twice, attempting to capture their attention. However, neither Wu Li nor Xiao Ai Li Bo and I acknowledged him, which irked him somewhat. Are you unwell? Wu Li inquired without lifting his gaze. It is you who is unwell, Xiangyang retorted indignantly, feeling slighted that the two failed to recognize his significance, particularly one of them, who seemed preoccupied with thoughts of food. Why don't you attempt to navigate? Wu Li suggested with a hint of intrigue, pondering whether it was a latent skill. Just as Xiangyang was about to showcase his seafaring abilities, Xiao Ai Li Bo and I interjected with a sigh. I never anticipated that the Navy would be so tumultuous, with admirals continuously opposing it. One former admiral, Akiji, has allied himself with the Blackbeard pirates, transitioning from navy to piracy, while another former admiral, Zephyr, has even contemplated world destruction. The news of Akiji joining Blackbeard's crew was not widely known, as Blackbeard had recently adopted a low profile. But Xiao Ai Li Bo and I happened to be privy to this information. Zephyr, world destruction? Wu Li was taken aback, glancing at the newspaper held by Xiao Ai Li Boni, where the majority of the page was dedicated to the events surrounding ZFA. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he silently pondered. Has this day finally arrived? Although Wu Li was eager to contact Tina, he searched the ship thoroughly but found no sign of a telephone bug, realizing he would have to wait until reaching the next town. His former mentor had suddenly become his adversary, and there would be orders to confront him in battle. Tina's heart must be in turmoil at this moment. In truth, Wu Li held a favorable impression of ZFA and his associates, having even received some kindness from them, making it impossible for him to remain uninvolved in this conflict. Chapter 83. The destruction of the second Yendipionti Island. On the second Yendipionti Island, a series of crackling sounds erupted as crimson flames burst forth, carried high by the wind, their red light flickering against the black night sky like stars in a midsummer's eve. The scarlet flames danced upon the island, an inferno raging mercilessly, wildly consuming all in its path. This island had already been obliterated by ZFA using DYNA rock, yet the flames continued to blaze, filling the air with a searing heat. Not far from the island, several warships were anchored, where a tall, slender figure stood, with black curly hair and dressed in a yellow and white striped suit. He sported a circle of facial hair and peered through sunglasses at the raging inferno on the island, lamenting, "Oh dear, it seems I've missed the action this time. I must report back to headquarters. What a headache this is." As he spoke, he retrieved a black telephone bug from his pocket, not bothering to look at it as he brought it to his mouth, repeatedly calling out, "Hello, hello, hello." Yet, no response came, leaving him perplexed. Strange. Why is no one at headquarters replying? "Admiral Kazuru, you've grabbed the wrong telephone bug again," one of the sailors remarked, exasperated. It was a common occurrence for Admiral Kazuru to make this mistake, and they had grown accustomed to it. "Oh, I see. I've indeed picked the wrong one. No wonder I couldn't reach headquarters. I thought something had happened." Kazuru mused as he glanced at the black telephone bug in his hand before putting it away and retrieving another to call headquarters anew. As the call connected, Kazuru returned his gaze to the silent Tina, who stared at the devastated island with an indifferent expression, though a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. At the Navy headquarters, having established the connection, Kazara succinctly reported the situation to headquarters before ending the call, now left to await their intelligence gathering for the next location. Teacher Z, do you truly intend to bring about the world's destruction? Tina questioned as she gazed at the ravaged island. A sense of unease washing over her as she recalled the moment she had given ZFA the map and her conversation with Chief Strategist Crane. Could it be that we drove Teacher Z to such extremes? A sudden wave of guilt surged within her. From the current situation, it was not difficult to deduce that ZFA had sought her and Smoker for the map to locate the 3 Yendipyointi islands. Meanwhile, the weather in the Grand Line shifted abruptly from clear skies to ominous clouds. A fierce wind howled, and soon a torrential downpour followed. While colossal waves roared amidst the storm, a ship sailed through the tumultuous sea, remarkably unaffected by the tempest. In fact, its speed increased in the storm, and astonishingly, a one-legged bird danced upon the deck, resembling an enchanting spirit amid the rain, shimmering with ethereal light. Hard to port, the dancing merchant goat commanded. At her instruction, Wooly swiftly complied, and the ghostly ship surged forward, cutting through the towering waves and the raging storm. Wooly was already drenched from the rain, struggling against the howling wind that threatened to sweep him away. Unbeknownst to them, the second Yendipyointi island had already met its demise, yet they continued their pursuit of Zephyr. Chapter 84. Wooly's decision. The following day, after the rain had passed, the sky cleared, and the air became exceptionally refreshing under the brilliant sun. Golden rays cascaded down, illuminating the vast expanse of azure waters, infusing the otherwise dull and tranquil sea with vibrant hues. A ship sailed across the surface, where a young girl was voraciously devouring her meal. Suddenly, she gulped down the food in her mouth, feeling slightly overstuffed, and a cup of water was presented before her. Naturally, she accepted it and drank deeply, finally alleviating the discomfort of her fullness. Inside the cabin, Shangyang gazed in astonishment at the empty food storage, his expression a mixture of shock and grievance. This was enough sustenance for half a month, yet she had consumed it all within 2 days. A gentle sea breeze brushed past, cool and soothing, and a hint of delight emerged on Xiao Ai Li Boni's face, suggesting her spirits were lifted as she glanced at the figure on the deck, gazing out at the sea. With a languid tone, Xiao Ai Li Bo and I remarked, "Saving the world is the Navy's responsibility. Why do you involve yourself? Do you have any connection to Zephyr?" Though bounty hunters are not pirates, the Navy had mobilized almost all of its main forces. In such circumstances, what role could a mere bounty hunter possibly play? Wooly smiled faintly, refraining from directly addressing Xiao Li Boni's inquiry, and instead posed a question. Are you not afraid that the world might truly be on the brink of destruction? If all 3 Yendipyointi islands were to be obliterated, it could very well herald the apocalypse. The prospect that instilled fear even in the Navy seemed to lack any news of pirates participating in thwarting Zephyr, which struck Wu Li as peculiar. Xiao Li Boni rolled her eyes and remarked, which pirate would delude themselves into believing they are a savior, preoccupied with the notion of rescuing the world? Noticing Wu Li's continued confusion, she elaborated, every pirate navigating the new world is engaged in perilous adventures, whether in pursuit of freedom, reaching the final island, or obtaining the One Piece to become the pirate king. In these treacherous waters, they dance on the precipice of death. Figures like the 4 emperors would only show indifference to such matters unless they occur on their turf. Pausing momentarily, Xiao Li Boni added with a hint of sarcasm, moreover, even if a pirate were to be foolish enough to seek to save the world, they would likely be apprehended by the Navy first, a force dedicated to maintaining order across the oceans in the name of absolute justice. Wu Li's expression turned resolute as he declared, Zephyr has shown me kindness. I must go. Ha. You truly crack me up, Xiao Li Boni. She guffawed, clutching her abdomen on the deck, mercilessly ridiculing him. With your meager abilities, do you really think you could stand against the Navy? Wu Li paid no heed to Joelle Boni's derision, for her words bore no substance. Wu Li inquired, Boni, will you accompany me, or? Joey Eli Boni ceased her mockery, gazing at Wu Li's earnest demeanor. She slightly furrowed her brow, expressing her frustration with a scolding tone. Have you not comprehended yet? The location is exceedingly perilous. You will encounter numerous vice admirals, and perhaps even admirals of the Navy. As for the ordinary sailors, they are countless. Your presence will alter nothing. I have no intention of clashing with the Navy. I vehemently oppose Zephyr's reckless actions, and my sole aim is to save his life. That is all. to preserve someone the Navy wishes to eliminate while hoping to avoid conflict. Do you fancy yourself as the Yonko, red-haired Shanks? Joey Ellie Bonnie's voice resonated loudly, startling a flock of seagulls. Enough. I have no desire to sacrifice my life in vain alongside you. Deep down, she understood that persuading the person before her was futile. Although their time together was brief, she was acutely aware of his unwavering resolve. Woolley did not refute the statement. As a naval captain, he was tasked with rescuing an enemy of the Navy, a consequence that could prove dire. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to act out of a sense of duty. After a brief silence without a response from Woolley, Joelle Bonnie, gritting her teeth, reminded him, "You do not appear to be a capable individual. If you have yet to awaken your haki, anyone could easily extinguish you." Chapter 85. The Significance of Haki. In this world, haki has evolved into an immensely significant force. Those who awaken haki experience a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. After entering the new world, Joelle Bonnie suffered some setbacks due to her failure to awaken haki. However, as one of the notorious generation and a member of the Supernovas, she soon awakened her haki. For those without supernatural abilities, haki is of even greater importance, serving as a means to counteract the powers of devil fruit users, particularly those who wield the formidable Logia-type fruits. Indeed, it may well be the sole means of defense. Consequently, haki has gradually become an essential prerequisite in the new world. Woolley has become acutely aware of his predicament. He has yet to awaken his haki and remains utterly clueless about how to achieve this. Although his swordsmanship is already formidable, the absence of awakened haki diminishes the potency of his skills. While he has previously engaged in combat with individuals like Kobe, who possess haki, their abilities were so feeble that they barely bridged the gap between him and them. In his confrontation with Yuji Shilyo, the opponent refrained from utilizing haki, driven by a sense of excitement. Otherwise, Woolley would have surely succumbed within mere moments. His current strength is insufficient, rendering it exceedingly challenging to contend with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. It feels overwhelmingly daunting. Woolley harbors a sense of unease within. In the new world, the majority of pirates with bounties in excess of 100 million have awakened their haki, significantly amplifying their strength. Under the influence of haki, an attack that normally holds a value of 1 can escalate to 10, 100, or even more. But how does one awaken haki? Woolley gazes at Jewelry Bonnie and humbly inquires. Jewelry Bonnie, seemingly still irked, turns away and after a moment, softly responds, "Don't ask me. I don't know either. Just keep training and fighting, and it will eventually be triggered. I remember I awakened mine after devouring a sea king out of sheer hunger. And that was the first time I felt truly full." Woolley stood there, filled with envy, exclaiming, "To awaken one's domineering power merely by consuming food is truly remarkable." Yet, he continued, "What nonsense. It is far from delectable. If it weren't for my overwhelming hunger, I would never stoop to eating such unpalatable fare." At that moment, the petite figure of Jolie Bonnie was visibly incensed. With a powerful fist, she struck the deck, leaving several cracks in its surface. It was during their unfortunate encounter in a windless zone that her pirate ship faced a sea king. A fierce battle ensued for 3 days and nights until they finally emerged victorious. Famished, her eyes gleamed with a spectral light as her crew took turns slicing the sea king and roasting its flesh, which was then presented to her. Although the taste left much to be desired, she consumed it diligently to quell her hunger, ultimately feasting for an entire day before the gnawing sensation subsided, leaving her crew utterly exhausted. "You've asked the wrong person. I'm not well versed in such matters," Jolie Bonnie yawned, overcome by drowsiness. "When will we reach the next town? I shall take a brief rest. Awaken me upon our arrival." With that, she retreated to the cabin to sleep, leaving Woolley alone on the deck. While the merchant sheep had vanished to frolic elsewhere, Woolley fell into deep contemplation. He understood that the aura of dominance could be awakened through rigorous training, and that one could continually enhance this power through persistent effort. However, despite his daily dedication to mastering sword techniques, he felt little to no progress. Having reached the profound level of swordsmanship, further practice merely rendered him more adept. The strength required to wield his techniques remained unchanged. Woolley sensed that this method was not viable for him. He pondered the fundamental distinction that set him apart from others, the essence of survival, the chivalric path system. Chapter 86. Utilizing the Scroll of Swordsmanship's profound principles. As Woolley strives to enhance his strength, he believes that his imposing aura should grant him access to the system interface. Currently, He possesses the following: Sword Mastery, LV3, 502-2800. Name: Wuli. Skills: Shiyu Sanyin Flow, Ultimate, Fuyu Shinfeng Flow Sword, 99. Wins Grief Heroic Valor, 85 Pet. Unnamed, Merchant Goat, Sword Dao Ultimate Scroll, 1 True Intent Water, 1 Heroic Cap. 1 Upon contemplating the 3 items obtained from the previous Grand Gift Pack, he resolves to first utilize the Sword Dao Ultimate Scroll. Among the 3 sword techniques, he has already mastered the ultimate of Shiyu Sanyin Flow. While the recently acquired Wind's Grief boasts formidable power, capable of contending with formidable adversaries like Yuji Shilyo. Therefore, Wu Li intends to first cultivate the ultimate of Wind's Grief, ensuring that even in the absence of his imposing aura, he can rival the strength of mid-ranking generals. Thus, he chooses Wind's Grief. Wu Li mentally rehearses the technique, activating the scroll. Ordinarily, the Sword Dao Ultimate Scroll should reveal countless incomprehensible characters to aid his comprehension of the ultimate. However, there is not the slightest sign of activity. After several attempts, Wu Li finally concludes that the technique of Wind's Grief is currently incompatible with the Sword Dao Ultimate Scroll. Wu Li recalled the instructions for utilizing the scroll. Could it be due to the fact that the Wind of Morning had not reached a 99 proficiency? The guidelines indeed indicated that mastery of sword techniques must attain this threshold before one could employ the scroll. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of confusion, for previously, both the sword techniques, the Rain's Azure Swallow and the Floating Feathers Divine Wind Sword, had shown gradual improvements over time in their proficiency. Yet, the Wind of Morning exhibited no such progression. Initially, he believed that the Wind of Morning was merely a singular move, while the other 2 techniques comprised numerous strokes. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Moreover, unlike the other 2 sword techniques, each execution of the Wind of Morning left him with a sense of exhaustion. Wu Li suddenly recalled the moment he faced Yuji Shilyo when he unleashed the Wind of Morning. Although he had engaged in battle for an extended period, incurring significant fatigue, the aftermath of deploying the Wind of Morning had plunged him into unconsciousness. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Qiao Alibani, he might have met a grim fate, becoming fish bait in the depths of the sea. Additionally, he had narrowly escaped being ensnared by that malevolent aura. This situation was somewhat terrifying. It was not merely a matter of physical exhaustion, but rather an overwhelming sensation, as if the Wind of Morning was a technique beyond his grasp. Sighing, he concluded that no amount of pondering would yield answers. Since the Wind of Morning could not be utilized with the Scroll of Sword Mastery, he would have to redirect his focus towards the Floating Feathers Divine Wind Sword, whose proficiency had indeed reached 99, ensuring that he would not encounter any obstacles in employing the scroll. Wu Li closed his eyes, and in his mind, he began to practice the Floating Feather Divine Wind Sword technique. After utilizing the scroll, the Swordsmanship Essence Scroll indeed manifested countless characters formed by condensed sword energy, enveloping Wu Li entirely. Time flew by, and soon Wu Li grasped the profound truths of the Floating Feather Divine Wind Sword through the Essence Scroll. At present, Wu Li had mastered the profundities of both sword techniques. However, there was not the slightest indication of the so-called imposing aura being awakened, which left Wu Li somewhat disheartened. Having already utilized the Swordsmanship Essence Scroll from the gift package, Wu Li turned his gaze towards the pristine jade vial, pondering, what purpose does this True Intent Water serve? Chapter 87. True Intent Water. Let us explore this True Intent Water. Before Wu Li, a flawless jade vial appeared out of thin air, yet in reality, apart from Wu Li, no one else could perceive the vial suspended in the air, enveloped by a mysterious aura. As Wu Li's hand made contact with the luminous orb, it burst apart like a bubble, dispersing into fragments, and a jade vial landed in his palm. He began to examine it closely. This jade vial was exquisitely crafted, and it presumably contained the essence of true intent. Wu Li shook it gently, feeling the liquid slosh within. This reward from the system must serve some purpose, he mused. Should he drink it directly, or was there another method of use? What if it were toxic? The thought of death loomed ominously. Staring blankly at the vial, Wu Li found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he reasoned that the system would not lead him astray. In the midst of his internal conflict, Wu Li steeled himself and resolved to consume the essence of true intent, though a flicker of trepidation lingered in his heart. He chose to place his faith in the system. Wu Li lifted the jade bottle to his lips, tilting his head in an attempt to consume its contents in one swift motion. However, he paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. After a brief shake of his right hand, he continued to shake the bottle, yet to his astonishment, no water emerged. Rubbing his sore neck, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead, feeling utterly foolish. He then delved into the system interface within his mind, choosing to activate its use with a mere thought. The jade vial in Wu Li's hand emanated a radiant glow, from which a stream of pristine, luminous essence flowed forth, suffused with the breath of life, entering his body through the mouth of the vial. He could sense the essence cascading towards the seed of the sword path within him, settling upon the first sword seed, imbued with a mysterious and vibrant vitality, its brilliance intensifying. The essence resembled moonlight, enveloping Wu Li in its ethereal glow. As the seed of the sword path underwent a transformative baptism under the essence's peculiar power, prompting all things to flourish, the seed sprouted green shoots, continuously growing. The luminescence encasing Wu Li also underwent a transformation, shifting from a silvery hue to a deep blue, exuding a calming aura. While schools of fish congregated beneath the ghostly vessel, ceasing their movements. Simultaneously, within Wu Li's sword seed, sword intent brewed and surged forth from him, causing his aura to swell, startling the fish in the sea into frantic motion. Xiangyang suddenly appeared from an unknown origin, taking his place beside Wu Li as a guardian. Xiao Alibani awakened, observing the escalating aura of Wu Li, and turned to Xiangyang, inquiring, "What has transpired with Wu Li? His aura seems to be intensifying." Xiangyang remained silent for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain of what has befallen the Swordmaster, but it is clear that he is at a pivotal moment." Swordmaster? Xiao Alibani did not receive the answer she sought, instead taken aback by this designation, as Xiangyang had never referred to Wu Li in such a manner before, always addressing him directly by name. Unbeknownst to her, Xiangyang had grown closer to Wu Li, thus feeling emboldened to drop formalities. Yet, she was aware that from the peculiar bird that had incessantly bullied her, there was an aura that warned against any who dared to disturb Wu Li, for they would likely incur its wrath. The power emanating from him seemed to awaken a sense of dominance, though it was unlike others. It was rare for someone to awaken such overwhelming prowess. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Xiao Alibani's eyes, recalling how Wu Li had inquired about awakening such power just before sleep. The changes unfolding within him, while not identical to the manifestation of dominance, bore an instinctual resemblance in their essence. Could it be that he had consumed a devil fruit? Xiao Alibani began to entertain this notion, for otherwise, she could not fathom the nature of Wu Li's transformation. Wu Li suddenly opened his eyes, the essence of swordsmanship emanating from him with an intensity that soared like a rainbow, reaching for the heavens. He then reigned in his aura, and that formidable sword intent gradually dissipated into the ever-changing sky. Not far away, on an island, a man with green hair and 3 samurai swords at his waist stood aboard a ship shaped like a lion's head. He sensed the abrupt emergence and subsequent vanishing of the sword intent. His right eye narrowed, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his expression tinged with gravity. Chapter 88. The first sword element. What's wrong, Zoro? Usopp inquired, sensing Zoro's unease, while the others turned their attention toward him. "It's nothing, nothing at all," Zoro replied, a hint of confusion lingering in his mind. Could it be merely an illusion? He suppressed his inner questions and followed Usopp and the others as they ascended the island, preparing to gather intelligence regarding Z in the towns situated on this land. Not far from them, another ship lay anchored. Wu Li was acutely aware of the transformation occurring within him, feeling an inexhaustible force repairing his previous physical state. Subsequently, he accessed the system, which displayed some alterations in its data. Swordmaster, LV3, 502-2800. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Tsungyin Flow, Essence, Fuyu Shinfeng Flow, Essence. Wins Grief Heroic Spirit Value, 85 Ped. Unnamed, Merchant Goat. Item, Heroic Hat First Sword Element. Dead Flame Chi First Sword Element? What could this be? Wu Li pondered deeply, contemplating that the true essence of water must signify the awakening of the sword seed, which is the sword element. Dead Flame Chi. It seemed that each sword seed corresponded to a specific sword technique, and the first he had acquired was the Shiyu Tsungyin Flow from his family tutor. Thus the sword element must indeed be the Dead Flame Chi. Just as he regained his focus, he noticed Xiao Alibani staring intently at him, glancing left and right, even leaning closer to sniff, which made Wu Li somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to lean back. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Cold sweat broke out on Wu Li's forehead as he struggled to comprehend Xiao Ali Bani's actions. How did you achieve this? Did you consume a devil fruit? After observing without any fruitful results, Xiao Ali Bani inquired. Devil fruit? No, I haven't eaten a devil fruit. Wu Li quickly waved his hands in denial. Before arriving in this world, he had indeed fantasized about possessing various powerful devil fruits, such as the thunder fruit, ice fruit, or quake fruit. However, he currently had no desire to consume a devil fruit, primarily because the individuals with the abilities he coveted were still alive and among the most formidable existences. Moreover, he was not like Blackbeard, obsessively studying the shapes of devil fruits in search of a particular ability. Not to mention, devil fruits were exceedingly rare, and their capabilities were largely unknown to most people. If he were to obtain a useless ability, there would be no remedy for regret. Furthermore, with the heroic path system at his disposal, he need not remain powerless, as he could still enhance his strength, as evidenced by his current state. Then how could you suddenly become stronger? Xiao Ali Bani queried, perplexed, as she could not fathom an explanation beyond the devil fruit. Wu Li hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Should he tell her he had utilized true essence water? Such a revelation would only lead to more questions from her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, it was enlightenment. After hearing your experience of awakening your haki, I was profoundly inspired and finally awakened my sword intent. Really? Upon seeing Xiao Ali Bani's skeptical gaze, Wu Li felt a twinge of guilt but nodded vigorously. How perfunctory of you. Can't you come up with a more credible explanation? Xiao Ali Bani scoffed at him. She did not wish to press further, gazing into the distance, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Finally, we are nearing the next town. We can indulge in a feast. In the distance, an island emerged, with buildings faintly visible, confirming the presence of a town. As time passed, the ship carrying Wu Li and his companions drew closer to the island. Upon nearing, they realized it appeared to be a volcano. Chapter 89. Emotions and serendipitous encounters. The existence of a town indicated that this was a dormant volcano. Otherwise, who would choose to reside here if they valued their lives? Yet, as Wu Li gazed upon the island, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. The ship sailed towards the town, and nearby, iron tracks could be seen on the water's surface, with two maritime trains resting upon the tracks ahead. As Xiao Ali Bani observed the approaching town, joy illuminated her face, and she exclaimed, "At last, we have reached an island with a town, and there are maritime trains. It seems many people come here to sightsee, so there should be an abundance of delicious food." The thought of culinary delights made her mouth water, and her stomach growled in anticipation. As the ship docked, she noticed Wu Li lost in thought and playfully nudged him with her arm, startling him awake. Xiao Ali Bani found his reaction amusing, but the allure of the town's delicacies soon consumed her thoughts. She patted Wu Li on the shoulder and cheerfully declared, "Bounty hunter, since we have arrived at the town, it is time for us to part ways. If you seek danger, I shall not accompany you. I will indulge in the earthly delights on your behalf." Without waiting for Wu Li's response, Xiao Ali Bani disembarked from the ship, eager to set foot on the island. Was this a farewell or a comforting remark? Wu Li found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Observing Xiao Ali Bani's carefree figure, he also stepped off the ship, with the merchant goat following closely behind. "Wu Li, are we disembarking here as well? I thought we were only accompanying her to the town," the merchant goat inquired telepathically. "We shall disembark here if my intuition serves me correctly," Wu Li replied in kind. "You've changed your mind?" Although the merchant goat had been reluctant to come initially, it now felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Wu Li's sudden decision to stay. Wu Li shook his head, and when Xiao Ali Bani turned to see him behind her, a look of confusion crossed her delicate face. "Are you also heading to this island? I thought you were going." Wu Li nodded. A flicker of disdain flashed in Xiao Ali Bani's eyes. As a pirate, she braved the treacherous waters of the Grand Line to uphold her beliefs and held a low opinion of those who easily wavered in their convictions. Although she had once held a modicum of respect for him, she decided against pursuing a conversation, her mood soured and her appetite only growing stronger. Without warning, Xiao Ali Bani turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Wu Li bewildered. However, he felt compelled to call out to her, for there was something he needed to convey. "Bani, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." In response, Xiao Ali Bani quickened her pace, thinking to herself, "I have no desire to listen. This island is perilous. You should head to the next town. or you might find yourself embroiled in danger, Wu Li shouted. Yet, he realized that Xiao Alibani had no intention of halting her stride. Feeling somewhat helpless, he exchanged glances with Shan Yang. Despite his confusion, Shan Yang complied with Wu Li's request and, with a swift motion, appeared before Xiao Alibani in the blink of an eye. Noticing Shan Yang's sudden arrival, Xiao Alibani's expression darkened, her small fists clenched tightly, as anger flickered in her eyes. She regretted saving this bothersome individual from the sea. Had it not been for her own predicament, she would have cast him back into the depths. The thought of using her abilities to eliminate this irritating presence crossed her mind. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xiao Alibani turned around, her face devoid of expression as she scrutinized Wu Li, curious about what nonsense he might utter. What had suddenly come over Xiao Alibani? It seemed she regarded him with an unfriendly demeanor. Wu Li shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. With a serious tone, he declared, "There is something I must clarify. This island is indeed perilous." Charlotte Bonny curled her lips in disdain and replied nonchalantly, "What danger could there possibly be? Speak quickly. Don't waste my time when I could be eating. The Navy has taken control of this island. Numerous vice admirals and Admiral Kizaru will soon make their appearance here." What? A look of shock flickered in Charlotte Bonny's eyes as she recalled her absolute subjugation by Kizaru on Sabaody Archipelago. The thought made her uneasy. She certainly would not stand a chance against an admiral now, especially given her current issues with her abilities. Why has the Navy suddenly gathered here? Even an admiral? Charlotte Bonny was perplexed, but then a gleam of insight sparked in her eyes. Unless, yes, if I am not mistaken, Z must be on this island. Wu Li sighed with a wry smile, pondering whether to consider this a stroke of luck or misfortune. Chapter 90. Steaming green pheasant. The air fell silent. The sound of the waves distinctly audible, accompanied by a gentle breeze infused with a hint of wine. Gurgle. Gurgle. The stomach of the now little girl, Charlotte Bonny, growled with hunger. She placed her small hands on her belly, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Regardless of my hunger, I shall first venture to the town to indulge in delicious food. As for the danger, I have weathered far greater storms. There is no need for concern. Charlotte Bonny declared with an air of maturity beyond her years. Noticing Wu Li's hesitance, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. If we truly encounter danger, I will seek you out, and you must protect me. Once I regain my strength, I will certainly take good care of you. With that, she skipped off toward the town. Wu Li felt a twinge of helplessness. Although his abilities had improved, he lacked full confidence and could only do his best. Wu Li began his journey towards the town, accompanied by Shan Yang, who soared gracefully above him. Behind them, the sound of a train roaring from the sea echoed. Filled with tourists eager to explore the volcano and indulge in hot springs, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers on the island. In the town, the violent little girl had vanished, likely lured away by her hunger. "Shall we also seek nourishment?" Shan Yang inquired, having settled on Wu Li's shoulder. Although the new world was replete with wonders, this particular avian creature was a first for many, trailing Wu Li and capturing the attention of numerous onlookers, including the Navy. Shan Yang couldn't help but scoff at the ignorance of these humans, but returned to Wu Li's shoulder, where he attracted less attention. "No, we shall defer the matter of dining for later. After all, Bonny is a notorious supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. She should pose no immediate threat. Our priority now is to find a hot spring," Wu Li remarked as he walked, hoping that the springs were still occupied by others. "Hot springs? Is it not urgent? How can you remain so leisurely?" Shan Yang tilted his head, internally disparaging, careful not to let Wu Li catch on. "I heard that. If you dare to belittle me again, I shall confine you to the pet space," Wu Li threatened, inadvertently broadcasting his thoughts. Upon hearing Wu Li's assertion, Shan Yang immediately drooped his head, unwilling to return to the dull confines of that space, vowing to be more cautious in his disdainful thoughts henceforth. In this town, locating a hot spring would be a simple task, as it was renowned for its thermal baths and volcanic attractions. Upon locating the place, Wu Li stepped inside without hesitation. Within, several hot spring pools awaited, shrouded in a gentle mist that obscured his vision. Yet, despite this veil, he discerned no presence of others. Had he arrived too late? Had the straw-hatted boy, Luffy, already embarked on his confrontation with Z? A wave of alarm washed over Wu Li, his expression turning grave. If this were indeed the case, the town would soon be on the brink of disaster. As Wu Li turned to hasten to the other side of the island, Shanyang found it peculiar that he was preparing to leave so soon. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water emanating from the largest hot spring, where someone was lazily soaking in the warmth. This prompted Wu Li to glance back, noticing a figure with their head bowed, shrouded in mist, obscuring their features. Just as he approached to discern more clearly, the individual lazily remarked, "Why haven't they arrived yet? Although this is quite comfortable, we must proceed more swiftly." Sensing the presence of another, the figure lifted their head, revealing an odd creature perched on their shoulder. Their eyes met, 4 pairs, or rather, 8, confirming that this peculiar being was not one of his companions. The figure then resumed their leisurely soak. However, Wu Li had managed to discern the individual's appearance and confirm their identity. It was the person he had been searching for. Akiji. Chapter 91. The chilling aura upon recognizing the individual, Wu Li maintained a facade of calmness, but within, a tempest brewed as thoughts of Akiji flooded his mind. Admiral Kazan, former Vice Admiral of the Navy, user of the Ice Fruit. Shortly after the conclusion of the Marineford War, he vied for the position of Fleet Admiral against Akainu, ultimately choosing to withdraw from the Navy after a fierce battle on Punk Hazard, subsequently fading into obscurity. Though Wu Li had anticipated encountering Akiji on this island, the reality of standing before him took time for his heart to steady. Should he engage with Akiji? Wu Li pondered, aware that Akiji preferred to observe events unfold from a distance, rarely intervening directly. He appeared lethargic, yet also possessed a stubborn streak. After much contemplation, Wu Li resolved to take a chance, as his own strength might not suffice to withstand the Navy. "Greetings, Admiral Akiji," Wu Li greeted, his demeanor seemingly casual, though his heart raced with trepidation. "Oh dear, I did not expect to meet someone familiar here. However, I must remind you, I am no longer an admiral. So that title feels rather misplaced," Akiji replied, tilting his head with a hint of resignation. "If there's nothing pressing, let us each enjoy our own hot springs without interference. You may as well pretend you haven't seen me." Despite his typically carefree attitude, Akiji found himself somewhat vexed by the unexpected encounter with a stranger. He easily sensed Wu Li's strength. It was not insignificant, yet did not pose a threat in his eyes. "Regarding Z, do you truly intend to remain a mere observer?" Wu Li inquired, his inner anxiety escalating as he broached the topic. While he recognized this was a foolish gamble, he felt compelled to give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than an intensely frigid aura surged towards him. Crack! The water in the hot spring instantly froze, the chill spreading, coating the ground with a layer of frost. The once sultry air turned suffocatingly cold. Faced with this formidable presence, Wu Li felt as though he had plummeted into an icy abyss, the cold piercing his bones, frost clinging to his hair and brows, his body weighed down. Yet, he persevered. Crack! In mere moments that felt like an eternity, Wu Li struggled fiercely, utilizing his sword energy as if breaking free from a shackle. The frost beneath his feet shattering with a resounding crack. Wu Li's stiff body finally regained its mobility, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gasped for breath, his back drenched in perspiration. Akiji's strength was overwhelming. He was the mightiest individual Wu Li had ever encountered. Although he had previously seen figures such as Garp, Sengoku, and Akainu from a distance during the World Conscription selection at the Navy headquarters, it was only Akiji who had made him acutely aware of the oppressive weight of their presence. "I have no recollection of you, and I am unsure why you posed this question. Might you first provide an answer to mine?" Akiji rose, appearing nonchalant, yet his gaze had shifted to a more serious demeanor. "What do you know about Z? And who are you? Could you kindly clarify my inquiries?" His tone was indifferent, yet Wu Li felt an unsettling chill permeating the air. A sense of urgency tightened in his chest. He understood that failing to provide a satisfactory answer could result in him being frozen solid. Chapter 92. The Answers of Akiji and Wu Li. Wu Li felt the immense pressure, the chill seemingly freezing his thoughts. He blurted out, "I know Z is the former Admiral Zephyr of the Navy, who has made numerous contributions, and I hold great respect for him. I hope he can survive." Akiji remained silent, and the atmosphere seemed to drop several degrees. Was this dissatisfaction with Wu Li's response? Was he to perish here? Shanyang felt uneasy, inwardly shouting why he always encountered such monsters, and thought that the Swordmaster must have a hole in his head. How could he not say more to make him understand? "Your answer is truly dreadful. You haven't told me your name, nor resolved my confusion. Regardless of what you know, I cannot be bothered to delve deeper," Akiji remarked, observing Wu Li's determined gaze and rubbing his head. Although Wu Li's response was poor, It was sincere, and from this exchange, Akiji gleaned much information. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Akiji said coolly, "Though I am no longer part of the Navy, I will not take action against you simply because your sudden appearance has raised questions. I still await someone. You may leave." With that, Akiji prepared to return to the hot springs, evidently losing interest in pursuing the matter further. The chill dissipated, and the ice that had formed in the hot spring melted away, releasing steam as the air began to warm. Shanyang sighed in relief, but then felt his heart race again at Wuli's next words. "Are you truly not going to attempt to bring back the lost Zephyr, your former mentor?" Akiji paused, taken aback. This was indeed his wish, yet he was at a loss for how to achieve it. And he could not fathom why Wuli felt the same. "Do you understand why I wish for Zephyr to live? He should not meet such a fate on this island. It is far too cruel. Zephyr has trained many outstanding sailors for the Navy and has spent his life battling countless pirates. In both the Navy and the hearts of ordinary people, he could certainly be called a hero. Even in relation to pirates, he refrained from killing high-ranking officers. This was his kindness. And what did he receive in return? The malice of pirates who slaughtered his family. The Navy recruiting those stained with blood as warlords, and the world's forgetfulness of him. Does anyone among the new generation of the Navy even recognize him? Yes. Now his heart is filled with hatred, and he is on a path of extremism. His madness should be stopped, but his end should not be death. The world has already been cruel enough to him. Regardless, I wish for him to survive." Having spoken his piece, Wuli awaited Akiji's response. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Do not underestimate the resolve of the Navy in Z. You will meet your demise. I will not involve myself in this matter." Akiji gave Wuli a serious glance before returning to the hot springs. Understanding Akiji's stance, Wuli felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. He understood Akiji's perspective. After confirming Z's threat, the Navy would undoubtedly employ all means to eliminate this ticking time bomb. Even if Zephyr made a choice, as long as he lived, he would continue down this path. Akiji disapproved of Z's extreme methods, yet held deep regard for Zephyr's past kindness. Thus he chose to remain a passive observer, uncertain of how to act. In contrast, Wuli could not bear to witness a once great hero perish in battle. This was his choice, his path. Akiji was unwilling to engage, and after a moment of silence, Wuli made a customary farewell gesture before turning to leave. Chapter 93. Bonnie and the Straw Hat Crew inside the town tavern. After parting ways with Wuli, Jewelry Bonnie was drawn by the aroma of alcohol into the establishment. Upon entering, she instinctively froze, halting in her tracks. The tavern was filled with Navy personnel, which brought to mind Wuli's previous words. It seemed largely true. "What are you doing in a tavern, little girl? Go home and play. This is not a place for you," scolded a peculiar man with an elongated nose, blocking her path. This man did not recognize Bonnie in her child form, which relieved her. Yet, she felt a surge of anger at being belittled by such an insufferable creature, and she clenched her fists, wishing she could teach this foolish, long-nosed man a lesson if the timing were right. Bonnie sneered, "You should be the one to go home. You look like someone who drinks just to escape. I bet I can outdrink you." Upon hearing this, the long-nosed man's expression darkened. A nearby orange-haired waitress, observing his days, whispered, "Usopp, stop daydreaming and get back to work." After delivering her message, she moved away, casting a knowing glance at the long-nosed man. Bonnie chuckled softly, then challenged, "It seems you don't believe me. How about a bet? Whoever drinks the most pays the tab. Are you up for it?" Usopp instinctively declined. "I don't want to compete with the child. He was there to gather information, and this would be an embarrassing act of bullying a minor. TCH, you're just afraid of losing face, aren't you? How embarrassing. Fine, if you're too scared to drink more than me. Let us see who can eat more instead. If you're still afraid, just pretend I didn't say anything, coward." Bonnie's eyes brimmed with disdain. If he were to become a pirate, such timidity and lack of decisiveness would never make him captain, nor would he be a reliable crew member. "Fine, let us compete." Usopp's face flushed. He had previously claimed to be a captain, yet he was timid and indecisive, and her words struck a nerve, igniting his anger, especially after having a drink. He decided to teach this little girl a lesson. The two of them quickly found a table and ordered food from the waitress. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The patrons of the tavern were stunned as Bonnie devoured a plate of food larger than herself in mere seconds. The orange-haired waitress, along with Robin, who was dancing nearby, exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what was happening. The empty plates piled higher and higher, surpassing Bonnie's head after just a few minutes. And after a dozen minutes, They towered over the heads of the nearby Navy officers, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The waitress continued bringing more food, and Bonnie ate without pause, as if her stomach were a bottomless pit. Usopp's eyes nearly popped out. He struggled to finish 3 plates. Utterly astounded by how this little girl could accomplish such a feat, the orange-haired waitress approached him, whispering, "What are you doing?" Usopp, glancing at Bonnie gorging herself, stammered, "In nothing." After what felt like an eternity, the tavern ran out of food, and Bonnie, still unsated, patted her belly, which remained flat, and called out, "Waitress, bring me some drinks." Usopp stared at the towering stack of plates, his heart sinking at the thought of having to pay the bill for losing the bet. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he looked at Bonnie. "Is this the second round? Only a clean sweep counts," Usopp exclaimed, holding up 2 fingers. "Not a problem," Bonnie replied. Upon witnessing Bonnie's acquiescence, Usopp felt as though a flicker of hope for a turnaround had ignited within him. His eyes sparkled with barely concealed delight as he promptly summoned the server. The server, Nami, appeared visibly displeased as she delivered the drinks. As Bonnie and Usopp commenced their drinking contest, the surrounding patrons erupted in raucous cheers. It wasn't long before Usopp succumbed to the effects of alcohol, teetering on the brink of inebriation. The young girl Nami, irate, exclaimed, "Who is she? What on earth is happening here? We came to gather information, not to indulge in drinking." With a woeful expression, Usopp replied, "If I lose, I shall bear the cost of all this." Nami's gaze fell upon the towering stack of plates, and her heart sank at the thought of the monetary toll. She felt an overwhelming urge to send Usopp flying, lamenting the impending loss of her funds. As she surveyed the eager onlookers, a brilliant idea flashed in Nami's mind. "Who wishes to challenge me? The victor shall drink for free, while the vanquished shall share the bill." Her proclamation was met with enthusiastic responses, and some patrons who had previously been captivated by Robin's dance now flocked to join the spectacle, leaving Robin bewildered by the sudden shift in dynamics. Amidst the fervor, the patrons, caught up in the excitement, hadn't considered the consequences of winning or losing. In this spirited atmosphere, many were eager to test their mettle against Bonnie. Before long, a large number of competitors fell victim to her prowess in drinking, igniting a competitive spirit among the others. "Once I have filled my belly and gathered my strength, I shall seek out that fellow. Perhaps I might even assist in reclaiming his remains," they mused, scoffing at his bravado. Chapter 94. The Initiation of Action by Wooly. After Wooly departed, Qingji resumed his indulgence in the hot springs, a contemplative expression emerging in his eyes, accompanied by an inexplicable restlessness within. Furrowing his brow, Qingji emanated a chilling aura, causing the waters of the hot spring to turn somewhat frigid, yet dispelling much of his turbulent emotions. Before long, a cacophony of voices heralded the arrival of a new group seeking the soothing waters. These individuals were evidently not of a tranquil disposition. One sported a straw hat. Another bore 3 swords at his waist. One puffed on a cigarette, and an unusual skeleton joined the fray, an unprecedented sight indeed. Their entrance disrupted the ambience, transforming the atmosphere into a veritable uproar. Once they settled in, the water in the spring where Qingji resided began to regain its warmth, steam rising vigorously. The newcomers immersed themselves in the hot springs, oblivious to Qingji's presence. Meanwhile, Wooly commenced his preparations. Although this town appeared deceptively serene, naval officers were strategically positioned throughout, while the ordinary populace remained unaware of the clandestine war brewing on the island, one that could potentially reverberate across the globe. Intelligence indicated that Z was located on the opposite side of the island. However, Wooly refrained from proceeding directly. To conceal his identity, he first acquired a set of garments from a local clothing store, opting for a modest disguise, for he was, after all, a naval colonel. Wooly glanced at the sword in his hand, a look of helplessness flickering in his eyes. The previous sword had been destroyed during his battle with Yuji Lu. This one, discovered aboard a ghost ship devoid of crew, appeared rather ordinary. He was uncertain how long it would endure. Master of the sword. Little Lee, you are indeed the sword master, yet you wield this broken weapon. Is this even a sword? The blade is sharpened on only one side. A swordsman without a fine sword will find his prowess severely diminished, unable to fully unleash his potential, complained Shang Yang, eyeing Wooly's sword with disdain. Little Lee. Wooly's lips twitched slightly. This fellow had grown increasingly audacious with time. When it had just hatched, it had regarded him with utmost respect as master of the sword. Now, In the course of their daily interactions, it had gradually adopted the moniker of Sword Master, and now even little Lee. Wooly thought to himself, enough is enough. The uncle can tolerate it, but the aunt cannot. Do you still remember that I am your sword master? Should you dare to call me that again, I shall confine you to the pet space. Wooly threatened. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Wooly's eyes, little Xiangyang trembled, hastily swallowing its retort, and began to flatter. Wooly, no, master of the sword. I shall never dare again. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Should you instruct me to go east, I will not venture west. The pet space is truly dreadfully dull. Wooly felt a surge of pride at Xiangyang's pitiful demeanor, thinking, humph, I can certainly tame you. In no time, I shall have you behaving. Upon further reflection, he realized Xiangyang's words, aside from the manner of address, held merit. Every so often, Wooly would embark on a quest for a sword. It was an unavoidable truth that renowned blades were hard to come by. He longed for a famous sword to solidify his status as a true swordmaster. Setting aside these thoughts, Wooly turned to Xiangyang with a serious expression. You shall scout ahead. If you encounter the navy, inform me. We must chart a course that avoids alarming the naval forces within the town, leading us to the opposite side of the island, the true battlefield. Understood, master of the sword. Responded Xiangyang, concealing its disdain, yet taking to the skies to guide Wooly. Despite having Xiangyang as his aerial eyes, Wooly found it impossible to evade the vigilant gaze of the navy scattered throughout the town. Consequently, he swiftly incapacitated several naval soldiers stationed at key points, propelling himself at remarkable speed towards the opposite side. As he drew nearer, he could faintly hear the resonant sounds of gunfire. Chapter 95. The First Strike Before Long. Wooly reached the island's opposing side. Technically, he had not yet crossed, as a contingent of naval soldiers stood guard. Nevertheless, the battlefield lay before him, shrouded in smoke and echoing with the thunder of cannon fire, as the navy clashed fiercely with the new navy. The new navy fought valiantly, their individual strength rivaling that of several men, and from the unfolding skirmish, it was evident that they held the upper hand. Particularly, the new navy's commander Z and his officers appeared invincible, yet no vice-admirals had yet joined the fray, while the navy continued to pour reinforcements into battle, quickly depleting the new navy's combatants. What should we do now? Should we charge in and join the fight? Xiangyang quivered with trepidation at the blood-soaked atmosphere of the battlefield, yet felt an undercurrent of excitement, despite its lack of combat prowess. Shoo, be quiet, you foolish bird. Wooly began to contemplate, as he too found himself at a loss for answers. Originally, he had not devised a specific plan. He had merely pursued a singular goal in coming here. Now, amidst the chaotic battlefield, he could not simply rush in shouting for them to cease fire. He lacked the strength of an Admiral Akiji to alter the course of the war. Given the current situation, it was impossible to convince either side to retreat. Commander Z of the new navy would not yield, driven by his desire to detonate the explosive rocks and obliterate the last Yendipointi island to fulfill his ambitions. Meanwhile, the navy sought to thwart Z's actions and eliminate them to eradicate the unstable threat to the world. In light of this, Wooly found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Foolish bird, I am no base creature. I am a divine beast. A divine beast. Xiangyang erupted at Wooly's insult, its voice booming as it vehemently corrected him. My little divine beast, your voice is too loud. Lower it, Wooly said, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anxiety at the volume of Xiangyang's protest. I care not. You have gravely insulted me, trampling upon my dignity and divine essence. You must apologize. Xiangyang insisted. I apologize. You are a divine beast, not a foolish bird, Wooly replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that retribution was a cycle of cause and effect. What person is that? Xiangyang's loud voice had already attracted the attention of the naval soldiers, who began to approach Wooly's position. Wooly realized he could no longer conceal himself and stepped forward, stating, I have come to admire the volcano. I inadvertently wandered here. The leader, a naval colonel, scrutinized Wooly, who was completely enveloped in layers of clothing, accompanied by an unusual bird. This peculiar combination appeared decidedly suspicious. Clearly, he is no good. Seize him at once, commanded the naval colonel. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of Marines surged forward with fierce intent. With a sense of resignation, Wooly had yet to make a move when he witnessed Xiangyang suddenly summon a fierce gust of wind with a flap of his wings, sweeping towards the approaching sea soldiers. The howling wind stirred up sand and debris, blinding these soldiers, rendering them unable to open their eyes for a moment. Why waste words with them? It was far simpler to take action. Observing Wu Li's astonished gaze, Shan Yang spoke with a hint of pride. I didn't expect you to possess such a skill. Wu Li was genuinely surprised. He had never seen Shan Yang exhibit this ability before, which was markedly different from the usual bullying by Bony. Of course, I have other talents as well. Do you think I am merely a sailor? I am a divine beast. How could I possibly lack skills? As they gazed at the disheveled sea soldiers amidst the swirling sand, Wu Li remarked, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Upon hearing this, Shan Yang paused, and the wind gradually subsided. The soldiers were left with disordered hair and sand in their ears and eyes. Their formation completely shattered. The naval colonel lowered his hand from his eyes, his gaze red from the sand, and glared at Wu Li, seething. "You dare to attack the navy? Eliminate him." The sea soldiers, similarly red-eyed, aimed their rifles at Wu Li and Shan Yang, unwaveringly pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets transformed into dark specks, hurtling towards them at astonishing speed. Shan Yang immediately soared into the sky, while Wu Li positioned his sword before him to deflect the incoming bullets. Observing the Navy's intent to continue firing, Wu Li sighed. "It seems we can no longer avoid a confrontation. We must fight." "Continue firing," commanded the naval colonel, as the soldiers aimed once more at Wu Li, preparing for another round of shots. "Very well, I shall respond." The soldiers suddenly found Wu Li vanishing from their sight. In an instant, they were struck unconscious by the back of his blade. Witnessing his subordinates collapse one by one, the naval colonel grew cautious. Yet he too could not evade the fate of being rendered unconscious. Chapter 96. Mistakenly entering the enemy camp, gazing at the fallen sea soldiers. Wu Li let out a sigh before turning his gaze towards the battlefield ahead, his eyes beginning to shine with determination as he leapt forward. The tranquility and peace of this side of the island stood in stark contrast to the chaos of war that lay ahead. After bypassing that contingent of sea soldiers, the journey onward proved to be remarkably smooth. Within Wu Li's heart, a plan began to take shape. Upon arrival, the priority would be to locate Z and persuade him to evacuate the battlefield before the arrival of the Yellow Ape and the vice admirals. Although the likelihood of this idea coming to fruition was almost non-existent, without taking decisive action, there would be no opportunity for change. From a distance, the familiar silhouettes of the new naval officers could be discerned, yet Wu Li hesitated, his expression awkward and cold sweat trickling down his brow. His body felt somewhat rigid, and he contemplated turning back to enter the scene from another angle. However, the obstacles in this vicinity were numerous, akin to walking into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Not far off to the side, a port came into view, where several naval vessels were anchored. Sailors streamed from this port towards Wu Li, continually joining the ranks and forming an orderly line. Wu Li found himself in an unfortunate predicament. Was this not the Naval Battlefield Command Center? At the forefront stood a naval officer clad in a standard naval uniform, draped over his shoulders like a cape. Beneath it, he wore a light green jacket, with a pale yellow cord ornament adorning his chest, complemented by matching trousers. His signature long, straight beard and unusually elongated head were topped with an elongated bearskin naval cap. If Wu Li recalled correctly, this man was none other than Vice Admiral Stolleberry. The presence of a vice admiral was indeed formidable. What puzzled Wu Li, however, was that the man had his eyes closed, showing no inclination to command or participate in the battle. Beside him stood an official in a starkly contrasting black suit, marked with the insignia of the world government, passionately giving pre-battle instructions. Z, once a naval admiral, now posed a grave threat to the world government, his intentions of world destruction an utterly unforgivable offense. You must detain these malefactors. Soon, the esteemed members of CP0 will arrive in person. Upon Wu Li's unexpected appearance, it was impossible for them to overlook him. Their collective gaze turned towards this uninvited guest, and Stolleberry half opened his eyes to regard him. "Oh, hi. Greetings, everyone. I merely happened to pass by," Wu Li said, retreating as he spoke, having recalled his pet, Shan Yang, into his spatial pocket. "I didn't mean to intrude. Please, continue with your business. I shall take my leave." "Pass by? What a coincidence. I suspect you are an accomplice of Z. To think you would attempt a surprise attack alone is quite audacious." The man in the black suit retorted, his eyes filled with derision. "Seize him. If he resists, execute him on the spot." He possessed the ability of observation hockey, yet failed to notice anyone approaching, which astonished him. indicating that this person's strength was no ordinary matter. As his words fell, the sailors rushed towards Wu Li, their faces twisted in sinister smiles. "If you do not cooperate, do not blame us for our mercilessness." Wu Li forced a bitter smile, lamenting his unfortunate predicament. He had unwittingly plunged himself into a grave situation. However, cooperation from him? That was utterly out of the question. A glint of vigilance flickered in Wu Li's eyes. He could not allow them to uncover his true identity. Chapter 97. Who is he? It seemed that Storoberry had noticed the Marines obeying the commands of the temporary commander in a black suit, causing him to subtly furrow his brow. The black-suited commander, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, observed Storoberry still with closed eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. To defy the orders of the world government simply because that individual was a former mentor. What sheer folly. Such unstable elements, blinded by hatred, ought to have been eradicated long ago. Moreover, the leniency shown by the higher-ups in the Navy towards Z had resulted in this very predicament. If you, Storoberry, do not take action, then I shall first wear down their combat capabilities. Once Admiral Kazaru arrives, it will be an effortless task to annihilate them. As for the unwelcome guest, who was currently besieged by the Navy and fighting for survival, although many Marines had been knocked down, he remained confident that they would soon capture him. The situation was dire. Wu Li had just taken down a Marine when several others charged at him from behind. Despite his combat experience allowing him to evade and incapacitate these Marines with relative ease, the relentless onslaught left him feeling exasperated, with scarcely a moment to catch his breath. In that instant, he yearned for the power of Conqueror's Haki, wishing he could render a multitude unconscious at once. Alas, he possessed none of such abilities, lacking even the other two forms of Haki in any true sense. With a flicker of sword light from the first move of the floating feather divine wind style, he sent another Marine flying. Attempting to retreat along the path he had come, he found his escape routes firmly sealed. The encirclement formed by these elite Marines held him captive. As he unleashed the second move, Snowstorm, the Marines were taken aback as snowflakes began to swirl from the sky. Just as their astonishment peaked, dozens of sword beams radiated outward from Wu Li's position, striking the Marines with precision. With a resounding thud, dozens of Marines fell, creating a few meters of space around him. Though they were momentarily stunned by the might of his swordplay, they did not retreat. Rather, they surged forward with even greater ferocity. He executed the third move, Falcon, followed by the fourth, Storm, and the seventh, Tornado, which whipped up a fierce vortex that sent Marines tumbling. A considerable area opened up in front of him, yet Wu Li felt no sense of optimism. Although he could barely fend off the Marines' advances through his continuous use of sword techniques, he had already exhausted 7 of the 8 forms of floating feather divine wind, taking down hundreds of Marines, yet he remained ensnared tighter than ever. These elite Marines, seasoned from their battles against pirates in the New World, might not possess the overwhelming strength of the new Navy, but their combined assault was formidable. Wu Li could not unleash truly lethal sword techniques, or else his predicament would not be so dire. The fact that over 1,000 Marines could not swiftly subdue him, and that he even held a slight advantage, was astonishing. It was no wonder he dared to infiltrate the Navy's ranks alone. The commander in the black suit from the world government began to search his mind for swordsmen among the new Navy. Aside from Ein, he could think of no one who could match this mysterious figure. However, Ein was currently engaged in battle, leaving the identity of this deliberately concealed individual a puzzle. Not only did he harbor this question, but the new Navy, engaged in combat at a distance, also felt bewildered. They could recall no comrades with such prowess beyond Ein. Chapter 98. Bins and Ein. In the distance, an oddly dressed individual was performing an even stranger dance, seemingly wielding a unique power. The surrounding flora surged skyward under his control, growing wildly and entangling the advancing Marines. Those ensnared by the vegetation exerted all their strength, but could not escape, soon losing their will to struggle. Upon noticing the commotion at the Navy's command post, he commanded the plants to release the unconscious Marines, allowing them to fall to the ground. While continuing his peculiar dance, he approached the battling female swordsman, clearing the path of obstructing Marines with his plant manipulation. He was Bins, one of Z's students and an officer of the new Navy, endowed with the abilities of the flourishing fruit, which allowed him to control nearby plants and accelerate their growth. The female swordsman was immensely powerful, her sword aura slicing through the air, creating a vast area around her where few Marines dared to approach. Realizing that the oddly attired Binns was drawing nearer, she intentionally sought to join forces with him. Ein, do you know who that combatant is? Apart from you, it seems our new navy lacks anyone with such exceptional swordsmanship. If not, why would he recklessly enter the battlefield to confront the navy? She inquired, observing the mysterious figure besieged by Marines. The swordswoman, with flowing sea-blue wavy hair and remarkable sword skills, was none other than Ein, the vice admiral of the new navy. Unable to discern the stranger's features, both sides found themselves perplexed regarding his identity. Ein felled several more Marines before glancing in that direction, feeling an odd familiarity with the sword techniques on display. As if the figure in combat was merging with someone in his memory. Perhaps it's someone I know, but I can't be sure. He shouldn't be here. After all, that individual is a Marine, and logically, he should be here to subdue us. Ein pondered, uncertain. Upon hearing this, Binns exhibited a contemplative expression and asked, should we assist him in breaking through? He seems capable of holding his ground for quite some time, showing no weakness, and although he has concealed his identity, we can at least ascertain he is an enemy of the Navy. If he can break through the encirclement, he could help us divert some of their forces. The battlefield was set on the opposite side of the island, near a vast area by the volcano's mouth. The new Navy had prepared explosive rocks, and just as they were about to depart, they were pursued by the Navy. A defensive line had been established before the explosive rock area to thwart the Navy's advance. The new Navy's commander, Z, was stationed at the center, while Vice Admiral Ein and Commander Binns held the flanks. Under the relentless pressure from the Navy, the Triad's defensive line remained remarkably solid. After a moment of silence, Ein replied, you should take some white bears with you. I will handle things here. I will not allow the Navy to breach this line. All right, I shall return swiftly, Binns affirmed. As soon as he finished speaking, Ein and Binns darted away like shadows, each heading in a different direction. Binns took a few white bears to assist Wu Li, while the defensive line appeared to show significant vulnerabilities. Yet the new Navy's bravery and Ein's formidable strength allowed them to maintain their position, preventing the Navy from breaking through. Chapter 99. A blushing Wu Li. The battle intensified as more and more Navy ships arrived, adding to the Marines encircling Wu Li, who found himself deep within the Navy's rear lines. Unable to break free from the encirclement, Wu Li found himself compelled to engage in passive combat, which stirred a sense of anxiety within him. Suddenly, a series of explosive bursts from laser beams sent the naval soldiers flying, while the wildly thrashing vegetation ensnared the soldiers ahead. Binns and the colossal, modified pacifist polar bear sliced through the previously calm battlefield like a sharp dagger, advancing towards Wu Li's position. Other naval soldiers attempted to intervene, but they were thwarted by the relentless assault from the newly emerged Navy, rendering them unable to escape. Z also sensed the subtle shift in the situation, his gaze fixed on Binns' movements, momentarily pausing amidst the chaos of battle. Was Binns attempting to assist that individual? What a reckless endeavor! With his identity still shrouded in mystery, it was quite a gamble. Our priority should be to withstand the Navy's offensive. Any lapse could easily lead to a breach in our defenses. However, since he does not subscribe to the Navy's support of our cause, perhaps this unexpected aid is not entirely unwelcome. With his purple hair and sunglasses, Z observed the distracted naval forces charging towards them and smiled slightly. The massive iron arm of his crushing machine roared with mechanical fury, emitting a dazzling white light that coalesced into a formidable force. The crushing blow unleashed a thunderous blast, shattering everything in its path and toppling a significant number of naval soldiers before him. Taking advantage of the moment, Zephyr paused to catch his breath and consumed some medicine. Yet, he could not escape the ravages of time. His aging body struggled against the fatigue that now accompanied him. In the past, he would have easily dispatched such minor foes, but now the weight of years bore down upon him. Though his body faltered, his spirit remained unyielding, even amidst mistakes. He vowed to cleanse the world of its evils while he still possessed some strength. Although that single strike felled numerous naval soldiers, a large contingent soon resumed their assault against him, leaving only a fleeting respite. Meanwhile, the Navy, witnessing the sudden ferocity of Binns and the polar bears, discerned their intentions. The commander in a black suit from the world government revealed a sinister expression. It seems they intend to assist that swordsman in breaking through. Humph. There is no way I will allow that swordsman to escape so easily. Not only will I thwart your plans, but I shall also eradicate all of you. With that, he ordered a redoubling of naval forces to encircle Binns. Despite the incredible power of the modified pacifist polar bears, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against the Navy's formidable strength, with several bears already incapacitated. This weighed heavily on Bin's heart. They could no longer advance and were left reliant on Wu Li, lacking any further support from the newly emerged Navy. Upon spotting Bin's, Wu Li instantly grasped his intention. He had come to assist in his breakout. Thus, he could not allow this opportunity created by Bin's to slip away. Wu Li's face flushed with embarrassment. He had anticipated providing help, yet unexpectedly found himself in need of rescue. What a shameful predicament. Chapter 100, The Breakout. Gazing towards Bin's direction. Several hundred meters away, the densely packed naval soldiers displayed vigilant and fierce expressions, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Wu Li understood that he could no longer proceed in this manner. With Bin's arrival, it was time to take things seriously. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his being, unabashed and unrestrained. This mere presence instilled a profound sense of intimidation in the frontline Marines, magnifying the fear that simmered within their hearts. Wu Li seemed to have transformed into a different person, causing the Marines to grow increasingly uneasy. They suppressed their rising apprehension and continued their assault. The sword in Wu Li's hand was imbued with a palpable aura, as if a tempest were swirling around him, casting a dimness over the sky. Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light illuminated the horizon, carrying with it a formidable and terrifying might, slicing towards the naval soldiers. As Wu Li executed his sword technique, Stolo Berry, who had been with eyes shut, tightened his grip on his blade. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he felt the overwhelming force and took a cautious step forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Wu Li. The powerful wave of energy pressed down upon the nearest naval soldiers, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Others, struggling to gaze upon the oncoming sword light, exhibited expressions of sheer terror. The might was too menacing to withstand. Far too powerful. Under this fearsome radiance, the naval encirclement crumbled, easily tearing open a gap and creating a path. Ainz and Z also took note of the commotion. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, all present displaying astonishment at such a display of swordsmanship. How could such strength exist? It was likely at the level of a vice admiral. Why had this power not been unleashed earlier to break through? The commander in the black suit from the world government, Mouth Agape, was filled with disbelief. Stolo Berry harbored similar doubts. Yet he understood one truth. Even if this swordsman unleashed such a technique, it would not suffice for a breakthrough. Without the aid of Bin's and the polar bears, it would still be impossible to escape the naval blockade in such a short span of time. It was merely the shock of the naval forces from the might of this technique that caused them to overstate and underestimate the strength of their encirclement. This was the reality, and thus, seizing the moment while the Navy was still reeling, Wu Li swiftly darted through the gap to reunite with Bin's. He had not anticipated such formidable strength, one that could rival Ainz. As Bin's marveled at Wu Li's prowess, he noticed Wu Li charging toward him and snapped back to urgency, signaling the polar bears to gather and prepare for a retreat. Bin's recognized the shift, and the commander in the black suit, recovering from his astonishment, immediately directed his forces to re-establish the encirclement. Quickly, reform the blockade, do not let them escape. The commander's voice boomed like thunder, awakening the sailors from their stupor as they rushed to intercept Wu Li's advance. Although Wu Li had just demonstrated his formidable power, instilling fear and awe, it was not sufficient to deter them from the fight. As the Navy reacted, Wu Li had already traversed nearly 300 meters. In the final stretch of approximately 100 meters, the naval forces posed significantly less pressure. The encirclement, now considerably weakened, failed to contain Wu Li, who burst through the last barrier with unstoppable momentum, successfully rejoining Bin's. Upon seeing Wu Li approach, Bin's felt a sense of relief wash over him. He simply uttered a command to move, leading the way with the reformed pacifist polar bears as they began their retreat. Wu Li nodded and, alongside Bin's, obstructed the pursuing Navy. As the distance increased, the Navy's pursuit diminished somewhat, and upon nearing the defenses of the newborn Navy, they were ultimately halted. Meanwhile, Bin's and the Navy advanced towards the location of the Z battle, with Ainz also drawing closer to that vicinity. Soon, the officers of the newborn Navy convened, preparing for the unexpected guests on this battlefield. Just as Wu Li was feeling troubled, a chime resonated in his mind, startling him. Was there a mission now? Perhaps it could alleviate my troubles. As Wu Li entered his mind, A new task appeared on the interface of the Night Path system. Task: prevent Z from destroying ENDPONT Island. Objective: to avert calamity for the world's inhabitants, Z's reckless actions must be halted. While the intention to eradicate pirates in pursuit of justice is understandable, disregarding the lives of innocent civilians is utterly unacceptable. To prevent such occurrences, decisive action is required. Task reward: 1,000 experience points. Task penalty: deduction of 500 experience points and annihilation of the Swordmaster's pet. Binz glanced at Wu Li, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Z also turned his gaze, while Ein fixed his attention on Wu Li, already possessing an answer in his mind. Chapter 101. Dialogue. Not far from the port, several naval warships were cutting through the waves, including a vessel bearing the insignia of the world government. The commander in a black uniform glared at Wu Li and Binz as they broke free from the encirclement, his face contorted with rage. Clenching his teeth and fists, he roared in frustration. How could they escape, letting them slip away like this? He turned to the side, addressing Admiral Stoloberry with suppressed fury. "Why aren't you taking action, Stoloberry? Your inaction is a dereliction of duty." Stoloberry replied coolly, "It is not for you to dictate my course of action." At these words, the commander's expression darkened considerably, and he retorted angrily, "Humph, while I cannot command you, I will report this to higher authorities. Let us see if you remain so composed then." Suddenly, a sailor reported, "Admiral, they are about to arrive." "The Admiral has arrived?" The commander immediately turned his gaze toward the port, and indeed, he could see the warships nearing the docks, particularly the one adorned with the world government's emblem, which brought a look of delight to his face. He cast a triumphant glance at Stoloberry, only to find him with his eyes closed, expression unchanged. With a scoff, he awaited the Admiral's arrival. On the other side of the island, at the hot spring inn, steam billowed around, and the warm waters provided unparalleled relaxation. Fatigue seemed to dissipate with every moment spent in the springs, inducing a languid desire to do nothing but soak. In a peculiar scene, a skeleton was also enjoying the hot spring. Amidst the swirling mist, a head emerged from one of the pools, exclaiming, "You've finally arrived. I was about to doze off waiting for you." "Admiral Akiji." Luffy and the others exclaimed in shock, jolting upright, their faces etched with seriousness as they cautiously regarded the emerging Akiji, preparing for battle, while the skeleton brook remained oblivious to the situation. Meanwhile, Wu Li, Ein inquired, a mix of tentative certainty in his voice. Wu Li unveiled his robe, revealing his visage, much to Ein's surprise as she accurately deduced his identity. The newly initiated naval recruits, who had previously been perplexed by Wu Li's identity, now received clarity. Upon seeing Wu Li's unveiled face, Ein softly inquired, "Wu Li, I suspected it was you. It has not been long since we last met. Yet I am astonished by the magnitude of your strength and the manner of your arrival here." Of course, she recalled vividly, having observed the swordsmanship Wu Li exhibited. She had already surmised his identity. During their time at the dojo, they had engaged in numerous sparring sessions. Thus, she was quite familiar with Wu Li's distinctive swordsmanship style. Zephyr regarded Wu Li with a detached demeanor and remarked, "Wu Li, what brings you here?" Ein suddenly found herself momentarily stunned, realizing the incongruity of his presence. After all, he was a naval officer, and it was indeed curious that he should appear here, particularly in a context that did not involve combat with the Navy. Meanwhile, Binz appeared somewhat anxious, eager to contribute to the conversation, yet he found himself at a loss, wishing to inquire about this swordsman named Wu Li, but he was unfamiliar with him, having not been present at that time. Wu Li first addressed Zephyr, saying, "Hello, Teacher Zephyr. I now go by Z. Teacher Z." Wu Li held a profound respect for the elder before him, and stated earnestly, "I have received your kindness during my time at the dojo, and I wish to do what I can in return." Zephyr inquired directly, "Do you know what I am undertaking? Besides, you are a member of the Navy. The cost of such actions may be unbearable. If you wish, you may still leave. We can pretend you were never here, which might be in your best interest." Ein and Binz exchanged glances with Wu Li, acknowledging that this would indeed be the wisest course for him. "I have already come, and I do not wish for your demise." Wu Li continued, recalling the invaluable guidance he had received from Zephyr at the dojo, which had greatly aided him. That experience had imparted a new understanding of combat and allowed him to accumulate invaluable experience, enabling him to hold his ground in the battle against Ryuzu. Zephyr, a renowned master of the Navy, had nurtured many of its outstanding officers, including Tina, whose students had become the backbone of the Navy. The most distinguished among them were the three: the current Fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kazuru, and former Admiral Akiji. Therefore, with such a figure as his mentor, Wu Li had made remarkable progress, and he felt immense gratitude. He was also moved by Zephyr's past, and could not bear the thought of him perishing on this battlefield, which is why he had come. Upon hearing Wu Li's declaration of not wanting him to die, Zephyr burst into laughter. "Ha! You wish for me to live? Everyone must face death. It is only a matter of time." Ayn and Binz chuckled as well, their gazes toward Wu Li becoming somewhat affectionate. As it appeared, he was committed to following them to the end. With such formidable support, this could only bode well for the new Navy. However, they were puzzled when, after his laughter, Zephyr suddenly fell silent, prompting their curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr asked, "Do you know what we are preparing to do?" "I do," Wu Li replied. Zephyr continued, "Do you endorse my methods?" "I do not," Wu Li stated firmly. Zephyr's gaze sharpened on Wu Li, and Ayn and Binz felt a tightening in their chests as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. "I merely wish for you to live. I cannot condone your methods, as they would implicate too many innocent lives." Zephyr's expression darkened, his eyes fixed on Wu Li, who met his stare with calm resolve. "Leave now. You are not needed here," Ayn and Binz called out to Zephyr. With that, Zephyr vanished, rejoining the fray with the Marines. Ayn looked at the silent Wu Li, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately chose to remain silent and return to battle. "We have long resolved to follow Teacher Z to the death. His will is our will. In the battle for the New World, Teacher Z is willing to bear all sins to eradicate their source. Though I am reluctant to think about it, Teacher Z has already wagered his life. While your desire to repay kindness is moving, your refusal to embrace our cause marks you as our adversary. Perhaps departing is indeed a wise choice. We will emerge victorious in this conflict." Binz suddenly launched into a lengthy discourse, ensnaring the Marines attempting to ambush Wu Li with his plant manipulation. He too began to engage in the battle, determined to exert every effort to secure victory in the New World extermination war. Wu Li stood there in a daze, the cacophony of the battlefield seemingly fading into the distance. His dim eyes lifted to gaze upon the scene before him. Whether the Navy or the newly established Navy, each fought with unwavering resolve, risking their very lives, their expressions resolute, showing no signs of retreat. The battlefield was vast, yet it felt as though there was no space for him within it. What was termed a battle felt strikingly out of place. Wu Li began to question his own resolve, his vision clouded by the smoke of battle, leaving him uncertain of his rightful place in this world. He found himself grappling with the very essence of his existence, propelled forward by the tasks assigned by the system, yet never achieving perfection in any of them. The Marines cast their gazes upon the dazed figure, brandishing their weapons and charging towards him. However, they were intercepted by the newly recruited sailors, who could not help but exclaim, "To be distracted on the battlefield is tantamount to courting death. Everyone is fighting desperately to defeat the enemy. Yet you stand there in a stupor. Get ready to fight." While uncertain if the dazed one was one of their own, the new sailor uttered a few words before returning to combat. Having just shielded the bewildered swordsman from an attack, he felt he had done enough. Whether the swordsman remained in his daze was no longer his concern, allowing him to fend for himself. On this battlefield, the fallen were numerous, their bodies strewn across the expansive ground. Some lay lifeless, while others succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the chaos of battle. The only imperative remaining was to fight. Soon, the Marines turned their attention to Wu Li, their eyes gleaming with mockery as they jeered. "Look at that fool. Paralyzed by fear, he dares not move. How laughable. Let us rid ourselves of him, lest he becomes an eyesore." "Agreed, let us slay him." A dozen Marines lunged forward with sinister grins, their naval uniforms stained crimson, their blades dripping with blood, permeating the air with a pungent scent of carnage. In that moment, their murderous intent was palpable, ready to claim Wu Li's life. As the battlefield divided them into factions, the glimmering blades sought to descend upon Wu Li, a flash of light erupting in their midst. A fierce gale whipped through, carrying dust and debris towards the Marines, sweeping them off their feet. As they struggled to regain their balance, they beheld a peculiar one-legged bird, its feathers shimmering with luster. To their astonishment, it appeared to wield control over the wind. "Master of the sword, Wu Li, why do you stand there in a daze? Were it not for my divine presence, you would have perished beneath their blades. If you die, what becomes of me? Let me think. You are destined to perish eventually, for the human lifespan is fleeting, unlike us divine creatures who effortlessly endure through the ages. Yet, you are my master. To lose you now means I may not return for ages. I've only just emerged, and I have yet to master my grand techniques. Are you truly uninterested in witnessing the skills of a divine beast? Wu Li remained still, unperturbed by the approaching marine forces. Utilizing his swiftness and the sharpness of his claws, Shangyang adeptly shielded his sword master. Meanwhile, an uninvited group arrived on the battlefield, causing a palpable tremor among the Navy and the newly formed Marines. It was none other than the Straw Hat Pirates. This infamous crew was known for stirring up considerable commotion wherever they appeared, and their presence here added immense pressure to both the Navy and the new recruits. Zephyr smirked slightly. Indeed, the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, had arrived. Chapter 103. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate from a vantage point above. Akiji surveyed the entire battlefield, keenly aware of the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. Yet, as he recalled something, he began searching for a particular figure. It didn't take long for him to spot a dazed silhouette. That bird was all too familiar, but its owner seemed inexplicably inactive. Akiji furrowed his brow, pondering why this individual, who had spoken so much at the hot spring, now remained so passive. His previous reluctance to agree with Wu Li stemmed from the futility of persuasion. Otherwise, he would have already convinced Zephyr. Those blinded by hatred are impervious to reason. Though he had his doubts about Wu Li's capabilities, witnessing his current demeanor left him somewhat disheartened. Words hold little value without action. It is far better to strive, even if one falters, than to abandon one's principles. Like the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who steadfastly remains true to himself, Akiji had placed his hopes in them. His gaze gradually grew indifferent as he shifted his focus. Such individuals no longer warranted his attention. What truly captured his interest now was the familiar aura emanating from the Navy, for he had recognized which admiral had arrived. A small girl with pink hair appeared beside Wu Li. She gazed at the despondent Wu Li, her expression as cold as ice. And a surge of uncontrollable rage suddenly welled up within her, accumulating steadily. Clenching her fists until her fingers turned pale, the once diminutive figure of hers began to grow in stature, and with a powerful swing, she struck Wu Li squarely in the face. Bang! Wu Li was hurled several meters away, a bruise appearing on his face. As he raised his head, a look of astonishment flickered in his dim eyes. Bonnie. He was taken aback by the unexpected presence of Jewelry Bonnie, who had previously declared her intention not to partake in this affair. Moreover, he was astonished to see her restored to her full size, no longer resembling a little girl. You big-headed fool. Jewelry Bonnie bent down and seized Wu Li by the collar, delivering a flurry of blows. The scene was so terrifying that Shangyang dared not look directly at it. Feeling a deep sympathy for Wu Li, who could only murmur, "That's enough. If you keep hitting him like this, you'll kill him. Mind your own business, or I'll take you down with him." Jewelry Bonnie retorted fiercely, sending Shangyang flying several meters back, his sympathetic gaze lingering on Wu Li as if to say, "I've done my best. What are you doing here? Just standing around?" She scolded. "I had some respect for you. But look at you now. You're nothing but a worthless mess." Jewelry Bonnie continued angrily. "From the very beginning, I warned you about the challenges of this endeavor. You were resolute in your decision to proceed, and now you're hesitating? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? If you had fallen into the ocean back then, should I have started doubting whether you stumbled in by accident or chose to throw yourself in? I saved you on a whim. Whether you live or die afterward is your affair. Do your utmost and leave the rest to fate. Follow your heart and pursue what you truly desire. As for what lies ahead, that is a matter for another day. Do your utmost and leave the rest to fate." This sudden declaration jolted Wu Li awake, and the previously dull shine in his eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. The very things he had longed to pursue, or was in the midst of pursuing, had begun to falter due to others' words, leading him to contemplate giving up. "You love the sea. I once cherished you. Although some things cannot be retained, and may not yield a favorable outcome or conclusion, does that mean we should refrain from pursuing them or from loving? To have encountered each other and shared a portion of our journey is sufficient. Those who depart deserve a heartfelt farewell, and those who arrive should be greeted warmly. If you still have affection, then act upon it. If you still care, then remain." Jewelry Bonnie poured her heartfelt sentiments into Wu Li, surprisingly moved in a way seldom seen. Had her former subordinates witnessed her vulnerability, they would surely have been left astounded. Yet, there were no former subordinates present. only the newly formed Navy and Marines. Upon seeing Jewelry Bonnie, they exclaimed, the notorious generation, the pirate supernova, the gluttonous Jewelry Bonnie. As they sought to find pirates other than the Straw Hat crew, the Marines recalled intelligence about Jewelry Bonnie, their vigilance heightened as they began to encircle her, preparing to strike. Before their incredulous eyes, Jewelry Bonnie transformed back into a child. Damn it, the heartfelt words I shared were so nauseating that I nearly exhausted my strength. And now my identity is revealed. You must protect me now. If we survive, you owe me a grand feast. Jewelry Bonnie said in a light, youthful voice. All right, to your heart's content. Wu Li responded, no longer able to remain passive upon witnessing Jewelry Bonnie's exposed identity, his sword drawn, eyes fixed on the looming Marines. With a single stroke, within 100 meters, not a single Marine stood. Beyond that distance, the Marines stared in disbelief at the figure whose face resembled that of a pig. Wu Li's gaze fell upon a straw hat situated in the explosives-laden rocky terrain. In an instant, his figure transformed into a swift beam of sword light as he rushed forward to seize it. Both ZFA, engaged in battle, and the straw-hatted youth, Luffy, displayed expressions of shock and anger, attempting to intervene, but they were a moment too late. Chapter 104. Relocation of Luffy. Who are you? Return my hat at once. It is entrusted to me by Shanks. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity as he regarded this sudden intruder. The primary motive for his presence was to reclaim the Straw Hat and to nullify Ain's devil fruit abilities affecting Nami and Robin. Yet, this stranger, upon his arrival, had snatched the hat away, compelling Luffy to halt, struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the individual. ZFA turned to Wu Li, brow furrowed, and spoke in a low voice. It appears you have no intention of departing. What is the meaning of your current actions? It seems your perspectives and allegiances have shifted entirely to the opposing side. Luffy's eyes flashed with surprise. It was evident that the two were acquainted. Wu Li spoke with a grave tone. I remain steadfast in my conviction. Engaging in battle with the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, will only lead to mutual destruction, providing an opportunity for others to exploit. The Navy has already encircled this area. Why not grant both you and your student a means of retreat? Upon hearing the term student, Zephyr's heart wavered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his resolve. His expression darkened, and with a cold demeanor, he replied, if I had wished to retreat, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Should you refuse to depart and attempt to thwart my plans, do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness. His colossal crushing machine emitted a thunderous roar, poised to transform into a most ferocious weapon. Although Wu Li's apparent betrayal of the Navy and his quest to repay a debt of gratitude stirred some emotions within him, differing ideologies rendered further discussion unnecessary. Wu Li remained silent, instead casting his gaze upon Luffy. Waving the straw hat in his hand, he declared, if you wish to reclaim your hat, then come forth. As his words echoed, Wu Li swiftly donned the hat upon his head and departed without a backward glance. Luffy glanced at Zephyr, then at the retreating figure of Wu Li, his teeth clenched in frustration, his eyes brimming with resentment as he exclaimed, damn it. After a moment of turmoil, he chose not to continue entangling himself with Zephyr and hastened after Wu Li. Although he yearned to contest with this elder, the despicable thief had dashed his hopes. The straw hat entrusted to him by Shanks was something he could not afford to lose. Yet, he was not alone in his bitterness. Zephyr shared the sentiment. However, he refrained from obstructing Luffy's departure, directing his ire instead towards the advancing Navy forces, sending them flying with his colossal machine of destruction. Oh, this troublesome fellow who lurks in the shadows has interrupted my enjoyment of a splendid spectacle. It seems I cannot sit idly by and reap the rewards. Mused the figure at the wartime command center. Standing among several individuals, the foremost was a man with black curly hair, clad in a yellow and white striped suit. Draped in the righteous uniform of the Navy, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Behind him stood a cadre of others, including Stollyberry, the Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Comer, and Ghost Spider. Their expressions remained impassive in response to Kizaru's remarks, lacking engagement. Kizaru, the higher-ups are taking this matter quite seriously. We hope you can manage it well and avoid any unforeseen incidents. Among the figures clad in white suits with dark ties and masks, one spoke on behalf of their collective will. Rest assured, there will be no errors. Kizaru, with a smile that concealed his emotions behind sunglasses, replied, I did not expect Mariewa to regard this trivial issue with such gravity. dispatching the esteemed Cipher Pole, ages 0 to oversee operations. It has truly taken me by surprise. Admiral Kazuru, you jest. This is no trifling matter. While the world may be ignorant, if the destruction of Endpoint Island triggers seismic reactions, it could spell doom for the world. The dignitaries of Mariewa are filled with trepidation. It was said that this Z was once a mentor to you, and thus, we were assigned here as a precaution. Cipher Pole, Aegis 0, the world's strongest intelligence agency, operates not under the world government, but directly under the nobility of the celestial dragons. Stollyberry, the Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, Comer, and Ghost Spider bore traces of anger. The celestial dragons feared losing all they controlled and did not trust the Navy. Despite their reluctance to confront their former teacher, Zephyr, they felt the weight of the situation. In response to CP0's words, Kazuru remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. I understand. I shall resolve this matter satisfactorily without sloth. With the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy, stepping away from his battle with Teacher Z, he must be feeling bored. I too find myself somewhat weary. I shall go entertain him. Do not disturb us. With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, racing towards the battlefield's epicenter where Zephyr stood, while the contingent of vice admirals remained motionless. Chapter 105. The reason for combat. Hey you, return my straw hat. Luffy cried out, fervently pursuing Wu Li, his eyes fixed on the receding figure. Yet, Wu Li paid no heed to Luffy's shouts, even quickening his pace, which only fueled Luffy's fury. His hands stretched like rubber, aiming to seize the fleeing Wu Li, but as Wu Li sensed his movement, he evaded capture with a sudden flicker of motion. As Luffy launched a series of long-range assaults, Wu Li began to struggle in evading, at times narrowly escaping the onslaught, until he finally reached the battleground where Ein and Zoro clashed. Bang! Ein and Zoro's figures intertwined, the metallic clang of their weapons resonating through the air. The clash of swords illuminating the scene. As they drew nearer, an overwhelming gust of wind accompanied the fearsome force, instilling dread in those who witnessed it. Luffy, Wu Li, Zoro, evading another attack, caught sight of Luffy and the figure adorned with the familiar straw hat, his surprise mirroring Ein's astonishment. That despicable thief has stolen my straw hat. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's gaze immediately fell upon the hat atop Wu Li's head, and in that instant, he comprehended the situation. Wu Li gazed at Ein and remarked, Ein, there is no need for you to engage in combat any longer. Before Ein could respond, a flash of crimson light flickered in Zoro's eyes as he retorted, that is not for you to decide. Upon hearing this, a surge of power emanated from Ein as he fixed his gaze upon Zoro, who had assumed a battle-ready stance with his sword. Zoro, too, ignited with fierce combat spirit, entering a state of readiness for battle. The two stood in opposition, poised to resume their clash at any moment. Second gear, Luffy murmured, entering his second gear combat state. His body glowing crimson as steam billowed around him, fixated intently on Wu Li. Without hesitation, he launched an assault, his fist extending with tremendous force aimed directly at Wu Li's face, while Zoro and Ein also prepared to unleash their attacks. Wait! Wu Li's sudden voice left them momentarily stunned, while Luffy's fist halted just a mere 3 centimeters from Wu Li. Despite the pause, the fierce force of his punch tore through the fabric concealing Wu Li's face. It's you. A voice rang out, laced with surprise and an undercurrent of murderous intent. Emanating from Zoro, Zoro's opponent, Ein, could distinctly sense that Zoro's murderous aura had shifted elsewhere. Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, it's been a while. I trust you have been well. Wu Li greeted them with an air of ease. Do we know each other? Luffy asked with a puzzled expression, turning to Zoro and pointing at Wu Li, who looked like a battered pig. Who is he? I don't recall him. Zoro, do you know? Zoro, feeling exasperated, retorted. He is that naval colonel. The one who knows you all too well. Huh, a naval colonel? Knows me? Luffy mused, pressing a finger to his lips as he fell into contemplation. Just as Zoro was about to speak, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I remember now. So it's you. Zoro, taken aback, wore an expression of resignation and remarked, It seems you finally recalled. Did you undergo plastic surgery? No wonder I didn't recognize you. Luffy, observing the straw hat atop Wu Li's head, exclaimed indignantly, Regardless of that, why did you take my straw hat? Wu Li's acquaintance with the Straw Hat crew? Ein also noticed the hat atop Wu Li's head and inquired with curiosity, Wu Li, what do you wish to convey? Luffy and Zoro likewise turned their attention, uncertain of his intentions. Meanwhile, in the distance, Binz and Sanji, engaged in battle, sensed the peculiar situation and felt a deep sense of bewilderment. Wu Li gazed at Ain and Luffy, speaking earnestly. I assert that you possess no justification for combat. There exists no necessity to persist in this struggle. How can there be no reason? My companions have yet to recover. Zoro replied in a somber tone. That reason is indeed sufficient. Previously, Ain's ability to regress had caused Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Brook to revert a decade, which was the very impetus for their arrival here. Ain would assist them in their restoration. Ain regarded Wu Li with hesitation, uncertain of the rationale behind his words. Perceiving Ain's bewilderment, Wu Li continued, with such formidable adversaries as the Navy already in play, it is unwise to create more enemies. By merely lifting the abilities cast upon our companions, we could diminish these foes. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Subsequently, we can concentrate our forces to confront the Navy's looming threat, for they are not to be trifled with. And what about my hat? Luffy exclaimed. Wooly removed the straw hat from his head and gazed deeply at it. This was the hat that bore the legacy of the Pirate King's will. Without hesitation, he tossed it to Luffy. As the hat soared through the air, Luffy extended his arms to catch it, examining it carefully for any signs of damage before joyfully placing it atop his head. It's Admiral Kizaru. A sudden chorus of exclamations erupted, startling Wooly and the others. Had the Admiral already arrived? They turned their attention to the center of the battlefield, where Zephyr was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Kizaru, the colossal machinery of destruction roaring around them. Chapter 106. Agreement. Ain observed the aging figure, who despite his evident struggle, continued to fight valiantly. A pallor crossed her delicate features, and urgency sparked in her eyes as she yearned to rush over and assist Zephyr. However, the moment she moved, she found herself obstructed, forced to halt amidst the swirling dust. Hey, you can't just leave like that. The voice belonged to a man with disheveled azure hair, his demeanor chaotic. Ain's gaze darkened, her urgency morphing into fury, an intense killing intent coalescing within her. Step aside. Zoro drew his two swords, stating earnestly, you cannot depart until an agreement has been reached. If you consider this negotiation a failure, then let your blades speak for you. Ain's concern for Zephyr intensified, and witnessing this man obstruct her path ignited her fury beyond containment. She unleashed her formidable killing intent, channeling her power into her sword. And in a flash, she charged at Zoro with a ferocious slash. Bang! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, the ground splintering into countless shards as the sword's energy whipped up a storm of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Zoro! Luffy shouted in alarm. As the dust settled, the situation became clear. Zoro was unharmed, having not even drawn his blade. Luffy's astonishment grew. It was Wooly who had intervened to block Ain's attack. Wooly, are you here to stop me as well? Wooly sheathed his sword and turned to Ain, saying, I understand your concern for Teacher Z, but your haste is ill-advised. Excessive worry breeds chaos. The general has already entered the fray, and while the lieutenant generals have yet to appear, they are likely present. To summon additional foes at this juncture would be a most imprudent choice. Consider my proposal. The conflict between you and the Straw Hat crew is entirely unnecessary and can be averted. Upon hearing this, Ain remained troubled. Though the murderous intent she harbored had diminished significantly, replaced by a flicker of hesitation in her gaze towards Wooly. Internally, she grappled with her convictions. Teacher Z harbored a profound disdain for pirates, a sentiment she shared. The notion of compromising with them sat ill with her. Yet the urgency of the situation loomed large, and to yield would mean betraying the very principles they had upheld throughout this war. Conversely, her refusal to compromise would only heighten Teacher Z's peril. After much inner turmoil, she arrived at a decision. She retracted her sword, turned to Zoro, and with gritted teeth declared, allow me to assist Teacher Z first, and afterward. I shall rescind my powers from your companions. That's unacceptable. You must first lift your powers, Zoro retorted. I cannot trust you. Last time we saved your captain, we were met with ingratitude. Ain's face flushed with anger, but at Wooly's continued gestures, she ultimately quelled her fury and acquiesced. They proceeded toward the ongoing battle involving the Straw Hat crew, with Ain sprinting ahead, surprising both Luffy and Zoro with her speed. Her intention was to nullify her powers as swiftly as possible. Without Wooly's presence, she would never have compromised, yet her heart was still filled with resentment. They soon encountered Robin, who was fiercely engaged against a multitude of Marines. A voice resonated through the chaos, 30-round flower, hook claw. In an instant, a flurry of blossoms erupted as two colossal arms, formed from 30 hands, emerged from the back of the Marines. Before they could react, one of Robin's oversized arms tightened around a Marine's jaw in a V shape, rendering him breathless and gasping for air. Yet before he could escape, the other arm ensnared his head, twisting it with a sharp crack. The Marines fell into unconsciousness, their struggles ceasing as Robin's arms dissolved back into petals. "Luffy! Zoro!" Robin exclaimed, her relief evident upon seeing them, particularly Luffy, who had successfully reclaimed his cherished straw hat, half of their grand mission accomplished. Ion's presence naturally aroused Robin's wariness. She cast a questioning glance at Luffy, seeking an explanation. "Robin, she is here to help you regain your powers. You'll be back to normal soon," Luffy replied with a broad grin. Robin, entranced by Luffy's innocent smile, glanced at Zoro. He seemed a more reliable source of information than Luffy when it came to matters of trust. Seeing Robin's inquiring gaze, Zoro nodded affirmatively, confirming Luffy's words. "Hey, Robin, don't you trust me?" Luffy asked. "Not really," Robin replied with a chuckle, then turned her attention to Wooly before finally resting her gaze on Iron. Chapter 107. Zifa vs. Kizaru. "I'm just surprised you managed to convince her to relinquish her devil fruit powers for us," Robin remarked. "It wasn't us who persuaded her," Zoro replied flatly. Robin observed Ion's impassive demeanor and sensed her inner turmoil, glancing curiously at Wooly. This individual seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had encountered him before. "I have no time for idle chatter," Ion declared coldly, her urgency palpable. With that, she stepped closer to Robin, extending a slender, pale hand that glowed with a radiant light upon contact. Under the watchful eyes of Wooly and the others, Robin gasped as her body began to transform. Her flawless skin flushed with a delicate pink, her figure becoming more statuesque as her dress grew ill-fitting. If Sanji had witnessed this transformation, he would have surely swooned. "All right, on to the next." Ion retracted her hand and moved on, eager to assist the next individual. With one hand, she could reverse aging by 12 years. With the other, she could nullify her own powers. Impatience gnawed at her. She longed to return to her teacher's side. Meanwhile, Wooly observed the fierce clash between Zifa and Kizaru. Fearing the potential detonation of the explosive rocks, he recalled a new task generated by the heroic path system. Task: prevent Z from destroying Yendipyogenti Island. Objective: to avert catastrophe for the world's inhabitants, Z's reckless actions must be curtailed. While the desire to eradicate pirates and eliminate evil is understandable, the disregard for innocent lives is absolutely unacceptable. To prevent such occurrences, action must be taken. Task reward: 1,000 experience points. Task penalty: deduct 500 experience points. Obliterate the Swordmaster's pet. Just as Ion began to nullify the devil fruit powers affecting the Straw Hat members, the battle between Zifa and Kizaru intensified. "I recall telling you that you rely too heavily on your devil fruit," Zifa remarked, a dark silhouette streaking through the air, accompanied by the thunderous roar of machinery. Zifa's colossal crushing machine, enveloped in ominous black hockey, hurtled toward Kizaru, who remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher Zifa, don't trouble yourself with lecturing me. You've grown old, and this era no longer belongs to you." With that, Kizaru inserted his hands into his pockets. Leaping into the air, his right leg, radiating with golden light, descended upon Zifa's massive machine with tremendous force. Bang! The clash of titanic powers erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered the very ground beneath them as rocks were pulverized into dust. It was as if a battle of deities had commenced. The earth trembled and collapsed under the strain, while Kizaru's coat billowed violently in the chaos. The collision between fist and machine shattered the air itself. Kizaru stood firm, an unwavering figure amidst the storm, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze chillingly indifferent. Kizaru had once been his student, yet their relationship had always been fraught with tension. "You have never been one to heed counsel. I shall make you recognize your folly." Zifa stepped forward, his foot striking the ground with a thunderous roar, exuding an overwhelming, suffocating aura that darkened the sky. The relentless sound of the crusher reverberated around them as he lifted it once more, gathering immense power, causing the air to whistle and a fierce wind to howl. With a low shout that echoed like thunder, he unleashed a punch, sending forth a terrifying wave of energy from the crusher, as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth, surging towards Kizaru. The latter, suddenly tensing his body into a defensive stance, remarked with a chuckle, "Oh, you wish to use that strength again? It seems you still possess some vigor." His words, seemingly light-hearted, belied the seriousness that replaced the smile on his face, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Despite his age, the man before him remained formidable, demanding utmost caution. Kizaru summoned the Amaterasu sword, gathering photons to form a radiant blade, his powerful aura erupting as he swung it to counter Zifa's attack, as if intending to cleave through the very fabric of space itself. A thunderous clash ensued as their tremendous powers collided, the earth beneath them seeming to tear apart. The battlefield engulfed in a cloud of dust that concealed their figures. The brilliance of the Amaterasu sword, imbued with terrifying force, descended upon the massive crusher, sparking violent clashes of metal and showers of sparks. The overwhelming strength radiated from the two combatants, transforming into a blinding beam that spread outward, the ground beneath them cracking under the pressure. The intense wind pressure forced the marine soldiers to halt, struggling against the onslaught of the gale. With a resounding crash, the ground erupted as countless rocks and soil were sent flying, the island trembling as the air around their battle point rippled with shock waves, scattering the long-accumulated dark clouds in the sky. With a sudden crack, fissures appeared on the massive crusher, and Zifa coughed up blood, unable to withstand the force. As he was hurled backward, he crashed onto the ground several dozen meters away, his momentum carrying him until he finally came to a halt, leaving a long trench behind him. Recognizing Zifa's waning strength and significant decline in power, Kizaru muttered nonchalantly, "It seems age has truly caught up to you. Your current strength is even weaker than in our last encounter, quite alarming." He sheathed the Amaterasu sword, gazing towards the dust-filled trench where Zifa lay, the reflection in his sunglasses obscuring his eyes. The sword transformed back into light, merging seamlessly into his being, leaving no trace behind. This marked Kizaru's second encounter with Zifa since their days at the Navy Academy, a poignant reminder of the once heroic figure now past his prime. "Z-Teacher," concerned voices echoed across the battlefield as comrades wished to rush to his aid, yet found themselves entangled with enemies. Ein, who was liberating Brooke from the effects of her retreat fruitability, also took note of the battlefield, witnessing Zifa being struck down by Kizaru. She, alongside the other Marines, called out, "Z-Teacher," and tears welled in her eyes. Seeing the tears glisten like pearls, Wooly fell silent, as did Luffy and the others. "That old man won't die so easily," Luffy stated resolutely. Brooke added reassuringly, "Miss Swordsman, do not weep. As Luffy said, he will not perish. I have dispelled the fruit ability affecting your comrade. You may leave, and we will not interfere, but do not obstruct me again." Ein scanned the faces of Luffy, Brooke, Nami, and others, her gaze lingering on Zoro, who felt a bit uncomfortable. Zoro chuckled awkwardly. "Since you have fulfilled your agreement by returning our captain's straw hat and lifting the powers from our companions, we will not hinder you any further. My quarrel lies only with someone else." Ein turned her attention to Wu Li, who nodded in agreement, preparing to assist Zifa. "Wait," Ein and Wu Li halted. Noticing Zoro's cautious expression, Zoro pointed at Wu Li, stating, "I have a question. This guy isn't one of your crew, right? I remember the last time we encountered him. He was still a Marine." Robin and the others looked at Wu Li, recalling their previous encounter and the unresolved battle that had left Zoro uneasy for quite some time. "So it was him. I couldn't tell he was a Marine," they mused, realizing he had been the intermediary that led to their reconciliation with Ein. Ein regarded Wu Li, who shrugged with an air of resignation. She refrained from delving into their past grievances, stating coolly, "He is certainly our comrade, and not just him. We too were once Marines." A chill laced Ein's voice, her eyes flashing with warning. If Zoro continued to obstruct her, or Wu Li, she would not hesitate to engage in battle, having already considered Wu Li a partner, despite their differing ideologies. Zoro appeared poised to continue, but Luffy stepped forward beside him. Zoro paused as Luffy lowered his straw hat, saying, "Zoro, since we have an agreement, we must adhere to it, and they have fulfilled their part. We cannot go back on our word." Upon hearing this, Zoro relented, directing his gaze back at Wu Li, still harboring a hint of animosity. Wu Li, noticing Ein's defense of him, felt a warmth in his heart and smiled at Zoro's frustration. He then turned towards Luffy and the others, who had relaxed their guard. It seems you all have grown complacent, believing everything is resolved. However, the upcoming battle does not concern you. I believe you are mistaken. Luffy and the others exchanged glances of confusion as Wu Li continued. You are the most active pirate crew, and the Marines will not let you escape so easily. For you are pirates. Good luck. Before his words could fully settle, Wu Li and Ein vanished from sight, racing towards Zifa. Chapter 109, Convergence. As the dust gradually settled, the figure of Zephyr emerged. He struggled to rise, his tattered garments stained with splotches of crimson blood, attempting to speak. With hands muddied by the haze of battle, he tried to stifle the blood spilling from his mouth, yet his efforts proved futile as it continued to seep through his fingers. Zephyr remained unresponsive to the new recruits of the Navy, for the blood in his mouth rendered him speechless. Instead, he fixated his gaze on Kizaru, several hundred meters away, his eyes betraying a deep sense of helplessness. Although he yearned to tell Kizaru that he had chosen the wrong path, he found himself powerless to act. Nevertheless, he was determined to ensure the survival of his students and subordinates, requiring strength to prevent the tragic events of the past from repeating. With this thought, a resolute expression crossed Zephyr's face as he forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth and grasped a fallen vial, consuming its contents eagerly. Kizaru watched with a smirk as Zephyr prepared for the inevitable confrontation, his body transforming into a radiant beam of light, appearing instantaneously before Zephyr. How relentless you are! Zephyr scoffed, the roar of the colossal machine reverberating around them. The effects of the medicine took hold swiftly, invigorating his body. Kizaru, noticing Zephyr's indomitable spirit, adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, "Very well, Zephyr. I shall demonstrate that my path is indeed the correct one. Your stubbornness is your downfall." Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew observed the retreating figures of Wooly and Ein, their previously relaxed tension returning. Nami recalled Akiji's intel and smiled, realizing that the Navy's primary objective was to prevent the world's destruction, thus they would likely not focus too intently on them. The crew nodded in agreement, reassured by Zephyr and the new recruits' efforts to hold back the Navy, allowing them to escape. However, the Straw Hat members had yet to regroup, their attention drawn to Sanji, who was still engaged in combat with Benz. Sanji, feeling a sense of unease at the appearance of Admiral Kizaru, reflected on the past encounter at Sabaody Archipelago, where the Admiral had left an indelible mark of fear. Despite his increased strength, he felt no confidence in defeating Kizaru. Thus, his plan was to finish off the plant-controlling adversary before making a hasty exit, lest he suffer a fate similar to that of his comrades in Sabaody. Benz was equally puzzled by the unexpected alliance between Luffy and the female swordsman, who should have been their foes. He was more concerned about the battle unfolding with Zephyr. Just then, two voices reached their ears, halting their movements. Ein and Nami were approaching. Sanji, confused, inquired, "Nami, what is going on? How are you with them?" Nami pointed to Luffy and herself, grinning. "Just as you see it." Luffy retrieved his hat, and we regained our strength. We have no reason to fight anymore. Benz glanced at Ein, who nodded in affirmation. Sanji, however, could hardly tear his gaze from Nami, her form accentuated by her attire, eliciting an uncontrollable nosebleed. "Congratulations, Nami. You've grown." Nami, noticing Sanji's lecherous stare, flushed with indignation and promptly struck him. "Perish." High above, Akiji raised an eyebrow, observing the cheerful camaraderie of the Straw Hat crew as they celebrated their reunion. He had anticipated a fierce clash between the temperamental Zephyr and the spirited Monkey D. Luffy. Yet the situation had unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Akiji scratched his head, shifting his gaze to Wooly, who was dashing about the battlefield, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The Straw Hat crew was no longer the deciding factor. They had become the most likely outsiders to escape. It seemed he had misjudged the young boy, whose sudden appearance had subtly altered the battlefield's dynamics. Akiji found himself increasingly curious about Wooly and the extent of his capabilities. As for Kizaru, his expression darkened upon witnessing Zephyr's injuries, the atmosphere growing noticeably chillier. The relationship between Kizaru and Zephyr had never been cordial, and now, Kizaru showed no restraint in his actions. Yet, someone had to intervene against Zephyr's actions. The other admirals were incapable of stepping in, leaving them to await the outcome. The Navy, too, had taken note of the Straw Hat crew amidst the chaos. Despite the fierce battle between Kizaru and Zephyr capturing most of the attention, The crew's presence was unmistakable in the expansive battlefield. They were notorious for surviving the Marineford War and were now targeting Yendipionenti Island, just as Zephyr was. Members of GP0, clad in white suits and dark ties, observed the joyful figure of Luffy in his straw hat, one of them commenting on their previous encounter with Zephyr, recognizing that the Straw Hats were not the type to engage in such behavior, regardless of their purpose for being here. Since they are pirates who have repeatedly attacked the Celestial Dragons, it is fitting to eradicate these pirates in one fell swoop. The members of GP0 spoke in a calm tone, yet the palpable aura of killing intent surrounded them. The Navy Vice Admirals, including Fire Mountain, did not express any opinions on this matter, save for their surprise at the appearance of the Straw Hat crew. Their primary focus remained on the two figures of Kizaru and Zephyr, acknowledging that Monkey D., Luffy of the Straw Hats, represents a significant threat for the future. A realization birthed from the events of the Marineford War. Zephyr and Kizaru were locked in combat, although Zephyr had regained some strength due to medication, allowing him to continue the fight. He was still being suppressed by Kizaru, who had yet to unleash his full power. The clash between Kizaru's light-infused leg and Zephyr's massive crushing machine reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air. Zephyr's feet were already embedded in the ground. With a fierce roar, he tensed every muscle in his body, pushing back against Kizaru's force. At that moment, Kizaru, while engaged with Zephyr, caught sight of Luffy and his crew dispatching waves of attacking Marines and appeared to be preparing to leave, causing him to lose focus. It is a cardinal sin to let one's attention wander in a life-or-death duel, and Kizaru's overconfidence proved to be his folly. Seizing the opportunity, Zephyr's eyes gleamed with determination. Borsellino, to lose focus in battle, how audacious of you! Zephyr scoffed, capitalizing on the opening to strike, his crushing machine firmly grasping Kizaru's right leg. A tremendous flash of light erupted from the colossal machine as a violent force began to coalesce, whipping surrounding dust into a frenzy. Crush short strike. The explosive mechanisms concealed within the machine detonated. A sense of danger surged within Kizaru, who had no time to react as a blinding white light illuminated his impassive face. Admiral Kizaru. The unexpected assault left the surrounding Marines stunned, unable to evade in time, and they gasped in shock. A thunderous explosion resonated. An intensely bright light engulfing the area, resembling a nuclear blast that erupted in all directions, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. The ground beneath them began to fracture, sending debris flying in every direction. As the entire battlefield trembled under the immense force radiating from the epicenter, clouds of dust soaring into the sky. Chapter 111. Kizaru, the nightmare of the Straw Hat crew, what incredible power! Usopp murmured, his eyes wide with awe. In the face of such terrifying might, all eyes were drawn to the unfolding scene, captivated by the spectacle. As the blinding light gradually receded, the onlookers beheld two figures, their hearts pounding with trepidation. They observed that Kizaru stood several meters away, still maintaining a defensive posture against Zephyr's massive machine. Shockingly, most of his body was devastated, his head reduced to half. Yet no blood flowed from his wounds. Instead, a radiant light emanated from them, as brilliant yellow particles began to converge, steadily reconstructing Kizaru's damaged form. His head was the first to be restored, his expression remaining unchanged. After a moment, Kizaru shifted his head slightly, as if reacquainting himself with his body, then looked at Zephyr with a hint of trepidation. "Oh dear, you almost had me there, teacher." Quite terrifying indeed. Zephyr, gasping for breath, fixed a steely gaze on Kizaru, his frustration palpable. "Tell me, teacher, have you slowed down, or have I simply become faster?" Everyone assumed Kizaru had been caught off guard, including Zephyr himself, but he had underestimated the capabilities of Kizaru's fruit. Kizaru embodied light. Had Zephyr been at his peak, he would have never managed to withstand such a powerful blow. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Before long, Kizaru's battered body was entirely restored by the shimmering particles, leaving no trace of his previous injuries. A testament to the extraordinary potential of the Pika Pika no Mi. However, it would be misleading to state that Kizaru was entirely unscathed, for blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a vivid reminder of the battle's toll. Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, "I believe both statements hold truth. What do you think, Zephyr-sensei?" With that, he turned his gaze away from Zephyr and fixed it on Luffy, causing the entire Straw Hat crew to tense up, cold sweat trickling down their backs as a profound sense of crisis enveloped them. They began to repel the attacking Marines, retreating in haste. Though Luffy's instincts screamed of Kizaru's overwhelming strength, he was reluctant to retreat without a fight, only to be forcibly pulled away by Sanji and the others. Kizaru's demeanor further enraged Zephyr, who glared daggers at him, his voice a low growl. "Then let me show you once more." As soon as the words left his lips, Zephyr gritted his teeth. Though he was momentarily drained, he was unwilling to yield, summoning every ounce of strength to launch another attack against Kizaru. The massive crushing machine emitted a thunderous roar akin to a storm, transforming into a dark blur as it surged toward Kizaru. The overwhelming force bore down upon him, the fabric of Kizaru's naval coat billowing as his sunglasses reflected a piercing glint, yet he showed no intention of engaging Zephyr head-on. As Zephyr's colossal machine barreled toward him, Kizaru began to radiate light, gradually intensifying in brilliance. Observing this, Zephyr frowned and accelerated, the immense crushing machine whistling through the air. Bam! The enormous machine struck Kizaru, yet it felt as if it had collided with mere air, the atmosphere quaking violently. Kizaru had transformed into a sphere of light, allowing the massive machine to pass through him and crash into the ground. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying and cracking open fissures, clouds of dust billowing into the sky. This time, Kizaru had evaded the attack by elementalization. While Haki can indeed touch the bodies of Logia users, Kizaru had developed his fruit's powers to an extraordinary height. Intentionally evading Zephyr's attack, which he perceived as slow, was a feat he accomplished with ease. But why did Kizaru evade? What were his intentions? Zephyr suddenly turned around, witnessing Kizaru transform into a streak of light, darting toward the Straw Hat crew at a speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a multitude of luminous particles converged before Luffy and his companions, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, starting from the feet, moving up to the lower body, and finally forming the upper half. The figure was tall and slender, adorned in a yellow and white striped suit, with a navy coat draped over it, its empty sleeves swaying. The head, radiating with glowing yellow orbs, slowly revealed the visage of Kizaru, who stood before Luffy and his crew. As the Straw Hat pirates caught up, they halted in their tracks, tension electrifying the air as if they were facing a formidable foe. Kizaru lifted his gaze slightly, addressing Luffy with a languid tone. "Ah, Straw Hat boy, Monkey D. Luffy, it has been 2 years, and you are eager to leave so soon? That is rather impolite." His words, delivered slowly and monotonously, struck Luffy and his companions like a thunderclap, heralding the arrival of a nightmare. Chapter 112. The fear rooted deep within Kizaru. The mere sight of this figure, a haunting specter from their past that had once instilled utter despair, sent tremors through the hearts of the Straw Hat crew, each reacting in their unique way. Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Frankie felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes fixated on Kizaru as they swiftly prepared for battle. Nami gripped her weather stick tightly. Robin interlaced her fingers, ready to unleash her abilities, her fingers turning pale. Chopper clutched a rumble ball, poised to consume it. Frankie transformed his hand into a mechanical cannon. Sanji shifted his weight to his left leg, charging his right. Zoro rested his hands on the hilts of his swords, his fighting spirit soaring, every ounce of his focus on Kizaru. Thud! Usopp, in stark contrast, stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his face ashen with fear as he cried out, "Kizaru!" Hee. Brook unsheathed his sword, the Soul King seemingly sweating in fright. Usopp! In response to Usopp's panic, Luffy's fists clenched tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. His expression darkened as he bellowed, "Get up!" Zoro and the others remained focused, unwilling to spare even a moment for distraction, for they were aware that this was an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, despite the shadow of fear looming over them. The rest of the Straw Hat crew, though shaken, had grown considerably stronger in the past 2 years, both in battle prowess and mental fortitude. They were tense, alert, yet capable of suppressing their inner fears temporarily. Among the crew, Luffy stood resolute, having faced Kizaru multiple times before, especially after the events of the Marineford War. "We are no longer the same as we were 2 years ago. We have grown strong enough to defeat him. We must confront our fears and shatter them." Luffy's words resonated within the hearts of his crew, alleviating their dread and igniting their fighting spirit. Usopp, shaken by the fear Kizaru instilled, gathered his courage. Rising to his feet, weapon drawn towards Kizaru. Realizing that his reaction had been excessively anxious compared to his comrades, Usopp felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had embarked on this journey to become a great warrior of the sea. Yet here he was, trembling. He shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts, focusing intently on Kizaru. "Well, you do sound confident. Commendable indeed," Kizaru remarked, observing the Straw Hat crew rallying their spirits under Luffy's encouragement. But alas, some gaps cannot be bridged merely with blind confidence or courage. "Shouldn't you have learned this from the great incident 2 years ago? I had assumed you were aware." Luffy shifted slightly, while the others instinctively cast guilt-ridden glances towards the one standing at the forefront, who bore a sorrowful expression, as if carrying an immeasurable burden. They all understood that Luffy's brother, Ace, had perished during that catastrophic event. In his desperate bid to save Ace, Luffy had fought valiantly alongside the Whitebeard pirates, but had ultimately failed. As comrades, their absence during Luffy's time of need weighed heavily on them, leaving him to bear such immense pain alone. Luffy raised his head, his gaze resolute, radiating a fierce determination as he declared, "I will never allow anyone to take away my most important people again, not ever." The agony of losing those dear to him was a pain he never wished to revisit. He would protect his cherished comrades with his fists and his very life. Kizaru raised his hand, pointing at Luffy's head, a hint of regret lacing his voice as he said, "You escaped during the Marineford War, but this time, I shall ensure you remain here forever. You shall not be so fortunate again." A collective tension gripped the crew as Kizaru's fingertip suddenly glimmered, transforming into a radiant cross of light, intensifying their sense of impending danger. Laser. In an instant, a beam shot forth from Kizaru's finger, aimed directly at Luffy, intent on piercing his skull. Boom. The moment the laser fired, a massive explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding earth, flames soaring, and thick smoke billowing, engulfing the Straw Hat crew in chaos. The ferocity of the blast reflected in Kizaru's sunglasses, a haunting spectacle. Chapter 113, The Straw Hat Pirates vs. Kizaru Woolley fixated on the billowing smoke, unable to believe that the Straw Hat crew had fallen so easily. He was no naive Navy officer. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it suddenly began to swirl, and 2 fists shot forth from the fiery haze like bullets, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. Countless fist shadows descended fiercely upon Kizaru. Taken by surprise, Kizaru had no immediate reaction and was struck by those fists, which transformed into innumerable particles of light upon impact. After delivering the attack, his elongated arms swiftly retracted, revealing Luffy's figure to the onlookers. Meanwhile, in the spot where Kizaru had vanished, an abundance of light particles coalesced, restoring his form. Luffy had not employed haki, rendering his pure assault ineffective against Kizaru, who possessed the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. Upon seeing Luffy reappear, Kizaru leisurely pointed his finger at him, a flicker of light igniting as he prepared to unleash another laser attack. Suddenly, a figure streaked through the air. Reflected in Kizaru's sunglasses, Sanji. Sanji's body spun at an incredible speed, dazzling the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, his right leg transformed into a fiery red, emanating an intense heat. Diable Jam. Sanji, utilizing his rapid rotation, ignited his leg to a scorching crimson, then propelled himself forward, morphing into a blazing figure. His formidable kicking technique, Diable Jam, surged through the air toward Kizaru. Sanji's entrance extinguished the brilliance at Kizaru's fingertip, and in response to the swift attack, Kizaru evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding Sanji's strike. With a resounding boom, the powerful and searing wind pressure swept outward, sending countless stones and dirt flying. Although Kizaru had dodged Sanji's assault, he sensed a menacing presence behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had materialized, wielding blades in both hands. With a knife clenched between his teeth, his scarred left eye was tightly shut, while his open right eye radiated an intense brilliance. The aura of murderous intent was palpable, and in the reflection of the flames, this figure resembled an Azura descended upon the mortal realm. Roronoa Zoro intoned, 1080 troubles. The armament haki enveloped 3 swords, unleashing a formidable slash that swept across the space, exuding an overwhelming aura of might. The earth and sky darkened as the air became thick with the essence of the sword. With a resounding clash, Kizaru, instead of evading the cataclysmic sword wave unleashed by Zoro, transformed his legs into beams of light and met Zoro's oncoming attack head-on. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous shockwave erupted between the two, sending powerful winds that dispersed the raging flames and thick smoke. The ground beneath them began to fracture, the cracks spreading outward at a lightning pace, signaling the Earth's impending collapse. It felt as if the entire island trembled under the weight of their clash, instilling a palpable fear in the onlookers. The distant cliffs quaked, fissures forming as torrents of earth cascaded down, larger rocks shattering under the strain, making the entire island sway. As Zoro found himself gradually at a disadvantage in his battle against Kizaru, Luffy's expression turned grave. He swiftly entered a battle stance, activating his haki as his fists coiled with hardened power. With the speed of a machine gun, Luffy unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike resembling a bullet aimed at Kizaru. Kizaru, amplifying his strength, met Zoro's resistance, who gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from his brow. Yet, Zoro could no longer withstand Kizaru's overwhelming might, and he was sent sprawling away. At that moment, Luffy's fists arrived, but Kizaru danced through the storm of punches, evading every blow with his remarkable observation haki. In a flash, Kizaru appeared beside Luffy, his expression unchanged, his leg raised to unleash a terrifying force that emitted blinding light. Luffy's face shifted with alarm. Danger loomed. "Hey, look over here." As Kizaru prepared to strike Luffy, Franky transformed his modified arm into a cannon, launching a relentless barrage at Kizaru. Meanwhile, Nami's weather staff produced bubbles that ascended into the sky, summoning dark clouds that crackled with distant lightning. Usopp retrieved plant seeds from his backpack, targeting Kizaru as monstrous carnivorous flowers sprouted from the seeds, intent on devouring him. Seeing their comrades launch their attacks, Brook and Chopper, hindered by distance, were unable to join in promptly. The area where Kizaru stood was soon engulfed in a multitude of assaults, as the ominous clouds above unleashed dozens of lightning strikes. Gradually dissipating, all eyes were fixed on Kizaru's location, now shrouded in thick smoke that obscured their vision. Gulp. What is going on? Did we take him down? Usopp nervously swallowed, glancing at his companions, only to find Luffy and the others still tense, their expressions serious. He forced a smile, attempting optimism. We must have defeated him, right? With an attack like that, he has to be down. Seeking affirmation, Usopp's smile was strained, resembling a cry rather than joy. Deep down, he questioned whether a Marine Admiral could truly be so easily vanquished. Defeating an Admiral is no easy feat, however. If it were to happen, that would be splendid, but such a possibility is almost non-existent, Brook remarked, his sword emanating a chilling aura as he gathered his strength. The essence of his soul entwining with the blade, ready for battle. His skeletal fingers trembled slightly, battle intent igniting within him. He recalled the encounter from 2 years prior. Now facing Admiral Kizaru, a true test of their training, albeit with a formidable examiner. Sanji, holding an unlit cigarette, spoke somberly. Brook is right. Admiral Kizaru is not someone to be easily defeated. We must remain vigilant, prepared for any sudden attacks. Nodding fervently, Usopp replied, We're much stronger than we were 2 years ago. We've been reborn. As long as we stay cautious. Escaping from an admiral is not impossible. At least we won't be as helpless as we were back then. All right, let us not be overly complacent. The battle has only just begun, Zoro declared, his expression serious yet tinged with excitement at the prospect of facing a formidable adversary. If he could overcome this monumental challenge, it would signify a significant breakthrough in his strength. Stronger through adversity, I shall not lose again, Luffy, Zoro silently vowed, gazing at Luffy's resolute figure. Meanwhile, the spectators, including Benz, observed the fierce clash between the Straw Hat Pirates and Kizaru, remarking, one cannot deny the formidable strength of the Straw Hat crew. Many claim their bounties exceed their actual power, but witnessing this, I believe their bounties are indeed underestimated. Benz felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful that they were not yet their opponents. Otherwise, with such a powerful pirate crew allied with the Marines, they might not endure for long, allowing him the leisure to comment. Wooly couldn't help but regard Benz with newfound respect. He had accurately predicted the immense strength of the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years hence. Upon hearing this, Ein, who was supporting Zifa, cast a glance at Wu Li, a flicker of contemplation sparking in his eyes. Was this the reason Wu Li had intervened to prevent their clash? Being Karp's grandson, he could not be judged by ordinary standards. Zifa, lost in reminiscence, paused for a moment, swallowing his medication before solemnly stating, however, do not underestimate that rascal, Borsalino. Having just clashed with the Yellow Monkey, Zifa had a fair grasp of his strength. Although he yearned for combat, his body felt weak and drained, compelling him to rely on medication for a swift recovery. Ein observed Zifa's actions with concern, hesitating to voice his worries, but ultimately refraining. Zifa Wu Li and Ein seemed to sense something simultaneously, turning abruptly. At that moment, Wu Li's presence vanished. Ein turned to find Wu Li had disappeared, replaced by a shadow donning a straw hat that flickered out of sight. "He's here. Be cautious," cried Luffy and Zoro in unison, their auras erupting with intensity. The others paused momentarily, then swiftly adapted. Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky, manifesting before their eyes. "You have indeed grown considerably stronger. It appears I must take this a bit more seriously," a voice declared as the yellow monkey's figure vanished from sight, prompting the Straw Hat crew to enter a state of heightened alertness. Luffy and the others maximized their observation haki to sense the fleeting figure. Where did he go? Usopp looked around frantically, searching for the yellow monkey. "Watch out behind you. Usopp, Nami," Luffy shouted urgently, having sensed the trajectory of that elusive figure. At Luffy's warning, Zoro and Sanji vanished from their positions, racing toward Usopp and the others. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper stared wide-eyed, gripped by overwhelming tension. Unable to react in time as the yellow monkey's leg of light struck toward Usopp, the sheer force of it plunging him into despair. Chapter 115, Moments of Despair. Bang. The terrifying power of the yellow monkey's leg surged forth, eliciting an all-consuming sense of hopelessness. Usopp was sent flying like a cannonball, propelled by the force of the kick. Upon hearing Luffy's warning, Usopp was already under attack. Nami's eyes widened in terror, and Chopper was equally stunned, his hooves instinctively crushing a Bomba Ball. "Nami!" came Luffy's second shout, as the yellow monkey, having struck Usopp, turned his attention to Nami next. Nami, caught in the moment of Usopp's peril, could scarcely comprehend Luffy's warning. Her body stiffened, desperately attempting to move, yet found herself paralyzed by the yellow monkey's lethal gaze, unable to budge even a finger. As Nami sensed the impending attack, her heart was consumed by dread. Reminiscent of the despair she had felt 2 years prior, a profound sense of helplessness, a chilling threat of death. Where could she possibly evade? "Nami-chan," Sanji called out, urging himself to move faster. He sprinted through the air, but despite his efforts, he could only watch helplessly as Nami faced the yellow monkey's assault. The yellow monkey's figure loomed behind her, radiant with light. Nami struggled to turn, only to witness a kick approaching at the speed of light, her vision fading to white. Bang! Under the overwhelming force of the yellow monkey, a figure sank deep into the earth, leaving behind long trails in the ground as they were pushed backward. Nami was attacked before Sanji could arrive, filling him with regret. Even more devastating was the realization that the yellow monkey, after his previous assault, had set his sights on another target, Robin. The yellow monkey pointed a finger at Robin, who felt the oppressive aura bearing down on her. Her body stiffened as she recognized her fate, cold sweat trickling down her brow. "Hey, look over here, you damned fiend." Frankie's right arm transformed into a weapon aimed at the yellow monkey. He had already taken action while Luffy warned Usopp, but the yellow monkey was too swift. Now, he had shifted to a third target, and Frankie's weapon flickered ominously as it prepared to strike. However, for a cyborg like Frankie, every movement appeared exceedingly slow to the yellow monkey. As Frankie initiated his attack, the yellow monkey's finger glowed with blinding light, a cross-shaped beam flashing forth. A destructive laser aimed at Frankie. Though Frankie failed to unleash his attack in time, he managed to divert the yellow monkey's attention, buying Robin a few precious seconds. Yet, those seconds were fleeting. The yellow monkey's gaze soon fell upon Robin and Chopper, 2 beams of laser light targeting them. They opened their mouths, futilely trying to evade, only to brace for the oncoming laser. The light was blinding, prompting them to instinctively shut their eyes, only to feel as if they were rising off the ground. Boom! 3 massive explosions erupted across the battlefield, causing the island to tremble as the deafening blasts echoed through the sky, even reaching the oblivious citizens on the other side, who mistook it for thunder. The might of the yellow monkey's lasers was terrifying, shattering countless stones and creating deep craters in the earth. Flames illuminated the sky, thick smoke billowing as the shockwaves radiated outward like ripples. Chopper, Robin, Sanji sprinted with all his might, mere seconds from reaching them. Just a few seconds was all that stood between them. Sanji's pupils reflected the raging flames, his heart consumed by profound regret and anger. Just as he thought, The moment was fleeting. In the time it took the yellow monkey to unleash his attack and conclude it, less than a few breaths had passed. Despite Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro being less than 100 meters from Usopp and the others, they reacted in an instant to rush back for aid, but it was still not enough. They were merely 3 seconds too late to protect their comrades, leaving Luffy disheartened. Though he could not reach them in time, Zoro did not halt his advance, charging toward the yellow monkey. As the distance between them diminished, Zoro suddenly leaped into the air. Crow, Demon Hunt. In midair, he unleashed a powerful aura, launching a series of slashes toward the yellow monkey, enveloping him in a tempest of sword energy. The yellow monkey, caught off guard by Zoro's barrage, wore an expression of bewilderment, puzzled by the unexpected interruption. Bang, bang, bang. Zoro's relentless assault was not enough to disrupt the yellow monkey's composure. The sword energies detonated before they could reach him. Chapter 116. Sanji's Fiery Flames Bang. Upon witnessing the yellow ape's lack of movement, Zoro's slashing sword wave disintegrated before reaching its target, erupting in a dazzling explosion around him. As Zoro's figure landed steadily on the ground, his pupils constricted in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Although the attack was not particularly potent, he was baffled by the means through which his opponent had defended against it, left in the dark regarding the efficacy of his efforts. Moreover, the yellow ape appeared to be lost in thought, seemingly distracted, which intensified Zoro's wariness towards him. In the distance, Usopp lay unconscious, and Frankie's mechanical body was severely damaged, emitting wisps of smoke as if it were on the brink of being rendered completely inoperative. As for Robin, the thick smoke surrounding her had yet to dissipate, suggesting that their companions were likely injured as gravely as Usopp and Frankie. How infuriating. They've harmed Nami and Miss Robin. My comrades. Sanji's golden hair flared as he revealed his furrowed brows, igniting the cigarette dangling from his lips. His clenched teeth reflected the raging inferno of anger within him, casting him in a demonic light. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro launched an attack against the yellow ape. Feeling it was his turn to retaliate, the flames of fury within him could no longer be contained. As Zoro's strike was thwarted, he frantically propelled himself through the air, his form dancing amidst the void. Sanji, without even a preparatory spin, unleashed his diable jam in an instant. This time, his foot radiated an intense crimson heat. But that was merely the beginning. Fueled by the wrath within, the temperature soared, igniting flames that made the air around him stiflingly warm. The diable jam, first-level meat grinder, transformed him into a flash of red, rapidly bursting forth as his leg, engulfed in a searing blaze, aimed a powerful kick at the yellow ape. A formidable wave of energy spread outward from the point of impact, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. First came Roronoa Zoro, and then it was Sanji's turn. The yellow ape noted Sanji's swiftly approaching figure and remarked, one after another, "They certainly don't wish to grant anyone a moment's respite." Before he could finish his thought, Sanji's attack was upon him, his demonic kick targeting the yellow ape's vulnerable neck. The air splitting with explosive sounds. With a resounding crash, the yellow ape lifted his leg just in time to intercept Sanji's blow. The clash of light against fire produced a deafening cacophony, sending shockwaves through the air and whipping up dust and debris. Seeing the yellow ape successfully defend against his strike, Sanji's face contorted with rage, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. The flames on his foot burned even hotter, the temperature continuing to rise. With a thunderous boom, the flames morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors, their heat magnified exponentially, creating turbulence in the air. Sanji launched a series of rapid kicks, each leaving behind countless afterimages, their speed and destructive power surpassing his previous attack. The yellow ape found himself increasingly pressured, his form scattering light particles, forcing him to consider evasion. Perceiving the yellow ape's intent to dodge, Sanji intensified his assault before the yellow ape could retreat. His body erupted with an even more formidable aura, channeling all his strength into his blazing foot. The diable jam, finishing touch, unleashed a superheated, colorful kick, combining his weight and momentum to deliver his most potent strike aimed directly at the yellow ape's head. With a tremendous impact, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying wind that sent debris flying in all directions. The ground trembled under the strain, unable to withstand the force, crumbling and collapsing as explosive sounds echoed throughout the air. In an unexpected turn of events, the yellow ape found himself at a disadvantage, propelled backwards by Sanji's fiery assault. Chapter 117. Sanji's downfall. The yellow ape was sent reeling by Sanji's blazing kick, a powerful gust erupting from the impact. Onlookers gazed at Sanji in astonishment. Goodness! This Sanji is truly formidable. He even managed to knock back the yellow ape. This is the first time the yellow ape has been repelled since the battle commenced. Fixated on the yellow ape's figure, Sanji remained vigilant, acutely aware of his opponent's formidable strength, one that inspired genuine fear. Despite momentarily pushing back this adversary, he knew better than to grow complacent. True victory lay in enduring until the end, and he sought retribution for his comrades. Who would have thought that this insufferable cook has made such strides in the past 2 years? It seems he has become a worthy opponent, Zoro remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, pleased to see that their collective strength had progressed rather than lagged behind. It's been 2 years, Green Algae Head. It is you who has fallen behind and lost the right to be my rival, Sanji retorted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the yellow ape. Wow, Sanji, you're amazing. You even kicked back an admiral of the Navy. You've avenged us. A familiar, melodious voice rang out, sparking a moment of surprise in Sanji, causing his formidable aura to wane slightly as a glimmer of recognition lit up his eyes. Could it be? As the dust settled, the yellow ape regained his composure, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, clearly unprepared for Sanji's sudden surge of power. Although he had not sustained significant damage, it was evident that he could not underestimate them. Their strength had indeed transformed since 2 years prior. Blackleg Sanji, you have truly surprised me. Your flurry of attacks has been quite the feast. However, I cannot simply remain unresponsive. That would be rather impolite. As a gesture of gratitude, I must ask you, Blackleg Sanji, have you ever experienced the taste of light? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the yellow ape vanished in an instant, transforming into a flash of brilliance that surpassed sound and wind. In the moment Sanji was caught off guard, the yellow ape reappeared behind him. Watch out, Mr. Sanji. A seductive and alluring voice suddenly resonated in Sanji's ear, yet this familiar warning failed to serve its intended purpose. Instead, it scattered Sanji's thoughts, causing the flames he had been engulfed in to diminish significantly, and his momentum dissipated almost entirely. Seizing the moment of Sanji's distraction, the formidable Kizaru unleashed a rapid series of attacks with his light-infused legs, imbued with terrifying power. It felt as though the very air was being torn apart, with an array of explosive sounds erupting as Kizaru's figure vanished from sight, transforming into a blur of light that flickered around Sanji. To onlookers, it appeared as though Sanji's body was being continuously indented, the speed of Kizaru's assault so swift that the damage inflicted on Sanji did not immediately reveal his injuries. The concerned shouts of the crowd seemed to drift further away, his mind growing increasingly hazy, yet his heart illuminated with clarity. Under the watchful eyes of Luffy and the others, a drop of blood finally escaped from the corner of Sanji's mouth, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he recognized those 2 familiar voices. It was unmistakable. Despite his desperate attempts to look back, he found himself unable to do so. Indeed, it was the voices of Chopper and Miss Robin. They were safe. They were unharmed. Who had rescued them? Regardless of who it was, their safety was paramount. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sanji's consciousness began to fade, as if enveloped by an endless darkness, leaving him with a final sense of joy. He felt a profound relief knowing that those he wished to protect had emerged unscathed, a feeling of loss and recovery that was almost unbearable. Kizaru reappeared in the spectator's view, unleashing an even more potent strike aimed directly at Sanji's face. Just as Sanji had delivered his own climactic blow, Kizaru responded with an equally forceful kick to conclude the confrontation, returning the favor with unrestrained ferocity, ensuring Sanji fully experienced the taste of light speed. After Kizaru's final strike, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of the force that had been unleashed. A tremendous shockwave erupted from their clash, sending a terrifying gale rippling outward. The ground began to fracture, the cracks spreading with lightning speed. As the earth gradually succumbed to destruction, Sanji's body finally registered the onslaught, as if he had been struck by countless blows in an instant. Numerous wounds erupted across his body, blood began to flow profusely, and the air quickly filled with the acrid scent of iron. Sanji! Luffy's anguished roar pierced the air, while Robin and Chopper watched Sanji's figure with tear-filled eyes. Chapter 118. The second stolen from Kizaru with a resounding thud, Sanji's form crashed heavily to the ground, blood splattering like ink upon the earth. His clothes were drenched in crimson, his injuries grave, his face distorted from the impact of the light-infused kick, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Chopper and Robin gazed at Sanji's swollen eyes, which struggled to part enough to glimpse their concerned expressions. His vision blurred, yet he could faintly discern the worried looks from Chopper and Robin. Soon after, Sanji's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, a gentle breeze wafting through, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. The battlefield fell eerily silent, the dust stirred by the wind settling gently to the ground. Luffy and the others wore somber expressions, their hearts heavy, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Ah, you two managed to stand unscathed despite my assault. It seems your earlier escape from danger was no mere illusion," Kizaru remarked, observing Chopper and Robin with an escalating aura of menace. At his words, Robin and Chopper momentarily emerged from their concern for Sanji, casting furtive glances at the figure beside them. Had it not been for this individual, they too would likely have suffered grievous injuries from Kizaru's laser attack. Luffy, Brook, and the others quickly turned their attention to Chopper and Robin, realizing that, contrary to their earlier assumptions, the two were unharmed and standing firm. "Chopper, Robin, you're okay. I thought you both." Luffy's voice trailed off as tears flowed down his cheeks, his expression one of pure relief. Brook added, "It seems our fears were unfounded. But how did you two evade such an attack, especially when even Sanji fell to that speed?" Although the atmosphere was tense, curiosity flickered within Luffy and Brook regarding how Chopper and Robin had managed to escape. Zoro, however, fixed his gaze on the enigmatic figure standing beside Robin and Chopper, his expression growing serious. He recognized that this individual was responsible, but how had he managed to act under the overwhelming speed of Kizaru? Had he grown significantly stronger in such a short time? A sense of unease began to simmer within Zoro. Yet under the oppressive presence of Admiral Kizaru, he could only suppress that feeling for the moment. Nearby, Zephyr, Ain, and others expressed astonishment, their hearts shaken. Kizaru then turned his attention to the indistinct figure beside Chopper and Robin, curiosity evident in his tone. "Is it you? Quite impressive. Managing to steal a few seconds from me and saving those two from my attack. It truly piques my interest." "Steal a few seconds? What does that mean?" The crowd was bewildered, their eyes drawn to the obscured figure beside Robin and Chopper. Kizaru may not know his identity, but Zoro, Luffy, and the others were aware. And Zephyr and Ain understood even more. To be able to rescue others at Kizaru's speed, could it be that his speed surpassed even Kizaru's? If not, how could he have accomplished such a feat? The crowd struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Kizaru's remark about a few seconds being stolen. They could only rely on their own perceptions, instinctively believing that Luffy's speed must surpass Kizaru's in order to rescue Chopper and Robin from his grasp. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Robin pondered deeply. At that moment, Kizaru's laser attack surged toward them with astonishing velocity, rendering both her and Chopper unable to evade or defend themselves effectively. Just as they closed their eyes against the blinding light, they felt themselves lifted off the ground, opening their eyes to see a figure clad in a straw hat and cloak cradling both her and Chopper. In that instant, as the laser was about to explode violently, inexplicable flames appeared, suspended in midair. The shockwave of the explosion approached, yet it felt slow, almost as if its movements could be discerned. The figure bearing the hat whisked them away from Kizaru's assault. Thus, Robin realized that it was not Luffy's speed that outmatched Kizaru's, but rather that Kizaru had slowed down. She speculated that this phenomenon was closely tied to the enigmatic flames. Grateful for the unexpected rescue, she suddenly became aware of her position, nestled in Luffy's embrace, a blush creeping across her cheeks. After a brief pause, Kizaru, noticing Luffy's silence, grew somewhat impatient. Fixating on Luffy, he remarked, "Since you choose not to speak, that's quite all right. I shall uncover the truth myself, and I trust the results will come swiftly." Before his words could fade, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Luffy's direction, eager to engage this mysterious individual to discern his abilities. With that thought, Kizaru exuded a formidable aura, instantaneously materializing behind Luffy, only to be met by an incoming attack. Chapter 119, Kizaru vs. Luffy. A fist, imbued with immense power, hurtled toward them. Kizaru did not risk an assault on Luffy, but instead deftly evaded the blow. As the attack missed, the fist withdrew rapidly, and a figure instantly appeared in front of Luffy. It was Luffy himself, adjusting his hat, lowering his head slightly as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for saving my friends." He then turned his gaze firmly toward Kizaru and declared, "This time, I won't allow you to harm anyone else. For Usopp, Frankie, and Sanji, I am determined to send you flying." Time seemed to stand still, with only Luffy's silhouette remaining. His words carried gravitas, and Luffy's expression was devoid of jest. Having a history with Kizaru, he could not bear to witness his comrades suffer once more. Unlike 2 years prior in Sabaody, where he helplessly watched those dear to him face harm and even death, he was resolute in his desire to protect his friends. Thus, conflict was unavoidable. Kizaru's sunglasses reflected Luffy's serious demeanor, prompting a chuckle as he remarked, "Oh my, that expression is rather terrifying, Monkey D. Luffy." Adjusting his shades, he continued, "If in this time apart you've grown to a level that poses a threat to me, then I must eliminate you, for your kind is indeed perilous." Kizaru began to shimmer with light, his aura becoming increasingly menacing, causing onlookers to hold their breath. Second gear. A hum resonated. Unfazed, Luffy activated his own second gear, his body radiating a crimson hue and exuding white steam as he enveloped his hands with armament haki. As a Logia-type fruit user, Kizaru was impervious to direct attacks unless Luffy wielded armament haki. Additionally, he initiated observation haki to predict Kizaru's rapid movements. With a resounding clash, the two figures blurred into a whirlwind of combat, unleashing an explosive force that reverberated through the air. The atmosphere crackled with intensity, and waves of devastation rippled outward as dust and debris filled the air. All eyes were fixated on the duo engaged in fierce battle. Luffy, leveraging the ground beneath him, propelled himself into the air, his gaze fixed on the figure cloaked in justice. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a barrage of punches, each one erupting with power. Rubber Eagle Gun. The speed of his strikes was so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, only the vibrations of the air and the white mist signifying their presence. This was the hardened version of his rubber jet spin, now amplified in velocity and destructive capacity, as countless fists rained down upon Kizaru's position. Despite the relentless onslaught, Kizaru's figure continued to flicker, astonishingly evading Luffy's blows. Hundreds of haki-infused fists, propelled by tremendous force, struck the ground, creating a gaping crater and sending debris flying in all directions. "This is troublesome," Brook remarked gravely, noting Kizaru's incredible speed. Moreover, Kizaru seems intent on exhausting Luffy through this sustained assault. "However, we have no choice but to keep attacking. Otherwise, we would be relegated to a defensive stance," Luffy asserted. Zoro glanced at Luffy and then declared, "Luffy, regardless of the adversary, you always charge forward without hesitation. No matter how formidable the opponent, they shall fall beneath your fists. You will not succumb until your enemy does." With that, they returned their attention to the fierce clash unfolding before them, concern etched on Robin and the others' faces. In mere moments, Luffy had unleashed hundreds of punches yet failed to land a single blow on Kizaru, causing his heart to sink, though he remained undeterred. Kizaru slowly taunted, "So, Straw Hat, is this all you are capable of? It seems I overestimated you. To defeat me, you must be jesting." Just as Zoro had advised, Luffy resolved to give his all against this formidable foe. "Who is joking? I will defeat you." Luffy soared into the air, extending his arms far beyond their limits. His rubbery limbs taut, ready to unleash their full potential. With a mighty thrust, he unleashed a powerful strike, Rubber Eagle Rocket. The very air seemed to shatter. Propelled by a fierce wind as his fist, enveloped in armament haki, surged forth with explosive force, akin to a rocket's might. Boom. Chapter 120. Zoro once again under Kizaru's foot with a tremendous explosion. The ground was blasted into a deep crater as dust and smoke enveloped the scene, revealing a towering silhouette. Luffy did not relent in his assault. Suspended midair, he extended one leg, winding it with Conqueror's haki, aiming a powerful kick into the obscuring smoke toward Kizaru's form. Rubber Eagle Whip. Luffy's leg lashed out like a whip, slicing through the haze. The forceful wind parting the smoke to reveal Kizaru's half-exposed figure, delivering a devastating blow. Crash. A sudden collision echoed through the air. Yet the figure of Kizaru remained unmoved. The thick smoke was swept away by the wind, revealing that he had effortlessly blocked Luffy's attack with but a single hand. Luffy paused in surprise, swiftly retracting his foot, only to sense an ominous presence looming behind him. Without turning, he noticed Kizaru's absence before him, concluding that he must be positioned at his back. A grave expression crossed his face as he caught a glimpse of a dazzling light flickering nearby. "Luffy, be careful." A flash emanated from Kizaru's foot, a moment when he could have seized Luffy's leg and launched an attack. Yet he refrained, perhaps due to his overwhelming speed or a desire to maintain his stature. Such a display would tarnish his image. Observing in the distance, Kizaru noted that Zephyr seemed to have regained his strength, advancing steadily towards the explosive rock. Reminded of his duty, he gazed down at Luffy and slowly declared, "It appears that the time for leisure has passed. It is time to attend to business. Thus, Monkey D. Luffy, allow me to escort you." The brilliance beneath Kizaru's feet surged, blinding those around him and unleashing an immense force that surged towards Luffy. Anger flared within Luffy. "Leisure? You dare treat this battle as a pastime?" This sentiment underscored Kizaru's utter disdain for him, his condescending demeanor igniting Luffy's fury. Luffy's eyes narrowed in response to the blinding light, his observation haki sensing Kizaru's impending strike, prompting his body to instinctively defend itself. Yet, with a resounding crash, Luffy was propelled hundreds of meters away by Kizaru's kick, a cloud of dust erupting in his wake. Kizaru transformed into countless particles of light, racing towards Zephyr's position, but was met by a fierce sword aura that cut through the particles, restoring his form. Kizaru's expression soured as he addressed the figure before him. "Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Do you intend to obstruct me?" A smile crept across Zoro's face as he retorted, "Isn't that obvious?" Kizaru frowned slightly, saying, "I granted you an opportunity to escape, yet you failed to appreciate it. Very well, I shall deal with you brats first." As his words fell, Kizaru extended two fingers, which began to glow ominously, a dangerous aura enveloping particularly Zoro. Zoro tensed, swiftly dodging to the side in an attempt to evade Kizaru's assault, but the speed of Kizaru's attack was astonishing. In that fleeting moment of Zoro's evasion, time seemed to freeze, his body still poised to dodge. Two beams of light pierced through Zoro's shoulder, blood gushing forth. A searing pain radiated from the wound, and cold sweat beaded on Zoro's brow. Before he could retaliate, Kizaru had already materialized behind him, delivering a powerful stomp to Zoro's back, forcing him down towards the ground. Zoro gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his shoulder as he fought to straighten his posture, his body creaking under the strain as if his bones might shatter at any moment. His feet sinking into the earth. Zoro, Nami, Robin, and the others began to call out in alarm, the scene reminiscent of their previous encounter with Kizaru at Sabaody Archipelago. Yet this time, Zoro refused to yield to Kizaru's overwhelming strength, standing firm against the pressure. "Damn you, get away from Mr. Zoro." Brook exclaimed furiously upon witnessing Zoro beneath Kizaru's foot. Kizaru, however, seemed entirely unfazed, gazing down at Zoro, who, despite the potential shattering of his spine, remained defiant. An expression of surprise flickered in Kizaru's eyes as he remarked, "Oh, you refuse to submit even under such force. How unexpected." Zoro was not unwilling to evade Kizaru's initial attack or escape the current peril, but he was simply unable to do so. Kizaru unleashed his full power, enveloping Zoro in a zone of overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible sphere confined him. At that moment, Zoro felt as if an immense mountain had suddenly descended upon him, leaving him with no choice but to withstand the crushing force. The only hope of escape lay in finding a moment of distraction, an opportunity to slip free from the oppressive weight. Seeing Kizaru's indifference, Brook's anger boiled over. 2 years prior, he had felt powerless against this man with his natural abilities. Now, after 2 years, he had learned to wield the cold aura of Yomi Yomi no Mi, capable of affecting even the soul, which finally caught Kizaru's attention. You bastard, finally recognizing my strength. But this is just the beginning." Brook felt a surge of satisfaction as Kizaru acknowledged him, channeling his cold energy into the Soul Reaper sword. In an instant, a glacial light flashed, the air seemingly stilling as the soul-chilling aura vanished, dust swirling around. Brook appeared behind Kizaru, softly uttering, "Song of the Wind, Snowstorm Slash." Subsequently, the remarkably dashing figure performed the motion of sheathing his sword without even casting a glance over his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, Brook had silently launched an attack. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a chilling sword light flashed past, as Brook unleashed the sorrowful slash of the soul imbued with the cold aura of the soul's death sword. The yellow ape was cleaved in two, his expression frozen in the moment he registered the icy essence emanating from Brook. His upper body began to disintegrate from that very point, yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, it shimmered with a radiant glow. The residual cold aura from Brooks' strike quickly spread, freezing the wound, through which the light could still be seen. At last, Brooke turned to behold the yellow ape's demise. After a few breaths, the ice crystallized upon the wound, emitted cracking sounds, fissures appearing, and then, much to Brooks' astonishment, it shattered into countless jagged shards. Remarkably, under the influence of the soul's cold aura, the remnants did not disintegrate entirely. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Although taken aback, Brooke felt a sense of relief upon realizing he had severed the yellow ape in half. It was no small feat to best a Marine admiral. That strike had been his utmost effort, and the outcome was favorable. He chose not to linger on the severed half of the yellow ape, redirecting his focus toward Zoro, who remained precariously bent at nearly a right angle, still ensnared by the yellow ape's remaining half. "Ah, Zoro, I have come to assist you," he exclaimed. "What extraordinary power is this? It can affect one's soul. How peculiar." A familiar voice resonated, causing Brooks' skeletal form to stiffen as he slowly turned to gaze at the ground. "How is this possible?" he gasped. There lay the upper half of the yellow ape, sprawled on the ground with a curious expression, seemingly astonished by the potency of Brooks' cold aura. And he began to speak. "This must be the ability of a devil fruit. Indeed, this sea is rife with unimaginable phenomena." The yellow ape then tilted his head, observing the skeletal Brooke. "Isn't this the sea, the creation of the devil fruit?" Brooke was taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure, thrusting the soul's death sword, now charged with the cold aura, toward the yellow ape's upper half. However, where he struck, the yellow ape's body transformed into particles of light. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the light particles coalesced back into the lower half of the yellow ape, still standing on Zoro, who was nearly bent double. An invisible domain revealed a flaw. At that moment, Zoro's contorted form suddenly shifted, straightening somewhat. Sensing Zoro's struggle, the yellow ape's body rapidly restored itself, and his foot, already charged with power, radiated an ominous energy as it descended towards Zoro's head. If struck by such a devastating blow, even Zoro 2 years hence would not survive. Chapter 122. Colonel Woolley, you are not planning to watch the show again, are you, Zoro? Frankie and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Frankie attempted to rush to the rescue, but his body, severely damaged from the earlier attack, faltered, emitting mechanical sputters as it seized up. Robin crossed her arms, preparing to use the powers of her flower fruit, while Woolley's arms, cradling Chopper, began to thrash anew. "Let me go? I must save Zoro," Chopper insisted. "Do not underestimate your comrades," Woolley replied softly, sensing Zoro's sword intent intensifying. Chopper and Robin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. After all, Woolley had previously saved them from the yellow ape's onslaught, lending credibility to his words. Yet Chopper hesitated. "But he is in grave danger. We must act swiftly." In that moment of indecision, Brooke, having regained his senses, charged once again toward the yellow ape. However, he was abruptly halted by a voice. "Brooke, no? Stay back. I can handle this." Just as those words left Zoro's lips, he straightened his back, abruptly breaking free from the yellow ape's invisible domain, and with both swords in hand, he braced himself against the dazzling assault of the yellow ape's foot. The clash reverberated, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rippled outward like a torrent. Under the weight of this formidable force, Zoro was forced into a half-crouch, the ground beneath him crumbling. Yet he managed to withstand the overwhelming pressure and, to the yellow ape's astonishment, unleashed a momentary surge of even greater strength, breaking free from the Admiral's grasp and propelling himself forward. As Zoro burst forth from the yellow ape's domain, he did not retreat. Instead, he pivoted with the agility of a leopard, his 3 blades enveloped in haki, the air thick with the scent of impending combat. He charged toward the yellow ape, leaping into the air to deliver a spiraling aerial slash. The fierce blade gleamed as it sliced through the air. Sensing danger, the yellow ape tilted his head back slightly, narrowly evading Zoro's strike, yet he had no respite. Zoro's assault was relentless. After the yellow ape dodged the initial attack, Zoro gripped his swords in reverse, the cold gleam illuminating his serious demeanor reflected in the lenses of his sunglasses. A confident smile crept onto his lips as he prepared to unleash a strike he felt certain of. In a flash, the yellow ape's form dissipated into particles of light, prompting Zoro's expression to shift as he realized the peril. He swiftly retreated several meters, evading the yellow ape's retaliatory strike. The yellow ape regarded Zoro with a penetrating gaze before lowering his radiant foot, ignoring Zoro entirely as he turned his attention toward Zifa, shooting off like a flash in that direction. Cough, cough. Several hundred meters away, Luffy emerged from a deep pit, witnessing Zoro being sent flying by the yellow ape, who was now darting toward Zifa. Anger flared on Luffy's face as he sprinted after the yellow ape, his body moving forward while his arms seemed to stretch indefinitely. That fool Luffy, he is still pursuing. Shouldn't we take advantage of the yellow ape's distraction to flee? Nami exclaimed, irritation creeping into her voice. Since it has come to this, we must proceed. Zoro sighed helplessly, quickly regaining his composure. Colonel Woolley, you are not preparing to spectate again, are you? Chapter 123. The Vanishing Figure of Woolley, The Path of Blood. Zoro, who are you speaking to? Nami inquired, puzzled. Noticing Zoro's gaze, Robin pointed toward Chopper and murmured, if you're looking for him, he has already moved ahead. Zoro, I'm here. What is it? Chopper called out, confused. No matter. While the yellow ape's attention is diverted, you all should evacuate with Usopp and the cook, Zoro instructed, glancing at the spot where Woolley had stood, only to find him absent, having vanished without a trace. He then sprinted toward the gleaming figure of the yellow ape, flanking Luffy on either side. Be careful. The yellow ape is coming. A sudden cacophony of gasps and cries pierced the air as Zephyr turned to witness the plight of the young, newly inducted Navy recruits. His subordinates, or rather, his students, were desperately forming a defensive circle with their bodies, yet were effortlessly pierced through by Kizaru with merely a raised hand. A flurry of radiant beams struck, mercilessly penetrating a dozen of them, shattering the so-called defensive perimeter. Blood flowed freely, yet the bloodied faces of the recruits bore no semblance of fear. They staggered forward, resolutely charging at Kizaru. One by one, they were sent flying by his kicks, crashing violently to the ground. Though they struggled momentarily against the agony, they soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Zephyr, with a heart once forged in steel, felt a sudden softness wash over him. He paused, unable to resist the urge to save these valiant subordinates who faced death with unwavering courage. Z-Teacher, what is it? Kizaru has abandoned the straw hats and is pursuing us. We must hasten our escape, Ayan gently reminded him, her heart swelling with pride for those fallen recruits. For she too would not hesitate to sacrifice her life for her teacher's plans if the need arose. No, it's nothing. Zephyr reasserted his resolve and turned to move forward once more. They could no longer hope to halt Kizaru. Ayan, you and the teacher must go ahead. I will do everything in my power to delay Kizaru and buy you time, Benz declared solemnly, observing how Kizaru had effortlessly dismantled the formation of the new recruits. Kizaru had not even needed to utilize his full speed to close the distance, perhaps thanks to the distraction posed by Straw Hat Luffy and the pirate hunter Zoro, which prevented him from appearing in a flash. Nevertheless, Kizaru's speed was unmatched, surpassing that of any other on the battlefield, even with the recruits attempting to obstruct him. Yes, Benz, do your best to stall him. Ayan nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze back to Zephyr as they both pressed onward. Z-Teacher, let us proceed. We shall see this mission through, even if it costs us our lives, Ben said earnestly, his blood surging with fervor. To contribute to Z-Teacher's cause was the most valuable endeavor of his existence. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him as he activated the abilities of the jungle fruit. Seeds within the earth burst forth, and tender shoots began their wild and rapid growth. In mere moments, these plants soared several meters high, with Kizaru's figure now appearing less than 100 meters away. As the vegetation surged once more, it grew beyond 10 meters. Countless vines began to writhe like serpents, transforming the once barren battlefield into a veritable jungle that enveloped Kizaru. Chapter 124. Woolley, you shall not hinder me. Benz's words resembled a final farewell, and both Ayan and Zephyr understood that he had made peace with the prospect of death. Ayan comprehended this, hence she quickened her pace, traversing forward without hesitation, intent on maximizing the time Benz would buy against Kizaru's advance. Zephyr recognized this too, yet his progress faltered momentarily before he resumed. Each step became unbearably heavy, as if he was burdened by the weight of lives at stake. With every stride, the gravity of the conflict intensified, for the new recruits had resolved to fight to the bitter end to secure victory and obliterate this island, thereby extinguishing the frivolous dreams of the nefarious pirates. This outcome had long been predetermined, Yet now he found himself questioning the arduousness of their march. Zephyr did not halt, but the words of Wu Li echoed in his mind, sparking doubts about their true purpose. Even if they succeeded in detonating the explosive rocks and annihilating the third Yindipyointi island, he would again be left alone, his beloved subordinates perishing alongside him. Zephyr's heart began to waver, though the others remained oblivious, and Binz had already commenced his battle. The ground had suddenly sprouted into a forest, ensnaring Kizaru within its grasp, with numerous robust and resilient vines binding his limbs. Yet Kizaru showed no sign of concern. The Navy had long been aware of the new recruit's capabilities, and besides the masked individual, they were well informed of the strengths and weaknesses of these budding warriors. Die, accursed Navy! Accursed Kizaru! Binz shouted, seizing the opportunity as Kizaru found himself immobilized by the entangling vines. He commanded the vines, sharp as blades, to whip towards Kizaru's neck with a fierce howl. The spiked tendrils, enveloped in Binz's armament haki and dripping with a potent dark purple venom, the last seed he carried, were lethal enough to slay sea kings. A mere drop could spell doom, and should it breach Kizaru's skin, the manipulator would inevitably succumb to its toxicity over time. Yet, Binz was undeterred. Wow, where did this forest come from? Incredible! Luffy exclaimed from outside the forest. It must be the ability of that guy Binz, who fought against Sanji. But he didn't exhibit such prowess before. What must the toll be on his stamina? Zoro observed the burgeoning forest, his expression grave. It seemed that Binz was exhausting himself to impede the Admiral Kizaru from pursuing Zephyr. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from within the forest, shooting skyward, causing Luffy and Zoro to shield their eyes. Then, a deafening explosion resonated, illuminating the night as flames engulfed the forest. Moments later, in the shocked gazes of onlookers, the forest began to dissipate, shrinking away until only a figure engulfed in flames remained, unconscious yet still clinging tightly to Kizaru. You naive fool. Did you truly believe such a trivial trick could succeed? Kizaru scoffed, attempting to kick Binz away, yet failing. Transforming into his elemental form, Binz grasped at nothingness as Kizaru's kick sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Binz. Wu Li retracted his intricate gaze, and then turned to face the approaching Zfa and Aion. It seems you intend to thwart me, Wu Li. Behind Wu Li lay a vast expanse filled with peculiar bottles, each containing a mysterious purple substance. This was none other than the explosive rock zone. Chapter 125. You must move forward. I must intervene. With unwavering resolve, Wu Li stood firm, facing the somber expression of Zfa. While Ain remained silent beside him, the distant clamor of battle echoed faintly, and wisps of smoke drifted in with the wind. Zfa, are you truly intent on proceeding with this? You must understand the catastrophic devastation that will ensue should these explosive rocks be ignited. Wu Li spoke with a complex expression. Once the revered General Zfa, now blinded by hatred, he had taken step after step into the depths of darkness, transforming into Z. I am fully aware of that. After all, is this not the very objective of this war? To utterly eradicate evil, a sacrifice that is unavoidable. All the hatred that arises from this will be mine to bear, Zfa replied solemnly, his eyes brimming with determination. The pirates and their dreams. Destroying the dreams of pirates will inevitably lead to their disappearance. No one possessed the answers. Regardless of their speculations, they were merely thoughts. He needed to derive his own conclusion, willing to pay any price for it. If it does not involve the common populace, if their lives and livelihoods remain unscathed, I would certainly not hinder you. On the contrary, I would exert my utmost to assist you in achieving your goal. Ha! Wu Li, do not harbor such illusions. Zfa suddenly scoffed. The world is intricately intertwined, a tangled web of human hearts and the dualities of good and evil. If matters were truly so simple, if such choices existed, would it fall upon me to make the decision? Life is not a fairy tale, and this harsh reality is far from a whimsical realm. It is precisely because people are hesitant and cautious that pirates have become so rampant. If no one is willing to bear the burden of sin, then let it be I who takes that step forward, to cut through the chaos with swift resolve. Wu Li fell into silence. Life is indeed not a fairy tale. In fact, the original tales were shrouded in darkness, gradually refined by humanity into the seemingly beautiful stories we know today. However, does this justify our actions? Are the heavy costs we bear truly worthwhile? Is any sacrifice truly acceptable? Wu Li suddenly inquired. Yes, but can you ascertain that these sacrifices are all justified? Zfa remained silent for a moment before responding in a deep voice. I cannot be certain. Wu Li gazed upon the battlefield, rife with the chaos of war, where the glint of blades flashed amidst the turmoil. He could not discern whether it was the fading rays of the sunset or the vivid crimson of blood that stained the world before him. Wu Li exclaimed urgently, "Look around you. Many have already paid a bloody price in bins, and countless others will follow. Why do they refuse to turn back?" Zifa, hearing the sounds of battle behind him, recalled the youthful faces of Bins and the new navy, and his heart wavered suddenly, revealing a sorrowful expression on his face. Wu Li gazed hopefully at Zfa, wishing that he could reconsider. Perhaps there was still a chance to salvage everything. Alas, little Wu Li, perhaps you were right. Zfa looked at Wu Li and let out a sudden sigh. Teacher Z. In's eyes reflected a sense of urgency. Having devoted her life to following Zfa, she naturally did not wish for him to abandon his aspirations so abruptly. She and the new Navy recruits were prepared to pay any price to achieve Teacher Z's goals. Zfa gestured to In to calm her emotions, then addressed Wu Li. Perhaps you are correct, but the decision is no longer mine to make. I cannot allow my subordinates to sacrifice their blood for the opportunities we have fought for to be squandered. Therefore, I must move forward. Zfa fixed his gaze upon Wu Li. You still refuse to yield, do you? I must intervene. Chapter 126, Wu Li vs. In. From a great height, Qing Ji observed the figure blocking Zfa's path, his expression devoid of emotion. He then shifted his gaze to the rapidly approaching Huang Yuan and glanced at the Navy Command Center. After a prolonged observation, he finally decided to act, leaving his vantage point. Who is it? Huang Yuan sensed a gaze upon him that, though fleeting, carried an undeniable strength. It seemed he needed to accelerate. Without dwelling too much, he noticed Zfa had reached the area designated for the explosives. Whatever his intentions, they must be thwarted. With that thought, Huang Yuan quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from Luffy and Zoro. When both sides found no common ground for persuasion, only battle remained. In stepped forward, brandishing her sword towards Wu Li, declaring to Zfa, Teacher Z, I will stop him. Zfa fell silent for a moment, glanced between the two, then nodded before swiftly moving aside. In spoke coldly, no need for further words. Those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate. The blade in her hand glinted with a chilling light, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from her. Wu Li sensed that In had likely regarded him as a true adversary, harboring intentions of murder. A twinge of sorrow gripped him, yet given their opposing stances, such a predicament was indeed foreseeable. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of remorse and guilt lingered in the depths of In's gaze. However, for the sake of victory in war and the achievement of her objectives, such actions were deemed necessary. Behold my blade, In exclaimed, her voice sharp as she unleashed a fierce sword aura directed at Wu Li. The ground around them was swept by a powerful gust, lifting clouds of dust into the air. Amidst the swirling debris, Wu Li suddenly raised his head, brandishing his sword defensively. Under the onslaught of In's sword energy, he was sent reeling back several paces, leaving deep gashes on the ground. Before he could regain his footing, In's relentless assault commenced anew. Each wave of her sword energy brimmed with lethal intent, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. Curiously, despite the perilous circumstances, Wu Li merely evaded or blocked her attacks, his actions fraught with danger, yet he refrained from countering. Wu Li, why do you not strike back? In's strikes grew more ferocious, her anger palpable. Do you think that by merely dodging, I will show you mercy? I warn you, if you continue in this manner, you shall perish beneath my blade without hesitation. On Wu Li's body, several wounds had already formed under In's relentless assault. It is noteworthy that In possessed strength rivaling that of the famed pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, making mere defense a formidable challenge. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from his injuries. Yet Wu Li exhibited no inclination to retaliate. He endeavored to evade In's strikes, while simultaneously attempting to thwart Zephyr's advances. Although Zephyr was momentarily distracted, he did not cease his coordinated assault with In against Wu Li. It was unnecessary, and stopping would only prolong their efforts. The yellow ape was closing in, and the time spent was ample for him to catch up. To Wu Li's astonishment, despite his injuries and the arduous struggle against In, he still managed to impede his approach, showcasing a significant enhancement in strength compared to their previous encounter. Chapter 127, The Yellow Ape Strikes, Wu Li Injured. Bang! Once again, Wu Li was sent flying by Ein, providing an opportunity for Zfa to finally slip past Wu Li's obstruction and advance swiftly. A sense of dread filled Wu Li's heart as he contemplated stopping Zfa, but before he could make a move, a beam of sword light descended upon him, forcing him to halt in his tracks. Humph, let us see how long you can refrain from making a move. Ein observed as Zfa successfully bypassed Wu Li's defense, her tone suddenly lightening. She fixed her gaze on Wu Li, determined to prevent him from pursuing Zfa, while simultaneously harboring curiosity about what had transpired during their time apart. The extent of Wu Li's strength has significantly increased. His current power is formidable. Previously, he rescued the companions of the Straw Hat crew from the assault of Kizaru, and she was unable to discern how he accomplished such a feat. Wu Li gazed into Ein's eyes, comprehending her intentions, and could not help but break into a wry smile. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden gleam of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. The expression on Wu Li's face grew grave, and a formidable aura erupted from his being, the sword in his hand radiating an ever-gathering sword energy. A deadly vortex encircled him, while his robe, marked by several sword scars, began to flutter with the force of his presence. In an instant, Wu Li resembled a swordsman whose blade had just been unsheathed, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Observing the sudden shift in Wu Li's momentum, Ain became vigilant, her astonishment growing. How powerful! Ain's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she summoned all her focus, acutely sensing the palpable danger emanating from Wu Li, which left her profoundly shaken and caused her to temporarily disregard her awareness of the surroundings. She thrust her sword towards Wu Li once more, only to be astonished when he did not evade this time, but instead charged directly at her. Faced with Wu Li's overwhelming energy, Ain instinctively increased her strength. Be careful! Wu Li's voice suddenly rang out, and with it, the sword in his hand surged forth, accompanied by a formidable sword aura that struck behind him. The overwhelming momentum swept through the air with a magnificent slash. Ain was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding situation, when he suddenly witnessed an extraordinarily brilliant light erupting around him, illuminating Wu Li's visage. Before Ain could fully comprehend, the long, azure waves of hair were swept upwards, and he felt an immense power surging from behind him. The sword energy of Wu Li collided with another formidable force, creating a breathtaking shockwave that rippled outward in concentric circles. The ground fractured, resembling a spider's web, as countless stones and earth erupted like bullets under the immense power. Ain realized that Wu Li had shielded her from the assault, and as she gazed forward, a gasp escaped her lips. Drip, drip. Her sword had pierced Wu Li's left shoulder. Blood flowed incessantly from the wound, cascading down her blade and soon staining Wu Li's attire crimson. Yet, he remained silent, his vigilant gaze fixed upon the approaching figure. You indeed possess considerable strength. Were it not for my pressing matters, I would relish the opportunity to engage you further. Was that the voice of Kizaru? The sound reverberated in Ain's ears like a clap of thunder. Slowly, she turned her head, her view obstructed, yet barely able to discern the gleaming uniform of the Marine Admiral. Wu Li had sensed Kizaru's arrival. His assault had locked onto Ain. Seemingly a casual strike, yet still terrifyingly potent. Although he had warned Ain, Kizaru's speed was too swift for her to react, forcing Wu Li to endure injury to shield her from Kizaru's attack. That fellow. Zoro felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Wu Li and was taken aback, not expecting him to sustain injuries in order to fend off Kizaru. Chapter 128. Zifa versus Kizaru. Kizaru did not linger, his figure flickering as he zipped past Wu Li and Ain. His current target was Zifa. My objective is Teacher Z. He is in peril. I must assist him. Ain comprehended Kizaru's intentions, her face etched with concern. Casting a remorseful glance at Wu Li, she hastened after Kizaru. Wu Li watched the departing figure of Ain, a bitter smile gracing his lips, yet he uttered not a word. What weighed heavily on his heart was the arrival of Kizaru, who had already caught up. Although Kizaru aimed to thwart Zephyr, the potential clash between them posed a dire threat to the explosive rocks, causing utmost concern. Sensing someone in pursuit, Kizaru's brow twitched slightly as he remarked, such a reckless youth, regarded as a commendable student in Master Zephyr's eyes. Without pausing, Kizaru raised a finger, a radiant light beginning to flicker as he pointed behind him without a glance. A terrifying aura erupted forth, blinding light blossoming as a laser beam shot towards Ain. Ain suddenly looked up, his expression grave. Kizaru's laser was alarmingly swift, and he sensed a palpable danger emanating from it. He halted, barely managing to position his sword in front of him for protection. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the laser collided with Ein, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that sent shockwaves radiating outward, igniting a multitude of flames and billowing thick black smoke that enveloped Ein. As Zephyr advanced, he was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light, from which emerged a towering silhouette, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Borsalino," Zephyr exclaimed, "why do you run so swiftly? We, teacher and student, have yet to truly catch up. We must cherish this rare encounter." "Catch up? Do we still have anything to discuss?" Zephyr panted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fixed a steely gaze on Kizaru. "It is not the rarity of our meetings that troubles me, but rather that each time we meet, you have yet to kill me, Borsalino." "Please, do not speak so. It makes me seem heartless," Kizaru replied with a smirk, his demeanor shifting. "Step aside, or I shall take your life." A fierce glint of murder flashed in Zephyr's eyes, though his heart felt heavy. Kizaru's interference meant he could not activate the explosive rocks timer. This formidable adversary left him with no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. "Kill me, Zephyr? I doubt you possess the capability for that now," Kizaru chuckled, his expression darkening. "In contrast, I possess the means to end your life. Had you chosen to retire gracefully as a Navy officer and continue nurturing talented sailors, perhaps you would not find yourself in such dire straits." At these words, a vein throbbed on Zephyr's forehead, his eyes burning with rage as the fury within him threatened to erupt like a volcano. "Silence. Your words are repugnant. The Navy, a bastion of justice, providing refuge for those lawless scoundrels. What kind of justice is that?" Seeing Zephyr still seething with anger, Kizaru remarked coolly, "It appears you have yet to find closure, despite the passage of time. Why dwell on the past?" Zephyr's hatred intensified, and he spat. "I will make this world witness the depths of my loathing. Those who stand in my way shall perish." With that, Zephyr ceased to converse. As if he had no desire to utter another word to Kizaru, the colossal shredder roared to life, charging towards Kizaru with immense power. The massive shredder surged forth, accompanied by a howling wind, stirring up dust and debris from the ground, while Kizaru's naval justice coat billowed around him. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Kizaru remained unfazed, an aura of power emanating from him, his form glowing faintly, a mere display of his might that imparted a formidable pressure. "So, Zephyr, I almost forgot to inquire. Have you prepared your last words, or were your earlier remarks meant to serve as such?" At this, Zephyr's resolve surged, seemingly amplifying the shredder's already devastating force. Bang! The clash of Kizaru's radiant leg against the colossal shredder erupted with terrifying force, sending shockwaves that rippled outward. Debris scattered as the air grew unstable, undulating like waves. Bang! 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 As the battle commenced, the two figures darted past each other, unleashing powerful attacks that reverberated through the air. Chapter 129. Zephyr injured. Unholds on the battle between Zephyr and Kizaru escalated. The terrifying aftershocks stunning spectators as if the very island were on the brink of annihilation, the explosive rocks trembling with the earth. Cough! Cough! Zephyr was once again repelled, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his body bearing the marks of numerous injuries, pain coursing through him. Yet, he did not falter, launching another attack at Kizaru, the roar of the massive shredder echoing around them. In their fierce exchange, Zephyr struggled under Kizaru's onslaught. Though the shredder wielded incredible power, it often failed to connect fully with Kizaru, while Kizaru's attacks consistently found their mark. Zephyr's breaths grew labored, his strength rapidly waning, sweat beading on his brow as his injuries deepened. He relied solely on sheer willpower to persist, his condition deteriorating, even the medicine losing its efficacy. Nevertheless, Zephyr showed no signs of yielding. Instead, he intensified his assault, though the potency of his strikes began to decline. "Master Zephyr, your attacks are becoming increasingly feeble. Are you nearing your limit?" Kizaru remarked, having evaded the shredder's formidable assault, appearing at Zephyr's flank. Zephyr's heart sank, realizing the peril he was in. He attempted to pivot for a counterattack, but it was too late. Kizaru's strike had already arrived. Kizaru leaped, his luminous right leg unleashing tremendous power as it struck Zephyr's abdomen. Puff! Zephyr's pupils dilated, time seeming to freeze as he felt his body yield to the overwhelming force. Blood erupting from his mouth as he was sent reeling, leaving a long trail upon the ground. Bang! Zephyr crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Fissures forming in the earth, dust billowing into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Zephyr coughed violently, blood flowing from his mouth as pain spread throughout his body. Yet he struggled on, using the massive shredder for support as he attempted to rise. After a moment, he finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Drops of blood sliding from the shredder and staining the ground below. Master Zephyr, even at this juncture, you refuse to surrender? Your frail body should be at its limit by now, Kazuru observed impassively, watching Zephyr struggle to remain upright. You see, simply standing requires all your strength. How could you possibly defeat me? Z-Teacher, Ein and the other new recruits, witnessing Zephyr's woeful state, were brought to tears. Zephyr was their beacon of hope, the one they revered most. Now, seeing him so grievously injured, yet still persevering filled them with profound sorrow, their gazes toward Kazuru brimming with hatred. Uncle. Luffy and Wu Li were momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, such injuries would incapacitate any average person, rendering them unconscious. Yet, Zephyr still persevered, his unwillingness to succumb and his unwavering resolve resonating deeply with those around him. Zephyr's gaze fell upon the peculiar explosive rocks, laden with a purple substance. Situated behind the yellow ape, his eyes revealing a fierce determination as he hefted the massive crusher once more, swaying slightly as he prepared for another assault. Ah, Teacher Zephyr, are you still unwilling to concede? Zephyr smirked, a curve of defiance gracing his lips. Rest assured, I shall never admit defeat before you. At this, the yellow ape raised an eyebrow, his right foot glowing with an overwhelming aura, an oppressive force radiating from him. Zephyr's eyes sharpened, bracing himself for the impending attack. Suddenly, Zephyr froze as a figure appeared before him, hair flowing like the cerulean waves in the wind. Ein, you mustn't concern yourself with me. Quickly escape. Take your subordinates and break through. Zephyr urged. Z-Teacher, I will exert all my strength to protect you. Ein, seemingly undeterred by Zephyr's protest, unleashed her full power, her blade shimmering with a chilling light as she lunged at the yellow ape with a fierce strike. Humph! The yellow ape scoffed, extending a single hand. A radiant circular halo manifesting before him, effortlessly neutralizing Ein's attack. Simultaneously, he raised a finger, unleashing a dazzling light arrow that streaked through the air towards Ein. Sensing the imminent danger, Ein swiftly retreated several meters, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectile. The arrow, imbued with terrifying force, struck the ground, erupting into a blinding explosion that reverberated across the land, leaving numerous fissures in its wake. Ein's gaze fixated on the swirling smoke as her pupils dilated. A figure emerged before her, the yellow ape, his radiant right leg poised to deliver a crushing kick. The air seemed to shatter under the weight of this attack, an overwhelming gale rushing towards her. Instinctively, Ein sought to evade, but the thought of Zephyr behind her compelled her to stand her ground, gritting her teeth to withstand the onslaught. Get away. You'll die? Zephyr exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. Ein shook her head defiantly, steadfastly guarding Zephyr's position. The yellow ape sneered. Such arrogance. The pressure from the yellow ape's onslaught was suffocating, instilling fear that rendered observers immobile. Ein's expression grew grave, her grip on the sword slick with sweat, anxiety coursing through her. Despite the yellow ape's formidable prowess, she resolved to defend with her life, for the person she revered most stood behind her. A surge of power coursed through her blade, and with all her might, she struck at the yellow ape. A colossal beam of sword light illuminated the surroundings. The air stilled, filled with the sound of tearing fabric as the earth split beneath the brilliance of her strike. The clash of their energies erupted, unleashing a tempest of force that rattled the atmosphere, a cacophony of thunderous roars echoing in the chaos. Ah, you possess some strength, truly worthy of being Zephyr's pupil, the yellow ape remarked, observing Ein's defiance with a smirk. However, against me, this level of power is utterly insufficient. Ein's lips began to bleed, her hair whipping violently in the wind as her sword wailed in protest to withstand the yellow ape's might. She hardly registered his words, her focus solely on his scornful gaze. A fierce determination ignited within her. She yearned to repel the yellow ape's assault. The immense sword light burst forth, its intensity gradually matching the yellow ape's overwhelming force. With a disdainful snort, the yellow ape ceased his verbal sparring, augmenting the speed of his kick. The luminous right leg unleashing a devastating force that crashed against Ein's sword light. The resulting explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave. displacing air and shattering the ground beneath them into fragments. With a resounding crack, Ein's sword light fractured under the yellow ape's might, crumbling into nothingness before her unwilling gaze. The earth trembled beneath their battle, the air crackling with the force of their clash, the yellow ape's coat billowing in the tumult. Ein staggered, as if struck by an unseen force, her visage paling as she coughed blood, the sword slipping from her grasp. The blinding light enveloped her, forcing her to shut her eyes, despair and helplessness flooding her heart. The power of the Marine Admiral was undeniable, and she felt woefully inadequate to protect the one she held in such high esteem. Was this the end? Forgive me, Z-Teacher, Ein whispered, guilt washing over her as the overwhelming light loomed closer. Ein, it is I who should apologize. Zephyr's voice pierced through the haze, startling Ein. A force pulled her away. I will not allow you to fall before me. Ein's body was hurled backward, her world spinning. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Zephyr's unwavering silhouette as tears streamed down her cheeks. Z-Teacher. As Ein was flung away, the yellow ape's assault surged forth. Unfazed by the impending danger, Zephyr stood resolute, determined to absorb the yellow ape's strike. In an instant, chaos erupted. The world transformed into a blinding light. The overwhelming radiance blinding and terrifying, accompanied by a palpable aura of destruction closing in. With a thunderous crash, the force swept outward, shattering the ground beneath them like fragile tofu, debris flying through the air in a tumultuous storm. Amidst the chaos, a rain began to fall, droplets mingling with the dust as Zephyr's stalwart figure remained shrouded in the haze, his resolve undiminished. Simultaneously, Ein crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ignoring her injuries and dizziness, she sprang to her feet, her eyes desperately searching for Zephyr amidst the turmoil. Cough, cough. Zephyr's raspy voice emerged from the smoke, his towering form now crouched as he struggled to breathe. Z-Teacher. Ein cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face as she rushed frantically towards the scene, clutching her wound. In a moment of desperation, Zephyr, her teacher, pushed her aside to absorb the onslaught from Kizaru. Under such immense force, it was likely Zephyr's already injured body would not withstand the attack. As the dust began to dissipate, Kizaru's towering figure emerged from the thinning haze. Observing Zephyr crouched and coughing violently, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Kizaru's eyes as he slowly inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" Chapter 131, Wooly Versus. Kizaru's tone held a hint of surprise as he wiped a few raindrops from his face with a finger, feeling the chilling touch of the falling droplets. Coughing persistently, Zephyr's condition seemed to have momentarily stabilized, his gaze complex as he regarded the frail figure before him. Kizaru, equally intrigued yet somewhat disinterested, remarked, "Just moments ago, you were obstructing him. Why the sudden desire to save him? What position do you occupy here?" Ein finally reached their side, her pale visage illuminated by a smile, albeit marred by traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, evoking profound sympathy. Her smile was genuine, filled with relief as she witnessed Zephyr rise again, seemingly unscathed. Contrary to her dire expectations of Kizaru's attack, this miraculous turn was thanks to the presence of another. Wooly. Ein softly uttered his name, her femininity evident as tears mingled with her smile, guilt flooding her eyes for the wound she had inflicted upon him. "You return again. If you do not share my beliefs, why not simply allow me to perish in peace?" Zephyr spoke in a low tone. Had it not been for Wu Li's earlier intervention, he might have completed his task before Kizaru arrived. Yet, this individual had chosen to hinder his progress at a critical moment and now stood in defense against the enemy, leaving Zephyr's heart in turmoil, unsure of what to say. Kizaru, upon hearing this, gained a new understanding of the unexpected intruder, recognizing the profound connection between Wu Li and Zephyr, unlike others associated with Zephyr, such as his former comrade Kazan, who merely observed without intervening. Wu Li sought to instigate change, a notion Kizaru found amusing. He perhaps did not realize that Zephyr was resolute. Once he made a decision, he would never waver, even in the face of overwhelming opposition. Zephyr's decisions are not swayed by the counsel of others. "Spare yourself the effort," Zephyr remarked coolly, unexpectedly willing to elaborate, perhaps to discourage this idealistic individual. His disdain for obstinate elders lingered, even if they were once his mentors. "Without attempting, how can one ever know?" "I shall not concede," Wu Li retorted, meeting Kizaru's playful gaze with indifference. "To wish for the impossible is a fool's errand. Even if there exists a slight chance you could alter Zephyr's perspective, regrettably, you will not live to witness it. Kizaru's fingers glimmered ominously, transforming him into a formidable threat, causing breaths to hitch in their throats. For you shall all be resolved here, and I shall bring this farce to an end. Before the echoes of his words faded, Kizaru's fingers erupted with radiant energy, unleashing a terrifying force towards Wu Li and the others. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, its dreadful power sending Wu Li and the others into a panic as they swiftly evaded the onslaught. Zephyr and Wu Li darted in opposite directions, narrowly escaping the catastrophic blast. Before they could catch their breath, Kizaru moved again, undeterred by the previous strike. Transforming into a streak of light, he lunged towards Wu Li, delivering a fierce kick. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Wu Li did not dare to underestimate the situation. He summoned his second sword's essence, channeling it into his blade, a potent aura radiating forth as he unleashed a razor-sharp sword wave towards Kizaru. Floating feather, divine wind's essence. The clash of sword intent against blinding light erupted with an unparalleled ferocity. Boom! The ground trembled violently, sending debris flying as deep fissures cracked the earth, dust swirling into the air. Chapter 132. Wu Li's astonishing power. As the dust lingered, two figures danced amidst the chaos, radiant and fierce, their sword energies clashing with thunderous sounds. The intensity of their battle drew the attention of onlookers. Who is that person? One Marine questioned, bewildered by the confrontation with Kizaru, a figure absent from their intel. Another Marine scoffed, clearly concealing his identity. He must have something to hide. Yet, facing the Navy's highest power, he is merely courting disaster. Kizaru will undoubtedly resolve this matter swiftly. The admirals represented the pinnacle of the Navy's might, revered by Marines who believed no adversary could triumph over an admiral. Indeed, should Wu Li stand alone, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to withstand Kizaru for long. Bang! Wu Li was sent flying by the dazzling kick of the yellow ape, crashing heavily into the ground. Blood spurting from his mouth as his vigilant gaze remained fixed on the yellow ape. Is this the true power of a Marine admiral? It is indeed formidable, Wu Li remarked, coughing up blood. He attempted to rise, but with the slightest movement, excruciating pain caused him to gasp sharply. Hiss! Just moments ago, under the lightning-fast kick of the yellow ape, he was unaware that several of his ribs had already been fractured. His injuries were severe, and his aura had significantly weakened, akin to a flickering candle that could be extinguished by the slightest breeze. Oh, it seems your aura has diminished. Are you already faltering so soon? Is this truly all you are capable of? I must admit, I find this rather disappointing, the yellow ape observed, sensing the change in Wu Li's aura with a nonchalant tone. The impression that Wu Li had previously given was likely akin to that of the Straw Hat Kid. Monkey D, Luffy, and Roronoa Zoro, both formidable and challenging, especially with his enigmatic ability to slow down speed. Yet, only a brief skirmish ensued before he was rendered ineffective. Upon witnessing Wu Li's defeat at the hands of Admiral Kizaru, the morale of the Marines surged, and their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, overwhelming the new Navy recruits. Ha! Now you understand the might of the Navy's top-tier strength? In less than 10 seconds, Admiral Kizaru effortlessly dispatched him. It appeared impressive, yet it was merely a fade. The moment he engaged, his true nature was unveiled. The Marines scoffed mercilessly, filled with pride for Kizaru's power, which invigorated their courage. At that moment, Robin and Nami found themselves encircled by the Marines, embroiled in a fierce battle. None of you will escape, the Marines boasted as they eyed Robin and her companions. Nami remained expressionless, silent, while she continuously twirled her weather stick, conjuring bubbles enveloped in ominous black thunderclouds that ascended in rows into the sky. Crack! The bubbles burst, releasing clusters of small thunderclouds that expanded, gradually shrouding the heavens in darkness, inciting panic among the Marines. Everyone, remain calm. Just take her down, one Marine shouted, pointing at Nami. Yes, the sudden shift in weather evoked a foreboding sensation. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to thwart this peculiar foe, prompting the Marines to charge at Nami in unison. Noticing their flustered advance, Nami couldn't help but smile. With a gesture of her weather stick, the vast dark clouds began to flicker with lightning, crackling ominously. Thunderstorm. With a downward sweep of the stick, she unleashed bolts of lightning upon the oncoming Marines, who screamed as they were charred black and collapsed to the ground. Having temporarily repelled the Marines, Robin and Nami exchanged glances towards Wu Li. Nami remarked, "That guy is remarkably weak. I thought he was formidable." Robin simply cast a glance, her brow furrowed in confusion as she intertwined her hands, causing petals to dance and eliminate the reinvigorated attacking marines. Is this all he is capable of? Luffy tilted his head, his mind swirling with questions. I had intended to battle him, but now, perhaps it's best to reconsider. Wu Li only managed to withstand the pressure from Kizaru for a few breaths before succumbing in an instant, which can be said to have subverted the opinions of most onlookers. In Chapter 133, Wu Li's swordsmanship seed encountered a problem. Zoro, observing Wu Li's weakened state, remarked, "This shouldn't be the case. I can clearly sense a formidable power within him." Luffy responded, "Perhaps we have all misjudged the situation. It seems he is on the verge of death under Kizaru's hands. Considering he previously saved Robin and Chopper, we should lend him a hand." Luffy turned to Zoro, who still appeared puzzled. Indeed. With that, the two figures swiftly made their way towards Wu Li, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Although Wu Li's strength disappointed Kizaru to some extent, his identity piqued the latter's curiosity. "You may be lacking in power, yet who are you? How did you acquire information from this place and dare to partake in this battle?" Kizaru's towering figure leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on Wu Li. "Moreover, you have chosen to conceal your identity. It seems your background must be of great interest. Are you perhaps a former student of Zephyr here to rescue him? However, I cannot recall any individual who matches your description." Upon hearing this, Wu Li's pupils constricted. He was surprised that Kizaru had deduced so much. After all, he had previously been a Navy colonel and had little interaction with Admiral Kizaru, otherwise he would have. Yet, I feel as though I have heard of someone rather renowned, and the information aligns somewhat, but I cannot recall it at the moment. As a newcomer, Navy Colonel Wu Li exhibited remarkable prowess, prompting discussions among the Navy headquarters, which suggested the efficacy of the world conscription policy. The opponent's rank was too low, thus Kizaru did not pay it much heed and could not recollect clearly. In Wu Li's heart, a tumultuous shock reverberated, yet he endeavored to maintain a composed expression, wary of revealing his inner turmoil to Huang Yuan. It was futile. Huang Yuan chose not to dwell further on the matter, emanating a formidable aura anew, his fingers shimmering with a cross-shaped radiance as he slowly proclaimed, "Since you are here to impede the Navy's significant military operation, attempting to assist notorious criminals, I can execute you on the spot." From that cross-shaped glow, Wu Li sensed an immensely perilous energy. He yearned to summon the power of the sword seed within him. However, he found himself utterly incapable. The forces within him were currently in a chaotic and violent state, and Wu Li had lost all control over them, which filled him with anxiety, helplessness, and bitterness. Previously, he had utilized the essence of the first sword to execute the sword technique of the second sword seed, the feathered wind flow. While he could momentarily contend with Huang Yuan, the clash between the first and second powers soon ensued, causing Wu Li to suffer greatly. Not only had he been suddenly injured by his own power, but he also fell victim to Huang Yuan's onslaught, resulting in a swift defeat that led many to misinterpret Wu Li's true strength. At this moment, Wu Li's power was in a state of tumult, unable to be harnessed in the short term. The second sword seed, infused with the fiery essence of the first sword, had begun to show signs of fissures. Should he forcibly attempt to wield it, the second sword seed would shatter, and the consequences would be dire. His very life could be forfeit, as the system was still an enigma to him. Yet, with Huang Yuan's attack imminent, did Wu Li possess any alternative choices? Wu Li let out a sigh, striving to harness the chaotic and untamed power that surged within him like a wild stallion. With unwavering determination, he pressed on. A blinding light assaulted his senses as he forcefully summoned this power, causing the cracks in the seed of his swordsmanship to multiply. Enduring the violent onslaught of energy, blood trickled from Wu Li's mouth, just as the attack from the yellow ape was about to strike, threatening to shatter the second seed of swordsmanship in its final moments. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Lion's Song. As Wu Li lost himself in thought, a formidable wave of sword energy swept towards him, causing the air to tremble violently. The ground fractured under the immense power of the sword wave, which sliced through the air, producing a resounding explosion that cleaved through the brilliance of Huang Yuan's assault. Zoro. Wu Li gazed at the figure that had appeared, a man with striking green hair, none other than the infamous pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. The dazzling light dissipated into particles that scattered through the air. Admiral Kizaru, witnessing yet another interruption to his plans, felt a flicker of irritation stir within him. Before he could launch another attack, Kizaru's attention was drawn to yet another figure sprinting toward them, a straw-hatted youth. It was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Boom. Gear third. Luffy leaped into the air at a calculated distance, his arms swelling to colossal proportions, resembling that of a giant's limb. Simultaneously, he channeled his armament haki, wrapping it around his enlarged fist before hurtling it toward Kizaru with devastating force. Goma Goma no Gigant Pistol. As the massive fist tore through the air, a tempestuous gale howled in its wake. The sheer pressure of the wind crushed the ground beneath, leaving deep fissures in its path. Yet Kizaru remained motionless, his expression laced with unmistakable impatience. Again and again, just as he was about to eliminate his foes, someone would inevitably intervene. It was infuriating. This time, he resolved to eradicate these nuisances once and for all. With a single outstretched hand, Kizaru conjured a radiant cross-shaped halo of light, bracing himself as Luffy's gargantuan fist collided with it. Boom. The clash of their powers erupted in an earth-shattering explosion. The sheer force of the impact sent Wu Li and Zoro staggering backward, while nearby Marines and rookie pirates were flung aside like leaves in a storm. To Luffy's astonishment, Kizaru hadn't budged an inch. Seizing the moment, Kizaru retaliated. But in that same instant, Zoro lunged forward, and Wu Li, summoning the last reserves of his strength, joined the fray. The three warriors converged upon Kizaru in a coordinated assault. Zephyr and Ain exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Zephyr sighed deeply. Age had truly diminished him. Once, he had been a force to be reckoned with. Yet now, Wu Li had matched him in combat without faltering. And now, against Kizaru, defeat had come swiftly. Ain, her concern for Wu Li mounting, turned to Zephyr. Should we assist him? Of course. But as the words left his lips, Zephyr's gaze drifted toward the unguarded stockpile of explosive rocks. He fell silent. Chapter 134. Wu Li, Luffy, Zoro. Defeated. The fierce battle commenced between Wu Li, Luffy, Zoro, and Kizaru, with the terrifying shockwaves of their conflict rippling outward, expanding the scope of their confrontation. Bang! Zoro was sent flying by Kizaru's lightspeed kick, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed a grave stare upon Kizaru's figure. Indeed, the strength of an admiral was formidable. Despite their combined efforts, the trio found themselves at a disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed by Kizaru alone. Bang! A figure was hurled by Kizaru, landing not far from Zoro, and as the dust settled, Wu Li's form was revealed. Although his abilities were somewhat peculiar, it was frustrating to be the first struck down by Kizaru. Zoro felt a twinge of resentment. Kizaru was overwhelmingly powerful. They could scarcely endure much longer. Truly a testament to the Navy's ultimate combat prowess. Wu Li was gravely injured, and with the turmoil of conflicting energies within him, he was rendered temporarily unable to fight. Zoro, too, was nearing his limits, his stamina nearly depleted. Only the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, was valiantly holding his ground. Observing Luffy's arduous struggle, Zoro attempted to rise, addressing Wu Li. I must assist Luffy. Zoro was pushing himself too far, finding it difficult even to stand. Just as Wu Li was about to speak, a sudden deafening crash echoed as another figure was sent flying, crashing heavily nearby. Bang! Wu Li and Zoro widened their eyes, peering through the swirling dust, and discerned the familiar outline of a straw hat, which involuntarily elicited a sense of helplessness and a touch of bitterness within their hearts. Wu Li, Zoro, and Luffy faced off against Kizaru in their initial confrontation, resulting in defeat. Yet, the trio remained unsatisfied. Once they regained their strength, they would continue to fight. But would Kizaru grant them such an opportunity? The answer was, of course, no. The farce must come to an end, Kizaru remarked slowly. Meanwhile, Ain and Zephyr, who were observing the battle, felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing Wu Li's defeat. Kizaru transformed into light once more, launching another assault on Wu Li and his companions, who could only passively endure the relentless attacks, utterly incapable of retaliation. Ain hesitated, sensing the danger surrounding Wu Li. Yet, what decision would Zephyr make? Zephyr fell into silence. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would never stand idly by as Wu Li faced Kizaru's wrath. However, this was an opportune moment, with no Navy or Wu Li to intervene. A conflict brewed within Zephyr, his gaze deepening and emotions suppressed, yet his resolve solidified as he turned to Ain and said, Ain, you must assist him. Ayan's eyes reflected confusion as she noticed Zephyr's focus on the explosive rocks, causing her to waver. Hurry! Are you disregarding my orders, Ayan? Zephyr's tone turned grave, prompting Ayan to act without further hesitation, racing towards Wooly, though she occasionally glanced back at Zephyr, puzzled by her mentor's sudden change. On the surface, Zephyr maintained his seriousness, yet a sigh of relief escaped him as Ayan departed. His expression turned grave once more. No one could vanquish Kizaru, and the young fighters were in grave peril. If Kizaru's target was indeed the explosive rocks, he would swiftly intercept Ayan, leading to mutual destruction and hopefully providing Wooly and the others a chance to escape. Bang! A laser shot forth from Kizaru's fingertip, effortlessly piercing Wooly's shoulder. He gasped in pain, a muffled groan escaping him as blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground crimson. Chapter 135. The explosive rocks erupt. Kizaru's fury this time. It won't be just your shoulder. To eliminate you, it will be your heads. Kizaru stated with an air of indifference. He extended 3 fingers, each shimmering with a cross-shaped light, from which Wooly and his companions sensed imminent danger. Farewell, everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 lasers were aimed at the foreheads of Wooly and his companions, their extensive combat experience warning them of the extreme peril. Yet, they found themselves unable to evade the attack. Was this truly the end? Such thoughts plagued their minds. As the laser beams intensified, Kizaru sensed a threat approaching from behind. The cross-shaped lights on his fingers began to retract, merging with his form. The laser assault halted, and a sword's light surged forth. Kizaru turned to witness Ayan charging at him, seemingly unperturbed by her sword's aura. With a swift kick, he dispersed her sword's energy, shattering her weapon, and sent Ayan flying, blood spilling from her lips. Just as Kizaru prepared to deliver the final blow to Wooly and the others, a faint cracking sound reached his ears, and he sensed something amiss. Turning sharply, he saw Zephyr attempting to sabotage the explosive rocks. No longer concerned with Wooly and his companions, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light, racing towards Zephyr, but it was too late. Zephyr had already compromised several protective devices surrounding the explosive rocks. The purple substance within the devices was now exposed to the air, triggering a violent reaction that erupted in blinding brilliance, momentarily dazzling even Kizaru. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated, the furious flames illuminating Kizaru's enraged visage. The Morning of the Wind rubber elephant gun 3-sword style. 3,000 worlds, a terrifying aura cleaved the air, unleashing colossal fists and a torrent of fierce sword flashes, all bearing down upon Kizaru with overwhelming force. The sky darkened as the combatants and onlookers alike turned their attention to the source of this ominous phenomenon. Wooly, Luffy, and Zoro united their strength to engage in a breathtaking battle against Admiral Kizaru. The onlookers held their breath, transfixed by the spectacle, within a kilometer radius of their clash. No soul remained, for none could withstand the terrifying shockwaves unleashed by their combat. Yet, one figure drew nearer, former Admiral Akiji, his gaze fixated on the fray, murmuring, "These young warriors are truly remarkable. In a few years, the era will undoubtedly belong to them." At the Naval Command Center, CP0 observed intently as these 3 youths matched Kizaru blow for blow. Although Kizaru maintained the upper hand, it was evident that he was exerting every ounce of his strength. Should these individuals remain unvanquished, the ramifications would be dire. They had become a formidable threat, possessing the potential to upend the current world order. As the foremost intelligence agency, they heightened their vigilance towards these individuals, placing them on the most dangerous list, alongside the notorious 4 emperors. Nami and Robin exchanged astonished glances, their spirits lifted by the formidable prowess displayed by the trio. At least they were not powerless as they had been at Sabaody Archipelago. Chopper, gleefully bouncing, struck a marine soldier with his hooves, then turned to cheer on Luffy and Zoro. Go, Luffy! Meanwhile, Brook and Frankie felt a mix of complexity and concern, realizing they could only spectate once more, recognizing the necessity to grow even stronger. They pondered anxiously whether the trio's overwhelming attacks could truly defeat Kizaru. Perhaps so, for it was the first time Kizaru had revealed a serious demeanor in response to their onslaught. The attacks from Wu Li and his companions descended like an overwhelmingly fierce storm, a terrifying force that commanded utmost attention and focus. Chapter 136. The ultimate showdown with Kizaru. The towering figure radiated an increasingly brilliant light, akin to the sun itself. As the strike approached, this intense illumination erupted, illuminating the heavens and the earth in that fleeting moment, casting the island's inhabitants into a blinding realm of light, a dazzling white expanse. In that instant, all eyes were shut, including those of Wu Li and his allies, who could only rely on their instincts. A few attempted to force their gaze upon the brilliance, only to have their eyes seared by the blinding light, forever losing their sight. Even from distant shores, the brilliance of the island was unmistakable, leaving commoners, pirates, and the navy alike in utter shock, speculating about the source of such a phenomenon. Boom! The clash of powers resonated. Silence enveloping the world as the overwhelming might met in a moment of stillness. The next instant, a crack echoed through the cosmos, as if something had shattered, unleashing a terrifying force that surged outward from the island's core. The air ruptured, creating ripples, while the distant seas rose dramatically, and the island began to tremble. Crack! A vast fissure appeared in the earth, rapidly spreading as terrified onlookers beheld the island splitting apart, the gaping chasm transforming into an unfathomable abyss. Beneath the abyss, a dark crimson hue emerged, as if awakening from slumber, the bottom of the chasm glowing ominously, hot vapors rising incessantly. Some individuals found themselves perilously positioned above this rift, unable to escape in time. As the chasm widened, they clung desperately to the edges, nearly plummeting into the depths. Peering down, their terror deepened. It was molten lava. The flowing, searing crimson below was none other than volcanic magma. The once dormant volcano was awakening, its fiery essence consuming the island, the magma multiplying, and the soil eroding at an alarming rate, the fissure expanding further. A few individuals, grasping the soil's edge, felt it give way, and they fell, consumed by the lava below, their screams echoing in the air. This was unfathomably terrifying. Those still clinging to the rift's edge were engulfed in sheer dread, especially as the ground continued to crumble beneath them, fearing they would become the next souls lost to the abyss. Among those nearly engulfed were Navy personnel and new recruits. Yet a mutual understanding prevailed. They refrained from attacking each other, prioritizing the rescue of their comrades. "Hold on. We're coming for you. Grab my hand," came the call from the ground. As panic surged, their allies offered hope, and with a firm grip, they returned to solid ground. The others, pale with fear, were relieved that their comrades had reacted swiftly, extending hands to pull them from the brink of death. However, once back on solid ground, their faces were ashen, cold sweat pouring down, their eyes filled with terror. Their legs trembled, immobilized by the harrowing scene replaying in their minds, while a few timid souls crawled and rolled away from the dreadful chasm. Nami, drenched in cold sweat, murmured, "This is truly terrifying." Robin expressed her concern. "Now we are separated from Luffy and the others." Nami and her companions stared in astonishment at the island's transformation, their hearts brimming with disbelief. Yo-ho-ho, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro. The battle between certain individuals and the admirals is simply too terrifying. It's enough to steal my heart. Brook observed the island, now cleaved in two, then playfully patted his hollow chest, chuckling to himself. Although I no longer possess a heart. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Meanwhile, the Navy remained in shock. The former Admiral Akiji surveyed the grim scene, a headache brewing as he lamented, "Alas, this has escalated far too much. It's truly vexing." Approaching the fissure's edge, he noted the rising magma, the soil eroding at an accelerating pace, and his gaze settled on the area where explosives were stored, his expression tightening. This is troublesome. With the volcano's gradual revival, the island's temperature surged. The glass containers housing explosives would soon shatter under the escalating heat, even without external interference. In other words, the destruction of this third Yindipyoenti island was merely a matter of time. Chapter 137. Evacuating the residents on the opposite side of the island. In stark contrast to the serene life before Wu Li and the Straw Hat crew engaged in battle, the ordinary residents found themselves engulfed in panic as the ongoing turmoil and tremors escalated. Were it not for the Navy maintaining order, chaos would have ensued. Nonetheless, the Navy officers, feeling the intensity of the conflict, were equally bewildered by the magnitude of the disturbance. What exactly transpired? Who possesses such terrifying power? The Navy personnel recalled the earlier deafening explosions and gazed at the towering flames, their faces pale, eyes betraying their fear. Yet, more troubling for the sailors was the sight of the already dazed residents and volcanic tourists who were now desperately attempting to flee. The aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion had ignited a wild frenzy in the eyes of these individuals. "Let us board the vehicles. The volcano has awakened," cried one. "I must leave this perilous island at once." "What is the Navy doing? Do not obstruct our path." The Navy, caught in a bind without orders from above, struggled to contain the panicked masses, aware that enemies could be masquerading as ordinary citizens. They could only strive to quell the public's emotions. But the people had lost all reason, their singular thought being to escape this cursed place. "If they won't let us through, then we shall charge out. Staying here will mean death," shouted a voice from the crowd. "Yes, charge out." The mob erupted in fervor, with most ordinary residents and volcanic tourists attempting to break through the Navy's blockade. The sailors, drenched in sweat, endeavored to hold the line, casting anxious glances at their commanding officer. Upon witnessing the chaos, the Navy colonel furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by the sudden pressure. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he urgently addressed the communications officer. "Have we established contact with headquarters? What did they say? Will the civilians be permitted to pass?" The colonel's concern deepened as he gazed at the towering flames on the other side of the island, uncertain if it was the volcano's resurgence or something else entirely. Wasn't it said that an admiral would arrive? Why then was this chaos unfolding? Below, the communications officer anxiously monitored the phone bug, feeling the urgency of the situation, praying for a swift connection to headquarters. "This is the naval headquarters." Suddenly, the phone bug crackled to life, and the sailor, overwhelmed with joy, rushed to the Navy colonel, presenting the communicator. "Sir, we have contacted headquarters." The naval colonel grasped the communicator tightly, reporting the current situation with remarkable speed. "What are the directives from headquarters?" "Colonel, this is Crane, General Crane." Upon hearing the voice of General Crane, the naval colonel immediately stood at attention, filled with reverence and a tumult of emotions. The legendary figure of the Navy was personally issuing orders. "I have understood the situation, Colonel. Permit passage and ensure the immediate evacuation of the civilians on the island." "Yes, General Crane. Once the civilians have been evacuated, you must also commence a rapid withdrawal. The quicker, the better." "Understood." Clang. The communication ended. The naval colonel set down the communicator, his eyes revealing shock. Had they eliminated the enemy and regained control, or had a more serious crisis unfolded? He gazed far into the distance at the flames, internally conceding that the latter seemed more probable. The naval colonel hesitated not long, signaling to the Marines. "Commence the evacuation." The Marines sighed in relief and began to gradually allow the volcanic tourists to surge toward the maritime transport, all scrambling aboard. The naval colonel retained a few Marines to maintain order while leading the others to the residential area to assist in evacuating civilians. Some residents were reluctant to leave. This was their home, and some believed it wasn't yet imperative to depart. Chapter 138. The Resurgence of the Volcano. Anger of the yellow ape. The terrifying force unleashed by the collision of those two immense powers left everyone in shock. A sea of flames engulfed the sky, with fierce waves of fire crashing one after another, as if they sought to devour the heavens themselves. Below the inferno, smoke billowed, resembling thick clouds of maize, dark haze descending to the ground. The dense smoke swirled, and suddenly, figures were hurled outwards, propelled by the intense wind pressure from the overwhelming force, scattering the surrounding smoke and crashing heavily to the ground, creating a vast pit. Cough! In the depths of the pit, Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with defiance as he proclaimed, "This still isn't enough to bring him down." At that moment, he was battered and bruised, much like the other two, unable to continue the fight. Nevertheless, in this ultimate confrontation, both sides could only be deemed evenly matched. Soon, on the opposite side of the massive fissure, the crack widened further, with bubbling magma churning beneath. A cluster of light particles coalesced to form a silhouette of a person, revealing the visage of the yellow ape. Observing the volcano's resurgence in the distance, the Earth's temperature rose. A layer of frozen explosive rock encasing Akiji began to crack, melting gradually. The yellow ape's expression darkened ominously, no longer suppressing the power within. His formidable presence surged forth, instilling terror in Wooly and others on the battlefield, rendering even breathing exceedingly difficult as the ground beneath them began to fracture. It was evident that his mission had failed, the island would be destroyed, and the geological upheaval would yield unimaginable consequences. His gaze turned toward the instigators, his murderous intent more potent than ever before. As the menacing intent of Kizaru enveloped Zoro, Luffy, and Wu Li. Their bodies tensed under the terrifying pressure that instilled a profound fear within them, their skeletal frames emitting faint creaks, blood oozing from their orifices. The surrounding air was filled with the sound of tearing, and the icy layers began to crack under the weight of this dreadful aura, shards of ice scattering everywhere. Kizaru, please temper your power, Akiji interjected, appearing before Kizaru and scratching his head in exasperation. At this rate, the volcano hasn't even awakened yet, and the explosive rocks could detonate. After a moment of silence, Kizaru subdued his aura and turned to Akiji, slowly saying, Kazan, have you come to rescue Zephyr? Discussing this now seems rather pointless. He scrutinized Akiji for a moment before continuing. Indeed, you are no longer a Marine. Your presence could be anywhere, and you haven't interfered with the Navy. Akiji did not pursue that line of conversation, but redirected his focus to the pressing matter at hand. Kizaru, you must know that as the volcano's temperature rises, the frozen explosive rocks will soon detonate. Suddenly, the island trembled violently, and everyone looked towards the volcano in terror. The rumbling continued as gases erupted from the crater, and the magma beneath surged upward. Is the volcano truly awakening? Panic gripped everyone, particularly the Navy, as they recalled that the explosive rocks were situated near Zephyr's location. Had they not been frozen by Akiji, they would have surely detonated by now. Chapter 139. The Frozen Volcano and the Disappearance of Wu Li and others. The new Navy was equally astonished, their worry deepening as both Zephyr and Ain were near the volcanic fissure. We must evacuate. If the volcano erupts, escape will be impossible. The conflict between the new Navy and the Marines halted as all began to withdraw. On the new Navy's side, Binns regained consciousness but was severely injured and unable to move, struggling even to speak. Despite his concerns for Zephyr and Ain, he recognized the situation was beyond their control and issued the retreat order. Taking advantage of the Marines' distraction, Binns led the new Navy in a breakout. Seeking safety and placing their hopes on Wu Li, Nami and Robin of the Straw Hat crew, accompanied by the injured Sanji and Usopp, began their evacuation. Frankie, having completed repairs, was able to walk again. Meanwhile, Brook and Chopper ventured toward the most perilous area to rescue Zoro and Luffy. On the Marine side, Vice Admiral CP0, upon receiving Kizaru's retreat order, also began to withdraw their forces. At that moment, a massive one-legged bird soared across the sky, its wings flapping, carrying a small girl on its back. Just as Kizaru was about to speak, Akiji suddenly released an icy aura that swiftly enveloped the area, causing the ground to coalesce into a thick layer of ice that rapidly froze towards the volcano's mouth. The mingling of ice and fire was palpable, and unbeknownst to everyone, the volcano's summit began to crack, creating a passage for the magma to erupt, which quietly flowed out without anyone noticing. Fortunately, Akiji reacted swiftly. It seems our greatest fears have indeed come to pass, he remarked as the air temperature plummeted, causing moisture to crystallize into ice. Both Kizaru and Akiji focused intently on the volcano as magma and small stones from the channel erupted with tremendous force, forming a colossal eruption column in the blink of an eye. In an instant, this enormous column shot upwards into the sky, the flames roaring as if spewed from the mouth of a fire-breathing dragon. The column, laden with molten rock and volcanic ash, rained down relentlessly as it reached a certain height before cascading back down like a fountain, eroding the earth beneath. Akiji's ice layer was rapidly melting, and the explosive rocks were in imminent danger of being exposed. At that moment, Kizaru was taken aback. The volcano was awakening without the explosive rocks being detonated, a scenario he had not anticipated. Fortunately, the connection to the other two tectonic plates that could obliterate the world would still take some time. The priority was to prevent the explosive rocks from igniting. Otherwise, they would trigger a chain reaction before anyone could react. This, of course, depended on Akiji's freezing abilities. Akiji's icy breath erupted forth, drastically thickening the ice layer on the ground, encasing that side of the island in frost. The volcano's mouth was also frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As the terrifying chill enveloped the ground, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, blinking out of sight only to materialize where Wu Li and the others had been, only to find their figures had vanished. In a flash, he sought Zephyr and Ain, but they too had disappeared. Chapter 140. Usopp, in tears for not being able to participate in the discussion. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and 3 days had passed unnoticed. Waves surged upon the surface of the sea, crashing against the rocks with a thunderous roar. sending forth white foam that seemed to compose a powerful symphony. Seagulls soared through the brilliant crimson sky, gliding freely, sometimes flapping their wings, at other times emitting joyful cries. A lion-shaped ship glided across the waters, its mast adorned with a pirate flag fluttering in the wind, displaying a prominent emblem of a straw hat and a skull. At the bow of the Golden Lion ship sat a figure clad in red, wearing a straw hat, gazing intently at the distant horizon where waves chased one another, and the refreshing sea breeze caressed his face. Recalling the events of a few days prior sent shivers down Usopp's spine. Yet he reveled in the comfort of his current life, basking in the sun and enjoying the wind. It's good to be alive. Usopp lay sprawled on the deck, staring up at the azure sky dotted with drifting white clouds. Usopp, it's time to change your bandages, Chopper said, eyeing Usopp, who was swathed in white bandages like a mummy, his elongated nose similarly wrapped, creating a rather comical sight. Zoro's mind conjured the image of a certain face that had been thoroughly beaten, reminiscent of Sanji's current appearance, and he muttered with frustration, seriously, that guy got away again. Next time we encounter him, I won't let him escape. Despite his words, he acknowledged their cooperation in battle had been quite effective, and that individual possessed a formidable sword intent, making him a worthy opponent for any swordsman. Chopper recalled the figure that had saved him in a moment of peril, timidly asking, couldn't they be allies instead of enemies? Robin smiled, her eyes reflecting memories of the past, before her expression turned bittersweet. Pirates and Marines can never be allies. Sanji, with a cigarette in hand, gazed thoughtfully at the sky. It was said that man had rescued Miss Robin, infuriating him. Brooke and Frankie reminisced about the events of that day. Regardless of the circumstances, that individual had saved their comrade. Usopp, wrapped in white bandages with only his eyes visible, felt perplexed, unable to comprehend their conversation. He abruptly sat up and exclaimed, "Who are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Someone explain this to me. It's clear that I'm the only one left out of the discussion." Ouch! As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp's sudden movement aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Don't you realize you're injured? Lie back down," Chopper urged as he helped Usopp recline. Tears welled in Usopp's eyes, flowing either from the pain of his injury or the sorrow of being excluded from the conversation. If asked, he would certainly claim it was the latter, although it was, in fact, the former. Seeing Usopp's distress, Chopper felt a wave of sympathy and waved his reindeer hoof in front of him, cheerfully stating, "You know him too, don't you, Usopp?" Usopp, looking bewildered, pointed at himself and then shook his head vigorously. "Who? I don't recall him at all," Chopper animatedly replied. "It's that Navy colonel who fought with Zoro last time. Remember the super-massive water column we encountered?" Usopp's mind flashed back to that day, recalling how Sanji had come to retrieve them. Was it that Navy colonel? Chapter 140, Chopper's Grumpiness. Usopp's frustration. Usopp envisioned a figure with a face obscured by a white cloth, wearing a hat, whose eyes were fierce and foreboding. Realization dawned upon him as he exclaimed, "So it was him." Chopper nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he was disguised. You simply didn't see his face clearly." Usopp muttered, "Of course. He always had that white cloth covering his face, making it impossible to see." "What? A white cloth? What nonsense?" Chopper's mouth fell open, his expression filled with confusion. "Wasn't it supposed to be a black cloak?" He looked at Usopp with a scrutinizing gaze. Unless there was a flaw in his memory, it must be Usopp who was colorblind, convinced that he could not possibly be mistaken, especially about someone who had done him a great favor. Chopper concluded that Usopp must indeed be colorblind. Usopp reflected, that guy's fruit is quite formidable. One could say it is the bane of swordsmen. Fruit? Chopper's face displayed another expression of confusion. Their benefactor was indeed a master swordsman. Whether he was truly a bane to swordsmen was up for debate. However, was their benefactor also a devil fruit user? What was his ability? Chopper felt a pang of sadness at his ignorance. Noticing Chopper's gaze, Usopp felt slightly puzzled and continued, "Isn't that right? Besides, Chopper, you remember wrong." Upon hearing this, Chopper looked up, realizing Usopp had pointed at himself. How dare this scoundrel suggest that his memory was flawed? How could he possibly forget the appearance of his benefactor? Chopper sprang to his feet, his emotions flaring as he retorted, "I did not misremember. You are the colorblind one. You wretched fool." Crack. In a moment of heightened emotion, Chopper accidentally struck Usopp's wound with his hoof. Usopp let out a pained cry. "That hurts. What are you doing, Chopper?" Hearing Usopp's shout, the crew turned their eyes towards him, filled with bewilderment. Chopper, observing Usopp's suffering, scoffed, and turned his back, feigning indifference as he whistled and gazed at the sky, as if to imply it was none of his concern. When have I ever been colorblind? I am the sniper king of the seas. My vision is my greatest asset, alongside my unmatched sniping skills. There's no way I'm colorblind, Usopp declared proudly. Despite being entirely wrapped in bandages, he still managed to project an air of invincibility. The crew, however, remained stoic, returning to their tasks without comment. Normally, Chopper would have agreed with him, but in his current sulk, he remained silent and even spat in disdain. Usopp, increasingly confused by Chopper's sudden odd behavior, noticed Robin. Lounging in the sun, smiled faintly. Usopp raised his heavily bandaged right hand to his mouth, deep in thought, and said, I've encountered him twice, counting this time as the third. However, when it comes to battling Zoro, there was no conflict this time. I fought alongside Zoro twice, so Chopper, you've made an error. Chopper pouted, clearly unconvinced. You're the one who's wrong. It was clearly once. You colorblind idiot. I'm not colorblind. How can a great sniper be colorblind? Usopp felt exasperated, nearly spewing blood in frustration, yet he held back, aiming to reason with facts. Chapter 142. Usopp's Confusion. Binks Sake. Usopp struggled to sit upright. Didn't you say he fought Zoro in that sea area last time? Reluctantly, Chopper replied, yes. And you forgot about the other time. What other time? Chopper's expression turned blank as he racked his brain, unable to recall. What could it be? Was it possible he had genuinely forgotten? Not just Chopper, but Zoro, who was sipping from a bottle, also paused, pondering when he had battled that individual twice. Did fighting side by side count? Haha. Usopp grinned at Chopper's bewilderment, but his face, wrapped in white cloth, made his smile appear somewhat sinister. The other time was at Eni's lobby. His rust fruit was truly formidable. It could corrode Zoro's swords. Uffed. The ship fell silent, and everyone who had been drinking spluttered, collapsing to the ground with incredulous expressions directed at Usopp. Even Zoro, who had been attentively listening, froze, his hand with the bottle suspended mid-air, shaking slightly. He shrugged it off and took a swig, returning to his drink. What is wrong with you all? Usopp questioned, feeling increasingly bewildered. Tap, tap, tap. Chopper approached, meeting Usopp's confused gaze. He had calmed down and comfortingly patted Usopp's shoulder. You might want to steer clear of that topic. Usopp remained perplexed. What was wrong? Wasn't he the person they were discussing, the Navy colonel? He recalled the name Cheyenne. Surely that was correct? Sensing the heavy silence, Nami decided to break the tension. By the way, I was nearly scared to death. I never want to encounter an admiral again, especially Admiral Kizaru. Nami, clad in a bikini, playfully patted her ample bosom, her tone noticeably intense. Did you hear that, Luffy? She called out, glancing at Luffy's silhouette at the bow of the ship. Hearing someone call his name, Luffy turned, flashing Nami a radiant smile. Upon witnessing Luffy's grin, Nami let out a resigned sigh, turning to speak to Robin, only to find a golden-haired fellow gazing intently at her chest. Instinctively, she covered herself with her hand, her mind swirling with frustration. Just then, Robin's voice reached her ears, reminding her, he's an injured man. Sanji, still recovering, felt Nami's anger and quickly interjected, yes, Miss Robin is right. I am still an injured man. Injured? Huh, perish the thought. Nami exclaimed, delivering an irate punch that sent Sanji flying. With a resounding crash, the deck splintered, and Sanji's head was unceremoniously embedded into it. Hey, Sanji, you've damaged the Thousand Sunny again. I am quite busy, you know, grumbled Frankie, tall and surrounded by various metallic components, as he opened one of his arms to expose the inner mechanics, perspiration glistening on his brow while he repaired himself. Observing the ship's return to its usual raucous atmosphere, Brook chuckled knowingly. Yo-ho-ho, he exclaimed, retrieving his violin. Seeing everyone so joyful, allow me to serenade you with a tune. As he began to play, the enchanting melody of Binks Sake filled the air, transporting all who listened into a state of bliss. To deliver Binks Sake to your side. Like the sea breeze at will, riding the waves, on the far shore, the sunset is lively, the bird songs paint circles in the sky. Farewell, harbor, the land of silk, let us sing a song, the song of departure. To deliver Binks fine sake to your side, let us sing a song, the song of the sea. The melodious strains reverberated across the ship, captivating everyone as they relished in this tranquil moment. Chapter 143. Farewell, Kobe, the apprehensive Bonnie. Meanwhile, in a distant sea, The melodious song seemed to drift with the wind. The sky was vast and clear, with wisps of white clouds lazily floating by, while a massive white sail bobbed on the ocean, adorned with a seagull clutching a scale, a symbol of the Navy, representing the maintenance of world peace and order. A colossal naval warship was slicing through the waves, instilling fear in pirates and respect in Marines alike, not for any other reason but for the presence of an elderly figure aboard, a vice admiral clad in the Navy's just uniform. On the deck, a young man in casual attire stood, appearing out of place on a naval vessel, alongside a pink-haired little girl and an extraordinarily beautiful, one-legged bird. The pink-haired girl stared at a similarly pink-haired Marine before them, who wore a scarf and a coat emblazoned with justice, a prominent scar etched across his forehead. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "Wooly, what are you doing here? We heard reports that you went missing after battling the second captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu of the Rain. We thought you were in trouble and that we would never see you again." The Marine's emotional display of concern touched Wooly, eliciting a sense of warmth within him. Wooly said, "KB, thank you for your concern. I am perfectly fine, as you can see." The pink-haired Marine, KB, had arrived here alongside Admiral Karp due to the incident involving Z, though they did not engage directly in the battle, but rather observed the unfolding events. In a series of fortunate coincidences, they rescued several shipwrecked souls not far from the island's waters, among whom was the long-missing Colonel Wu Li. Beside them, Belyameb appeared astonished, scrutinizing Wu Li with wide eyes. Although he was aware of Wu Li's formidable power during their time at Marine headquarters, he had not anticipated that he could match the second captain under Blackbeard in combat. Do not underestimate those few exchanges. It was well known that the formidable Push Fortress was deemed the strongest stronghold due to the presence of Shiryu of the Rain and Magellan. While Shiryu had since defected, his strength was beyond question. Hearing Wu Li's words, the pink-haired girl pouted. "If it weren't for my unprecedented act of kindness in saving him, he would have long since sunk to the depths of the sea." Returning to the matter at hand, her focus shifted to a towering figure on the deck. A man of broad chest and well-defined muscles, an elder with a scar above his left eye. His blue eyes and full head of gray hair contrasted with the black and red shoulder pads of the Justice Marines, fluttering in the wind. The Marine hero, Monkey D. Karp. Her heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down her brow. Though she was aboard a Marine vessel, she contemplated various means to potentially eliminate the Marines and escape. However, this was the legendary figure of the Marines. Everyone knew the name of the heroic Karp. In the presence of such a legendary individual, could she truly hope to evade capture? Joelle Bonny's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together, filled with despair as she gazed at Wu Li, who was engaged in conversation with the Marines. Confusion washed over her. When had bounty hunters and the Marines become so chummy? At that moment, she had yet to suspect Wu Li's true identity, merely attributing her rescue to coincidence. Sensing her tension, the heroic Karp suddenly turned his head, his mouth full of snacks, casting a glance at Joelle Bonny that nearly sent her spirit fleeing. As she grappled with her fear, contemplating a futile resistance, her stomach churned. With a gulp, Karp swallowed his snack and took a sip of tea, holding an empty cup and a half-eaten snack, grinning at Joelle Bonny. Joelle Bonny, feeling her throat dry with anxiety, was bewildered by Karp's smile, perceiving it as the grin of a great demon. She instinctively swallowed, her heart racing. "Little girl, I see your heart is racing. Would you like some tea to calm your nerves?" Joelle Bonny's heart tightened, momentarily forgetting to respond. After several breaths, seemingly growing impatient for her reply, Karp chuckled. "Ha, I must be getting old. I've already finished my tea. You still remember, though? Asking if someone wants tea when there's none left. Clearly, I'm losing my memory." Inwardly, the merchant sheep scoffed, wishing to retort, but suddenly felt Karp's authoritative gaze upon it, a wave of intense dread washing over the sheep. Despite merely glancing at it, the sheep's heart raced. Could this old man truly hear its thoughts? When it looked back at Karp, the latter had shifted his attention back to Joelle Bonny, and the sheep exhaled in relief, attributing the event to mere coincidence. Aside from its master, no one else could perceive its unspoken thoughts. "You foolish bird. Do you think anyone can endure your jests? Keep it up, and you might find yourself stewed for soup, and I won't be able to save you." The voice of Wu Li's warning reverberated in the depths of Shang Yang's heart, causing him to retract his neck. "I am a divine beast, not a foolish bird." Even without Wu Li's admonition, he dared not voice any further complaints. Startled by a mere glance from Karp, Shang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Jolie Bonnie noticed Karp's gaze shift back towards them, her heart racing. She had not caught Xiang Yang's earlier remarks, but had she been aware, she would undoubtedly have scolded him harshly for his foolishness. She understood Karp far better than Xiang Yang did. A figure of such stature was not someone to be trifled with. Given the opportunity, she would prefer to traverse the Grand Line indefinitely rather than encounter Karp. Such an individual was beyond her capacity to confront, and it was unfortunate that her recent misfortunes had led her to this point. First, the encounter with Blackbeard, where her companions were brutally slain, and she herself was captured. Subsequently, she was apprehended by the former admiral and current fleet admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, from which she had only recently escaped with great difficulty. Now, she found herself in the absurd situation of facing the legendary marine hero, Karp, who had once relentlessly pursued Pirate King Roger. In her heart, Jolie Bonnie raged against the heavens and cursed the gods, if indeed they existed. Karp, appearing somewhat contemplative, seemed to be grappling with some internal conflict, which kept Jolie Bonnie on high alert, swallowing nervously. After a brief hesitation, Karp extended the remaining pastries in his hand with a feigned nonchalance, saying, "I see you eyeing my pastries and swallowing hard. You must be hungry. Come, little girl, have some." Jolie Bonnie glanced at the pastries and then at Karp's reluctant expression, quickly shaking her head in response. "I'm not hungry at all, and I'm actually allergic to pastries. I can't eat them." "What a pity you are allergic to pastries," Karp expressed, feigning regret before popping one into his mouth and laughing heartily. "Well, if you cannot eat them, they shall be mine alone." Observing Karp's joyful demeanor, Jolie Bonnie thought to herself, clearly, he does not wish to share. Soon after, Wu Li and Jolie Bonnie exchanged glances, and she began to ponder whether Karp had failed to recognize her due to her childlike appearance. This thought brought her a measure of relief, and she gently patted her chest, feeling the anxiety that had lodged in her throat gradually dissipate. Wu Li, noticing Jolie Bonnie's reaction, could understand her tension. Fortunately, it seemed that Karp had not identified her as one of the notorious supernovas from the same generation as the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. This was indeed a narrow escape. Had it been otherwise, the situation could have been dire. In truth, it was not only Jolie Bonnie who felt anxious aboard Karp's ship. Wu Li shared her unease. Although he held the rank of naval colonel, he was well aware that just days prior, he had assisted the Navy's enemies, Zephyr. "Haha, these pastries are delightful. No matter how many I eat, I never tire of them," Karp exclaimed after finishing the pastries. In the midst of a conversation with Wu Li, Kobe apologized before hastily retrieving a teapot to serve Karp tea. With the pastries consumed and tea served, Karp handed his cup to Kobe to put away, then cast a peculiar glance over Wu Li, the one-legged bird beside him, and the pink-haired little girl. Returning his gaze to Wu Li, Karp remarked with a knowing smile, "I have heard tales of a certain individual on the battlefield attempting to halt the war. This person is said to have a strange bird. I wonder if it is this one." Wu Li's heart raced wildly, yet he swiftly suppressed the tumult within, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance as he inquired, "Is there? What is so peculiar?" He had only recently learned that a significant crisis had just been resolved. Nearby, Xiao Ai Li Boni's attention was piqued. "Did Hero Karp know Wu Li?" Karp remarked, "Wu Li, I am somewhat acquainted with your endeavors. In critical moments, you rose to confront the Blackbeard pirates, earning considerable merit. Had you not gone missing, your fate still uncertain, the headquarters would have surely commended you long ago. Moreover, such incidents will undoubtedly involve you, especially considering your commendable performance." Wu Li remained composed as he spoke. "It is unfortunate that at that time I was unaware. Had I received the orders from headquarters, I would have spared no effort in cooperating with the Navy's commands." Karp replied, "Indeed, that is truly regrettable. Otherwise, with your presence as the strongest Navy colonel, Zephyr and his associates would have had no chance to escape." The atmosphere suddenly grew exceedingly tense. Chapter 145. The indomitable figure of Wu Li. Thud, thud, thud. The silence aboard the warship was so profound that even the sounds of heartbeats and breaths could be distinctly heard. The two individuals experiencing the most emotional turmoil were unmistakably evident. One was Jolie Bonnie, who was currently fixated on Wu Li with a gaze rife with suspicion and anger. A multitude of conflicting thoughts surged within her. The strongest Navy colonel? So, Wu Li is part of the Navy? Wasn't he a bounty hunter? The other individual was Wu Li himself. Upon hearing the implications in Karp's words, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. Did Karp already possess this knowledge? As a hero of the Navy, Karp bore the dual burden of its glory and shame, leaving one to ponder how he would respond. Wu Li was entirely unaware, for he was not the grandson of Karp and thus would not receive any preferential treatment. Do you have nothing to say? You should at least provide an explanation. Colonel Wu Li, Karp remarked, observing Wu Li's silence with an impassive expression. Wu Li ceased to speak, placing his fist against his chest, locking eyes with Karp. The legendary hero Karp emanated an imposing aura, a terrifying force bearing down upon Wu Li, transforming the atmosphere with tumultuous winds and surging waves, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The might of the fabled marine, hero Karp, revealed but a mere glimpse of his formidable power. Although not directed at Jewelry Bonnie, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. It was at this moment she recalled that Wu Li's previous actions were not only inappropriate, but fundamentally opposed to the principles upheld by the Navy. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Was the hero Karp intent on cleansing the ranks of the Marines? If such a figure harbored such intentions, who could possibly escape or withstand it? With this troubling notion, she cast a worried glance at Wu Li. Crack. Under the immense pressure, Wu Li's body emitted a cacophony of sounds, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Blood oozed incessantly from his mouth and the wounds on his body, while the deck beneath his feet began to fracture. In a state of disillusionment, Wu Li clenched his teeth, unwaveringly fixating on Karp, his eyes devoid of any hint of retreat or regret. Observing Wu Li's stubbornness, Jewelry Bonnie inwardly cursed, thinking that if he merely fabricated a more convincing excuse and admitted fault, the matter could easily be resolved. Yet, he insisted on his stance, lacking any flexibility. Karp seemed dissatisfied with Wu Li's response. His imposing aura intensified, while Wu Li's form began to sway, resembling a candle flickering in a cold wind. The warship trembled violently under Karp's pressure, creaking ominously as it began to tilt. Those aboard grasped anything within reach to stabilize themselves. Some, like Balumeb, who failed to secure themselves, slid down with the ship's incline, crashing their heads against the deck's edge. Inside the room, Kobe sensed Karp's overwhelming presence and rushed out. However, as he stepped outside, the ship's tilt rendered him unable to maintain his footing, causing him to fall and grasp at something for support. He gazed at the two figures at the center of the tension, filled with confusion. Karp, observing Wu Li's bent form, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. This little fellow could endure so long under his pressure? Alas, it could only last so long. He had reached his limit. Despite his indomitable will, he was simply too weak to hold on any longer. Continuing down this path would surely lead to his body collapsing under the strain, especially given his severe injuries. It was commendable he had endured to such an extent. Had he been merely a mid-ranking officer, he likely would have fainted the moment Karp exerted his pressure. Karp retracted his terrifying aura and burst into laughter. Ha! Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Suddenly, an almost ethereal sound echoed, though its source remained ambiguous. As Karp's pressure lifted, Wu Li managed but a fleeting glance at Karp before losing consciousness, his eyes dimming, devoid of light. Karp's laughter ceased, plunging him into silence, and Bonnie followed suit. Even after losing consciousness, Wu Li's body remained upright. Chapter 146, Zephyr and Aokiji, Aftermath of the Incident. The warship was assailed by towering waves, shaking violently, and Wu Li's figure finally began to topple. Just as he seemed destined to fall, a towering shadow appeared before him, catching his body. Karp regarded the unconscious Wu Li, his right hand still pointed at his own heart, his expression unwaveringly resolute. Ouch, that hurts terribly, Karp muttered, while Balumeb, nursing a bump on his head, quietly lamented the daily torment of rigorous training under the old man's so-called fist of love, living in constant trepidation. Balumeb's gaze fell upon the fallen Wu Li, revealing a glimmer of sympathy. Even the strongest colonel could not escape such a fate. How tragic it was. As he rose to his feet, preparing to lament the darkness of his life and denounce Karp's merciless methods, he tilted his head to gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, colliding with Balumeb's shoulder. The impact sent Balumeb stumbling, his vision blurring as he spun in place, ultimately toppling to the ground. Tears streamed down his face, a testament to his dismal existence. Kobe, though aware of the collision, pressed on towards Karp, perplexed by Wu Li's unconscious state. Karp, is there an urgent situation? Kobe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, pondering what could elicit such a reaction from Karp, recalling the last time it occurred when Fire Fist was to be executed. Yet, he noted Karp's somewhat awkward expression. No, Nothing's wrong, Carp chuckled, before handing Wu Li over to Kobe, instructing him to take him to the infirmary. As Kobe supported Wu Li towards medical aid, he mused over the sudden resurgence of Wu Li's injuries. Shaking his head, he reached no conclusions, deciding that treatment was the priority. Kobe quickened his pace. Jewelry Bonnie glanced at Carp and then at Wu Li's figure. Noticing Carp seemed oblivious to her presence, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. Poor Swordmaster. A merchant sheepishly observed Bonnie's pursuit and, with a sigh, trailed after her. The third Yindipyointi Island, once ravaged by war and desolation, now lay beneath a thick layer of ice, entombing the volcano and slowly succumbing to stillness. Upon closer inspection, the island resembled an iceberg. Faint outlines of towns visible beneath the icy surface, the vestiges of blood and sacrifice obscured. What of him? He is gone. Is he alive or dead? It was said he was struck by light and fell into the sea. He may have perished. On the iceberg, silence enveloped once more, the sea breeze chilling against the icy expanse. A few figures emerged, a robust elder with purple hair and a tall figure clad in a coat. What does it feel like to live again? Somewhat tedious. Isn't this life? I am indeed your teacher, Kazan. Ha. Isn't life predominantly characterized by its mundane tranquility? Perhaps only those who have spent their lives in battle feel the monotony of peace after laying down their arms. The two burst into laughter. The tall man produced a bottle of liquor from his coat, took a swig, and tossed it to the elder. The elder's sunglasses reflected the bottle's silhouette. After a moment of silence, he gulped down a generous mouthful. Who would have thought, after a lifetime of teaching, to be schooled by the young? The man remained silent, listening to the elder's musings, a smile creeping across his lips as he quietly murmured, "Long time no see, Zephyr." Upon the iceberg, two individuals shared a drink to stave off the chill, while further up the slope, a man and a woman, bundled in thick coats, awaited amidst the biting wind. Listening to the laughter above, the woman shed 2 tears, yet revealed the most radiant smile, blooming like a flower in full glory. Beneath the sunlight, the tears transformed into crystalline droplets, shimmering with a myriad of colors, as if 2 figures were encapsulated within, one tinged with purple, the other bearing the outline of a one-legged bird upon their shoulder. As the cold wind blew, the cascading sea-blue waves danced with her flowing hair, her coat billowing in the gusts, revealing the faint silhouette of her right leg marked by an X-shaped scar. The cold breeze felt somewhat warmer. As night fell over a certain maritime expanse, a colossal warship sailed forth, the emblem of the world government fluttering in the wind. Within a dim chamber aboard the ship, an oil lamp flickered atop a mahogany table, casting shadows of 5 distinct figures, their masks reflecting an air of intrigue. We must uncover the identity of that mysterious swordsman. This is an order from the highest authority. Did that esteemed individual witness something anew? The era is beginning to tremble. The world shall inevitably be overturned by a sword. What manner of sword? A blade more formidable than that of the world's greatest swordsman. Unprecedented. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World, the sound of a telephone snail echoed. A tall, slender man clad in a yellow and white striped suit, draped in a navy justice coat, and wearing sunglasses, answered the call from the telephone snail adorned with a small hat. "Hello, this is Kizaru. Borisolino. Has the situation been resolved?" Suddenly, memories of a volcanic eruption flashed in his mind. The ice of Akiji began to envelop, while the villains seized the opportunity to flee. How could such speed escape the pursuit of light? The last scene, if memory serves, was of a one-legged bird, along with its rider, struck by light and plunging into the sea. He replied, "It has been resolved." Then hurry back to headquarters. "Sakazuki, is there anything amiss?" A deep voice resonated from the telephone snail, which vividly mimicked the sharp and commanding gaze of its owner. "Ah, I am on my way back. I relish the opportunity to discipline these newcomers." Chapter 147. Fleeting moments, Garp reflects on the past as dusk descended, the night enveloped the sea and sky. With the ocean hidden in shadows, its surface flickering like the eyes of the deep. On the foredeck, a young figure, bandaged and disheveled by the sea breeze, stood in contemplation. Bang, bang, bang. A tall elder, not clad in the navy justice coat, approached the deck like a friendly neighbor, his powerful physique resonating in the tranquil night. Upon his arrival, the bandaged youth turned, intending to salute, but the elder shook his head. They stood side by side, gazing at the sea beneath the night sky, listening to the rhythm of the waves and feeling the cool sea breeze. The Marines on watch noticed the elder but refrained from staring too long. At the entrance to a room, a door creaked open. Creak. The door revealed a sliver of light before being obscured as a small head emerged, large eyes fixated on the elder and youth on the deck. Moments later, another small head peeked out, sharing similar curious eyes. Wu Li, you have done well. The elder's resonant voice reached Wu Li, who paused in surprise, a hint of confusion in his heart. Garp continued to gaze into the night sky, fixated on the 4 brightest stars, as if transcending time and space. He beheld youthful figures in Navy uniforms. That is, Zephyr, and I have shared decades of camaraderie. In our youth, he entered the Navy school alongside me, Sengoku, and Tsuru, training and living together. The elder's face reflected nostalgia. Later, we engaged in real combat. I recall he was just 18 that year, and we even held a birthday celebration for him. We honed our skills in battle, growing together, ultimately each attaining the heights we had long aspired to. The elder smiled as if envisioning a scene from the past, where a figure cradled a woman and child, weeping in sorrow. A once bright star began to fade, and the elder's smile dimmed, burdened as the sorrowful figure distanced itself from the other 3. Dark clouds drifted across the night sky towards the dim star. The sea breeze blew, the waves crashed, and Wu Li remained silent, a quiet listener. As the night wind swept through, dispersing the clouds, the stars flickered in an attempt to regain their former brilliance. In midair, the elder's eyes reflected an image of a robust figure gazing upon youthful faces, displaying a smile of contentment, though the depths of his gaze held a tinge of sadness. The sea mist shifted, winds howled, and the sound of the waves grew tumultuous, the flickering star dimming further. Alas, Garp sighed, witnessing the changing image in the sky. A ship filled with corpses, the scene transformed into a ghastly hue of red. Only the now aging figure clutched a severed arm, gazing at the lifeless visage of a young face, emitting an inconsolable wail. The 3 others clad in Navy justice coats could only watch the sorrowful figure recede, yearning to call out, but holding their tongues. Their outstretched hands frozen in midair until the figure vanished into the mist. The clouds in the night sky regrouped, obscuring the once bright star, deepening the night. Ah, Zephyr truly is a stubborn one. Garp chuckled heartily, nearly in tears from laughter. Do you know? That fellow always shows mercy to pirates, often landing himself in peril. He remains unchanged, and whenever we attempt to counsel him, he simply points to the coat behind him and laughs while enduring our reprimands. Garp's laughter subsided, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Regrettably, some individuals are inherently malevolent. Even goodness cannot sway them, but rather, they devour the good. As for those who could be swayed by virtue, the world now offers no one to extend that kindness. From one perspective, there are too many unavoidable circumstances. You have accomplished what I could not, which is commendable. Justice bears a heavy weight. I have grown weary, nearing my limits, and in the future, I must rely on you all. As soon as he finished speaking, Garp departed, leaving Wu Li to contemplate the elder's weathered silhouette, stirred by emotion. He had not anticipated that Rear Admiral Garp would share such thoughts with him, yet he felt resolute in his own heart. The lights upon the sea illuminated Wu Li's spirit, banishing the darkness of the night, allowing him to embrace the tranquility of this serene evening on deck. In the midst of the vast night, the ocean cradled in nature's embrace, it seemed to meld with the sea under the shrouded night. From the crack of a door, 2 heads exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief before retreating back into their room. Kobe saluted Garp as he returned, who merely smiled in response before entering his quarters. Kobe gazed at the figure on the deck, fell into silence for a moment, and then returned to his room. They stood there for some time, and as night deepened, it was time to return. Wu Li treaded lightly upon the deck, distinctly hearing the rhythm of his own footsteps and breath as he made his way back to his quarters. The moon, concealed behind dense clouds, peeked out, its luminous visage hanging like a mirror in the firmament, cascading silvery light upon the expansive ocean, creating a shimmering spectacle. Ding. Please claim your task reward, Swordmaster. Swordmaster. LV3, 502-2800. Name. Wu Li Skills. Shiyut Songyan Flow, Ultimate. Fuyun Shinfeng Flow, Ultimate. Wind's Grief Chivalrous Value. 96 Pet. Unnamed. Merchant Ram. Item. Heroes Hat First Sword Element. Deathly Flame Quest. Prevent sea from destroying Point Island. Completion 1000 experience points. Chapter 148. Task Reward. Hero S set across the eastern sea. A brilliant light emerged, dazzling as it reflected upon the water's surface. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples, while a flock of seagulls glided gracefully above. The sun ascended, accompanied by the cries of seagulls breaking over the horizon. Its myriad rays piercing through the clouds to illuminate the boundless, vast ocean. A naval warship sailed forth, embracing the dawn, cutting through the waves. Ding! At this moment, Wu Li entered the system, and the task panel indicated that the mission to prevent Z from annihilating Yendpont Island had been successfully completed. The data has now been updated. Swordmaster, LV3, 1502280. Name, Wu Li. Skills, Shiyu Songyan Flow, Ultimate, Fuyu Shifeng Flow, Ultimate. Winds Lament Chivalry Value, 90 Pet, Unnamed, Merchant Goat, LV2 Item, Heroic at First Sword Element, Deathly Flame Task, Prevent Z from destroying Yendpont Island. Completed. Although the aftermath of this task was handled by Qingji, Wu Li accomplished what was within his capability, and his mission was fulfilled. The system merely evaluates results, disregarding the process, and thus he earned 1,000 task points. Moreover, Wu Li's original intention was achieved. He saved ZFA. As for whether ZFA would persist in his extermination plans, Wu Li remained uncertain. The path forward lay in ZFA's own discretion. Wu Li glanced at the slumbering merchant sheep, a smile gracing his lips. If this creature were aware that it had been designated by the system for punishment, it would surely be in an uproar rather than resting so peacefully. Fortunately, the task had been accomplished, and the system would not erase the merchant sheep. Perhaps as compensation from the system, the merchant sheep had experienced a level up, granting it the ability to enlarge temporarily. Diverting his gaze, Wu Li focused once more on the skill panel within the system interface, a frown creasing his brow. The skill Floating Rain, Divine Wind had turned gray, rendering it unusable. This led Wu Li to ponder whether this was related to the shattering of the second sword seed. For it was the second sword seed that had inscribed the technique of Floating Rain, Divine Wind, nurturing the seed with its sword intent. Since that battle, influenced by the second sword seed, the power within him had remained in a state of turmoil. Although other sword techniques remained accessible, their execution caused a clash of energies, resulting in self-inflicted harm before he could even strike at his enemies. Alas, what a vexation it was! Wu Li wore a troubled expression, a headache beginning to form. Encountering weaker pirates would be manageable, even without employing sword techniques or the power of the sword seed within him. He could still defeat those with bounties under 100 million berries, thanks to his current physical prowess. However, should he face a formidable opponent, particularly those with bounties exceeding 100 million, the situation would be far more challenging. No matter how Wu Li contemplated, he found himself unable to resolve the predicament at hand, so he had no choice but to suppress these thoughts within. Within the system, 2 gift packages awaited him. One was a reward for the completed task, while the other was a reward for achieving a chivalry value of 90. It turned out that the latter was indeed a reward for his chivalrous spirit. Wu Li finally realized that his chivalrous spirit had reached a remarkable value of 90. Previously, he had joined forces with the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the pirate hunter Zoro to confront the Marine Admiral Kazu, Borsalino, but ultimately faced defeat, lacking the strength to continue the battle. The potions obtained from the Grand Gift Pack within the system enabled Wu Li and his companions to unleash their ultimate moves at the critical moment, resulting in a stalemate against the Yellow Ape. Due to the urgency of the situation, they were unable to examine the other rewards in detail. However, Wu Li noticed a change within the system. It appeared that certain items were not exclusively usable by the Sword Master, as others might also have access to them. Among the rewards for reaching a chivalry value of 90, in addition to 3 bottles of Return to Origin elixir, there was a garment, a cloak, and a wooden box. The Chivalrous Outfit 1 and the Chivalrous Cloak 1, combined with the previously acquired Chivalrous Hat, suggested that the chivalry system intended to create a complete set of chivalrous attire. Wu Li's eyes began to sparkle as he started to indulge in his fantasies. Alas, the time for such reveries was merely a few seconds. In that moment, Wu Li had concealed his aura using the Chivalrous Hat, and, while executing the essence of the Rainstorm Sanyin technique, Rainfire, he managed to steal a few precious seconds from the Yellow Ape's onslaught, thereby rescuing Robin and Chopper. Just as Wu Li was lost in the rewards from the system, he remained blissfully unaware of a petite figure drawing near. At the entrance, a one-legged bird was peering in, mentally calling out, "Sword Master." Wu Li appeared to be oblivious, showing no reaction, which caused Xiangyang to grow increasingly anxious. "Sword Master." At that moment, Wu Li was joyfully counting the treasures within the large gift packages, completely disregarding the thoughts that Xiangyang was projecting. "Wu Li, little Wu, little Li." As Xiangyang observed the fearsome, Violent woman with pink hair approaching Wu Li. His anxiety escalated, akin to an ant on a hot pan, incessantly circling in the air. He yearned to fly over and alert Wu Li, yet feared being captured by that insatiable little tyrant to become her broth. Humph. This guy Wu Li always falters at crucial moments. Do not blame this divine beast for failing to warn you. I have extended my kindness, and whatever transpires thereafter shall be of no concern to me. After all, why provoke her? Shang Yang mused inwardly when suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The fearsome, violent woman had already struck. Swordman Wu. Wu Li seemed to have heard something, beginning to turn his head. Shang Yang realized he had spoken, forgetting to flap his wings, and plummeted from the air, silently reciting to himself. Didn't he hear it? Didn't he hear it? Surely he didn't hear. I called out so many times without any response. It's impossible that he would hear Swordman Wu just now. Yes, indeed, that's right. The title Swordman Wu was merely a casual utterance. And surprisingly, it rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Shang Yang even covered his mouth with his wings to stifle a chuckle. Wait a minute, I've said Swordman Wu several times. This divine beast has inadvertently repeated it thrice. If he were to find out, wouldn't I be confined in that little black room for a long time? It seems humans do not take kindly to being called petty. However, I merely referred to him as Swordman, which is different, right? Yes, entirely distinct meanings. Furthermore, I call him Swordman Wu out of respect for the Swordmaster. But what if he becomes furious and disregards my explanation? How long would I be locked away for uttering Swordman Wu 3 times? In that brief moment, he had conjured countless scenarios in his mind. Shang Yang removed his wings from his face, as if time itself had frozen. The blow from the violent woman had halted midair. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps Wu Li did not hear this divine beast calling him Swordman Wu, rendering my worries unnecessary. I need not fear being confined in that little black room. Oh dear. It was as if a droplet fell from the sky, creating ripples in the space around, and time resumed its flow. Wu Li was consumed by a haze of frustration, turning to cast a murderous glare at the foolish bird. Suddenly, a fist came hurtling towards his face with remarkable force. Bang! Under the immense force, Wu Li was sent flying, shattering the furniture within the room. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly until the debris was embedded into the wooden floor, which had splintered. The battleship itself quivered slightly, and the Marines, sensing the commotion, hastily armed themselves and rushed towards the source. Both KB and Barumabur were also roused by the disturbance. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Karp remained unperturbed, leisurely savoring his snacks and sipping tea while conversing through the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Karp, did I just hear a tremendous noise? Have you been attacked? The transponder snail mimicked the concerned expression of the other party. Ha ha ha, little Tina, rest assured, all is well. In this vast sea, few possess the audacity to assault my battleship. Wu Li covered his face, his eyes wide with innocence as he gazed at the little girl before him. Bonnie, why did you attack me? He inquired. The moment he spoke, a sharp pain radiated from his face, leaving Wu Li perplexed. Despite her diminutive stature, she possessed remarkable strength. Joey Elibani unleashed a punch at the unsuspecting Wu Li. This seemingly delicate fist bore an astonishing power. Its speed so swift that Wu Li barely had time to evade. Humph, the strongest colonel. How easily I have been struck. A flicker of surprise crossed Joey Elibani's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a renewed fury as she fixed her glare upon the bewildered Wu Li. So you are a Navy officer. What else have you concealed from me? I saved your life, only to discover you are one of them. The Navy cannot be trusted. I fought tooth and nail to escape their clutches, and now you bring me straight into impel down. At this moment, Joey Elibani appeared as a comical little girl, yet Wu Li found no humor in the situation. He remained silent, allowing her to vent her frustrations, fully aware that he had ultimately deceived her. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps and the sound of weapons being readied echoed through the room as Navy soldiers surrounded them. Colonel Wu Li, may I inquire what has transpired? A Navy officer in a justice coat knocked on the door. Nothing, my apologies for the disturbance, Wu Li replied. Wu left the door, somewhat awkwardly, and after a lengthy explanation, managed to alleviate the concerns of the responsible Navy officer, who subsequently lifted the alarm and departed with his men. Chapter 150. The sarcastic Shanyang and Bonnie's conditions. Once the Marines had dispersed, Jewelry Bonnie, wary of provoking the Navy further, refrained from delivering a severe blow to Wu. Yet, simply letting him off the hook left her unsatisfied, leading her to persist in her verbal onslaught. As her words dried up her throat, she signaled the reluctant Shanyang with her eyes to fetch her a glass of water. Gulping down the water, Jewelry Bonnie found her hoarse voice somewhat alleviated. After all that cursing, she felt considerably better. However, she was puzzled by Wu's continued silence. Why don't you speak up? The formidable Navy Colonel, Wu Li. Jewelry Bonnie fixed her gaze on him, enunciating each word with palpable menace, her eyes brimming with derision. Meeting her gaze, Wu Li replied earnestly, I concealed my identity as a Navy Colonel. I never intended to send you to Impel Down. Humph. You claim you never thought of it? Jewelry Bonnie retorted. Indeed, Wu replied. But do you dare assert that the warship is not heading toward the Navy headquarters? Wu Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the warship was en route to the naval headquarters and was approaching rapidly. Go on, sneered Jewelry Bonnie, you deceiver. Wu Li urgently said, I truly never intended to imprison you. Rest assured, I will find an opportunity to let you go. As Xiao Aili Bonnie observed Wu Li's earnest demeanor, she began to reconsider his words. Since you have deceived me and inflicted immense emotional distress, you must compensate me, she stated, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Li. Upon hearing this, Wu Li realized that Xiao Aili Bonnie had forgiven him, and he smiled, thumping his chest confidently. All right, speak your mind. I shall do whatever I can. My abilities have encountered an issue, necessitating substantial nourishment for gradual recovery. You must provide me with 3 months' worth of sustenance, Xiao Aili Bonnie declared, raising a single finger. Wu Li broke into a sweat, pondering whether his modest salary could truly suffice for such a voracious eater. Wu Li shuddered slightly, while Shanyang beside him stifled a laugh with his wings, teasingly remarking, just a swordsman. After a brief pause, Shanyang's voice fell silent once more, and Wu called out, Sword Master. Wu Li cast a fierce glare at the gloating Shanyang. Ahem. The salary of the Sword Master for an entire year scarcely suffices to cover a week's worth of meals, and indeed, it falls short even for 3 days. If one were to consider the expenses for 3 months, it seems the Sword Master might need to resort to selling himself to attract a wealthy patron. Should anyone be willing to take him in? Ha. A faint smile graced the lips of Xiao Aili Bo and I, while Wu Li found himself genuinely contemplating this predicament. The images of Tina and I drifting through his mind. Ahem, yet the intended borrower was not that sort. Wu Li shook his head vigorously, incredulous that he had actually listened to the words of that foolish bird, Shanyang. Had he lost his mind? The melodious voice of Xiao Aili Bonnie floated over. What is this? You can't even meet the first condition? Of course, there is no problem. Wu Li gritted his teeth and replied. With the addition of his old partners, Xiao-En, Kobai, and Bei Lu Mei Ber, or even Cap, Wu Li pondered, still feeling uncertain about gathering enough funds for Xiao Aili Bonnie's monthly sustenance. He reassured himself it should be relatively easy to collect. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, realizing the implications of Xiao Aili Bonnie's earlier words, and he exclaimed in surprise, Why, you mean this is just the first condition? Are there other conditions? Congratulations. You are correct, but alas, there is no reward, Xiao Aili Bonnie said, observing Wu Li's flustered demeanor with delight. She held up 3 fingers, then, noticing Wu Li's pitiful expression, she decided to extend only 2. Seeing that you are struggling with the first condition, I'll let the second one slide for now. I'll inform you once I have figured it out. Wu Li let out a sigh of relief, then spoke earnestly. I will do what I can, but only at the cost of compromising my principles. Xiao Aili Bonnie narrowed her eyes in response. Wu Li showed no signs of retreat, and eventually, Xiao Aili Bonnie conceded, waving her hand in resignation and muttering, Understood. Shanyang chuckled. Ah, Master Swordbearer, you have indeed struck it rich overnight, though it seems you are in debt. It appears I must strive diligently for the sake of our provisions. Keep it up. This divine beast has faith in you, albeit from a distance. Ha ha ha. You foolish bird, you seem rather overconfident lately. Wu Li thought, his mind clouded with frustration as he turned to Shanyang. Not too bad, Shanyang replied, flapping his wings with a facade of modesty, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. With the acquisition of new skills, he felt a newfound confidence in Wu Li's presence, as these matters were none of his concern. You're quite eloquent, Swordbearer Wu, Shanyang remarked, the words flowing smoothly. Oh, you're aware of that too? Upon catching Wu Li's murderous gaze, he realized he had slipped up. It wasn't my intention, Shanyang attempted to defend himself. Wu Li extended a finger and spoke calmly, 3 months. Shanyang paused in surprise and instinctively inquired, 3 months for what? for the little black room. Xiangyang leaped up, exclaiming urgently, Wu Li, no, esteemed sword master. I have only called you Swordman Wu 3 times. Surely that is not a sufficient reason for such a lengthy punishment. Was it truly just 3 times? Indeed, it was an unintentional lapse. Grant this adorable pet another chance. 8 months, Wu Li replied coolly. Think carefully before responding. Xiangyang began to reflect, and as he meticulously counted, his body involuntarily trembled. 8 times. A year. It truly is 8 times, he exclaimed. And adding the earlier ones? 99 times, Xiangyang murmured weakly. Wu Li emulated the tone of Qiao Ai Li Bo and I, and said, correct. The reward is soup? No. After a fortnight of navigation, the warship carrying Wu Li finally arrived at the new naval headquarters. Chapter 151. Tina and Xiao await Wu Li's return. The warship docked at the naval port. Upon arrival, a group awaited their presence, among them a striking figure with vibrant pink hair styled in a chic center part, adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses and clad in a fuchsia professional outfit. Draped in a Navy officer's cape, this alluring woman, exhaling smoke, cast her gaze towards them. It was Major General Tina. Another individual, wearing a hat obscured by a white cloth, bore a piercing gaze that made anyone feel uneasy. He was Colonel Xiao, though more accurately, he had been promoted to Brigadier General following the commendation from headquarters after their recent battle. Tina, Xiao, Wu Li immediately spotted the two awaiting him, a spark of joy igniting within him. After most of the sailors disembarked, he walked over with Carp, continuously waving to Tina and Xiao. Seeing Wu Li safe and sound, Xiao's eyes lit up with delight. Yet, with Carp, the naval hero, in front, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Tina paid no heed to Wu Li but addressed Carp, saying, Major General Carp, I appreciate your efforts once more. Carp laughed heartily, exclaiming, Oh, it was nothing. I didn't engage in battle like the rest. It was merely a leisurely outing. Casting a glance at Wu Li, he understood that they were not there solely to await him, and he humbly refrained from interrupting their reunion. Tina offered a smile of apology, while Xiao saluted Carp with utmost respect. Let us be on our way. It's not as if we won't see each other again, Carp jested, playfully chiding them. After a brief farewell with Carp, Wu Li departed alongside Tina. Standing behind Carp, Kabi and Barumabur watched the retreating figures of Wu Li and the others. Barumabur's eyes reflected envy as he whispered to Kabi. Colonel Wu Li's selfless protection of numerous civilians during his confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates was commendable. Upon his return, it was entirely plausible that he would be promoted to Rear Admiral. Moreover, it seemed that Vice Admiral Carp held him in high regard, and his enlistment through the World Recruitment Initiative further substantiated the effectiveness of that program. It was likely that the higher-ups would use him as a standard for promotion, potentially elevating him to the rank of Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral, when will we attain such ranks? We must strive even harder, Kabi declared with unwavering determination, aspiring even higher than the Vice Admiral rank, aiming for the position of Admiral. Thud. A fist as solid as iron descended, causing Barumabur to cry out and clutch his head, a lump forming on it. Kabi also bore a similar swelling on his head, but managed to stifle his cries. Looking up, he noticed Carp, tall and imposing, had turned around at some point, his fist clenched, and with a smile. He addressed Barumabur. Under the encouragement of my fist of love, you shall both become exemplary members of the Navy in due time. Yes, yes. Kabi promptly stood at attention, responding loudly, while Barumabur, holding back tears from the pain, echoed his affirmation. Satisfied with their responses, Carp nodded and began to walk away from the port, with Kabi and Barumabur hastily following. Chapter 152. Wu Li's participation in the Second Navy Conference. After walking for a while, Tina glanced at the unscathed Wu Li, feeling as though a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. When they had first heard the news relayed by Xuan, many had assumed Wu Li had perished. After all, it was astonishing for a Navy colonel to withstand the second-in-command of the formidable Blackbeard pirates. The captains under Blackbeard were known to challenge even the vice admirals in a struggle for balance. However, Tina had never believed such claims, for reasons unknown. She was firmly convinced that Wu Li would not succumb so easily, even in the face of such terrifying foes. Indeed, he was unharmed. Tina also noticed some changes in Wu Li. He was no longer clad in the Navy's justice coat. Considering he had been engaged in battle with Shiryu of the Rain, it was likely that his attire had been damaged during the conflict. To her astonishment, Wu Li appeared stronger than before, and he was accompanied by a small girl. Colonel Wu Li, after your disappearance, Admiral Akainu happened to be nearby and dispatched a warship for your rescue, which allowed Blackbeard and his crew to escape. Subsequently, we conducted a search and rescue operation in that area, and we also assisted in the rescue of the civilians you saved, but regrettably, we found no trace of you. Shun explained to Wu Li, simultaneously curious about how he had survived. It was she who saved me, Wu Li indicated towards the pale-faced little girl behind him. Jewelry Bonnie, nervously observing the Navy headquarters insignia, walked closely behind Wu Li, feeling as if she had lost her mind. As a pirate, voluntarily entering the enemy's stronghold was a reckless gamble, especially considering even the mightiest man, Whitebeard, had fallen there, although this was not Marineford. Noticing Tina and Shun's gaze upon her, Bonnie instinctively shrank back behind Wu Li, feigning fear of strangers while internally pleading, "Please do not recognize me. That would spell disaster." Tina scrutinized Jewelry Bonnie, taking in her pink, straight hair, denim overalls, white short-sleeved shirt, brown ankle boots, and heart-shaped lipstick. Her brow furrowed. Despite having rescued Wu Li, it seemed improbable that this girl could gain entry into the Navy headquarters, as individuals unrelated to the Navy were subject to stringent scrutiny. It was likely Karp's influence that had circumvented this issue. "Welcome back. If you had perished, who would I reclaim my debts from?" Tina remarked dryly, though concern seeped through her tone. Wu Li scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This demeanor instantly eased Xiao Ali Boni's tension, leaving her momentarily dazed. If Xiangyang were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly share Xiao Ali Boni's astonishment while simultaneously casting a scornful glance at Wu Li. Alas, burdened with debt, he lamented, "Oh, money, how I yearn for wealth. An abundance of it." Wu Li sighed within, realizing that even in the world of One Piece, he was still beset by financial woes. He reminisced about the carefree days in the South Sea, where such concerns never crossed his mind, a sentiment he found somewhat nostalgic. Alas, he was burdened with a glutton, one with an insatiable appetite. 3 days swiftly passed. The Navy forces dispatched to confront Zephyr gradually returned to the new headquarters of the Navy in the New World. Following the full return of the expeditionary troops, a naval conference was convened, attended by officers of the rank of lieutenant and above. The meeting was presided over by the admiral, with one of the 3 admirals, Green Bull, absent, presumably engaged on a mission. Fujitora sat upright, while Kizaru adopted a more relaxed posture, though appearing languid, his gaze fixated on Wu Li the moment he entered the conference room. Chapter 153. Kizaru's doubt. Wu Li, what troubles you? Tina inquired as she entered the conference room alongside him, having noticed his unusual demeanor. At this moment, Wu Li was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion somewhat pallid. The instant he stepped into the conference room, it felt as if a terrifying behemoth had fixed its gaze upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Could it be that Huang Yuan has already discerned my identity? Wu Li couldn't help but speculate that during the battles with the Yellow Ape, each encounter lasted merely a few fleeting seconds, and they were spaced apart. When he was not engaged in combat, his power signature should have been difficult to detect. He was clad in garments that concealed him, and during his assaults, he donned the system's hero's hat, which served to mask his presence. Under the intangible pressure exerted by Huang Yuan, Wu Li found himself drenched in perspiration, his clothing beneath the righteous coat thoroughly soaked. To his dismay, the scars left by Huang Yuan's earlier assault began to throb once more at this moment. Tina, perplexed by Wu Li's sudden change, speculated that the injuries he sustained during the battle with Yuji Shilu had not fully healed and were now flaring up again. She whispered softly in Wu Li's ear, suggesting, "Perhaps you should retreat for now. I will provide an explanation later." A faint smile graced Wu Li's pallid visage as he shook his head, wishing to convey that it was of no consequence, yet found himself at a loss for words. Huang Yuan was discreetly employing methods to assess Wu Li, the moment Wu Li attempted to wield his power in resistance. Huang Yuan would instantly discern whether he was indeed the enigmatic swordsman of yore. Why confront that young man directly? The vigilant Fujitora, situated beside Huang Yuan, sensed the latter's subtle movements and remained with his eyes shut, harboring a tinge of perplexity. "Ah, Wu Li, my boy, you have arrived." A hearty and familiar laughter resonated behind Wu Li. The moment he recognized the newcomer's identity, the oppressive aura that had previously loomed over him dissipated instantaneously, granting him a sigh of relief, accompanied by a sense of gratitude towards the elderly figure. The trio comprised Karp, Crane, and Sengoku. Sengoku and Crane were somewhat baffled as to why Carp would attend this naval assembly. That coat suits you splendidly, Carp remarked with a smile as he observed Wu Li donning the justice coat. Following Carp's appearance, Huang Yuan tempered his demeanor, reflecting the respect owed to a naval hero. At that juncture, the voice of Sengoku's aide, Taitu Maru, echoed, "Old man, the Marine you asked me to investigate is named Wu Li, a naval colonel." He paused for emphasis, stating, "He is regarded within the Navy as the strongest colonel." It appeared that some Marines within the ranks disputed this assertion. Yet a contingent of admirals held it to be indisputable. Huang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "Wu Li, the strongest colonel, you say?" His notoriety had arisen from a battle against the second captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu of the Rain, and it was rumored that during the meeting, Fleet Admiral Akainu would commend him, promoting his rank to underscore the righteousness of global conscription. Taitu Maru questioned, "Old man, why the interest in this newcomer? Where was he during the Zephyr incident?" He glanced at the documents in hand and replied, "After his battle with Shiryu, he vanished without a trace, only returning alongside Vice Admiral Carp 3 days ago." Huang Yuan began to grasp why Vice Admiral Carp would be acquainted with a naval novice. The passage of time and his unaccounted whereabouts suggested he could have been anywhere, and notably, he returned with Carp to naval headquarters. As for his prowess, though it seemed somewhat incongruous, it had consistently defied expectations. The strongest colonel? Huang Yuan, sensing Taitu Maru's confusion, gradually articulated, "Perhaps he participated in the conflict as well. When they announce his promotion, we can inquire about the duration of his absence, and the truth shall be revealed with but a single query." Wooly felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, as his instincts warned him of impending peril. What could it be? Chapter 154, Mercenaries. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, within a certain nation's capital, thunderous roars erupted suddenly from the edge of the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not thunder. Rather, it was the deafening sound of the enemy's heavy artillery bombarding the government forces' positions. This nation had been engulfed in civil war for 2 years, with no signs of respite, only escalating violence. The populace lived in dire straits. Initially, the government forces boasted an advantage in weaponry, but they had procured a substantial arsenal through Joker in the underworld, thereby losing their upper hand and facing suppression instead. As the conflict intensified, the government forces had captured all towns except the capital. A commander of the government forces, clad in military uniform, resembled an enraged lion, gritting his teeth as he addressed the soldiers around him. "Damn you, Doflamingo! How dare you supply these rebels with arms? Does he not fear the wrath of the world government?" Suddenly, piercing whistles sliced through the air, and a barrage of shells rained down like dark specks. "Take cover, Commander! Enemy artillery!" A soldier hurriedly pushed the commander aside as a shell landed mere 20 meters away on the earthworks. With a resounding explosion, the dirt wall shattered, sending countless projectiles flying in all directions. The government forces, once relying on their firepower to bombard the enemy, now felt the chilling arrival of death looming overhead. They sustained even heavier losses than before, and the commander lay in the trench, debris covering him as dust billowed around. In that moment, he sensed the looming crisis. If this continued, the capital would soon fall. Realizing this, he immediately ordered a soldier to fetch a transponder snail. Into the device, he shouted in fury, "Where are your mercenaries? Didn't you say they would arrive soon? The mercenaries have reached your nation's vicinity. Given the current state of the war, the danger level is significantly higher than previously estimated. Consequently, the price has increased tenfold." "What? Another increase?" On Karai Bali Island, the blue-haired individual on the other end of the line smirked with malice, mimicking the other's distressed expression. "Indeed. If you refuse to meet this price, I will have no choice but to withdraw. Without reinforcements, your capital will likely fall within a month. Ha ha ha. You are taking advantage of our misfortune. Collaboration with us is your last hope. Don't rely on the Navy. They may not arrive in time. Cursed vampires." The commander seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he gripped the transponder tightly. Though it was evident that they were exploiting the situation, he could not afford to remain passive. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth, nearly deforming the device as he begrudgingly stated, "I agree. Congratulations on making the right decision. The mercenaries will arrive on the battlefield within 30 minutes. The estimated completion time for your request is 3 days." With a click, the call ended, and the commander crushed the transponder in his hand, skeptical that the war could be resolved in 3 days. knowing how long the civil conflict had already persisted. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he finally caught sight of the mercenaries he had paid exorbitantly for, only 2 of them. He looked up to observe them. One was a massive figure, his hair resembling green onions, his features demonic, with 2 horns protruding from his temples, ears and teeth sharp. His neck bore cross-stitch-like scars. Dressed in a shirt with a bat-like collar and Gothic-style attire. The other sported round ear piercings, clad in a shirt and trousers, a high-collared long coat, and boots. Resembling a lion, a lavishly dressed, yet fearsome long-haired man. You've only sent the 2 of you? Is this some kind of joke? At that moment, the commander felt utterly deceived. Despite one being of considerable size, in the chaos of war, he was merely a target. A soldier beside him, witnessing the demonic giant tremble and turn pale, stammered, "He is the former warlord, Gecko Moria." The title of warlord was well known, yet the commander had never experienced the terror associated with it. Hence he could not fathom the soldiers' fear. As long as they could win the war, he cared not for titles. Moria gazed down, letting out a strange laugh, devoid of any sense of blame, and directed his attention to the lion-like man, stating, "It's up to you, Absalom." Absalom, with fervent eyes, respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, his figure gradually vanished from sight. Soon, the relentless bombardment seemed to diminish, leaving only the sounds of gunfire and cries of agony. The 3-day estimate merely referred to Absalom's involvement. At the Navy headquarters conference room, Kizaru initially intended to expose Wooly's latent powers during the meeting, highlighting his concealed identity while aiding Zifa, which had obstructed the Navy's efforts. With his status as a vice admiral casting doubt, Wooly's testimony would lose its weight, transforming what could have been a promotion to rearist. Unfortunately for Kizaru, his plans did not materialize, as he refrained from voicing his suspicions until the meeting's conclusion. After the Navy meeting, Wooly did not receive the anticipated promotion to Rear Admiral or higher, as many had speculated, including Barumabur. To everyone's surprise, since the summit war, the rarely seen Vice Admiral Garp not only attended but also expressed his opinion, astonishing the assembly. Crane felt bewildered, while Tina was perplexed. Many in the Navy debated, as Vice Admiral Garp denied Wooly's promotion to Rear Admiral, suggesting instead a rank of Commodore, citing Wooly's non-participation in the significant events surrounding Zifa. What a stroke of luck for him. Wooly successfully attained his promotion, yet Kizaru's suspicions remained unshaken, compelling him to seek opportunities for investigation. Chapter 155, Garp's Intentions. After the Navy meeting, Wooly had intended to express his gratitude to Garp. However, Garp merely smiled at him before departing with Sengoku and Crane, leaving no opportunity for conversation. Typically reticent, Cheyenne unexpectedly spoke up, quietly asking, "Wooly, did you offend Vice Admiral Garp?" Not only he, but many within the Navy share this sentiment. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable that the esteemed Admiral Garp, renowned as a hero of the Navy, would only promote him to the rank of Brigadier General. Although Garp ultimately remarked that Wooly did not appear at a crucial moment when the Navy required his presence to assist in the campaign against Zephyr. This seems to stem from high expectations of Wooly. However, it is common knowledge that after his confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates, Wooly vanished without a trace, leaving his fate uncertain, which is indeed asking too much of him. Balumabur wore a perplexed expression as he turned to the contemplative Kobe and inquired in astonishment. Wasn't Wooly's relationship with Admiral Garp quite amicable? I never anticipated that Garp would not recommend him for the promotion to Vice Admiral, and it seems almost final. He has lost the rank of Rear Admiral and remains merely a Brigadier General. As a celebrated hero of the Navy, Admiral Garp's words command respect from all, and thus, despite Akinu's initial intention to promote Wooly to Rear Admiral, Garp's stance rendered that impossible. Kobe's eyes reflected a similar confusion. He could not fathom why Admiral Garp had suddenly participated in the meeting and displayed such keen interest in the commendation of a naval newcomer, even intervening in the matter. He could not help but recall the scene from that night when Garp conversed with Wooly, feeling an instinctive sense that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Yet he remained at a loss for the reasons behind it. Tina, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had hoped to seize this opportunity to recommend Wooly for direct promotion to Vice Admiral, believing that with Admiral Garp's support, the prospects would be promising. Little did she know that the developments would unfold in such an unexpected manner, as she, along with Cheyenne and others, turned their gazes towards Wooly. Wooly observed the puzzled expressions of those around him, offering no elaborate explanation, merely shaking his head with a smile. Vice Admiral Karp is someone I hold in high regard. As for the distinction between brigadier and major, such differences are negligible, so there's no need to dwell on it. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, bemused by the notion that there could be no disparity. However, given the circumstances, further discussion seemed futile. In the New World, on a certain island, at the edge of a seaside cliff, a colossal penguin, burdened with a large backpack, was dozing. Ian watched from a distance. Standing alongside two towering figures, Akiji and Zifa. Having just concluded a conversation, Akiji set down the den mushi and addressed Zifa. Rest assured, Teacher Zifa, he is unharmed. Zifa, who had been listening attentively, was not surprised that Akiji, despite leaving the Navy, still possessed insights into its internal matters. Instead, he expressed a sense of nostalgia. Karp has effectively negated Wu Li's involvement in this conflict. Henceforth, any doubts regarding Wu Li's participation will remain mere speculation. I owe Karp a debt of gratitude. It seems unlikely that I will have another opportunity to share a drink with him in this lifetime. Akiji chuckled. There will be opportunities yet. After exchanging a few more words, Akiji bid farewell to Zifa and leaped onto the giant penguin, which stirred awake, half opening its eyes before slowly carrying Akiji away. Zifa gazed at Akiji's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a hint of reminiscence, just as Ian approached from behind. The two stood gazing out at the vast ocean. As Zifa began to share intelligence regarding Wu Li, Ian listened intently, his long hair dancing in the sea breeze, feeling a pang of emotion at the thought of that silhouette. Chapter 156, Smoker's Consolation. Wu Li's reminder. The White Hunter, Smoker, spotted Tina and her companions approaching and made his way over. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, smoke swirling lazily, he regarded Wu Li with a calm demeanor. Do not be disheartened. These matters are not of great consequence, and one should not overly concern themselves with the hierarchy of ranks. Despite his tone of a senior, he sensed that Wu Li had grown significantly stronger, perhaps even surpassing him, which left him somewhat astonished. Tina teased. Only you would say that. Having squandered countless opportunities for promotion. Smoker did not contest her remark when suddenly, a girl, out of breath and wearing glasses while carrying a backpack, hurried over. Adjusting her glasses, she greeted Tina politely before turning to Wu Li with a smile. Wu Li, congratulations on your promotion to brigadier. Wu Li smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dasky. Observing Smoker and Dasky fully armed, Tina inquired, are you embarking on a mission? Dasky nodded in affirmation. Indeed. There have been reports of ships mysteriously disappearing near Punk Hazard, accompanied by distress signals. The headquarters has commanded us to investigate. Punk Hazard? Tina softly echoed, a spark of realization igniting in her eyes. She recalled that island. Turning her gaze towards Smoker, she noticed his acknowledgement as he nodded while holding a cigar. This island held considerable notoriety within the Navy, a place that could be said to have influenced the very fate of the fleet admiral. Furrowing her brow, Tina remarked, if there are individuals in such perilous conditions, it will indeed be a formidable challenge. She looked at Smoker, cautioning, you must exercise extra vigilance. Smoker replied nonchalantly, I can handle it. Wu Li suddenly interjected, cautioning, be wary of Virgo. Wu Li refrained from speaking excessively, for to do so would be to embellish unnecessarily. After all, certain matters cannot be elucidated merely by the trifling remarks of others. Nevertheless, Wu Li offered a cautionary note, though whether Smoker would heed it remained uncertain. Both Smoker and Tashiji were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Wu Li's sudden admonition regarding Virgo. Smoker furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Wu Li. The rapid establishment of their footing at G5 was largely due to Virgo's influence, rendering Wu Li's words seemingly divisive and provoking a flicker of ire within Smoker. Tina, well acquainted with Smoker's temperament, discerned his growing agitation, yet she struggled to find a way to smooth over the situation. Why had Wu Li made such a statement so abruptly? Tashiji, regaining her composure, smiled and attempted to clarify. I am unsure why you say this, but Mr. Virgo is an exceptionally good person. Before she could finish, Smoker nodded towards Tina, his mood somber as he departed without casting another glance at Wu Li, his opinion of him having soured considerably. Tashiji, we must go, Smoker's voice echoed, prompting Tashiji to offer a polite apology before hastily following in his wake. Wu Li offered a wry smile, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Smoker's character was such that it was evidently impossible to instill doubt in a comrade he held in utmost trust. Observing the departing figures of Smoker and Tashiji, Wu Li recognized that Smoker was a proud individual, and this incident would likely serve as a significant blow to him. He hoped it would not lead him to question his very existence. Smoker and Tashiji had their own mission, both serving as Navy brigadier generals. While Xuan was required to participate in a training session organized by the Navy headquarters, and Wu Li had received a new assignment from the same headquarters. Chapter 157. Wu Li set sail according to Navy regulations. To attain the rank of brigadier general, one must partake in a training session organized by the Navy headquarters. Should one excel during this training, upon its conclusion, the title of brigadier can be shed, elevating them to the rank of rear admiral. Wu Li, are you truly opting out of the Navy brigadier general training? Xuan inquired. The Navy's brigadier general training was renowned within the service, as every participant had experienced a remarkable enhancement in their capabilities, with many qualifying for the rank of vice admiral thereafter. Indeed, Vice Admiral Karp has assigned me a different task, Wu Li replied with a smile directed at Xuan. After this training, you will undoubtedly emerge stronger. Xuan nodded, gazing at Wu Li with determination. I will strive to improve myself, hoping to attain strength akin to yours one day. Xuan's eyes shone with resolve. He held deep admiration for Wu Li, coupled with a competitive spirit, for they had been partners, and he regarded Wu Li as a benchmark to surpass. Witnessing Xuan's earnest demeanor, Wu Li could only offer a bittersweet smile, encouraging him with a few words. The Navy training presented an excellent opportunity for growth, a belief firmly held by every sailor, especially given the esteemed guidance from figures such as the former Fleet Admiral Karp during the sessions. Wu Li fell into a deep contemplation. Initially, he was supposed to participate in this training session. However, due to his prior actions, his situation had become exceedingly delicate. Remaining at the naval headquarters, under the watchful suspicion of Kizaru, felt akin to walking on thin ice. Thus, Garp, concerned for Wu Li's predicament, made an exception and permitted him to undertake a mission, a decision that, although unconventional, carried the weight of the esteemed hero's words. Once Wu Li had made all the necessary preparations, he departed the following day after Smoker and Tashiji's departure, coinciding with the conclusion of the naval conference. Kizaru, eager to engage with Wu Li, intended to send for him. However, by the time he realized it, Wu Li had already set sail across the sea. On the vast and boundless ocean, the wind howled while the waves crashed tumultuously, and a flock of seagulls soared through the sky. A naval warship cleaved through the waves, its hull sending up sprays of water, and under the sun's radiant glow, the ship's silhouette was mirrored on the surface of the sea. On the deck stood a figure, clad in a coat of justice that fluttered in the wind, with empty sleeves swaying gracefully. The insignia of a naval brigadier adorned his shoulders. It was none other than Wu Li, embarking on a mission. A singular, exquisitely feathered bird, glistening in the sunlight, flew over, clutching a piece of meat in its beak, and landed upon Wu Li's shoulder. With an oddly human-like gaze, it mimicked Wu Li's posture, peering into the distance. Oblivious to his expression, Shangyang swallowed the morsel and inquired, "Where are we headed this time?" "The outside world is far better. During those 2 days in the dark room, I nearly suffocated." Perched upon Wu Li's left shoulder, Shangyang felt the weight of his presence. Wu Li's eye twitched slightly as he replied, "Get down." "What?" The wind was too strong, and Shangyang, lost in the gusts, barely comprehended the words. He sensed the ocean breeze, stirring an impulse to ascend, yet remained steadfast on Wu Li's shoulder, flapping his wings dramatically as he exclaimed, "Listen!" to the voice of the sea breeze. With a flap of his wings, Shangyang altered the flow of air, generating a powerful gust that billowed Wu Li's coat of justice, as the colossal waves rolled beneath them. Crack! As Wu Li felt a few dark lines emerge on his forehead, he noticed cracks beginning to form on the wooden planks beneath his left foot on the deck. Chapter 158. The forgetful merchant goat, which had been incessantly feasting upon the foolish bird, Bonnie. "Get down from there." The merchant goat turned to face the increasingly displeased Wu Li, its mind racing with analysis. Previously, it had perched upon Wu Li's shoulder without any objections, but now it seemed that its presence was no longer welcome. Could it be? Had this divine beast fallen from grace? Observing Wu Li's deteriorating expression, the merchant goat pondered the possibility that Wu Li still harbored resentment from the time it had mockingly referred to him as a despicable person. No, this divine beast must regain the favor of the little Li. It resolved internally. With that thought, The merchant goat immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, its eyes glistening as it looked at Wu Li with a sense of grievance, asking, "Do you disdain me, my esteemed sword master?" Meanwhile, it thought to itself, "Cursed Wu Li. Others would be delighted to have this divine beast upon their shoulder." It was perplexed, believing itself to be quite the most enchanting creature. Who could possibly find it unappealing? What was amiss with Wu Li today? "Foolish bird, you are too heavy. Hasten and descend." What? The merchant goat was momentarily taken aback. Crack. The cracks beneath Wu Li's feet on the deck widened, and his expression soured further, almost grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "I say, you are far too heavy." Shang Yang froze, taken aback. Too heavy? Was he referring to the weight of this divine beast? Having been born less than a year ago, being told he was heavy was simply infuriating. Just as Shang Yang was about to voice his perspective, a sudden sound broke the air. Two sounds, in fact. The creaking of wood? The cracking of bones? Plop. Do you not have any sense of your own weight? Wu Li continued, exasperated. Shang Yang, still in his growth phase, had consumed copious amounts of food recently. Although his form remained diminutive, he had already amassed a weight of several hundred pounds. Observing Shang Yang's bewilderment, Wu Li, overwhelmed by frustration, hurled him into the sea, sending up a splash. Splash! Help! Help! Shang Yang began flailing in the water, as if on the verge of drowning. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Li's lips twitched. He was beginning to genuinely question if Shang Yang was indeed a foolish bird. "Wu Li, save me." Gurgle? Was that the sound of water choking you? Upon witnessing the frantic and bewildered expression on Shang Yang's face, Wu Li, overwhelmed with exasperation, exclaimed, "You foolish creature! Are you not a bird? Can you not fly?" Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Shang Yang's eyes. He flapped his wings and ascended into the air. Droplets of water cascaded from his wings as he soared higher and higher, gracefully gliding through the sky. With a face full of exasperation, Wu Li observed the foolish bird that had, in an instant, forgotten its ability to fly. He had initially intended to bestow upon it a melodious name, yet it seemed that none could be more fitting than foolish bird. Surprisingly, no one appeared astonished when the parrot, Shang Yang, spoke in human tongue. The soldiers aboard the warship were well aware that their commander possessed a remarkably beautiful and loquacious bird. Initially, they were intrigued and often sought conversations with it. However, as time passed, they ceased their attempts, for the bird's sharp tongue was merciless, leaving them feeling despondent and unable to counter its barbs. They found themselves at a loss to engage with this neurotic creature that fancied itself a divine beast or bird. Among all the naval vessels, the only individuals capable of managing this eccentric avian were Brigadier Wu Li and a young girl aboard the ship. The sailors' gazes shifted towards the petite girl with cascading pink hair, clad in denim overalls and a white short-sleeved shirt, her brown ankle boots complementing her appearance. She was perpetually clutching food, her heart-shaped lipstick smudged as she continued to munch. Although the bird was astonishing, the girl evoked a sense of wonder and even trepidation. One sailor whispered, "How can she consume so much at her age? Is her stomach a bottomless pit?" The food supplies aboard the ship had already dwindled perilously low. The sailors were left in awe as they watched Jolie Bonnie devour her meal incessantly. Her vibrant pink hair fell lazily around her delicate nose and heart-shaped lips, though smeared with remnants of her feast, giving her an endearingly messy look that compelled one to assist her in tidying up. Despite her frequent displays of disdain, there was an undeniable charm to her, reminiscent of a rebellious child. As Jolie Bonnie bit into a chunk of meat larger than her own face, she noticed the sailor's stares and furrowed her brow in discontent. With a fierce glare, she cast her eyes over the sailors, who promptly averted their gaze, adopting a demeanor of feigned indifference as they either gazed into the distance or stared up at the sky. Sailors," Jolie Bonnie remarked, swallowing the oversized morsel with a nonchalant air. She harbored no fondness for the Navy, especially since they had once captured her. Yet, she could not afford to unleash her wrath upon each sailor before her. Thus, she chose to ignore them and channel her frustrations into her appetite, resuming her voracious consumption. Report. A sailor jogged up behind Wu Li, standing at attention with a posture of respect, his gaze fixed upon the commander. He had some knowledge of Wu Li's exploits and held deep admiration for him, feeling an immense pride in following such a distinguished leader. Wu Li inquired, "What is it?" The sailor also came to his senses, promptly averting his gaze, then discreetly glanced at Jolie Bonnie, reporting, "Brigadier Wu Li, The provisions aboard the warship are nearly depleted. Wooly understood that this was an inevitable situation and inquired, "How many more days can we endure?" The sailor hesitated before replying, "Not even 3 days left. We must head to the nearest naval base for resupply." The sailor could not help but remark, "In less than half a month at sea. We have already made 6 or 7 trips to the base for supplies. It has spread across various bases that our ship consumes the equivalent of a month's provisions for other vessels every few days, as if we were a bottomless pit. They have communicated to headquarters their refusal to provide us with further food supplies, and headquarters has expressed their respect for their decision. Thus, our only option is to return to headquarters if we wish to receive provisions. Otherwise, we may perish from hunger at sea." Perish from hunger? Wooly's lips twitched. This manner of demise was indeed novel, particularly aboard a naval warship that had even refused to provide food supplies from the base. "Alas, Brigadier General Wooly, it seems that 3 days may not suffice, and one wonders if even a single day's worth of sustenance remains." Wooly followed the direction indicated by the sailor and observed that the foolish bird, Shang Yang, had also joined Xiao Ali and Bonnie in their meal. Meanwhile, the ship's chef, with an expression of sheer delight, began to prepare the food, relishing the joy he had not experienced in quite some time. Previously, his culinary creations had been met with derision, often criticized for their lackluster flavors, prompting him to silently smoke and daydream, while he half-heartedly continued to cook, all the while listening to the sailor's complaints and witnessing a considerable amount of food go to waste. However, this time, the little girl and the silly bird showed him great respect, devouring every morsel of his cooking, leaving them seemingly unsatisfied and eager for more, compelling him to continue his culinary endeavors. Though weary, he felt a profound happiness. How could a chef bear to see others go hungry? Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to the kitchen, relishing the long-forgotten feeling of being needed. As for the sailor's complaints about insufficient food, who was it that had disdainfully dismissed his cooking? The thought of their wastefulness irked him, but upon meeting Wu Li's gaze, he shuddered, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and immediately donned a smile, offering a slight nod in greeting. "Good afternoon, Brigadier Wu Li." "Farewell, Brigadier Wu Li," he exclaimed, not waiting for a response before hastily retreating into the kitchen, fearful of incurring Wu Li's wrath. Hiding behind the kitchen door, he took deep breaths, contemplating whether he should reserve some food for the ship's crew, or rather, for Brigadier Wu Li himself. He had heard that the base had ceased providing food supplies. As he pondered this, he resigned himself to the idea of temporarily restraining his desires, deciding to allocate the available food to those bothersome sailors instead. "I still want to eat. So do I." Suddenly, 2 voices piped up, and the chef looked up to see 2 pairs of pleading eyes gazing at him. His heart softened, and a smile spread across his face. "All right, just wait. I will prepare something."